42174. Modern Classic Short Novels of Science Fiction. Edited by Gardner Dozois. Copyright 1994 by Gardner Dozois. All rights reserved. Read by Roy Avers.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Library of Congress annotation. 13 stories published between 1958 and 1991 by contemporary science fiction authors. Includes The Miracle Workers by Jack Vance, The Longest Voyage by Poul Anderson, On the Storm Planet by Cordwainer Smith, The Star Pit by Samuel R. Delany, and Souls by Joanna Russ. Some strong language and some explicit descriptions of sex for senior high and older readers. 1994. From the Book Jacket. The novella is, in the words of Gardner Dozois, a perfect length for a science fiction story, long enough to enable you to flesh out the details of a strange alien world or a bizarre future society, and yet still short enough for the story to pack a real punch. The 13 masterpieces assembled in this volume present a myriad of dazzling worlds that represent science fiction's finest offerings. About the editor. Gardner Dozois has been honored with 6 Hugo Awards for Best Editor. Acclaimed by The Village Voice as the most imaginative editor in SF today, he has also received 2 Nebula Awards for his own short fiction, which has recently been collected in Geodesic Dreams. He currently edits Asimov's science fiction and numerous anthologies, including the annual volume of The Year's Best Science Fiction, from his home in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Other books by Gardner Dozois. Anthologies. A Day in the Life. Another World. Best Science Fiction Stories of the Year, 6th Annual Collection. Best Science Fiction Stories of the Year, 7th Annual Collection. Best Science Fiction Stories of the Year, 8th Annual Collection. Best Science Fiction Stories of the Year, 9th Annual Collection. Best Science Fiction Stories of the Year, 10th Annual Collection. The Best of Isaac Asimov's Science Fiction Magazine. Time Travelers from Isaac Asimov's Science Fiction Magazine. Transcendental Tales from Isaac Asimov's Science Fiction Magazine. Isaac Asimov's Aliens. Isaac Asimov's SF Light. Isaac Asimov's Mars. Isaac Asimov's Planet Earth with Sheila Williams. Isaac Asimov's Robots with Sheila Williams. The Year's Best Science Fiction, 1st Annual Collection. The Year's Best Science Fiction, 2nd Annual Collection. The Year's Best Science Fiction, 3rd Annual Collection. The Year's Best Science Fiction, 4th Annual Collection. The Year's Best Science Fiction, 5th Annual Collection. The Year's Best Science Fiction, 6th Annual Collection. The Year's Best Science Fiction, 7th Annual Collection. The Year's Best Science Fiction, 8th Annual Collection. The Year's Best Science Fiction, 9th Annual Collection. The Year's Best Science Fiction, 10th Annual Collection. Future Earths, Under African Skies, with Mike Resnick. Future Earths, Under South American Skies, with Mike Resnick. Future Power, with Jack Dan. Sorcerers, with Jack Dan. Aliens, with Jack Dan. Demons, with Jack Dan. Unicorns, with Jack Dan. Dog Tales, with Jack Dan. Magicats, with Jack Dan. Ripper, with Susan Casper. Magic Cats 2, with Jack Dan. Sea Serpents, with Jack Dan. Bestiary, with Jack Dan. Dinosaurs, with Jack Dan. Mermaids, with Jack Dan. Little People, with Jack Dan. Fiction. Strangers. The Visible Man Collection. Nightmare Blue, with George Alec Effinger. Slow Dancing Through Time, with Jack Dan, Michael Swanwick, Susan Casper, and Jack C. Haldeman II. The Peacemaker. Nonfiction. The fiction of James Tiptree, Jr. Contents. Preface. Side 1, Tone 2. The Miracle Workers, Jack Vance, Side 1, Tone 3. The Longest Voyage, Paul Anderson, Side 3, Tone 1. On the Storm Planet, Cordwainer Smith, Side 4, Tone 1. The Star Pit, Samuel R. Delany, Side 6, Tone 1. Total Environment, Brian W. Aldous, Side 7, Tone 1. The Merchants of Venus, Frederick Poul, Side 9, Tone 1. The Death of Dr. Island, Gene Wolfe, Side 10, Tone 1. Where Late the Sweet Birds Sang, Kate Wilhelm, Side 12, Tone 1. Souls, Joanna Russ, Side 13, Tone 1. A Traveller's Tale, Lucius Shepard, Side 14, Tone 1. Sailing to Byzantium, Robert Silverberg, Side 16, Tone 1. Mr. Boy, James Patrick Kelly, Side 18, Tone 1. And Wild For to Hold, Nancy Kress, Side 19, Tone 1. Preface. The short novel, or the novella, as it is usually referred to in the science fiction field, is something of a literary endangered species, and although it once flourished in the general marketplace, it is a form rarely encountered these days, except in science fiction. The novella is alive and well in the science fiction world, and while you can peruse issue after issue of most little literary magazines, or those few remaining mainstream magazines that still include fiction in their editorial mix, without ever finding a story more than a few pages long, there are still usually a dozen or more novellas published in the science fiction genre every year. Perhaps this is because, in many ways, the novella is a perfect length for a science fiction story, long enough to enable you to flesh out the details of a strange alien world or a bizarre future society, to give such a setting some depth, complexity, and heft, and yet still short enough for the story to pack a real punch, some power and elegance and bite, unblunted and unobscured by padding. Unlike many of today's novels, most of which strike me as novellas grossly padded out to be 500 pages long, there are rarely any wasted words in a good novella, a quality they share with good short stories. A good novella is no longer than it needs to be. It does what it has to do, what it is designed to do, and then it stops. That novellas need to be as long as they are is a measure of just how complicated and difficult are the tasks that they are designed to do. To create a whole fictional world, a universe that no one has ever explored before, to set that world forth in intricate detail, to people it with living characters, and then to use the tumbling interactions of that world and those people to tell a story that could not be told without both those elements being present. This is a formidable task to accomplish, even in the space of a 500-page novel, and yet most of the novellas here are marvels of compression, in spite of the amount of ground they have to cover, and it would be hard to find a page of slack to cut out of any of them, or to end them one page earlier than they do. Whatever the reason, the novella form has always been popular with science fiction writers, and to answer the cynics out there, it's not because you get paid more for a longer story when you're paid by the word. Traditionally, there's a drop in word rates after a certain length in most genre markets, so you'd actually make more money writing a couple of short stories than writing a novella, in most cases. And much of the best work of the past 50 years has been done at novella length. There are so many good novellas, in fact, that even a huge anthology such as this one can't come remotely close to including them all, or even the bulk of them. Some arbitrary decisions clearly needed to be made, and arbitrarily I made them. First, I decided to concentrate on a period ranging from the beginning of the 60s to the beginning of the 90s, rationalizing this by the observation that the golden age of the 1940s and the galaxy era of the 1950s were the periods of science fiction history that were already covered the most extensively by other anthologists. But this decision did lose me stories that I would have liked in the multidimensional, infinitely extensible version of this book to include such as C.L. Moore's Vintage Season, Damon Knight's The Earth Quarter, L. Sprague de Camp's Divide and Rule, Theodore Sturgeon's Baby is 3 and Killdozer, and many more. My next task, and a ticklish one it was too, was to determine how famous a story could get before it became too famous. The stories needed to have generated enough of a reputation to justify being included in a book called Modern Classic Short Novels of Science Fiction. After all, but at the same time I wanted to avoid stories that had been over-anthologized and overexposed, and would thus be already too familiar to the reader, such as Harlan Ellison's A Boy and His Dog, or Ursula K. Le Guin's The Word for World is Forest. As with everything else about this anthology, this was a subjective judgment call, but I think that most of the stories here, even the award winners, are stories that have been generally unavailable for some time now to the average reader with the average reader's resources. The shelf life for books is so short now, and things come back into print so rarely once they go out of it, and back-issue copies of magazines and second-hand copies of old anthologies are so difficult to find, even in dealers' rooms at science fiction conventions, that many younger readers may have never had a chance to read some of the stories here, even the Hugo Award winners. Historical memory being what it now is in the field, many younger readers may never even have heard of some of these stories before, even the Hugo winners. I know because I've asked many of them, as, for instance, the bright and literate young readers I ran across the other day, who, even though they considered themselves to be hardcore SF fans and read voraciously, had never heard of Cordwainer Smith or Jack Vance. Next, this anthology being assembled in the real world rather than in some ideal one, there were practical difficulties to constrain me, stories that I would have liked to include, such as Jeff Ryman's The Unconquered Country, or Michael Swanwick's Griffin's Egg, but that I was unable to use because the reprint rights were encumbered in some way, or stories that I couldn't use because they had just appeared in somebody else's anthology, and I didn't want to duplicate the stories in a competing volume. All of this still left me with a very large field of novellas to choose from, dozens and dozens of them, in fact, and here we have to fall back on personal taste. As was true of my 1991 anthology, Modern Classics of Science Fiction, none of the stories here were selected because they help buttress some polemic or aesthetic argument about the nature of the field, or because they express some critical theory, or because they grind some particular political axe. Instead, they were selected on the appallingly naive basis that I liked them. These are the stories that spoke to me as a reader, that touched me, that moved me on a purely instinctive and emotional level. They are the stories that, when I read them again, sometimes after a lapse of many years, could still make me say, wow, could make my pulse race faster, or the sweat start on my forehead, or totally absorb me, or scare me, or touch my heart. Stories that I enjoyed, uncritically, instinctively, as a reader. Stories that I would want to read again. So, as I warned you, it all comes down to one person's taste, my own. These are the novellas that I liked best, although that doesn't look as good on the cover as the firmly authoritative Modern Classic Short Novels of Science Fiction. Although even that, novellas that I liked best, is subjective to some extent. There are so many good novellas that I could easily have assembled 2 or 3 other volumes of this size, with no discernible let-down in quality, and which table of contents I liked the best would vary from day to day, depending entirely on the mood I happened to be in on the day when I was considering the question. Perhaps someday I'll be able to bring you some of those other volumes as well. In the meantime, taste being the subjective thing that it is, I can't promise you that these novellas are the best science fiction novellas published since the beginning of the 60s. I think I can promise you, though, that they are certainly among the best. I also hope that, at the very least, this book serves to demonstrate some of the amazing range, diversity, and vitality of modern science fiction, as well as the durability of the best of its stories. The oldest story here will be 36 years old by the time you read these words, and it is still as fresh and vivid as it was on the day it was written. I like to think that 36 years from now, long after I'm dead, these stories will prove to be still as timeless as they are today. And it is my fond hope that this book will continue to provide enjoyment for generations of readers yet to come, far into the unknown and unknowable future. Jack Vance, The Miracle Workers. A seminal figure, Jack Vance has produced some of the very best work of the last 40 years in several different genres, and is of immense evolutionary importance to the development both of modern fantasy and of modern science fiction. Born in San Francisco in 1920, Vance served throughout World War II in the U.S. Merchant Navy. Most of the individual stories that would later be melded into his first novel, The Dying Earth, were written while Vance was at sea. He was unable to sell them, a problem he would also have with the book itself, the market for fantasy being almost non-existent at the time. The Dying Earth was eventually published in an obscure edition in 1950 by a small, semi-professional press, went out of print almost immediately, and remained out of print for more than a decade thereafter. Nevertheless, it became an underground cult classic, and its effect on future generations of writers is incalculable. For one example, out of many, The Dying Earth is one of the most recognizable influences on Gene Wolfe's The Book of the New Sun. Wolfe has said, for instance, that the Book of Gold, which is mentioned by Severian, is supposed to be The Dying Earth. Vance returned to this milieu in 1965, with a series of stories that would be melded into The Eyes of the Overworld, and in the early 80s returned yet again with Kugel's Saga and Rialto the Marvelous. Taken together, the Dying Earth stories represent one of the most impressive achievements in science fantasy. In science fiction itself, Vance would do some of his best early work for magazines such as Thrilling Wonder Stories and Startling Stories and the short-lived Worlds Beyond in the mid-50s, The Five Gold Bands, Abercrombie Station, The Houses of Izam, The Kokad Warriors, The New Prime, and the magazine version of Big Planet, among others. Vance was also appearing in Astounding from time to time during this period, but most of his work for Astounding would be rather bland by Vance's standards, with only one story there, the wonderfully evocative, marvelously strange, and bizarrely imaginative novella that follows, The Miracle Workers, being full-throated Vancian future Baroque. But that was a somewhat atypical style for Astounding, and by the late 50s and early 60s, Vance was doing most of his best work, and some of the very best work of the period, for Galaxy and FNSF, The Magnificent, The Dragon Masters, The Men Return, the underrated The Long of Bao, one of only a handful of books even today to deal with semantics as a science. Delany's Babel 17 and Ian Watson's The Embedding are two later examples. The wonderful The Star King and The Killing Machine, two of the best hybrids of SF and the mystery espionage novel ever written. Green Magic, The Blue World, The Last Castle. Vance is reminiscent of R.A. Lafferty in that both men break all the supposed rules of writing and get away with it. Both eschew naturalism, each using a mannered and highly idiosyncratic prose style, baroque and stiffly elegant in Vance's case, energetically informal and folksy in Lafferty's. And both have their characters spout theatrical, deliberately non-naturalistic, hieratic dialogue of a sort that never actually came out of anyone's mouth. If you were to film their work, no mumbling method actors would need to apply. Only someone with the flamboyant grandiloquence of a John Barrymore would do. Vance also, and here comes an even stranger comparison, reminds me of Philip K. Dick. Each author relies heavily on a personal formula of his own, using the same basic frameworks, plots, and types of characters and situations again and again. What is important in each is not creating new motifs, but refining and developing variations on their obsessive themes. Each man's style is limited in technical range, but within that range they are the best in the business at what they do well. Both emphasize how manners and mores change from society to society, and although neither is thought of as a humorist, the work of both is suffused with a dry, understated wit. Vance's humor is somewhat drier than Dick's more surreal than Vance's, but both tend toward black humor, sly satire, a bitterly sardonic view of life and human nature, and to grotesque and macabrely ironic set pieces. Both men have trouble ending novels, both frequently just letting the story peter away, as though they had gradually lost interest in what they were writing. And with each, their impact on the field rests more on the aggregate effect of their work than on any particular story or novel, or, to adapt a remark of Thomas Dish's concerning Dick, which is equally valid for Vance, their novels are more impressive collectively than each by each. And much as SF authors writing today about phenomenology or the nature of reality write inevitably in the shadow of Philip K. Dick, so writers describing distant worlds and alien societies with strange alien customs write in the shadow of Vance. No one in the history of the field has brought more intelligence, imagination, or inexhaustible fertility of invention to that theme than Vance. Even ostensible pot-boilers, such as his Planet of Adventure series, are full of vivid and richly portrayed alien societies, and bizarre and often profoundly disturbing insights into the ways in which human psychology might be altered by immersion in alien values and cultural systems. No one is better than Vance is at delivering that quintessential sense of wonder that is at the heart of science fiction, and reading him has left me a legacy of evocative images that will stay with me forever. Vance has won 2 Hugo Awards, a Nebula Award, 2 World Fantasy Awards, one the prestigious Life Achievement Award, and the Edgar Award for Best Mystery Novel. His other books include Emphyrio, one of the best novels of the late 60s, up until the disappointing ending, The Enemy, The Palace of Love, The Face, The Book of Dreams, City of the Chash, The Dirdir, The Noom, The Brave Free Men, Lioness, The Green Pearl, Trollian, Alastor 2262, Whist, Alastor 1716, and Araminta Station, among many others. His short fiction has been collected in 8 Phantasms and Magics, The Best of Jack Vance, Green Magic, Lost Moons, The Complete Magnus Ridolf, The World Between and Other Stories, The Dark Side of the Moon, and The Narrow Land. His most recent book is the novel Throy. 1. The war party from Faid Keep moved eastward across the downs, a column of 100 armored knights, 500 foot soldiers, a train of wagons. In the lead rode Lord Faid, a tall man in his early maturity, spare and cat-like, with a sallow, dyspeptic face. He sat in the ancestral car of the Faids, a boat-shaped vehicle floating 2 feet above the moss, and carried, in addition to his sword and dagger, his ancestral side weapons. An hour before sunset, a pair of scouts came racing back to the column, their club-headed horses loping like dogs. Lord Faid braked the motion of his car. Behind him, the Faid kinsmen, the lesser knights, the leather-capped foot soldiers, halted. To the rear, the baggage train and the high-wheeled wagons of the Jinx men creaked to a stop. The scouts approached at breakneck speed, at the last instant flinging their horses sidewise. Long, shaggy legs kicked out, pad-like hooves ploughed through the moss. The scouts jumped to the ground, ran forward. "The way to Ballant Keep is blocked!" Lord Faid rose in his seat, stood staring eastward over the grey-green downs. "How many knights? How many men?" "No knights, no men, Lord Faid. The first folk have planted a forest between North and South Wildwood." Lord Faid stood a moment in reflection, then seated himself, pushed the control knob. The car wheezed, jerked, moved forward. The knights touched up their horses. The foot soldiers resumed their slouching gait. At the rear, the baggage train creaked into motion, together with the 6 wagons of the Jinx men. The sun, large, pale, and faintly pink, sank in the west. North Wildwood loomed down from the left, separated from South Wildwood by an area of stony ground, only sparsely patched with moss. As the sun passed behind the horizon, the new planting became visible, a frail new growth connecting the tracts of woodland like a canal between 2 seas. Lord Faid halted his car, stepped down to the moss. He appraised the landscape, then gave the signal to make camp. The wagons were ranged in a circle, the gear unloaded. Lord Faid watched the activity for a moment, eyes sharp and critical, then turned and walked out across the downs through the lavender and green twilight. 15 miles to the east his last enemy awaited him, Lord Ballant of Ballant Keep. Contemplating tomorrow's battle, Lord Faid felt reasonably confident of the outcome. His troops had been tempered by a dozen campaigns. His kinsmen were loyal and single-hearted. Head jinxman to Faid Keep was Hein Huss, and associated with him were 3 of the most powerful jinxmen of Pangbourne, Isaac Commandore, Adam McAdam, and the remarkable Enterlin, together with their separate troops of cabalmen, spellbinders, and apprentices. Altogether an impressive assemblage. Certainly there were obstacles to be overcome. Ballant Keep was strong. Lord Ballant would fight obstinately. Anderson Grimes, the Ballant jinxman, was efficient and highly respected. There was also this nuisance of the first folk, and the new planting which closed the gap between North and South Wildwood. The first folk were a pale and feeble race, no match for human beings in single combat, but they guarded their forests with traps and deadfalls. Lord Faid cursed softly under his breath. To circle either North or South Wildwood meant a delay of 3 days, which could not be tolerated. Lord Faid returned to the camp. Fires were alight, pots bubbled, orderly rows of sleep-holes had been dug into the moss. The knights groomed their horses within the corral of wagons. Lord Faid's own tent had been erected on a hummock beside the ancient car. Lord Faid made a quick round of inspection, noting every detail, speaking no word. The jinxmen were encamped a little distance apart from the troops. The apprentices and lesser spellbinders prepared food, while the jinxmen and cabalmen worked inside their tents, arranging cabinets and cases, correcting whatever disorder had been caused by the jolting of the wagons. Lord Faid entered the tent of his head jinxman. Hein Huss was an enormous man, with arms and legs heavy as tree trunks, a torso like a barrel. His face was pink and placid, his eyes were water-clear. A stiff grey brush rose from his head, which was innocent of the cap jinxmen customarily wore against the loss of hair. Hein Huss disdained such precautions. It was his habit, showing his teeth in a face-splitting grin, to rumble, "Why should anyone hoodoo me, old Hein Huss? I am so inoffensive. Whoever tried would surely die of shame and remorse." Lord Faid found Huss busy at his cabinet. The doors stood wide, revealing hundreds of mannikins, each tied with a lock of hair, a bit of cloth, a fingernail clipping, daubed with grease, sputum, excrement, blood. Lord Faid knew well that one of these mannikins represented himself. He also knew that, should he request it, Hein Huss would deliver it without hesitation. Part of Huss's mana derived from his enormous confidence, the effortless ease of his power. He glanced at Lord Faid and read the question in his mind. "Lord Ballant did not know of the new planting. Anderson Grimes has now informed him, and Lord Ballant expects that you will be delayed. Grimes has communicated with Gisborne Keep and Castle Cloud. 300 men march tonight to reinforce Ballant Keep. They will arrive in 2 days. Lord Ballant is much elated." Lord Faid paced back and forth across the tent. "Can we cross this planting?" Hein Huss made a heavy sound of disapproval. "There are many futures. In certain of these futures you pass, in others you do not pass. I cannot ordain these futures." Lord Faid had long learned to control his impatience at what sometimes seemed to be pedantic obfuscation. He grumbled, "They are either very stupid or very bold, planting across the downs in this fashion. I cannot imagine what they intend." Hein Huss considered, then grudgingly volunteered an idea. "What if they plant west from North Wildwood to Sarrow Copse? What if they plant west from South Wildwood to Old Forest?" Lord Faid stood stock still, his eyes narrow and thoughtful. Faid Keep would be surrounded by forest. We would be imprisoned. These plantings, do they proceed? They proceed, so I have been told. What do they hope to gain? I do not know. Perhaps they hope to isolate the keeps, to rid the planet of men. Perhaps they merely want secure avenues between the forests. Lord Fayed considered. Huss's final suggestion was reasonable enough. During the first centuries of human settlement, sportive young men had hunted the first folk with clubs and lances, eventually had driven them from their native downs into the forests. Evidently they are more clever than we realize. Adam McAdam asserts that they do not think, but it seems that he is mistaken. Hein Huss shrugged. Adam McAdam equates thought to the human cerebral process. He cannot telepathize with the first folk, hence he deduced that they do not think. But I have watched them at Forest Market, and they trade intelligently enough. He raised his head, appeared to listen, then reached into his cabinet, delicately tightened a noose around the neck of one of the mannequins. From outside the tent came a sudden cough and a whooping gasp for air. Huss grinned, twitched open the noose. That is Isaac Commandore's apprentice. He hopes to complete a Hein Huss mannequin. I must say he works diligently, going so far as to touch its feet into my footprints whenever possible. Lord Fayed went to the flap of the tent. We break camp early. Be alert. I may require your help. Lord Fayed departed the tent. Hein Huss continued the ordering of the cabinet. Presently he sensed the approach of his rival, Jinxman Isaac Commandore, who coveted the office of head Jinxman with all-consuming passion. Huss closed the cabinet and hoisted himself to his feet. Commandore entered the tent, a man tall, crooked, and spindly. His wedge-shaped head was covered with coarse russet ringlets. Hot, red-brown eyes peered from under his red eyebrows. I offer my complete rights to Kyril, and will include the masks, the headdress, and amulets. Of all the demons ever contrived, he has won the widest public acceptance. To utter the name, Kyril, is to complete half the work of a possession. Kyril is a valuable property. I can give no more. But Huss shook his head. Commandore's desire was the full simulacrum of Tharan Fayed, Lord Fayed's oldest son, complete with clothes, hair, skin, eyelashes, tears, excreta, sweat, and sputum. The only one in existence, for Lord Fayed guarded his son much more jealously than he did himself. You offer convincingly, said Huss, but my own demons suffice. The name Daunt conveys fully as much terror as Kyril. I will add 5 hairs from the head of Jinxman Clarence Sears. They are the last, for he is now stark bald. Let us drop the matter. I will keep the simulacrum. As you please, said Commandore with asperity. He glanced out the flap of the tent. That blundering apprentice. He puts the feet of the mannequin backwards into your prints. Huss opened his cabinet, thumped the mannequin with his finger. From outside the tent came a grunt of surprise. Huss grinned. He is young and earnest, and perhaps he is clever, who knows? He went to the flap of the tent, called outside. Hey, Sam Salazar, what do you do? Come inside. Apprentice Sam Salazar came blinking into the tent, a thick-set youth with a round, florid face, overhung with a rather untidy mass of straw-colored hair. In one hand he carried a crude, pot-bellied mannequin, evidently intended to represent Hein Huss. You puzzle both your master and myself, said Huss. There must be method in your folly, but we fail to perceive it. For instance, this moment you place my simulacrum backwards into my track, I feel a tug on my foot, and you pay for your clumsiness. Sam Salazar showed small evidence of abashment. Jinxman Commandore is warned that we must expect to suffer for our ambitions. If your ambition is jinxmanship, Commandore declared sharply, you had best mend your ways. The lad is craftier than you know, said Hein Huss. Look now. He took the mannequin, spit into its mouth, plucked a hair from his head, thrust it into a convenient crevice. He has a Hein Huss mannequin, achieved at very small cost. Now, Apprentice Salazar, how will you hoodoo me? Naturally, I would never dare. I merely want to fill the bare spaces in my cabinet. Hein Huss nodded his approval. As good a reason as any. Of course, you own a simulacrum of Isaac Commandore. Sam Salazar glanced uneasily sidewise at Isaac Commodore. "He leaves none of his traces. If there is so much as an open bottle in the room, he breathes behind his hand."
"Ridiculous!" exclaimed Hein Huss. "Commodore, what do you fear?"
"I am conservative," said Commodore dryly. "You make a fine gesture, but some day an enemy may own that simulacrum. Then you will regret your bravado."
"Bah! My enemies are all dead, save one or two who dare not reveal themselves."
He clapped Sam Salazar a great buffet on the shoulder.
"Tomorrow, Apprentice Salazar, great things are in store for you."
"What manner of great things?"
"Honor, noble self-sacrifice. Lord Faid must beg permission to pass wildwood from the first folk, which galls him. But beg he must. Tomorrow, Sam Salazar, I will elect you to lead the way to the parley, to deflect deadfalls, scythes, and nettle traps from the more important person who follows."
Sam Salazar shook his head and drew back. "There must be others more worthy. I prefer to ride in the rear with the wagons." Commodore waved him from the tent. "You will do as ordered. Leave us. We have had enough apprentice talk." Sam Salazar departed. Commodore turned back to Hein Huss. "In connection with tomorrow's battle, Anderson Grimes is especially adept with demons. As I recall, he has developed and successfully publicized Font, who spreads sleep, Everard, a being of wrath, Dania, a force of fear. We must take care that in countering these effects we do not neutralize each other."
"True," rumbled Huss. "I have long maintained to Lord Faid that a single jinxman, the head jinxman in fact, is more effective than a group at cross purposes. But he is consumed by ambition and does not listen."
"Perhaps he wants to be sure that, should advancing years overtake the head jinxman, other equally effective jinxmen are at hand."
"The future has many paths," agreed Hein Huss. "Lord Faid is well advised to seek early for my successor, so that I may train him over the years. I plan to assess all the subsidiary jinxmen and select the most promising. Tomorrow I relegate to you the demons of Anderson Grimes."
Isaac Commodore nodded politely. "You are wise to give over responsibility. When I feel the weight of my years, I hope I may act with similar forethought. Good night, Hein Huss. I go to arrange my demon masks. Tomorrow, Kirill must walk like a giant."
"Good night, Isaac Commodore."
Commodore swept from the tent, and Huss settled himself on his stool. Sam Salazar scratched at the flap.
"Well, lad," growled Huss, "why do you loiter?"
Sam Salazar placed the Hein Huss mannequin on the table. "I have no wish to keep this doll."
"Throw it in a ditch, then."
Hein Huss spoke gruffly.
"You must stop annoying me with stupid tricks. You efficiently obtrude yourself upon my attention, but you cannot transfer from Commandore's troop without his express consent."
"If I gain his consent?"
"You will incur his enmity. He will open his cabinet against you. Unlike myself, you are vulnerable to a hoodoo. I advise you to be content. Isaac Commodore is highly skilled and can teach you much."
Sam Salazar still hesitated. "Jinxman Commodore, though skilled, is intolerant of new thoughts." Hein Huss shifted ponderously on his stool, examined Sam Salazar with his water-clear eyes.
"What new thoughts are these? Your own?"
"The thoughts are new to me, and for all I know, new to Isaac Commodore. But he will say neither yes nor no." Hein Huss sighed, settled his monumental bulk more comfortably.
"Speak, then. Describe these thoughts, and I will assess their novelty."
"First, I have wondered about trees. They are sensitive to light, to moisture, to wind, to pressure. Sensitivity implies sensation. Might a man feel into the soul of a tree for these sensations? If a tree were capable of awareness, this faculty might prove useful. A man might select trees as sentinels in strategic sites, and enter into them as he chose." Hein Huss was skeptical.
An amusing notion, but practically not feasible. The reading of minds, the act of possession, televoyance, similar interplay, requires psychic congruence as a basic condition. Their minds must be able to become identities at some particular stratum. Unless there is sympathy, there is no linkage. A tree is at opposite poles from a man. The images of tree and man are incommensurable. Hence anything more than the most trifling flicker of comprehension must be a true miracle of jinxmanship.
Sam Salazar nodded mournfully. I realized this, and at one time hoped to equip myself with the necessary identification.
To do this, you must become a vegetable. Certainly the tree will never become a man.
So I reasoned, said Sam Salazar. I went alone into a grove of trees where I chose a tall conifer. I buried my feet in the mold. I stood silent and naked, in the sunlight and the rain, at dawn, noon, dusk, midnight. I closed my mind to man-thoughts. I closed my eyes to vision, my ears to sound. I took no nourishment except from rain and sun. I sent roots forth from my feet and branches from my torso. 30 hours I stood, and 2 days later, another 30 hours, and after 2 days, another 30 hours. I made myself a tree, as nearly as possible to one of flesh and blood. Hein Huss gave the great inward gurgle which signalized his amusement.
And you achieved sympathy?
Nothing useful, Sam Salazar admitted. I felt something of the tree's sensations, the activity of light, the peace of dark, the coolness of rain. But visual and auditory experience, nothing. However, I do not regret the trial. It was a useful discipline.
An interesting effort, even if inconclusive. The idea is by no means of startling originality, but the empiricism, to use an archaic word, of your method is bold, and no doubt antagonized Isaac Comendore, who has no patience with the superstitions of our ancestors. I suspect that he harangued you against frivolity, metaphysics, and inspirationalism.
True, said Sam Salazar. He spoke at length.
You should take the lesson to heart. Isaac Comendore is sometimes unable to make the most obvious truth seem credible. However, I cite you the example of Lord Fayed, who considers himself an enlightened man, free from superstition. Still, he rides in the feeble car. He carries a pistol 1,600 years old. He relies on Hellmouth to protect Fayed Keep.
Perhaps, unconsciously, he longs for the old magical times, suggested Sam Salazar thoughtfully.
Perhaps,
agreed Hein Huss.
And you do likewise?
Sam Salazar hesitated. There is an aura of romance, a kind of wild grandeur to the old days. But of course, he added quickly, mysticism is no substitute for orthodox logic.
Naturally not, agreed Hein Huss. Now go. I must consider the events of tomorrow.
Sam Salazar departed, and Hein Huss, rumbling and groaning, hoisted himself to his feet. He went to the flap of his tent, surveyed the camp. All now was quiet. The fires were embers, the warriors lay in the pits they had cut into the moss. To the north and south spread the woodlands. Among the trees and out on the downs were faint flickering luminosities, where the first folk gathered sporopods from the moss. Hein Huss became aware of a nearby personality. He turned his head and saw approaching the shrouded form of Jinxman Enterlin, who concealed his face, who spoke only in whispers, who disguised his natural gait with a stiff, stilt-like motion. By this means he hoped to reduce his vulnerability to hostile jinxmanship. The admission carelessly let fall of failing eyesight, of stiff joints, forgetfulness, melancholy, nausea, might be of critical significance in controversy by hoodoo. Jinxmen therefore maintained the pose of absolute health and virility, even though they must grope blindly or limp doubled up from cramps. Hein Huss called out to Enterlin, lifted back the flap to the tent. Enterlin entered. Huss went to the cabinet, brought forth a flask, poured liquor into a pair of stone cups.
A cordial only, free of covert significance.
Good, whispered Entelin, selecting the cup farthest from him. "After all, we jinxmen must relax into the guise of men from time to time." Turning his back on Huss, he introduced the cup through the folds of his hood, drank. "Refreshing," he whispered. "We need refreshment. Tomorrow we must work." Huss issued his reverberating chuckle.
"Tomorrow Isaac Commodores matches demons with Anderson Grimes. We others perform only subsidiary duties."
Entelin seemed to make a quizzical inspection of Hein Huss through the black gauze before his eyes. "Commodore will relish this opportunity. His vehemence oppresses me, and his is a power which feeds on success. He is a man of fire. You are a man of ice."
"Ice quenches fire."
"Fire sometimes melts ice."
Hein Huss shrugged. "No matter. I grow weary. Time has passed all of us by. Only a moment ago a young apprentice showed me to myself."
"As a powerful jinxman, as head jinxman to the Faids, you have cause for pride."
Hein Huss drained the stone cup, set it aside. "No. I see myself at the top of my profession, with nowhere else to go. Only Sam Salazar the apprentice thinks to search for more universal law. He comes to me for counsel, and I do not know what to tell him."
Strange talk," whispered Entelin. He moved to the flap of the tent. "I go now," he whispered. "I go to walk on the downs. Perhaps I will see the future."
"There are many futures."
Entelin rustled away and was lost in the dark. Hein Huss groaned and grumbled, then took himself to his couch, where he instantly fell asleep. 2. The night passed. The sun, flickering with films of pink and green, lifted over the horizon. The new planting of the first folk was silhouetted, a sparse stubble of saplings, against the green and lavender sky. The troops broke camp with practised efficiency. Lord Faid marched to his car, leaped within. The machine sagged under his weight. He pushed a button. The car drifted forward, heavy as a waterlogged timber. A mile from the new planting he halted, sent a messenger back to the wagons of the jinxmen. Hein Huss walked ponderously forward, followed by Isaac Commodore, Adam McAdam, and Entelin. Lord Faid spoke to Hein Huss.
"Send someone to speak to the first folk. Inform them we wish to pass, offering them no harm, but that we will react savagely to any hostility." "I will go myself," said Hein Huss.
He turned to Commodore.
"Lend me, if you will, your brash young apprentice. I can put him to good use."
"If he unmasks a nettle trap by blundering into it, his first useful deed will be done," said Commodore. He signalled to Sam Salazar, who came reluctantly forward. "Walk in front of head jinxman Hein Huss, that he may encounter no traps or scythes. Take a staff to probe the moss." Without enthusiasm, Sam Salazar borrowed a lance from one of the foot soldiers. He and Huss set forth, along the low rise that previously had separated North from South Wildwood. Occasionally outcroppings of stone penetrated the cover of moss. Here and there grew bayberry trees, clumps of tar plant, ginger tea, and rosewort. A half-mile from the planting, Huss halted.
"Now take care, for here the traps will begin. Walk clear of hummocks. These often conceal swing scythes. Avoid moss, which shows a pale blue. It is dying or sickly, and may cover a deadfall or a nettle trap."
"Why cannot you locate the traps by clairvoyance?" asked Sam Salazar in a rather sullen voice. "It appears an excellent occasion for the use of these faculties."
"The question is natural," said Hein Huss with composure. "However, you must know that when a jinxman's own profit or security is at stake, his emotions play tricks on him. I would see traps everywhere, and would never know whether clairvoyance or fear prompted me. In this case, that lance is a more reliable instrument than my mind."
Sam Salazar made a salute of understanding and set forth, with Hein Huss stumping behind him. At first he prodded with care, uncovering 2 traps, then advanced more jauntily, so swiftly indeed that Huss called out in exasperation, "Caution, unless you court death!" Sam Salazar obligingly slowed his pace. "There are traps all around us, but I detect the pattern, or so I believe."
"Aha, you do. Reveal it to me, if you will. I am only head jinxman and ignorant."
"Notice, if we walk where the spore pods have recently been harvested, then we are secure." Hein Huss grunted.
"Forward, then. Why do you dally? We must do battle at Ballant Keep today."
200 yards farther, Sam Salazar stopped short.
"Go on, boy, go on," grumbled
Hein Huss. "The savages threaten us. You can see them just inside the planting. They hold tubes which they point toward us." Hein Huss peered, then raised his head and called out in the sibilant language of the first folk. A moment or two passed, then one of the creatures came forth, a naked humanoid figure, ugly as a demon mask. Foam sacks bulged under its arms, orange-lipped foam vents pointed forward. Its back was wrinkled and loose, the skin serving as a bellows to blow air through the foam sacks. The fingers of the enormous hands ended in chisel-shaped blades. The head was sheathed in chitin. Billion-faceted eyes swelled from either side of the head, glowing like black opals, merging without definite limit into the chitin. This was a representative of the original inhabitants of the planet, who, until the coming of man, had inhabited the downs, burrowing in the moss, protecting themselves behind masses of foam exuded from the underarm sacks. The creature wandered close, halted.
"I speak for Lord Faid of Faid Keep," said Huss. "Your planting bars his way. He wishes that you guide him through, so that his men do not damage the trees or spring the traps you have set against your enemies."
"Men are our enemies," responded the autochthon. "You may spring as many traps as you care to. That is their purpose."
It backed away.
"One moment," said Hein Huss sternly. "Lord Faid must pass. He goes to battle Lord Ballant. He does not wish to battle the first folk. Therefore it is wise to guide him across the planting without hindrance."
The creature considered a second or two.
"I will guide him."
He stalked across the moss toward the war party. Behind followed Hein Huss and Sam Salazar. The autochthon, legs articulated more flexibly than a man's, seemed to weave and wander, occasionally pausing to study the ground ahead. "I am puzzled," Sam Salazar told Hein Huss. "I cannot understand the creature's actions."
"Small wonder," grunted Hein Huss. "He is one of the first folk. You are human. There is no basis for understanding."
"I disagree," said Sam Salazar seriously.
"Huh?"
Hein Huss inspected the apprentice with vast disapproval.
"You engage in contention with me, head jinxman Hein Huss?"
"Only in a limited sense," said Sam Salazar. "I see a basis for understanding with the first folk in our common ambition to survive."
"A truism," grumbled Hein Huss. "Granting this community of interests with the first folk, what is your perplexity?"
"The fact that it first refused, then agreed to conduct us across the planting."
Hein Huss nodded. "Evidently the information which intervened, that we go to fight at Ballant Keep, occasioned the change."
"This is clear," said Sam Salazar. "But think—"
"You exhort me to think?" roared Hein Huss.
"Here is one of the first folk, apparently without distinction, who makes an important decision instantly. Is he one of their leaders? Do they live in anarchy?"
"It is easy to put questions," Hein Huss said gruffly. "It is not as easy to answer them.
In short,
I do not know. In any event, they are pleased to see us killing one another."
3. The passage through the planting was made without incident. A mile to the east the autochthon stepped aside, and without formality returned to the forest. The war party, which had been marching in single file, regrouped into its usual formation. Lord Faid called Hein Huss and made the unusual gesture of inviting him up into the seat beside him. The ancient car dipped and sagged. The power mechanism whined and chattered. Lord Faid, in high good spirits, ignored the noise.
"I feared that we might be forced into a time-consuming wrangle. What of Lord Ballant? Can you read his thoughts?"
Hein Huss cast his mind forth.
"Not clearly. He knows of our passage. He is disturbed."
Lord Faid laughed sardonically.
"For excellent reasons. Listen now. I will explain the plan of battle so that all may coordinate their efforts. Very well. We approach in a wide line. Balanced great weapon is, of course, Volcano. A decoy must wear my armor and ride in the lead. The yellow-haired apprentice is perhaps the most expendable member of the party. In this way we will learn the potentialities of Volcano. Like our own Hellmouth, it was built to repel vessels from space and cannot command the ground immediately under the keep. Therefore, we will advance in dispersed formation to regroup 200 yards from the keep. At this point, the Jinxmen will impel Lord Ballant forth from the keep. You no doubt have made plans to this end?
Hindhuss gruffly admitted that such was the case. Like other Jinxmen, he enjoyed the pose that his power sufficed for extemporaneous control of any situation. Lord Faid was in no mood for niceties, and pressed for further information. Grudging each word, Hindhuss disclosed his arrangements.
I have prepared certain influences to discomfit the Ballant defenders and drive them forth. Jinxman Enterlin will sit at his cabinet, ready to retaliate if Lord Ballant orders a spell against you. Anderson Grimes undoubtedly will cast a demon, probably Everard, into the Ballant warriors. In return, Jinxman Commandori will possess an equal or a greater number of Faid warriors with the demon Keebrel, who is even more ghastly and horrifying.
Good. What more?
There is need for no more if your men fight well.
Can you see the future? How does today end?
There are many futures. Certain Jinxmen, Enterlin, for instance, profess to see the thread which leads through the maze. They are seldom correct.
Call Enterlin here.
Hindhuss rumbled his disapproval. Unwise if you desire victory over Ballant Keep.
Lord Faid inspected the massive Jinxman from under his black saturnine brows. Why do you say this?
If Enterlin foretells defeat, you will be dispirited and fight poorly. If he predicts victory, you become overconfident and likewise fight poorly.
Lord Faid made a petulant gesture.
The Jinxmen are loud in their boasts until the test is made. Then they always find reasons to retract to qualify.
Ha! barked Hindhuss.
You expect miracles, not honest Jinxmanship. I spit, he spat. I predict that the spittle will strike the moss. The probabilities are high, but an insect might fly in the way. One of the first folk might raise through the moss. The chances are slight. In the next instant there is only one future. A minute hence there are 4 futures. 5 minutes hence 20 futures. 1 billion futures could not express all the possibilities of tomorrow. Of these billions, certain are more probable than others. It is true that these probable futures sometimes send a delicate influence into the Jinxman's brain, but unless he is completely impersonal and disinterested, his own desires overwhelm this influence. Enterlin is a strange man. He hides himself. He has no appetites. Occasionally his auguries are exact. Nevertheless, I advise against consulting him. You do better to rely on the practical and real uses of Jinxmanship.
Lord Faid said nothing. The column had been marching along the bottom of a low swale. The car had been sliding easily down slope. Now they came to a rise, and the power mechanism complained so vigorously that Lord Faid was compelled to stop the car. He considered.
Once over the crest, we will be in view of Ballant Keep. Now we must disperse. Send the least valuable man in your troop forward, the apprentice who tested out the moss. He must wear my helmet and corselet and ride in the car.
Hindhuss alighted, returned to the wagons, and presently Sam Salazar came forward. Lord Faid eyed the round, florid face with distaste.
"Come close," he said crisply.
Sam Salazar obeyed.
"You will now ride in my place," said Lord Faid. "Notice carefully. This rod impels a forward motion. This arm steers, to right, to left. To stop, return the rod to its first position."
Sam Salazar pointed to some of the other arms, toggles, switches, and buttons. "What of these?"
"They are never used."
"And these dials, what is their meaning?"
Lord Faid curled his lip on the brink of one of his quick furies.
"Since their use is unimportant to me, it is 20 times unimportant to you. Now, put this cap on your head and this helmet. See to it that you do not sweat."
Sam Salazar gingerly settled the magnificent black and green crest of Faid on his head, with a cloth cap underneath.
"Now this corselet."
The corselet was constructed of green and black metal sequins, with a pair of scarlet dragon heads at either side of the breast.
"Now the cloak."
Lord Faid flung the black cloak over Sam Salazar's shoulders.
Do not venture too close to Ballant Keep. Your purpose is to attract the fire of volcano. Maintain a lateral motion around the keep outside of dart range. If you are killed by a dart, the whole purpose of the deception is thwarted."
"You prefer me to be killed by volcano?" inquired Sam Salazar.
"No, I wish to preserve the car and the crest. These are relics of great value. Evade destruction by all means possible. The ruse probably will deceive no one, but if it does, and if it draws the fire of volcano, I must sacrifice the Faid car. Now, sit in my place."
Sam Salazar climbed into the car, settled himself on the seat.
"Sit straight!" roared Lord Faid. "Hold your head up! You are simulating Lord Faid! You must not appear to slink!"
Sam Salazar heaved himself erect in the seat. "To simulate Lord Faid most effectively, I should walk among the warriors, with someone else riding in the car." Lord Faid glared, then grinned sourly.
"No matter. Do as I have commanded."
4. 1,600 years before, with war raging through space, a group of space captains, their home bases destroyed, had taken refuge on Pangbourne. To protect themselves against vengeful enemies, they built great forts armed with weapons from the dismantled spaceships. The wars receded. Pangbourne was forgotten. The newcomers drove the first folk into the forests, planted and harvested the river valleys. Ballant Keep, like Faid Keep, Castle Cloud, Boghoton, and the rest, overlooked one of these valleys. 4 squat towers of a dense black substance supported an enormous parasol roof, and were joined by walls 2/3 as high as the towers. At the peak of the roof a cupola housed volcano, the weapon corresponding to Faid's hellmouth. The Faid war party advancing over the rise found the great gates already secure, the parapets between the towers thronged with bowmen. According to Lord Faid's strategy, the war party advanced on a broad front. At the center rode Sam Salazar, resplendent in Lord Faid's armor. He made, however, small effort to simulate Lord Faid. Rather than sitting proudly erect, he crouched at the side of the seat, the crest canted at an angle. Lord Faid watched with disgust. Apprentice Salazar's reluctance to be demolished was understandable. If his impersonation failed to convince Lord Ballant, at least the Faid ancestral car might be spared. For a certainty, Volcano was being manned. The Ballant weapon tender could be seen in the cupola, and the snout protruded at a menacing angle. Apparently, the tactic of dispersal, offering no single tempting target, was effective. The Faid war party advanced quickly to a point 200 yards from the keep, below Volcano's effective field, without drawing fire. First the knights, then the foot soldiers, then the rumbling wagons of the magicians. The slow-moving Faid car was far outdistanced. Any doubt as to the nature of the ruse must now be extinguished. Apprentice Salazar, disliking the isolation and hoping to increase the speed of the car, twisted one of the other switches, then another. From under the floor came a thin screeching sound. The car quivered and began to rise. Sam Salazar peered over the side, threw out a leg to jump. Lord Faid ran forward, gesturing and shouting. Sam Salazar hastily drew back his leg, returned the switches to their previous condition. The car dropped like a rock. He snapped the switches up again, cushioning the fall. "Get out of that car!" roared Lord Faid. He snatched away the helmet, dealt Sam Salazar a buffet which toppled him head over heels. "Out of the armor! Back to your duties!" Sam Salazar hurried to the Jinxman's wagons, where he helped erect Isaac Comandori's black tent. Inside the tent a black carpet with red and yellow patterns was laid. Comandori's cabinet, his chair, and his chest were carried in, and incense set burning in a censer. Directly in front of the main gate, Hein Huss superintended the assembly of a rolling stage, 40 feet tall and 60 feet long, the surface concealed from Ballant Keep by a tarpaulin. Meanwhile, Lord Faid had dispatched an emissary, enjoining Lord Ballant to surrender. Lord Ballant delayed his response, hoping to delay the attack as long as possible. If he could maintain himself a day and a half, reinforcements from Gisborne Keep and Castle Cloud might force Lord Faid to retreat. Lord Faid waited only until the Jinxmen had completed their preparations, then sent another messenger, offering 2 more minutes in which to surrender. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes. The envoys turned on their heels, marched back to the camp. Lord Faid spoke to Hein Huss,
You are prepared? I am prepared, rumbled Hind-Huss. Drive them forth.
Huss raised his arm. The tarpaulin dropped from the face of his great display to reveal a painted representation of Ballant Keep. Huss retired to his tent and pulled the flaps together. Braziers burnt fiercely, illuminating the faces of Adam McAdam, 8 cabalmen, and 6 of the most advanced spellbinders. Each worked at a bench supporting several dozen dolls and a small glowing brazier. The cabalmen and spellbinders worked with dolls representing Ballant men-at-arms. Huss and Adam McAdam employed simulacra of the Ballant knights. Lord Ballant would not be hoodooed unless he ordered a jinx against Lord Faid, a courtesy the keep lords extended each other. Huss called out, "Sebastian!" Sebastian, one of Huss's spellbinders, waiting at the flap to the tent, replied, "Ready, sir." "Begin the display." Sebastian ran to the stage, struck fire to a fuse. Watchers inside Ballant Keep saw the depicted keep take fire. Flame erupted from the windows. The roof glowed and crumbled. Inside the tent, the 2 jinxmen, the cabalmen, and the spellbinders methodically took dolls, dipped them into the heat of the braziers, concentrating, reaching out for the mind of the man whose doll they burnt. Within the keep, men became uneasy. Many began to imagine burning sensations, which became more severe as their minds grew more sensitive to the idea of fire. Lord Ballant noted the uneasiness. He signalled to his chief jinxman, Anderson Grimes. "Begin the counterspell." Down the front of the keep unrolled a display even larger than Hind-Huss's, depicting a hideous beast. It stood on 4 legs and was shown picking up 2 men in a pair of hands, biting off their heads. Grimes's cabalmen, meanwhile, took up dolls representing the Faid warriors, inserted them into the models of the depicted beast, and closed the hinged jaws, all the while projecting ideas of fear and disgust. And the Faid warriors, staring at the depicted monster, felt a sense of horror and weakness. Inside Huss's tent, censers and braziers reeked and dolls smoked. Eyes stared, brows glistened. From time to time one of the workers gasped, signaling the entry of his projection into an enemy mind. Within the keep, warriors began to mutter, to slap at burning skin, to eye each other fearfully, noting each other's symptoms. Finally one cried out and tore at his armor. "I burn! The cursed witches burn me!" His pain aggravated the discomfort of the others. There was a growing sound throughout the keep. Lord Ballant's oldest son, his mind penetrated by Hind-Huss himself, struck his shield with his mailed fist. "They burn me! They burn us all! Better to fight than burn!" "Fight! Fight!" came the voices of the tormented men. Lord Ballant looked around at the twisted faces, some displaying blisters, scald marks. "Our own spell terrifies them. Wait yet a moment," he pleaded. His brother called hoarsely, "It is not your belly that Hind-Huss toasts in the flames, it is mine. We cannot win a battle of hoodoos. We must win a battle of arms." Lord Ballant cried desperately, "Wait! Our own effects are working. They will flee in terror. Wait! Wait!" His cousin tore off his corselet. "It's Hind-Huss! I feel him! My legs in the fire, the devil laughs at me. Next my head, he says. Fight, or I go forth to fight alone." "Very well," said Lord Ballant in a fateful voice. "We go forth to fight. First the beast goes forth, then we follow and smite them in their terror." The gates to the keep swung suddenly wide. Out sprang what appeared to be the depicted monster, legs moving, arms waving, eyes rolling, issuing evil sounds. Normally the Faid warriors would have seen the monster for what it was, a model carried on the backs of 3 horses. But their minds had been influenced. They had been infected with horror. They drew back with arms hanging flaccid. From behind the monster the Ballant knights galloped, followed by the Ballant foot soldiers. The charge gathered momentum, tore into the Faid centre. Lord Faid bellowed orders. Discipline asserted itself. The Faid knights disengaged, divided into 3 platoons, and engulfed the Ballant charge, while the foot soldiers poured darts into the advancing ranks. There was the clatter and surge of battle. Lord Ballant, seeing that his sally had failed to overwhelm the Faid forces, and thinking to conserve his own forces, ordered a retreat. In Goror, the Ballant warriors began to back up toward the keep. The Faid knights held close contact, hoping to win to the courtyard. Close behind came a heavily loaded wagon pushed by armored horses, to be wedged against the gate. Lord Faid called an order. A reserve platoon of 10 knights charged from the side, thrust behind the main body of Ballant horsemen, rode through the foot soldiers, fought into the keep, cut down the gate tenders. Lord Ballant bellowed to Anderson Grimes,
They have one inside. Quick with your cursed demon. If he can help us, let him do so now.
Demon possession is not a matter of an instant, muttered the jinxman. I need time.
You have no time. 10 minutes and we're all dead.
I will do my best. Everard, Everard, come swift. He hastened into his workroom, donned his demon mask, tossed handful after handful of incense into the brazier. Against one wall stood a great form, black, slit-eyed, noseless. Great white fangs hung from its upper palate. It stood on heavy bent legs, arms reached forward to grasp. Anderson Grimes swallowed a cup of syrup, paced slowly back and forth. A moment passed.
"Grimes!" came Ballant's call from outside. "Grimes!"
A voice spoke. "Enter without fear." Lord Ballant, carrying his ancestral sidearm, entered. He drew back with an involuntary sound. "Grimes!" he whispered. "Grimes is not here," said the voice. "I am here. Enter." Lord Ballant came forward stiff-legged. The room was dark, except for the feeble glimmer of the brazier. Anderson Grimes crouched in a corner, head bowed under his demon mask. The shadows twisted and pulsed with shapes and faces, forms struggling to become solid. The black image seemed to vibrate with life. "Bring in your warriors," said the voice. "Bring them in 5 at a time. Bid them look only at the floor until commanded to raise their eyes." Lord Ballant retreated. There was no sound in the room. A moment passed. Then 5 limp and exhausted warriors filed into the room, eyes low. "Look slowly up," said the voice. "Look at the orange fire. Breathe deeply. Then look at me. I am Everard, demon of hate. Look at me. Who am I?" "You are Everard, demon of hate," quavered the warriors. "I stand all around you in a dozen forms. I come closer. Where am I?" "You are close." "Now I am you. We are together." There was a sudden quiver of motion. The warriors stood straighter, their faces distorted. "Go forth," said the voice. "Go quietly into the court. In a few minutes we march forth to slay." The 5 stalked forth. 5 more entered. Outside the wall, the Ballant knights had retreated as far as the gate. Within, 7 Faid knights still survived, and with their backs to the wall held the Ballant warriors away from the gate mechanism. In the Faid camp, Huss called to Commandore, "Everard is walking. Bring forth Kirill."
"Send the men," came Commandore's voice, low and harsh. "Send the men to me. I am Kirill."
Within the keep, 20 warriors came marching into the courtyard. Their steps were cautious, tentative, slow. Their faces had lost individuality. They were twisted and distorted, curiously alike. "Bewitched," whispered the Ballant soldiers, drawing back. The 7 Faid knights watched with sudden fright, but the 20 warriors, paying them no heed, marched out the gate. The Ballant knights parted. For an instant there was a lull in the fighting. The 20 sprang like tigers. Their swords glistened, twinkling in water-bright arcs. They crouched, jerked, jumped. Faid arms, legs, heads were hewed off. The 20 were cut and battered, but the blows seemed to have no effect. The Faid attack faltered, collapsed. The knights, whose armor was no protection against the demoniac swords, retreated. The 20 possessed warriors raced out into the open toward the foot soldiers, running with great strides, slashing and rending. The Faid foot soldiers fought for a moment. Then they too gave way and turned to flee. From behind Commandore's tent appeared 30 Faid warriors, marching stiffly, slowly. Like the Ballant 20, their faces were alike, but between the Everard-possessed and the Kirill-possessed was the difference between the face of Everard and the face of Kirill. Kirill and Everard fought, using the men as weapons, without fear, retreat, or mercy. Hack, chop, cut. Arms, legs, sundered torsos. Bodies fought headless for moments before collapsing. Only when a body was minced, hacked to bits, did the demoniac vitality depart. Presently there were no more men of Everard, and only 15 men of Kirill. These hopped and limped and tumbled toward the keep where Faid knights still held the gate. The Ballant knights met them in despair, knowing that now was the decisive moment.
Leaping, leering from chopped faces, slashing from tireless arms, the warriors cut a hole into the iron. The Faid knights, roaring victory cries, plunged after. Into the courtyard surged the battle, and now there was no longer doubt of the outcome. Ballant Keep was taken. Back in his tent, Isaac Commodore took a deep breath, shuddered, flung down his demon mask. In the courtyard, the 12 remaining warriors dropped in their tracks, twitched, gasped, gushed blood, and died. Lord Ballant, in the last gallant act of a gallant life, marched forth brandishing his ancestral sidearm. He aimed across the bloody field at Lord Faid, pulled the trigger. The weapon spewed a brief gout of light. Lord Faid's skin prickled, and hair rose from his head. The weapon crackled, turned cherry red, and melted. Lord Ballant threw down the weapon, drew his sword, marched forth to challenge Lord Faid. Lord Faid, disinclined to unnecessary combat, signalled to his soldiers. A flight of darts ended Lord Ballant's life, saving him the discomfort of formal execution. There was no further resistance. The Ballant defenders threw down their arms and marched grimly out to kneel before Lord Faid, while inside the keep the Ballant women gave themselves to mourning and grief. 5. Lord Faid had no wish to linger at Ballant Keep, for he took no relish in his victories. Inevitably 1,000 decisions had to be made. 6 of the closest Ballant kinsmen were summarily stabbed, and the title declared defunct. Others of the clan were offered a choice, an oath of lifelong fealty together with a moderate ransom, or death. Eyes blazing hate, 2 chose death, and were stabbed. Lord Faid had now achieved his ambition. For over 1,000 years the keep lords had struggled for power, now one, now another gaining ascendancy. None before had ever extended his authority across the entire continent, which meant control of the planet, since all other land was either sun-parched rock or eternal ice. Ballant Keep had long thwarted Lord Faid's drive to power. Now success, total and absolute. It still remained to chastise the lords of Castle Cloud and Gisborne, both of whom, seeing opportunity to overwhelm Lord Faid, had ranged themselves behind Lord Ballant. But these were matters that might well be assigned to Hein Huss. Lord Faid, for the first time in his life, felt a trace of uncertainty. Now what? No real adversaries remained. The first folk must be whipped back, but here was no great problem. They were numerous, but no more than savages. He knew that dissatisfaction and controversy would ultimately arise among his kinsmen and allies. Inaction and boredom would breed irritability. Idle minds would calculate the pros and cons of mischief. Even the most loyal would remember the campaigns with nostalgia and long for the excitement, the release, the license of warfare. Somehow he must find means to absorb the energy of so many active and keyed-up men. How and where? This was the problem. The construction of roads? New farmland claimed from the downs? Yearly tournaments at arms? Lord Faid frowned at the inadequacy of his solutions, but his imagination was impoverished by the lack of tradition. The original settlers of Pangbourne had been warriors and had brought with them a certain amount of practical rule-of-thumb knowledge, but little else. The tales they passed down the generations described the great spaceships which moved with magic speed and certainty, the miraculous weapons, the wars in the void, but told nothing of human history or civilized achievement. And so Lord Faid, full of power and success, but with no goal toward which to turn his strength, felt more morose and saturnine than ever. He gloomily inspected the spoils from Ballant Keep. They were of no great interest to him. Ballant's ancestral car was no longer used, but displayed behind a glass case. He inspected the weapon Volcano, but this could not be moved. In any event, it was useless, its magic lost forever. Lord Faid now knew that Lord Ballant had ordered it turned against the Faid car, but that it had refused to spew its vaunted fire. Lord Faid saw with disdainful amusement that Volcano had been sadly neglected. Corrosion had pitted the metal, careless cleaning had twisted the exterior tubing, undoubtedly diminishing the potency of the magic. No such neglect at Faid Keep. Jambart, the weapon-tender, cherished Hellmouth with absolute devotion.
Elsewhere were other ancient devices, interesting but useless, the same sort of curios that cluttered shelves and cases at Faid Keep. Peculiar, these ancient men, thought Lord Faid, at once so clever, yet so primitive and impractical. Conditions had changed. There had been enormous advances since the Dark Ages 1600 years ago. For instance, the ancients had used intricate fetishes of metal and glass to communicate with each other. Lord Faid need merely voice his needs. Hein Huss could project his mind 100 miles to see, to hear, to relay Lord Faid's words. The ancients had contrived dozens of such objects, but the old magic had worn away, and they never seemed to function. Lord Ballant's sidearm had melted after merely stinging Lord Faid. Imagine a troop armed thus, trying to cope with a platoon of demon-possessed warriors. Slaughter of the innocents. Among the Ballant trove, Lord Faid noted a dozen old books and several reels of microfilm. The books were worthless, page after page of incomprehensible jargon. The microfilm was equally undecipherable. Again Lord Faid wondered skeptically about the ancients. Clever, of course, but to look at the hard facts, they were little more advanced than the first folk. Neither had facility with telepathy or voyance or demon command. And the magic of the ancients, might there not be a great deal of exaggeration in the legends? Volcano, for instance. A joke. Lord Faid wondered about his own Hellmouth. But no, surely Hellmouth was more trustworthy. Jambart cleaned and polished the weapon daily and washed the entire cupola with vintage wine every month. If human care could induce faithfulness, then Hellmouth was ready to defend Faid Keep. Now there was no longer need for defense. Faid was supreme. Considering the future, Lord Faid made a decision. There should no longer be Keep Lords Unpangborn. He would abolish the appellation. Habitancy of the keeps would gradually be transferred to trusted bailiffs on a yearly basis. The former lords would be moved to comfortable but indefensible manor houses, with the maintenance of private troops forbidden. Naturally, there must be allowed jinxmen, but these would be made accountable to himself, perhaps through some sort of licensing provision. He must discuss the matter with Hein Huss. A matter for the future, however. Now he merely wished to settle affairs and return to Faid Keep. There was little more to be done. The surviving Ballant kinsmen he sent to their homes after Huss had impregnated fresh dolls with their essences. Should they default on their ransoms, a twinge of fire, a few stomach cramps, would more than set them right. Ballant Keep itself Lord Faid would have liked to burn. But the material of the ancients was proof to fire. But in order to discourage any new pretenders to the Ballant heritage, Lord Faid ordered all the heirlooms and relics brought forth into the courtyard, and then, one at a time, in order of rank, he bade his men choose. Thus the Ballant wealth was distributed. Even the jinxmen were invited to choose, but they despised the ancient trinkets as works of witless superstition. The lesser spellbinders and apprentices rummaged through the leavings, occasionally finding an overlooked bauble or some anomalous implement. Isaac Commandore was irritated to find Sam Salazar staggering under a load of the ancient books. "And what is your purpose with these?" he barked. "Why do you burden yourself with rubbish?" Sam Salazar hung his head. "I have no definite purpose. Undoubtedly there was wisdom, or at least knowledge, among the ancients. Perhaps I can use these symbols of knowledge to sharpen my own understanding." Commandore threw up his hands in disgust. He turned to Hein Huss, who stood nearby. "First he fancies himself a tree and stands in the mud. Now he thinks to learn jinxmanship through a study of ancient symbols." Huss shrugged. "They were men like ourselves, and though limited, they were not entirely obtuse. A certain simian cleverness is required to fabricate these objects." "Simian cleverness is no substitute for sound jinxmanship," retorted Isaac Commandore. "This is a point hard to overemphasize. I have drummed it into Salazar's head 100 times, and now look at him." Huss grunted noncommittally. "I fail to understand what he hopes to achieve." Sam Salazar tried to explain, fumbling for words to express an idea that did not exist. "I thought perhaps to decipher the writing, if only to understand what the ancients thought, and perhaps to learn how to perform one or two of their tricks." Commandore rolled up his eyes.
What enemy bewitched me when I consented to take you as apprentice? I can cast 20 hoodoos in an hour, more than any of the ancients could achieve in a lifetime.
Nevertheless, said Sam Salazar, I notice that Lord Faid rides in his ancestral car, and that Lord Ballant sought to kill us all with Volcano.
I notice, said Commodore with feral softness, that my demon Kirill conquered Lord Ballant's Volcano, and that riding on my wagon I can outdistance Lord Faid in his car.
Sam Salazar thought better of arguing further. True, Jinxman Commodore, very true. I stand corrected.
Then discard that rubbish and make yourself useful. We return to Faid Keep in the morning.
As you wish, Jinxman Commodore. Sam Salazar threw the books back into the trash. 6. The Ballant clan had been dispersed. Ballant Keep was despoiled. Lord Faid and his men banqueted sombrely in the great hall, tended by silent Ballant servitors. Ballant Keep had been built on the same splendid scale as Faid Keep. The great hall was 100 feet long, 50 feet wide, 50 feet high, panelled in planks sawn from pale native hardwood, rubbed and waxed to a rich honey colour. Enormous black beams supported the ceiling. From these hung candelabra, intricate contrivances of green, purple, and blue glass, knotted with ancient but still bright light motes. On the far wall hung portraits of all the lords of Ballant Keep. 105 grave faces in a variety of costumes. Below, a genealogical chart 10 feet high detailed the descent of the Ballants and their connections with the other noble clans. Now there was a desolate air to the hall, and the 105 dead faces were meaningless and empty. Lord Faid dined without joy, and cast dour side glances at those of his kinsmen who revelled too gladly. Lord Ballant, he thought, had conducted himself only as he himself might have done under the same circumstances. Coarse exultation seemed in poor taste, almost as if it were disrespect for Lord Faid himself. His followers were quick to catch his mood, and the banquet proceeded with greater decorum. The Jinxmen sat apart in a smaller room to the side. Anderson Grimes, erstwhile Ballant head Jinxman, sat beside Hein Huss, trying to put a good face on his defeat. After all, he had performed creditably against 4 powerful adversaries, and there was no cause to feel a diminution of mana. The 5 Jinxmen discussed the battle, while the Cabal men and spellbinders listened respectfully. The conduct of the demon-possessed troops occasioned the most discussion. Anderson Grimes readily admitted that his conception of Everard was a force absolutely brutal and blunt, terrifying in its indomitable vigor. The other Jinxmen agreed that he undoubtedly succeeded in projecting these qualities. Hein Huss, however, pointed out that Isaac Commandore's Kirill, as cruel and vigorous as Everard, also combined a measure of crafty malice which tended to make the possessed soldier a more effective weapon. Anderson Grimes allowed that this might well be the case, and that, in fact, he had been considering such an augmentation of Everard's characteristics.
To my mind, said Huss, the most effective demon should be swift enough to avoid the strokes of the brute demons, such as Kirill and Everard. I cite my own Daunt as example. A Daunt-possessed warrior can easily destroy a Kirill or an Everard simply through his agility. In an encounter of this sort, the Kirills and Everards presently lose their capacity to terrify, and thus half the effect is lost.
Isaac Commandore pierced Huss with a hot russet glance.
You state a presumption as if it were fact. I have formulated Kirill with sufficient craft to counter any such displays of speed. I firmly believe Kirill to be the most fearsome of all demons.
It may well be,
rumbled Hein Huss thoughtfully. He beckoned to a steward, gave instructions. The steward reduced the light a trifle.
Behold, said Hein Huss, there is Daunt. He comes to join the banquet.
At the side of the room loomed the tiger-striped Daunt, a creature constructed of resilient metal, with 4 terrible arms and a squat black head which seemed all gaping jaw.
Look,
came the husky voice of Isaac Commandore.
There is Kirill.
Kirill was rather more humanoid and armed with a cutlass. Dot spied Kirill. The jaws gaped wider. It sprang to the attack. The battle was a thing of horror. The two demons rolled, twisted, bit, frothed, uttered soundless shrieks, tore each other apart. Suddenly Dot sprang away, circled Kirill with dizzying speed, faster, became a blur, a wild coruscation of colors that seemed to give off a high-pitched wailing sound, rising higher and higher in pitch. Kirill hacked brutally with his cutlass, then seemed to grow feeble and wan. The light that once had been Dot blazed white, exploded in a mental shriek. Kirill was gone, and Isaac Commandore lay moaning. Hein Huss drew a deep breath, wiped his face, looked about him with a complacent grin. The entire company sat rigid as stones, staring, all except the apprentice Sam Salazar, who met Hein Huss's glance with a cheerful smile.
"So,"
growled Huss, panting from his exertion,
"you consider yourself superior to the illusion? You sit and smirk at one of Hein Huss's best efforts."
No, cried Sam Salazar. "I mean no disrespect. I want to learn, so I watched you rather than the demons. What could they teach me? Nothing."
"Ah," said Huss, mollified. "And what did you learn?"
"Likewise nothing," said Sam Salazar. "But at least I do not sit like a fish." Commandore's voice came soft but crackling with wrath. "You see in me the resemblance to a fish." "I accept you, Jinxman Commandore, naturally," Sam Salazar explained. "Please go to my cabinet, Apprentice Salazar, and fetch me the doll that is your likeness. The steward will bring a basin of water, and we shall have some sport. With your knowledge of fish, you perhaps can breathe under water. If not, you may suffocate." "I prefer not, Jinxman Commandore," said Sam Salazar. "In fact, with your permission, I now resign your service." Commandore motioned to one of his cabalmen. "Fetch me the Salazar doll. Since he is no longer my apprentice, it is likely indeed that he will suffocate."
"Come now, Commandore," said Hein Huss gruffly. "Do not torment the lad. He is innocent and a trifle addled. Let this be an occasion of placidity and ease."
"Certainly, Hein Huss," said Commandore. "Why not? There is ample time in which to discipline this upstart." "Jinxman Huss," said Sam Salazar, "since I am now relieved of my duties to Jinxman Commandore, perhaps you will accept me into your service." Hein Huss made a noise of vast distaste.
"You are not my responsibility."
"There are many futures, Hein Huss," said Sam Salazar. "You have said as much yourself." Hein Huss looked at Sam Salazar with his water-clear eyes.
"Yes, there are many futures. And I think that tonight sees the full amplitude of jinxmanship. I think that never again will such power and skill gather at the same table. We shall die one by one, and there shall be none to fill our shoes. Yes, Sam Salazar, I will take you as apprentice. Isaac Commandore, do you hear? This youth is now of my company."
"I must be compensated," growled Commandore.
"You have coveted my doll of Tharin Faid, the only one in existence. It is yours."
"Aha!" cried Isaac Commandore, leaping to his feet. "Hein Huss, I salute you. You are generous indeed. I thank you and accept." Hein Huss motioned to Sam Salazar.
"Move your effects to my wagon. Do not show your face again tonight."
Sam Salazar bowed with dignity and departed the hall. The banquet continued, but now something of melancholy filled the room. Presently a messenger from Lord Faid came to warn all to bed, for the party returned to Faid Keep at dawn. 7. The victorious Faid troops gathered on the heath before Ballant-Keep. As a parting gesture, Lord Faid ordered the great gate torn off the hinges, so that ingress could never again be denied him. But even after 1,600 years, the hinges were proof to all the force the horses could muster,
and the gates remained in place. Lord Fayed accepted the fact with good grace, and bade farewell to his cousin Renfroy, whom he had appointed bailiff. He climbed into his car, settled himself, snapped the switch. The car groaned and moved forward. Behind came the knights and the foot soldiers, then the baggage train, laden with booty, and finally the wagons of the jinxmen. 3 hours the column marched across the mossy downs. Ballant Keep dwindled behind. Ahead appeared north and south Wildwood, darkening all the sweep of the western horizon. Where once the break had existed, the first folks' new planting showed a smudge lower and less intense than the old woodlands. 2 miles from the woodlands, Lord Fayed called a halt and signalled up his knights. Hein Huss, laboriously dismounted from his wagon, came forward.
"In the event of resistance," Lord Fayed told the knights, "do not be tempted into the forest. Stay with the column and at all times be on your guard against traps."
Hein Huss spoke.
"You wish me to parley with the first folk once more?"
"No," said Lord Fayed. "It is ridiculous that I must ask permission of savages to ride over my own land.
We return as we came. If they interfere, so much the worse for them."
"You are rash," said Huss with simple candour. Lord Fayed glanced down at him with black eyebrows raised.
"What damage can they do if we avoid their traps? Blow foam at us?"
"It is not my place to advise or to warn," said Hein Huss.
"However, I point out that they exhibit a confidence which does not come from conscious weakness. Also, that they carried tubes, apparently hollow grasswood shoots, which imply missiles."
Lord Fayed nodded.
"No doubt. However, the knights wear armour. The soldiers carry bucklers. It is not fit that I, Lord Fayed of Fayed Keep, choose my path to suit the whims of the first folk. This must be made clear, even if the exercise involves a dozen or so first folk corpses."
"Since I am not a fighting man," remarked Hein Huss, "I will keep well to the rear, and pass only when the way is secure."
"As you wish."
Lord Fayed pulled down the visor of his helmet.
"Forward!"
The column moved toward the forest, along the previous track, which showed plain across the moss. Lord Fayed rode in the lead, flanked by his brother, Gethwin Fayed, and his cousin, Mauve de Montfayed. A half-mile passed, and another. The forest was only a mile distant. Overhead the great sun rode at zenith, brightness and heat poured down. The air carried the oily scent of thorn and tarbush. The column moved on more slowly. The only sounds the clanking of armour, the muffled thud of hoofs in the moss, the squeal of wagon wheels. Lord Fayed rose up in his car, watching for any sign of hostile preparation. A half-mile from the planting, the forms of the first folk, waiting in the shade along the forest's verge, became visible. Lord Fayed ignored them, held a steady pace along the track they had travelled before. The half-mile became a quarter-mile. Lord Fayed turned to order the troops into single file, and was just in time to see a hole suddenly open into the moss, and his brother, Gethwin Fayed, drop from sight. There was a rattle, a thud, the howling of the impaled horse, Gethwin's wild calls as the horse kicked and crushed him into the stakes. Mauve de Montfayed, riding beside Gethwin, could not control his own horse, which leaped aside from the pit and blundered upon a trigger. Up from the moss burst a tree-trunk studded with foot-long thorns. It snapped, quick as a scorpion's tail. The thorns punctured Mauve de Montfayed's armour, his chest, and whisked him from his horse to carry him suspended, writhing and screaming. The tip of the scythe pounded into Lord Fayed's car, splintered against the hull. The car swung groaning through the air. Lord Fayed clutched at the windscreen to prevent himself from falling. The column halted. Several men ran to the pit, but Gethwin Fayed lay 20 feet below, crushed under his horse. Others took Mauve de Montfayed down from the swaying scythe, but he too was dead. Lord Fayed's skin tingled with a goose-flesh of hate and rage. He looked toward the forest. The first folk stood motionless. He beckoned to Bernard, sergeant of the foot soldiers.
2 men with lances to try out the ground ahead. All others ready with darts. At my signal, spit the devils.
2 men came forward, and, marching before Lord Fayed's car, probed the ground. Lord Fayed settled in his seat.
Forward!
The column moved slowly toward the forest, every man tense and ready. The lances of the 2 men in the vanguard presently broke through the moss to disclose a nettle trap, a pit lined with nettles, each frond ripe with globes of acid. Carefully they probed out a path to the side, and the column filed around, each man walking in the other's tracks. At Lord Fayed's side now rode his 2 nephews, Scolford and Edwin.
Notice, said Lord Fayed in a voice harsh and tight, these traps were laid since our last passage. An act of malice.
But why did they guide us through before?
Lord Fayed smiled bitterly. They were willing that we should die at Ballant Keep, but we have disappointed them.
Notice they carry tubes, said Scolford. Blowguns, possibly, suggested Edwin. Scolford disagreed. They cannot blow through their foam vents.
No doubt we shall soon learn, said Lord Fayed.
He rose in his seat, called to the rear.
Ready with the darts!
The soldiers raised their crossbows. The column advanced slowly, now only 100 yards from the planting. The white shapes of the first folk moved uneasily at the forest's edges. Several of them raised their tubes, seemed to sight along the length. They twitched their great hands. One of the tubes was pointed toward Lord Fayed. He saw a small black object leave the opening, flit forward, gathering speed. He heard a hum, waxing to a rasping, clicking flutter. He ducked behind the windscreen. The projectile swooped in pursuit, struck the windscreen like a thrown stone. It fell crippled upon the forward deck of the car. A heavy, black insect, like a wasp, its broken proboscis oozing ochre liquid. Horny wings beating feebly, eyes like dumbbells fixed on Lord Fayed. With his mailed fist he crushed the creature. Behind him other wasps struck knights and men. Corex Fayed Bataro took the prong through his visor into the eye, but the armor of the other knights defeated the wasps. The foot soldiers, however, lacked protection. The wasps half buried themselves in flesh. The soldiers called out in pain, clawed away the wasps, squeezed the wounds. Corex Fayed Bataro toppled from his horse, ran blindly out over the heath, and after 50 feet fell into a trap. The stricken soldiers began to twitch, then fell on the moss, thrashed, leaped up to run with flapping arms, threw themselves in wild somersaults, foaming and thrashing. In the forest, the first folk raised their tubes again. Lord Fayed bellowed, "Spit the creatures! Bowmen, launch your darts!" There came the twang of crossbows. Darts snapped at the quiet white shapes. A few staggered and wandered aimlessly away. Most, however, plucked out the darts, or ignored them. They took capsules from small sacks, put them to the end of their tubes. "Beware the wasps!" cried Lord Fayed. "Strike with your bucklers! Kill the cursed things in flight!" The rasp of horny wings came again. Certain of the soldiers found courage enough to follow Lord Fayed's orders, and battered down the wasps. Others struck home as before. Behind came another flight. The column became a tangle of struggling, crouching men. "Footmen, retreat!" called Lord Fayed furiously. "Footmen, back! Knights to me!" The soldiers fled back along the track, taking refuge behind the baggage wagons. 30 of their number lay dying or dead on the moss. Lord Fayed cried out to his knights in a voice like a bugle, "Dismount, follow slow after me! Turn your helmets! Keep the wasps from your eyes! 1 step at a time behind the car! Edwin, into the car beside me! Test the footing with your lance! Once in the forest there are no traps. Then attack!" The knights formed themselves into a line behind the car. Lord Fayed drove slowly forward, his kinsman Edwin prodding the ground ahead. The first folk sent out a dozen more wasps, which dashed themselves vainly against the armor. Then there was silence, cessation of sound, activity. The first folk watched impassively as the knights approached, step by step. Edwin's lance found a trap. The column moved to the side. Another trap, and the column was diverted from the planting toward the forest. Step by step, yard by yard, another trap, another detour. And now the column was only 100 feet from the forest. A trap to the left, a trap to the right. The safe path led directly toward an enormous, heavy, branched tree. 70 feet, 50 feet. Then Lord Fayed drew his sword. "Prepare to charge! Kill till your arms tire! From the forest came a crackling sound. The branches of the great tree trembled and swayed. The knights stared, for a moment frozen into place. The tree toppled forward. The knights madly tried to flee, to the rear, to the sides. Traps opened. The knights dropped upon sharp stakes. The tree fell. Boughs cracked armored bodies like nuts. There was the hoarse yelling of pinned men, screams from the traps, the crackling subsidence of breaking branches. Lord Fayed had been battered down into the car, and the car had been pressed groaning into the moss. His first instinctive act was to press the switch to rest position. Then he staggered erect, clambered up through the boughs. A pale, unhuman face peered at him. He swung his fist, crushed the faceted eyeballs, and, roaring with rage, scrambled through the branches. Others of his knights were working themselves free, although almost a third were either crushed or impaled. The first folk came scrambling forward, armed with enormous thorns, long as swords. But now Lord Fayed could reach them at close quarters. Hissing with vindictive joy, he sprang into their midst, swinging his sword with both hands, as if demon-possessed. The surviving knights joined him, and the ground became littered with dismembered first folk. They drew back slowly, without excitement. Lord Fayed reluctantly called back his knights. "We must succor those still pinned, as many as still are alive." As well as possible, branches were cut away, injured knights drawn forth. In some cases the soft moss had cushioned the impact of the tree. 6 knights were dead, another 4 crushed beyond hope of recovery. To these Lord Fayed himself gave the coup de grace. 10 minutes further hacking and chopping freed Lord Fayed's car, while the first folk watched incuriously from the forest. The knights wished to charge once more, but Lord Fayed ordered retreat. Without interference, they returned the way they had come, back to the baggage train. Lord Fayed ordered a muster. Of the original war party, less than 2/3 remained. Lord Fayed shook his head bitterly. Galling to think how easily he had been led into a trap. He swung on his heel, strode to the rear of the column, to the wagons of the magicians. The jinxmen sat around a small fire, drinking tea. "Which of you will hoodoo these white forest vermin? I want them dead, stricken with sickness, cramps, blindness, the most painful afflictions you can contrive." There was general silence. The jinxmen sipped their tea. "Well," demanded Lord Fayed, "have you no answer? Do I not make myself plain?" Hein Huss cleared his throat, spat into the blaze. "Your wishes are plain. Unfortunately, we cannot hoodoo the first folk." "And why?" "There are technical reasons." Lord Fayed knew the futility of argument. "Must we slink home around the forest? If you cannot hoodoo the first folk, then bring out your demons. I will march on the forest and chop out a path with my sword." "It is not for me to suggest tactics," grumbled Hein Huss. "Go on, speak. I will listen." "A suggestion has been put to me, which I will pass to you. Neither I nor the other jinxmen associate ourselves with it, since it recommends the crudest of physical principles." "I await the suggestion," said Lord Fayed. "It is merely this. One of my apprentices tampered with your car, as you may remember." "Yes, and I will see he gets the hiding he deserves." "By some freak, he caused the car to rise high into the air. The suggestion is this, that we load the car with as much oil as the baggage train affords, that we send the car aloft and let it drift over the planting. At a suitable moment, the occupant of the car will pour the oil over the trees, then hurl down a torch. The forest will burn. The first folk will be at least discomfited. At best, a large number will be destroyed." Lord Fayed slapped his hands together. "Excellent! Quickly to work!" He called a dozen soldiers, gave them orders. 4 kegs of cooking oil, 3 buckets of pitch, 6 demijohns of spirit were brought and lifted into the car. The engines grated and protested, and the car sagged almost to the moss. Lord Fayed shook his head sadly. "A rude use of the relic, but all in good purpose. Now, where is that apprentice? He must indicate which switches and which buttons he turned."
"I suggest," said Hindhuss, "that Sam Salazar be sent up with the car."
Lord Fayed looked sidewise at Sam Salazar's round, bland countenance.
"An efficient hand is needed, a seasoned judgment. I wonder if he can be trusted." "I would think so," said Hindhuss, "inasmuch as it was Sam Salazar who evolved the scheme in the first place." "Very well. In with you, apprentice. Treat my car with reverence. The wind blows away from us. Fire this edge of the forest, in as long a strip as you can manage. The torch! Where is the torch?"
The torch was brought and secured to the side of the car. "One more matter," said Sam Salazar. "I would like to borrow the armor of some obliging knight to protect myself from the wasps. Otherwise—"
"Armor!"
bawled Lord Fayed.
"Bring armor!"
At last, fully accoutred and with visor down, Sam Salazar climbed into the car. He seated himself, peered intently at the buttons and switches. In truth, he was not precisely certain as to which he had manipulated before. He considered, reached forward, pushed, turned. The motors roared and screamed. The car shuddered, sluggishly rose into the air. Higher, higher, 20 feet, 40 feet, 60 feet, 100, 200. The wind eased the car toward the forest. In the shade, the first folk watched. Several of them raised tubes, opened the shutters. The onlookers saw wasps dart through the air to dash against Sam Salazar's armor. The car drifted over the trees. Sam Salazar began ladling out the oil. Below, the first folk stirred uneasily. The wind carried the car too far over the forest. Sam Salazar worked the controls, succeeded in guiding himself back. One keg was empty, and another. He tossed them out, presently emptied the remaining 2, and the buckets of pitch. He soaked a rag in spirit, ignited it, threw it over the side, poured the spirit after. The flaming rag fell into leaves. A crackle, fire blazed and sprang. The car now floated at a height of 500 feet. Salazar poured over the remaining spirits, dropped the demijohns, guided the car back over the heath, and, fumbling nervously with the controls, dropped the car in a series of swoops back to the moss. Lord Fayed sprang forward, clapped him on the shoulder. "Excellently done! The forest blazes like tinder!" The men of Fayed Keep stood back, rejoicing to see the flames soar and lick. The first folk scurried back from the heat, waving their arms. Foam of a peculiar purple color issued from their vents as they ran. Small, useless puffs discharged as if by accident or through excitement. The flames ate through first the forest, then spread into the new planting, leaping through the leaves. "Prepare to march," called Lord Fayed. "We pass directly behind the flames before the first folk return." Off in the forest, the first folk perched in the trees, blowing out foam in great puffs and billows, building a wall of insulation. The flames had eaten half across the new planting, leaving behind smouldering saplings. "Forward! Briskly!" The column moved ahead. Coughing in the smoke, eyes smarting, they passed under still blazing trees and came out on the western downs. Slowly the column moved forward, led by a pair of soldiers prodding the moss with the lances. Behind followed Lord Fayed with the knights. Then came the foot soldiers, then the rumbling baggage train, and finally the 6 wagons of the jinxmen. A thump, a creak, a snap. A scythe had broken up from the moss. The soldiers in the lead dropped flat. The scythe whipped past, a foot from Lord Fayed's face. At the same time a plaintive cry came from the rear guard. "They pursue! The first folk come!" Lord Fayed turned to inspect the new threat. A clot of first folk, 200 or more, came across the moss, moving without haste or urgency. Some carried wasp tubes, others thorn rapiers. Lord Fayed looked ahead. Another 100 yards should bring the army out upon safe ground. Then he could deploy and maneuver. "Forward!" The column proceeded, the baggage train and the jinxmen's wagons pressing close up against the soldiers. Behind and to one side came the first folk, moving casually and easily. At last Lord Fayed judged they had reached secure ground. "Forward now! Bring the wagons out! Hurry now!" The troops needed no urging. They trotted out over the heath, the wagons trundling after. Lord Fayed ordered the wagons into a close double line, stationed the soldiers between, with the horses behind them protected from the wasps. The knights, now dismounted, waited in front. The first folk came listlessly, formlessly forward. Blank white faces stared. Huge hands grasped tubes and thorns. Traces of the purplish foam showed at the lips of their underarm orifices. Lord Fayed walked along the line of knights.
"Swords ready. Allow them as close as they care to come. Then a quick charge."
He motioned to the foot soldiers.
"Choose a target."
A volley of darts whistled overhead to plunge into white bodies. With chisel-bladed fingers the first folk plucked them out, discarded them with no evidence of vexation. One or two staggered, wandered confusedly across the line of approach. Others raised their tubes, withdrew the shutter. Out flew the insects, horny wings rasping, prongs thrust forward. Across the moss they flickered, to crush themselves against the armor of the knights, to drop to the ground, to be stamped upon. The soldiers cranked their crossbows back into tension, discharged another flight of darts, caused several more first folk casualties. The first folk spread into a long line surrounding the Fayed troops. Lord Fayed shifted half his knights to the other side of the wagons. The first folk wandered closer. Lord Fayed called for a charge. The knights stepped smartly forward, swords swinging. The first folk advanced a few more steps, then stopped short. The flaps of skin at their backs swelled, pulsed. White foam gushed through their vents. Clouds and billows rose up around them. The knights halted uncertainly, prodding and slashing into the foam, but finding nothing. The foam piled higher, rolling in and forward, pushing the knights back toward the wagons. They looked questioningly toward Lord Fayed. Lord Fayed waved his sword. "Cut through to the other side! Forward!" Slashing two-handed with his sword, he sprang into the foam. He struck something solid, hacked blindly at it, pushed forward. Then his legs were seized. He was upended and fell with a spine-rattling jar. Now he felt the grate of a thorn searching his armor. It found a crevice under his corselet and pierced him. Cursing, he raised on his hands and knees and plunged blindly forward. Enormous, hard hands grasped him. Heavy forms fell on his shoulders. He tried to breathe, but the foam clogged his visor. He began to smother. Staggering to his feet, he half ran, half fell out into the open air, carrying two of the first folk with him. He had lost his sword, but managed to draw his dagger. The first folk released him and stepped back into the foam. Lord Fayed sprang to his feet. Inside the foam came the sounds of combat. Some of his knights burst into the open, others called for help. Lord Fayed motioned to the knights. "Back within! The devils slaughter our kinsmen! In and on to the center!" He took a deep breath. Seizing his dagger, he thrust himself back into the foam. A flurry of shapes came at him. He pounded with his fists, cut with his dagger, stumbled over a mass of living tissue. He kicked the softness, and stepped on metal. Bending, he grasped a leg, but found it limp and dead. First folk were on his back. Another thorn found its mark. He groaned and thrust himself forward, and once again fell out into the open air. A scant 50 of his knights had won back into the central clearing. Lord Fayed cried out, "To the center! Mount your horses!" Abandoning his car, he himself vaulted into a saddle. The foam boiled and billowed closer. Lord Fayed waved his arm. "Forward all! At a gallop! After us the wagons! Out into the open!" They charged, thrusting the frightened horses into the foam. There was white blindness, the feel of forms underneath, then the open air once again. Behind came the wagons and the foot soldiers, running along the channel cut by the wagons. All won free, all but the knights who had fallen under the foam. 200 yards from the great white clot of foam, Lord Fayed halted, turned, looked back. He raised his fist, shook it in a passion. "My knights, my car, my honor! I'll burn your forests, I'll drive you into the sea. There'll be no peace till all are dead." He swung around. "Come," he called bitterly to the remnants of his war party. "We have been defeated. We retreat to Fayed Keep." 8. Fayed Keep, like Ballant Keep, was constructed of a black, glossy substance, half metal, half stone, impervious to heat, force, and radiation. A parasol roof, designed to ward off hostile energy, rested on 5 squat outer towers, connected by walls almost as high as the lip of the overhanging roof. The homecoming banquet was quiet and morose. The soldiers and knights ate lightly and drank much, but instead of becoming merry, lapsed into gloom. Lord Fayed, overcome by emotion, jumped to his feet.
"Everyone sits silent, aching with rage. I feel no differently. We shall take revenge. We shall put the forests to the torch. The cursed white savages will smother and burn. Drink now with good cheer. Not a moment will be wasted, but we must be ready. It is no more than idiocy to attack as before. Tonight I take counsel with the Jinxmen, and we will start a program of affliction." The soldiers and knights rose to their feet, raised their cups, and drank a sombre toast. Lord Fayed bowed and left the hall. He went to his private trophy-room. On the walls hung escutcheons, memorials, death masks, clusters of swords like many-petalled flowers, a rack of side-arms, energy pistols, electric stilettos, a portrait of the original Fayed, in ancient spacefarer's uniform, and a treasured, almost unique, photograph of the great ship that had brought the first Fayed to Pangbourne. Lord Fayed studied the ancient face for several moments, then summoned a servant. "Ask the head Jinxman to attend me."
Hein Huss presently stumped into the room. Lord Fayed turned away from the portrait, seated himself, motioned to Hein Huss to do likewise.
"What of the keep lords?" he asked. "How do they regard the setback at the hands of the first folk?"
"There are various reactions," said Hein Huss. "At Boghoten, Candlewade, and Hava there is distress and anger."
Lord Fayed nodded.
"These are my kinsmen."
"At Gisborne, Greymar, Castle Cloud, and Alder there is satisfaction, veiled calculation."
"To be expected," muttered Lord Fayed. "These lords must be humbled. In spite of oaths and undertakings, they still think rebellion."
"At Starholm, Julian de Ray, and Oak Hall I read surprise at the abilities of the first folk, but in the main disinterest."
Lord Fayed nodded sourly.
"Well enough. There is no actual rebellion in prospect. We are free to concentrate on the first folk. I will tell you what is in my mind. You report that new plantings are in progress between Wildwood, Old Forest, Sarrow Copse, and elsewhere, possibly with the intent of surrounding Fayed Keep."
He looked inquiringly at Hein Huss, but no comment was forthcoming. Lord Fayed continued.
"Possibly we have underestimated the cunning of the savages. They seem capable of forming plans and acting with almost human persistence. Or I should say, more than human persistence, for it appears that after 1,600 years they still consider us invaders and hope to exterminate us."
"That is my own conclusion,"
said Hein Huss.
"We must take steps to strike first. I consider this a matter for the Jinxmen. We gain no honor dodging wasps, falling into traps, or groping through foam. It is a needless waste of lives. Therefore, I want you to assemble your Jinxmen, Cabalmen, and Spellbinders. I want you to formulate your most potent hoodoos."
"Impossible."
Lord Fayed's black eyebrows rose high.
"Impossible?"
Hein Huss seemed vaguely uncomfortable.
"I read the wonder in your mind. You suspect me of disinterest, irresponsibility. Not true. If the first folk defeat you, we suffer likewise."
"Exactly," said Lord Fayed dryly. "You will starve."
"Nevertheless, the Jinxmen cannot help you."
He hoisted himself to his feet, started for the door.
"Sit," said Lord Fayed. "It is necessary to pursue this matter."
Hein Huss looked around with his bland, water-clear eyes. Lord Fayed met his gaze. Hein Huss sighed deeply.
"I see I must ignore the precepts of my trade, break the habits of a lifetime. I must explain."
He took his bulk to the wall, fingered the side-arms in the rack, studied the portrait of the ancestral Fayed.
These miracle workers of the old times, unfortunately we cannot use their magic. Notice the bulk of the spaceship. As heavy as Faid Keep.
He turned his gaze on the table, teleported a candelabra 2 or 3 inches.
With considerably less effort, they gave that spaceship enormous velocity, using ideas and forces they knew to be imaginary and irrational. We have advanced since then, of course. We no longer employ mysteries, arcane constructions, wild, non-human forces. We are rational and practical. But we cannot achieve the effects of the ancient magicians.
Lord Faid watched Hindhuss with saturnine eyes. Hindhuss gave his deep, rumbling laugh.
You think that I wish to distract you with talk? No, this is not the case. I am preparing to enlighten you.
He returned to his seat, lowered his bulk with a groan.
Now, I must talk at length, to which I am not accustomed. But you must be given to understand what we Jinxmen can do and what we cannot do. First, unlike the ancient magicians, we are practical men. Naturally, there is difference in our abilities. The best Jinxman combines great telepathic facility, implacable personal force, and intimate knowledge of his fellow humans. He knows their acts, motives, desires, and fears. He understands the symbols that most vigorously represent these qualities. Jinxmanship, in the main, is drudgery, dangerous, difficult, and unromantic, with no mystery except that which we employ to confuse our enemies.
Hindhuss glanced at Lord Faid to encounter the same saturnine gaze.
I still have told you nothing. I still have spent many words talking around my inability to confound the first folk. Patience.
Speak on, said Lord Faid.
Listen, then. What happens when I hoodoo a man? First, I must enter into his mind telepathically. There are 3 operational levels: the conscious, the unconscious, the cellular. The most effective jinxing is done if all 3 levels are influenced. I feel into my victim, I learn as much as possible, supplementing my previous knowledge of him, which is part of my stock in trade. I take up his doll, which carries his traces. The doll is highly useful, but not indispensable. It serves as a focus for my attention. It acts as a pattern or a guide as I fix upon the mind of the victim, and he is bound by his own telepathic capacity to the doll, which bears his traces. So, now, man and doll are identified in my mind, and at 1 or more levels in the victim's mind. Whatever happens to the doll, the victim feels to be happening to himself. There is no more to simple hoodooing than that, from the standpoint of the Jinxmen. But, naturally, the victims differ greatly. Susceptibility is the key idea here. Some men are more susceptible than others. Fear and conviction breed susceptibility. As a Jinxman succeeds, he becomes ever more feared, and consequently the more efficacious he becomes. The process is self-generative. Demon possession is a similar technique. Susceptibility is again essential. Again, conviction creates susceptibility. It is easiest and most dramatic when the characteristics of the demon are well known, as in the case of Commandaris Kirill. For this reason, demons can be exchanged or traded among Jinxmen. The commodity actually traded is public acceptance and familiarity with the demon. Demons, then, do not actually exist? Inquired Lord Faid half incredulously. Hindhuss grinned vastly, showing enormous yellow teeth. Telepathy works through a superstratum. Who knows what is created in this superstratum? Maybe the demons live on after they have been conceived. Maybe they now are real. This, of course, is speculation, which we Jinxmen shun. So much for demons. So much for the lesser techniques of Jinxmanship. I have explained sufficient to serve as background to the present situation. Excellent. said Lord Fayed. "Continue." "The question, then, is, how does one cast a hoodoo into a creature of an alien race?"
He looked inquiringly at Lord Fayed.
"Can you tell me?"
"I?" asked Lord Fayed, surprised.
"No. The method is basically the same as in the hoodooing of men. It is necessary to make the creature believe in every cell of his being that he suffers or dies. This is where the problems begin to arise. Does the creature think? That is to say, does he arrange the processes of his life in the same manner as men? This is a very important distinction. Certain creatures of the universe use methods other than the human nerve node system to control their environments. We call the human system intelligence, a word which properly should be restricted to human activity. Other creatures use different agencies, different systems, arriving sometimes at similar ends. To bring home these generalities, I cannot hope to merge my mind with a corresponding capacity in the first folk. The key will not fit the lock, at least not altogether. Once or twice, when I watched the first folk trading with men at Forest Market, I felt occasional weak significances. This implies that the first folk mentality creates something similar to human telepathic impulses. Nevertheless, there is no real sympathy between the two races. This is the first and the least difficulty. If I were able to make complete telepathic contact, what then? The creatures are different from us. They have no words for fear, hate, rage, pain, bravery, cowardice. One may deduce that they do not feel these emotions. Undoubtedly they know other sensations, possibly as meaningful. Whatever these may be, they are unknown to me, and therefore I cannot either form or project symbols for these sensations.
Lord Fayed stirred impatiently.
In short, you tell me that you cannot efficiently enter these creatures' minds, and that if you could, you do not know what influences you could plant there to do them harm. Succinct, agreed Hindhuss. Substantially accurate.
Lord Fayed rose to his feet.
In that case, you must repair these deficiencies. You must learn to telepathize with the first folk. You must find what influences will harm them, as quickly as possible.
Hindhuss stared reproachfully at Lord Fayed.
But I have gone to great lengths to explain the difficulties involved. To hoodoo the first folk is a monumental task. It would be necessary to enter Wildwood, to live with the first folk, to become one of them, as my apprentice thought to become a tree. Even then, an effective hoodoo is improbable. The first folk must be susceptible to conviction, otherwise there would be no bite to the hoodoo. I could guarantee no success. I would predict failure. No other jinxman would dare tell you this. No other would risk his mana. I dare because I am Hindhuss, with life behind me. Nevertheless, we must attempt every weapon at hand, said Lord Fayed in a dry voice. I cannot risk my knights, my kinsmen, my soldiers, against these pallid half-creatures. What a waste of good flesh and blood to be stuck by a poison insect. You must go to Wildwood. You must learn how to hoodoo the first folk.
Hindhuss heaved himself erect. His great round face was stony. His eyes were like bits of water-worn glass.
It is likewise a waste to go on a fool's errand. I am no fool, and I will not undertake a hoodoo which is futile from the beginning. In that case, said Lord Fayed, I will find someone else. He went to the door, summoned a servant. Bring Isaac Commandore here.
Hindhuss lowered his bulk into the chair.
I will remain during the interview, with your permission. As you wish.
Isaac Commandore appeared in the doorway, tall, loosely articulated, head hanging forward. He darted a glance of swift appraisal at Lord Fayed, at Hindhuss, then stepped into the room. Lord Fayed crisply explained his desires.
Hindhuss refuses to undertake the mission. Therefore I call on you.
Isaac Commandore calculated. The pattern of his thinking was clear. He possibly could gain much mana. There was small risk of diminution, for had not Hein Huss already dodged away from the project? Commandore nodded.
Hein Huss has made clear the difficulties. Only a very clever and very lucky jinxman can hope to succeed. But I accept the challenge. I will go.
Good, said Hein Huss. I will go too.
Isaac Commandore dotted him a sudden hot glance.
I wish only to observe. To Isaac Commandore goes the responsibility, and whatever credit may ensue.
Very well, said Commandore presently. I welcome your company. Tomorrow morning we leave. I go to order our wagon.
Late in the evening, apprentice Sam Salazar came to Hein Huss, where he sat brooding in his workroom.
What do you wish?
Growled Huss. I have a request to make of you, head jinxman Huss.
Head jinxman in name only, grumbled Hein Huss. Isaac Commandore is about to assume my position.
Sam Salazar blinked, laughed uncertainly. Hein Huss fixed wintry pale eyes on him.
What do you wish?
I have heard that you go on an expedition to Wildwood, to study the first folk.
True. What then?
Surely they will now attack all men? Hein Huss shrugged.
At Forest Market they trade with men. At Forest Market men have always entered the forest. Perhaps there will be change, perhaps not.
I would go with you, if I may, said Sam Salazar.
This is no mission for apprentices.
An apprentice must take every opportunity to learn, said Sam Salazar. Also, you will need extra hands to set up tents, to load and unload cabinets, to cook, to fetch water, and other such matters.
Your argument is convincing, said Hein Huss. We depart at dawn. Be on hand.
9. As the sun lifted over the heath, the jinxmen departed Faid Keep. The high-wheeled wagon creaked north over the moss, Hein Huss and Isaac Commandore riding the front seat, Sam Salazar with his legs hanging over the tail. The wagon rose and fell with the dips and mounds of the moss, wheels wobbling, and presently passed out of sight behind Skywatcher's Hill. 5 days later, an hour before sunset, the wagon reappeared. As before, Hein Huss and Isaac Commandore rode the front seat, with Sam Salazar perched behind. They approached the keep, and without giving so much as a sign or a nod, drove through the gate into the courtyard. Isaac Commandore unfolded his long legs, stepped to the ground like a spider. Hein Huss lowered himself with a grunt. Both went to their quarters, while Sam Salazar led the wagon to the jinxman's warehouse. Somewhat later, Isaac Commandore presented himself to Lord Faid, who had been waiting in his trophy-room, forced to a show of indifference through considerations of position, dignity, and protocol. Isaac Commandore stood in the doorway, grinning like a fox. Lord Faid eyed him with sour dislike, waiting for Commandore to speak. Hein Huss might have stationed himself an entire day, eyes placidly fixed on Lord Faid, awaiting the first word. Isaac Commandore lacked the absolute serenity. He came a step forward.
I have returned from Wildwood.
With what results?
I believe that it is possible to hoodoo the first folk.
Hein Huss spoke from behind Commandore.
I believe that such an undertaking, if feasible, would be useless, irresponsible, and possibly dangerous.
He lumbered forward. Isaac Commandore's eyes glowed hot red-brown. He turned back to Lord Faid.
You ordered me forth on a mission. I will render a report.
Seat yourselves. I will listen.
Isaac Commandore, nominal head of the expedition, spoke.
We rode along the river bank to Forest Market. Here was no sign of disorder or of hostility. 100 first folk traded timber, planks, posts, and poles for knife blades, iron wire, and copper pots. When they returned to their barge, we followed them aboard, wagon, horses, and all. They showed no surprise.
Surprise, said Hein Huss heavily, is an emotion of which they have no knowledge.
Isaac Commodore glared briefly.
"We spoke to the barge tenders, explaining that we wished to visit the interior of Wildwood. We asked if the first folk would try to kill us to prevent us from entering the forest. They professed indifference as to either our well-being or our destruction. This was by no means a guarantee of safe conduct. However, we accepted it as such, and remained aboard the barge."
He spoke on with occasional emendations from Hein Huss. They had proceeded up the river into the forest, the first folk poling against the slow current. Presently they put away the poles. Nevertheless, the barge moved as before. The mystified jinxmen discussed the possibility of teleportation, or symbological force, and wondered if the first folk had developed jinxing techniques unknown to men. Sam Salazar, however, noticed that 4 enormous water beetles, each 12 feet long, with oil-black carapaces and blunt heads, had risen from the riverbed and pushed the barge from behind, apparently without direction or command. The first folk stood at the bow, turning the nose of the barge this way or that to follow the winding of the river. They ignored the jinxmen and Sam Salazar, as if they did not exist. The beetles swam tirelessly. The barge moved for 4 hours as fast as a man could walk. Occasionally first folk peered from the forest shadows, but none showed interest or concern in the barge's unusual cargo. By mid-afternoon the river widened, broke into many channels, and became a marsh. A few minutes later the barge floated out into the open water of a small lake. Along the shore, behind the first line of trees, appeared a large settlement. The jinxmen were interested and surprised. It had always been assumed that the first folk wandered at random through the forest, as they had originally lived in the moss of the downs. The barge grounded. The first folk walked ashore. The men followed with the horses and wagon. Their immediate impressions were of swarming numbers, of slow but incessant activity, and they were attacked by an overpoweringly evil smell. Ignoring the stench, the men brought the wagon in from the shore, paused to take stock of what they saw. The settlement appeared to be a center of many diverse activities. The trees had been stripped of lower branches, and supported blocks of hardened foam 300 feet long, 50 feet high, 20 feet thick, with a space of a man's height intervening between the underside of the foam and the ground. There were a dozen of these blocks, apparently of cellular construction. Certain of the cells had broken open and seethed with small, white, fish-like creatures, the first folk young. Below the blocks, masses of first folk engaged in various occupations, in the main unfamiliar to the jinxmen. Leaving the wagon in the care of Sam Salazar, Hein Huss and Isaac Commodore moved forward among the first folk, repelled by the stench and the pressure of alien flesh, but drawn by curiosity. They were neither heeded nor halted. They wandered everywhere about the settlement. One area seemed to be an enormous zoo, divided into a number of sections. The purpose of one of these sections, a kind of range 200 feet long, was all too clear. At one end a human corpse hung on a rope, a Faid casualty from the battle at the New Planting. Certain of the wasps flew straight at the corpse. Just before contact they were netted and removed. Others flew up and away, or veered toward the first folk who stood along the side of the range. These latter also were netted, and killed at once. The purpose of the business was clear enough. Examining some of the other activity in this new light, the jinxmen were able to interpret much that had hitherto puzzled them. They saw beetles, tall as dogs, with heavy saw-toothed pincers, attacking objects resembling horses. Pens of insects even larger, long, narrow, segmented, with dozens of heavy legs and nightmare heads. All these creatures, wasps, beetles, centipedes, in smaller and less formidable form, were indigenous to the forest. It was plain that the first folk had been practicing selective breeding for many years, perhaps centuries. Not all the activity was warlike. Moths were trained to gather nuts, worms to gnaw straight holes through timber. In another section, caterpillars chewed a yellow mash, molded it into identical spheres. Much of the evil odor emanated from the zoo. The jinxmen departed without reluctance, and returned to the wagon. Sam Salazar pitched the tent and built a fire, while Hein Huss and Isaac Commandore discussed the settlement. Night came. The blocks of foam glowed with imprisoned light. The activity underneath proceeded without cessation. The Jinxmen retired to the tent and slept, while Sam Salazar stood guard. The following day, Hein Huss was able to engage one of the first folk in conversation. It was the first attention of any sort given to them. The conversation was long. Hein Huss reported only the gist of it to Lord Faid. Isaac Commandore turned away, ostentatiously disassociating himself from the matter. Hein Huss, first of all, had inquired as to the purpose of the sinister preparations, the wasps, beetles, centipedes, and the like. "We intend to kill men," the creature had reported ingenuously. "We intend to return to the moss. This has been our purpose ever since men appeared on the planet." Huss had stated that such an ambition was short-sighted, that there was ample room for both men and first folk on Pangbourne. "The first folk," said Hein Huss, "should remove their traps and cease their efforts to surround the keeps with forest." "No," came the response. "Men are intruders. They mar the beautiful moss. All will be killed." Isaac Commandore returned to the conversation. "I noticed here a significant fact. All the first folk within sight had ceased their work. All looked toward us, as if they too participated in the discussion. I reached the highly important conclusion that the first folk are not complete individuals, but components of a larger unity, joined to a greater or less extent by a telepathic phase not unlike our own." Hein Huss continued placidly, "I remarked that if we were attacked, many of the first folk would perish. The creatures showed no concern, and in fact implied much of what Jinxman Commandore had already induced. There are always more in the cells to replace the elements which die. But if the community becomes sick, all suffer. We have been forced into the forests, into a strange existence. We must arm ourselves and drive away the men, and to this end we have developed the methods of men to our own purposes." Isaac Commandore spoke. "Needless to say, the creature referred to the ancient men, not ourselves."
"In any event," said Lord Faid, "they leave no doubt as to their intentions. We should be fools not to attack them at once, with every weapon at our disposal."
Hein Huss continued imperturbably.
The creature went on at some length. "We have learned the value of irrationality. Irrationality, of course, was not his word, or even his meaning. He said something like a series of vaguely motivated trials, as close as I can translate. He said, we have learned to change our environment. We use insects and trees and plants and water slugs. It is an enormous effort for us who would prefer a placid life in the moss. But you men have forced this life on us, and now you must suffer the consequences. I pointed out once more that men were not helpless, that many first folk would die. The creature seemed unworried. The community persists. I asked a delicate question. If your purpose is to kill men, why do you allow us here? He said, the entire community of men will be destroyed. Apparently they believe the human society to be similar to their own, and therefore regard the killing of 3 wayfaring individuals as pointless effort."
Lord Faid laughed grimly.
"To destroy us, they must first win past Hellmouth, then penetrate Faid Keep. This they are unable to do."
Isaac Commandore resumed his report.
"At this time I was already convinced that the problem was one of hoodooing not an individual, but an entire race. In theory, this should be no more difficult than hoodooing 1. It requires no more effort to speak to 20 than to 1. With this end in view, I ordered the apprentice to collect substances associated with the creatures, skin flakes, foam, droppings, all other exudations obtainable. While he did so, I tried to put myself in rapport with the creatures. It is difficult, for their telepathy works across a different stratum from ours. Nevertheless, to a certain extent I have succeeded.
Then you can hoodoo the first folk? Asked Lord Faid.
I vouchsafe nothing until I try. Certain preparations must be made.
Go then, make your preparations.
Commodore rose to his feet, and with a sly side glance for Hein Huss, left the room. Huss waited, pinching his chin with heavy fingers. Lord Faid looked at him coldly.
You have something to add?
Huss grunted, hoisted himself to his feet.
I wish that I did, but my thoughts are confused. Of the many futures, all seem troubled and angry. Perhaps our best is not good enough.
Lord Faid looked at Hein Huss with surprise. The massive head jinxman had never before spoken in terms so pessimistic and melancholy.
Speak, then. I will listen.
Hein Huss said gruffly,
If I knew any certainties, I would speak gladly. But I am merely beset by doubts. I fear that we can no longer depend on logic and careful jinxmanship. Our ancestors were miracle workers, magicians. They drove the first folk into the forest. To put us to flight in our turn, the first folk have adopted the ancient methods, random trial and purposeless empiricism. I am dubious. Perhaps we must turn our backs on sanity, and likewise return to the mysticism of our ancestors.
Lord Faid shrugged.
If Isaac
Commodore can hoodoo the first folk, such a retreat may be unnecessary. The world changes, said Hein Huss. Of so much I feel sure. The old days of craft and careful knowledge are gone. The future is for men of cleverness and imagination, untroubled by discipline. The unorthodox Sam Salazar may become more effective than I. The world changes.
Lord Faid smiled his sour, dyspeptic smile.
When that day comes, I will appoint Sam Salazar head jinxman, and also name him Lord Faid, and you and I will retire together to a hut on the downs.
Hein Huss made a heavy, fateful gesture and departed. 10. 2 days later, Lord Faid, coming upon Isaac Commodore, inquired as to his progress. Commodore took refuge in generalities. After another 2 days, Lord Faid inquired again, and this time insisted on particulars. Commodore grudgingly led the way to his workroom, where a dozen cabalmen, spellbinders, and apprentices worked around a large table, building a model of the first folk settlement in Wildwood.
Along the lake shore, said Commodore, I will range a great number of dolls, daubed with first folk essences. When this is complete, I will work up a hoodoo and blight the creatures.
Good. Perform well.
Lord Faid departed the workroom, mounted to the topmost pinnacle of the keep, to the cupola where the ancestral weapon Hellmouth was housed.
Jambart, where are you?
Weapon-tender Jambart, short, blue-jowled, red-nosed, and big-bellied, appeared.
Maynard?
I come to inspect Hellmouth. It is prepared for instant use?
Prepared, my lord, and ready. Oiled, greased, polished, scraped, burnished, tended. Every part smooth as an egg.
Lord Faid made a scowling examination of Hellmouth. A heavy cylinder, 6 feet in diameter, 12 feet long, studded with half-domes interconnected with tubes of polished copper. Jambart undoubtedly had been diligent. No trace of dirt or rust or corrosion showed. All was gleaming metal. The snout was covered with a heavy plate of metal in tarred canvas. The ring upon which the weapon swiveled was well greased. Lord Faid surveyed the 4 horizons. To the south was fertile Faid Valley. To the west open downs. To north and east the menacing loom of Wildwood. He turned back to Hellmouth and pretended to find a smear of grease. Jambart boiled with expostulations and protestations. Lord Faid uttered a grim warning, enjoining less laxity, then descended to the workroom of Hein Huss. He found the head jinxman reclining on a couch, staring at the ceiling. At a bench stood Sam Salazar, surrounded by bottles, flasks, and dishes. Lord Faid stared balefully at the confusion.
What are you doing?
He asked the apprentice. Sam Salazar looked up guiltily.
Nothing in particular, my lord.
If you are idle, go then and assist Isaac Commodore.
I am not idle, Lord Faid.
Then what do you do?
Sam Salazar gazed sulkily at the bench. I don't know.
Then you are idle.
No, I am occupied. I pour various liquids on this foam. It is first folk foam. I wonder what will happen. Water does not dissolve it, nor spirits. Heat chars and slowly burns it, emitting a foul smoke. Lord Faid turned away with a sneer.
You amuse yourself as a child might. Go to Isaac Commodore. He can find use for you. How do you expect to become a jinxman, dabbling and prattling like a baby among pretty rocks?
Hein Hoss gave a deep sound, a mingling of sigh, snort, grunt, and clearing of the throat.
He does no harm, and Isaac Commodore has hands enough. Salazar will never become a jinxman. That has been clear a long time.
Lord Faid shrugged.
He is your apprentice and your responsibility. Well, then, what news from the keeps?
Hein Hoss, groaning and wheezing, swung his legs over the edge of the couch.
The lords share your concern, to greater or lesser extent. Your close allies will readily place troops at your disposal, the others likewise, if pressure is brought to bear.
Lord Faid nodded in dour satisfaction.
For the moment there is no urgency. The first folk hold to their forests. Faid Keep, of course, is impregnable, although they might ravage the valley.
He paused thoughtfully.
Let Isaac Commodore cast his hoodoo. Then we will see.
From the direction of the bench came a hiss, a small explosion, a whiff of acrid gas. Sam Salazar turned guiltily to look at them, his eyebrows singed. Lord Faid gave a snort of disgust and strode from the room.
What did you do?
Hein Hoss inquired in a colourless voice. I don't know. Now Hein Hoss likewise snorted in disgust.
Ridiculous! If you wish to work miracles, you must remember your procedures. Miracle working is not jinxmanship with established rules and guides. In matters so complex it is well that you take notes, so that the miracles may be repeated.
Sam Salazar nodded in agreement and turned back to the bench. 11. Late during the day, news of new first folk truculence reached Faid Keep. On Honey Moss Hill, not far west of Forest Market, a camp of shepherds had been visited by a wandering group of first folk, who began to kill the sheep with thorn swords. When the shepherds protested, they too were attacked, and many were killed. The remainder of the sheep were massacred. The following day came other news. 4 children, swimming in Brastock River at Gilbert Ferry, had been seized by enormous water beetles and cut into pieces. On the other side of Wildwood, in the foothills immediately below Castle Cloud, peasants had cleared several hillsides and planted them to vines. Early in the morning they had discovered a horde of black, disc-like flukes devouring the vines, leaves, branches, trunks, and roots. They set about killing the flukes with spades, and at once were stung to death by wasps. Adam McAdam reported the incidents to Lord Faid, who went to Isaac Commodore in a fury.
How soon before you are prepared?
I am prepared now, but I must rest and fortify myself. Tomorrow morning I work the hoodoo.
The sooner the better. The creatures have left their forest. They are out killing men.
Isaac Commodore pulled his long chin.
That was to be expected. They told us as much.
Lord Faid ignored the remark.
Show me your tableau.
Isaac Commodore took him into his workroom. The model was now complete, with the masses of simulated first folk properly daubed and sensitized, each tied with a small wad of foam. Isaac Commodore pointed to a pot of dark liquid.
I will explain the basis of the hoodoo. When I visited the camp, I watched everywhere for powerful symbols. Undoubtedly there were many at hand, but I could not discern them. However, I remembered a circumstance from the battle at the planting. When the creatures were attacked, threatened with fire, and about to die, they spewed foam of dull purple color. Evidently this purple foam is associated with death. My hoodoo will be based upon this symbol.
Rest well, then, so that you may hoodoo to your best capacity.
The following morning Isaac Commodore dressed in long robes of black and set a mask of the demon Nard on his head to fortify himself. He entered his workroom, closed the door. An hour passed, 2 hours. Lord Fayed sat at breakfast with his kin, stubbornly maintaining a pose of cynical unconcern. At last he could contain himself no longer, and went out into the courtyard where Commandore's underling stood fidgeting and uneasy.
"Where is Hein Huss?" demanded Lord Fayed. "Summon him here."
Hein Huss came stumping out of his quarters. Lord Fayed motioned to Commandore's workshop.
"What is happening? Is he succeeding?"
Hein Huss looked toward the workshop.
"He is casting a powerful hoodoo. I feel confusion, anger. In Commandore or in the first folk? I am not in rapport. I think he has conveyed a message to their minds, a very difficult task, as I explained to you. In this preliminary aspect he has succeeded."
"Preliminary? What else remains?"
"The two most important elements of the hoodoo, the susceptibility of the victim, and the appropriateness of the symbol."
Lord Fayed frowned.
"You do not seem optimistic." "I am uncertain. Isaac Commandore may be right in his assumption. If so, and if the first folk are highly susceptible, today marks a great victory, and Commandore will achieve tremendous mana."
Lord Fayed stared at the door to the workshop.
"What now?"
Hein Huss's eyes went blank with concentration.
"Isaac Commandore is near death. He can hoodoo no more today."
Lord Fayed turned, waved his arm to the cabalmen.
"Enter the workroom. Assist your master."
The cabalmen raced to the door, flung it open. Presently they emerged, supporting the limp form of Isaac Commandore, his black robe spattered with purple foam. Lord Fayed pressed close.
"What did you achieve? Speak!"
Isaac Commandore's eyes were half closed, his mouth hung loose and wet.
"I spoke to the first folk, to the whole race. I sent the symbol into their minds."
His head fell limply sidewise. Lord Fayed moved back.
"Take him to his quarters. Put him on his couch."
He turned away, stood indecisively, chewing at his drooping lower lip.
"Still, we do not know the measure of his success."
"Ah," said Hein Huss.
"But we do."
Lord Fayed jerked around.
"What is this? What do you say?" "I saw into Commandore's mind. He used the symbol of purple foam. With tremendous effort he drove it into their minds. Then he learned that purple foam means not death. Purple foam means fear for the safety of the community. Purple foam means desperate rage."
"In any event," said Lord Fayed after a moment, "there is no harm done. The first folk can hardly become more hostile." 3 hours later a scout rode furiously into the courtyard, threw himself off his horse, ran to Lord Fayed. "The first folk have left the forest. A tremendous number, thousands. They are advancing on Fayed Keep."
"Let them advance," said Lord Fayed. "The more the better. Jambart, where are you?"
"Yes, sir."
"Prepare Hellmouth. Hold all in readiness."
"Hellmouth is always ready, sir."
Lord Fayed struck him across the shoulders.
"Off with you. Bernard!"
The sergeant of the Fayed troops came forward.
"Ready, Lord Fayed. The first folk attack. Armor your men against wasps. Feed them well. We will need all our strength."
Lord Fayed turned to Hein Huss.
"Send to the keeps, to the manor houses. Order our kinsmen to join us with all their troops and all their armor. Send to Belgard Hall, to Boghoton, Camber, and Candlewaide. Haste, haste! It is only hours from Wildwood."
Huss held up his hand.
"I have already done so. The keeps are warned. They know your need." "And the first folk? Can you feel their minds?"
"No." Lord Fayed walked away. Hein Huss lumbered out the main gate, walked around the keep, casting appraising glances up the black walls of the squat towers, windowless and proof even against the ancient miracle weapons. High on top the great parasol roof, Jambart the weapon-tender worked in the cupola, polishing that which already glistened, greasing surfaces already heavy with grease. Hein Huss returned within. Lord Fayed approached him, mouth hard, eyes bright.
"What have you seen?"
"Only the keep, the walls, the towers, the roof, and Hellmouth."
"And what do you think?"
"I think many things."
"You are non-committal. You know more than you say. It is best that you speak, because if Fayed Keep falls to the savages, you die with the rest of us."
Hindhuss's water-clear eyes met the brilliant black gaze of Lord Faid.
"I know only what you know. The first folk attack. They have proved they are not stupid. They intend to kill us. They are not jinxmen. They cannot afflict us or force us out. They cannot break in the walls. To burrow under, they must dig through solid rock. What are their plans? I do not know. Will they succeed? Again, I do not know. But the day of the jinxman and his orderly array of knowledge is past. I think that we must grope for miracles, blindly and foolishly, like Salazar pouring liquids on foam."
A troop of armored horsemen rode in through the gates, warriors from nearby Belgard Hall, and as the hours passed, contingents from other keeps came to Faid Keep, until the courtyard was dense with troops and horses. 2 hours before sunset, the first folk were sighted across the downs. They seemed a very large company, moving in an undisciplined clot, with a number of stragglers, forerunners, and wanderers out on the flanks. The hot-bloods from outside keeps came clamouring to Lord Faid, urging a charge to cut down the first folk. They found no seconding voices among the veterans of the battle at the planting. Lord Faid, however, was pleased to see the dense mass of first folk.
"Let them approach only a mile more, and Hellmouth will take them. Jambart?"
"At your call, Lord Faid."
"Come, Hellmouth speaks."
He strode away with Jambart after. Up to the cupola they climbed.
"Roll forth Hellmouth, directed against the savages."
Jambart leaped to the glistening array of wheels and levers. He hesitated in perplexity, then tentatively twisted a wheel. Hellmouth responded by twisting slowly around on its radial track to the groan and chatter of long frozen bearings. Lord Faid's brows lowered into a menacing line.
"I hear evidence of neglect."
"Neglect, my lord, never! Find one spot of rust, a shadow of grime, you may have me whipped."
"What is that sound?"
"That is internal and invisible, none of my responsibility."
Lord Faid said nothing. Hellmouth now pointed toward the great pale tide from Wildwood. Jambart twisted a second wheel, and Hellmouth thrust forth its heavy snout. Lord Faid, in a voice harsh with anger, cried,
"The cover, fool!"
"An oversight, my lord, easily repaired."
Jambart crawled out along the top of Hellmouth, clinging to the protuberances for dear life, with below only the long, smooth sweep of roof. With considerable difficulty he tore the covering loose, then, grunting and cursing, inched himself back, jerking with his knees, rearing his buttocks. The first folk had slowed their pace a trifle, the main body only a half-mile distant.
"Now," said Lord Faid in high excitement, "before they disperse, we exterminate them."
He sighted through a telescopic tube, squinting through the dimness of internal films and incrustations, signaled to Jambart for the final adjustments.
"Now, fire!"
Jambart pulled the firing lever. Within the great metal barrel came a sputter of clicking sounds. Hellmouth whined, roared, its snout glowed red, orange, white, and out poured a sudden gout of blazing purple radiation, which almost instantly died. Hellmouth's barrel quivered with heat, fumed, seethed, hissed. From within came a faint pop. Then there was silence. 100 yards in front of the first folk, a patch of moss burnt black where the bolt had struck. The aiming device was inaccurate. Hellmouth's bolt had killed perhaps 20 of the first folk vanguard. Lord Faid made feverish signals.
"Quick, raise the barrel! Now! Fire again!"
Jambart pulled the firing arm. To no avail. He tried again with the same lack of success.
"Hellmouth evidently is tired."
"Hellmouth is dead!" cried Lord Faid. "You have failed me. Hellmouth is extinct."
"No, no!" protested Jambart. "Hellmouth rests. I nurse it as my own child. It is polished like glass. Whenever a section wears off or breaks loose, I neatly remove the fracture and every trace of cracked glass."
Lord Faid threw up his arms, shouted in vast, inarticulate grief, ran below.
"Huss! Hein Huss!"
Hein Huss presented himself.
"What is your will?"
"Hellmouth has given up its fire. Conjure me more fire for Hellmouth, and quickly."
"Impossible."
"Impossible!" cried Lord Faid. "That is all I hear from you. Impossible, useless, impractical. You have lost your ability. I will consult Isaac Commandore."
"Isaac Commandore can put no more fire into Hellmouth than can I."
"What sophistry is this?
He puts demons into men. Surely he can put fire into Hellmouth. Come, Lord Faid, you are overwrought. You know the difference between jinxmanship and miracle-working.
Lord Faid motioned to a servant.
Bring Isaac Commandore here to me.
Isaac Commandore, face haggard, skin waxy, limped into the courtyard. Lord Faid waved peremptorily.
I need your skill. You must restore fire to Hellmouth.
Commandore darted a quick glance at Hein Huss, who stood solid and cold. Commandore decided against dramatic promises that could not be fulfilled.
I cannot do this, my lord.
What? You tell me this too?
Remark the difference, Lord Faid, between man and metal. A man's normal state is something near madness. He is at all times balanced on a knife-edge between hysteria and apathy. His senses tell him far less of the world than he thinks they do. It is a simple trick to deceive a man, to possess him with a demon, to drive him out of his mind, to kill him. But metal is insensible. Metal reacts only as its shape and condition dictates, or by the working of miracles.
Then you must work miracles.
Impossible.
Lord Faid drew a deep breath, collected himself. He walked swiftly across the court.
My armor, my horse. We attack.
The column formed, Lord Faid at the head. He led the knights through the portals with armored footmen behind.
Beware the foam,
called Lord Faid.
Attack, strike, cut, draw back. Keep your visors drawn against the wasps. Each man must kill 100. Attack!
The troop rode forth against the horde of first folk, knights in the lead. The hoofs of the horses pounded softly over the thick moss. In the west, the large, pale sun hung close to the horizon. 200 yards from the first folk, the knights touched the club-headed horses into a lope. They raised their swords, and, shouting, plunged forward, each man seeking to be first. The clotted mass of first folk separated. Black beetles darted forth, and after them, long, segmented centipede creatures. They dashed among the horses, mandibles clicking, snouts slashing. Horses screamed, reared, fell over backwards. Beetles cut open armored knights as a dog cracks a bone. Lord Faid's horse threw him and ran away. He picked himself up, hacked at a nearby beetle, lopped off its front leg. It darted forward, he lopped off the leg opposite. The heavy head dipped, tore up the moss. Lord Faid cut off the remaining legs, and it lay helpless.
"Retreat!" he bellowed. "Retreat!"
The knights moved back, slashing and hacking at beetles and centipedes, killing or disabling all which attacked.
"Form into a double line, knights and men. Advance slowly, supporting each other."
The men advanced. The first folk dispersed to meet them, armed with their thorn swords and carrying pouches. 10 yards from the men they reached into the pouches, brought forth dark balls, which they threw at the men. The balls broke and spattered on the armor.
"Charge!"
bawled Lord Faid. The men sprang forward into the mass of first folk, cutting, slashing, killing.
"Kill!"
called Lord Faid in exultation.
"Leave not one alive!"
A pang struck him, a sting inside his armor, followed by another and another. Small things crawled inside the metal, stinging, biting, crawling. He looked about. On all sides were harassed expressions, faces working in anguish. Sword arms fell limp as hands beat on the metal, futilely trying to scratch, rub. 2 men suddenly began to tear off their armor.
"Retreat!" cried Lord Faid. "Back to the keep!"
The retreat was a rout, the soldiers shedding articles of armor as they ran. After them came a flight of wasps, a dozen or more, and half as many men cried out as the poison prongs struck into their backs. Inside the keep stormed the disorganized company, casting aside the last of their armor, slapping their skins, scratching, rubbing, crushing the ferocious red mites that infested them.
"Close the gates!"
roared Lord Faid. The gates slid shut. Faid Keep was besieged. 12. During the night, the first folk surrounded the keep, forming a ring 50 yards from the walls. All night there was motion, ghostly shapes coming and going in the starlight. Lord Faid watched from a parapet until midnight, with Hein Huss at his side. Repeatedly he asked, "What of the other keeps? Do they send further reinforcements?" To which Hein Huss each time gave the same reply.
"There is confusion and doubt. The keep lords are anxious to help, but do not care to throw themselves away. At this moment they consider and take stock of the situation."
Lord Faid at last left the parapet, signaling Hein Huss to follow. He went to his trophy room, threw himself into a chair, and motioned Hein Huss to be seated. For a moment he fixed the jinxman with a cool, calculating stare. Hein Huss bore the appraisal without discomfort.
"You are head jinxman," said Lord Faid finally. "For 20 years you have worked spells, cast hoodoos, performed auguries, more effectively than any other jinxman of Pangbourne. But now I find you inept and listless. Why is this?" "I am neither inept nor listless. I am unable to achieve beyond my abilities. I do not know how to work miracles. For this you must consult my apprentice, Sam Salazar, who does not know either, but who earnestly tries every possibility and many impossibilities." "You believe in this nonsense yourself. Before my very eyes you become a mystic."
Hein Huss shrugged.
"There are limitations to my knowledge. Miracles occur, that we know. The relics of our ancestors lie everywhere. Their methods were supernatural, repellent to our own mental processes. But think, using these same methods, the first folk threatened to destroy us. In the place of metal, they use living flesh, but the result is similar. The men of Pangbourne, if they assemble and accept casualties, can drive the first folk back to Wildwood, but for how long? A year? 10 years? The first folk plant new trees, dig more traps, and presently come forth again with more terrible weapons, flying beetles, large as a horse, wasps strong enough to pierce armor, lizards to scale the walls of Faid Keep."
Lord Faid pulled at his chin.
"And the jinxmen are helpless? You saw for yourself. Isaac Commandori intruded enough into their consciousness to anger them. No more." "So then, what must we do?"
Hein Huss held out his hands.
"I do not know. I am Hein Huss, jinxman. I watch Sam Salazar with fascination. He learns nothing, but he is either too stupid or too intelligent to be discouraged. If this is the way to work miracles, he will work them."
Lord Faid rose to his feet.
"I am deathly tired. I cannot think. I must sleep. Tomorrow we will know more."
Hein Huss left the trophy room, returned to the parapet. The ring of first folk seemed closer to the walls, almost within dart range. Behind them and across the moors stretched a long, pale column of marching first folk. A little back from the keep, a pile of white material began to grow, larger and larger as the night proceeded. Hours passed. The sky lightened, the sun rose in the east. The first folk tramped the downs like ants, bringing long bars of hardened foam down from the north, dropping them into piles around the keep, returning into the north once more. Lord Faid came up on the parapet, haggard and unshaven.
"What is this? What do they do?"
Bernard, the sergeant, responded, "They puzzle us all, my lord."
"Hein Huss, what of the other keeps?" "They have armed and mounted. They approach cautiously." "Can you communicate our urgency?" "I can, and I have done so. I have only accentuated their caution."
"Pah!" cried Lord Faid in disgust.
"Warriors they call themselves, loyal and faithful allies." "They know of your bitter experience," said Hein Huss. "They ask themselves, reasonably enough, what they can accomplish which you, who are already here, cannot do first." Lord Faid laughed sourly. "I have no answer for them. In the meantime we must protect ourselves against the wasps. Armor is useless. They drive us mad with mites. Bernard."
"Yes, Lord Faid."
"Have each of your men construct a frame 2 feet square, fixed with a short handle. To these frames should be sewed a net of heavy mesh. When these frames are built, we will sally forth, 2 soldiers to guard 1 half-armored knight on foot."
"In the meantime," said Hein Huss, "the first folk proceed with their plans." Lord Faid turned to watch. The first folk came close up under the walls, carrying rods of hardened foam.
"Bernard, put your archers to work. Aim for their heads."
Along the walls bowmen cocked their weapons. Darts spun down into the first folk. A few were affected, turned and staggered away. Others plucked away the bolts without concern. Another flight of bolts, a few more first folk were disabled. The others planted the rods in the moss, exuded foam in great gushes, their back flaps vigorously pumping air. Other first folk brought more rods, pushed them into the foam. Entirely around the keep, close under the walls, extended the mound of foam. The ring of first folk now came close, and all gushed foam. It bulked up swiftly. More rods were brought, thrust into the foam, reinforcing and stiffening the mass.
"More darts!" barked Lord Faid. "Aim for the heads! Bernard, your men, have they prepared the wasp nets?"
"Not yet, Lord Faid. The project requires some little time." Lord Faid became silent. The foam, now 10 feet high, rapidly piled higher. Lord Faid turned to Hein Huss.
"What do they hope to achieve?"
Hein Huss shook his head.
"For the moment I am uncertain."
The first layer of foam had hardened. On top of this, the first folk spewed another layer, reinforcing again with the rods, crisscrossing, horizontal and vertical. 15 minutes later, when the second layer was hard, the first folk emplaced and mounted rude ladders to raise a third layer. Surrounding the keep now was a ring of foam 30 feet high and 40 feet thick at the base.
"Look,"
said Hein Huss. He pointed up. The parasol roof overhanging the walls ended only 30 feet above the foam.
"A few more layers and they will reach the roof."
"So then?" asked Lord Faid.
"The roof is as strong as the walls, and we will be sealed within."
Lord Faid studied the foam in the light of this new thought. Already the first folk, climbing laboriously up ladders along the outside face of their wall of foam, were preparing to lay on a fourth layer. First, rods, stiff and dry, then great gushes of white. Only 20 feet remained between roof and foam. Lord Faid turned to the sergeant.
"Prepare the men to sally forth."
"What of the wasp nets, sir?"
"Are they almost finished?"
"Another 10 minutes, sir."
"Another 10 minutes will see us smothering. We must force a passage through the foam."
10 minutes passed, and 15. The first folk created ramps behind their wall, first dozens of the rods, then foam, and on top, to distribute the weight, reed mats. Bernard the sergeant reported to Lord Faid. "We are ready."
"Good."
Lord Faid descended into the courtyard. He faced the men, gave them their orders.
"Move quickly, but stay together. We must not lose ourselves in the foam. As we proceed, slash ahead and to the sides. The first folk see through the foam. They have the advantage of us. When we break through, we use the wasp nets. 2 foot soldiers must guard each night. Remember, quickly through the foam, that we do not smother. Open the gates."
The gates slid back, the troops marched forth. They faced an unbroken blank wall of foam. No enemy could be seen. Lord Faid waved his sword.
"Into the foam!"
He strode forward, pushed into the white mass, now crisp and brittle and harder than he had bargained for. It resisted him. He cut and hacked. His troops joined him, carving a way into the foam. First folk appeared above them, crawling carefully on the mats. Their back flaps puffed, pumped. Foam issued from their vents, falling in a cascade over the troops. Hein Huss sighed. He spoke to Apprentice Sam Salazar.
"Now they must retreat, otherwise they smother. If they fail to win through, we all smother."
Even as he spoke, the foam, piling up swiftly, in places reached the roof. Below, bellowing and cursing, Lord Faid backed out from under, wiped his face clear. Once again, in desperation, he charged forward, trying at a new spot. The foam was friable and cut easily, but the chunks detached still blocked the opening. And again down tumbled a cascade of foam, covering the soldiers. Lord Faid retreated, waved his men back into the keep. At the same moment, first folk, crawling on mats on the same level as the parapet over the gate, laid rods up from the foam to rest against the projecting edge of the roof. They gushed foam. The view of the sky was slowly blocked from the view of Hein Huss and Sam Salazar.
"In an hour, perhaps 2, we will die," said Hein Huss. "They have now sealed us in. There are many men here in the keep, and all will now breathe deeply."
Sam Salazar said nervously, "There is a possibility we might be able to survive, or at least not smother."
"Ah?"
inquired Hein Huss with heavy sarcasm.
"You plan to work a miracle?"
"If a miracle, the most trivial sort. I observed that water has no effect on the foam, nor a number of other liquids, milk, spirits, wine, or caustic. Vinegar, however, instantly dissolves the foam."
"Uh-huh," said Hindhuss. "We must inform Lord Faid."
"Better than you do so," said Sam Salazar. "He will pay me no heed." 13. Half an hour passed. Light filtered into Faid Keep only as a dim grey gloom. Air tasted flat, damp and heavy. Out from the gates sallied the troops. Each carried a crock, a jug, a skin, or a pan containing strong vinegar.
"Quickly now," called Lord Faid. "But careful. Spare the vinegar, don't throw it wildly. In close formation now. Forward!"
The soldiers approached the wall, threw ladles of vinegar ahead. The foam crackled, melted.
"Waste no vinegar," shouted Lord Faid. "Forward! Quickly now! Bring forward the vinegar!"
Minutes later they burst out upon the downs. The first folk stared at them, blinking.
"Charge!"
croaked Lord Faid, his throat thick with fumes.
"Mind now, wasp nets! 2 soldiers to each knight. Charge! Double quick! Kill the white beasts!"
The men dashed ahead. Wasp tubes were leveled.
"Halt!"
yelled Lord Faid.
"Wasps!"
The wasps came, wings rasping. Nets rose up. Wasps struck with a thud. Down went the nets. Hard feet crushed the insects. The beetles and the lizard centipedes appeared. Not so many as of the last evening, for a great number had been killed. They darted forward, and a score of men died, but the insects were soon hacked into chunks of reeking brown flesh. Wasps flew, and some struck home. The agonies of the dying men were unnerving. Presently the wasps likewise decreased in number, and soon there were no more. The men faced the first folk, armored only with thorn swords and their foam, which now came purple with rage. Lord Faid waved his sword. The men advanced and began to kill the first folk by dozens, by hundreds. Hindhuss came forth and approached Lord Faid.
"Call a halt." "A halt? Why? Now we kill these bestial things." "Far better not. Neither need kill the other. Now is the time to show great wisdom." "They have besieged us, caught us in their traps, stung us with their wasps, and you say halt?" "They nourish a grudge 1,600 years old. Best not to add another one." Lord Faid stared at Hindhuss. "What do you propose?" "Peace between the 2 races. Peace and cooperation." "Very well. No more traps, no more plantings, no more breeding of deadly insects." "Call back your men. I will try." Lord Faid cried out, "Men, fall back! Disengage!" Reluctantly the troops drew back. Hindhuss approached the huddled mass of purple-foaming first folk. He waited a moment. They watched him intently. He spoke in their language. "You have attacked Faid Keep. You have been defeated. You planned well, but we have proved stronger. At this moment we can kill you. Then we can go on to fire the forest, starting 100 blazes. Some of the fires you can control, others not. We can destroy wildwood. Some first folk may survive to hide in the thickets and breed new plans to kill men. This we do not want. Lord Faid has agreed to peace, if you likewise agree. This means no more death traps. Men will freely approach and pass through the forests. In your turn, you may freely come out on the moss. Neither race shall molest the other. Which do you choose? Extinction or peace?" The purple foam no longer dribbled from the vents of the first folk. "We choose peace." "There must be no more wasps, beetles. The death traps must be disarmed and never replaced." "We agree. In our turn, we must be allowed freedom of the moss." "Agreed. Remove your dead and wounded. Haul away the foam rods." Hindhuss returned to Lord Faid. "They have chosen peace." Lord Faid nodded. "Very well. It is for the best." He called to his men, "Sheathe your weapons. We have won a great victory." He ruefully surveyed Faid Keep, swathed in foam and invisible except for the parasol roof. 100 barrels of vinegar will not be enough." Hindhuss looked off into the sky. "Your allies approach quickly. Their jinxmen have told them of your victory." Lord Faid laughed his sour laugh. "To my allies will fall the task of removing the foam from Faid Keep."
14. In the hall of Faid Keep, during the victory banquet, Lord Faid called jovially across to Hindhuss,
"Now, head jinksman, we must deal with your apprentice, the idler and the waster Sam Salazar." "He is here, Lord Faid." "Rise, Sam Salazar. Take cognizance of the honor being done you."
Sam Salazar rose to his feet, bowed. Lord Faid proffered him a cup.
"Drink, Sam Salazar. Enjoy yourself. I freely admit that your idiotic tinkerings saved the lives of us all. Sam Salazar, we salute you, and thank you. Now I trust that you will put frivolity aside, apply yourself to your work, and learn honest jinksmanship. When the time comes, I promise that you shall find a lifetime of employment at Faid Keep."
"Thank you," said Sam Salazar modestly. "However, I doubt if I will become a jinksman."
"No? You have other plans?"
Sam Salazar stuttered, grew faintly pink in the face, then straightened himself, and spoke as clearly and distinctly as he could. "I prefer to continue what you call my frivolity. I hope I can persuade others to join me."
"Frivolity is always attractive," said Lord Faid. "No doubt you can find other idlers and wasters, runaway farm boys, and the like."
Sam Salazar said staunchly, "This frivolity might become serious. Undoubtedly, the ancients were barbarians. They used symbols to control entities they were unable to understand. We are methodical and rational. Why can't we systematize and comprehend the ancient miracles?"
"Why can't we?" asked Lord Faid. "Does anyone have an answer?"
No one responded, although Isaac Commandore hissed between his teeth and shook his head. "I personally may never be able to work miracles. I suspect it is more complicated than it seems," said Sam Salazar. "However, I hope that you will arrange for a workshop where I and others who might share my views can make a beginning. In this matter I have the encouragement and the support of head jinksman Hindhuss."
Lord Faid lifted his goblet. "Very well, apprentice Sam Salazar. Tonight I can refuse you nothing. You shall have exactly what you wish, and good luck to you. Perhaps you will produce a miracle during my lifetime."
Isaac Commandore said huskily to Hindhuss,
"This is a sad event. It signalizes intellectual anarchy, the degradation of jinksmanship, the prostitution of logic. Novelty has a way of attracting youth. Already I see apprentices and spellbinders whispering in excitement. The jinksmen of the future will be sorry affairs. How will they go about demon possession? With a cog, a gear, and a push-button. How will they cast a hoodoo? They will find it easier to strike their victim with an axe."
"Times change," said Hindhuss. "There is now the one rule of Faid on Pangbourne, and the keeps no longer need to employ us. Perhaps I will join Sam Salazar in his workshop."
"You depict a depressing future,"
said Isaac Commandore, with a sniff of disgust.
"There are many futures, some of which are undoubtedly depressing."
Lord Faid raised his glass.
"To the best of your many futures, Hindhuss. Who knows? Sam Salazar may conjure a spaceship to lead us back to home planet." "Who knows?" said Hindhuss. He raised his goblet. "To the best of the futures."
Poul Anderson, The Longest Voyage. One of the best-known writers in science fiction, Poul Anderson made his first sale in 1947, while he was still in college, and over the course of 47 years he has published almost 100 books, in several different fields, as Anderson has written historical novels, fantasies, and mysteries, in addition to SF. Sold hundreds of short pieces to every conceivable market, and won 7 Hugo Awards, 3 Nebula Awards, and the Gandalf Grand Master Award for Life Achievement. Anderson had trained to be a scientist, taking a degree in physics from the University of Minnesota, but the writing life proved to be more seductive, and he never did get around to working in his original field of choice. Instead, the sales mounted steadily until by the late 50s and early 60s he was one of the most prolific writers in the genre. In spite of his high output of fiction, he managed somehow to maintain an amazingly high standard of literary quality as well, and by the mid-60s was also on his way to becoming one of the most honored and respected writers in the genre. At one point during this period, in addition to non-related work and lesser series such as the Hoka stories he was writing in collaboration with Gordon R. Dickinson, Anderson was running 3 of the most popular and prestigious series in science fiction all at the same time. The Technic History series, detailing the exploits of the wily trader Nicholas Van Ryn, which includes novels such as The Man Who Counts, Satan's World, Merkheim, The People of the Wind, and collections such as Trader to the Stars, The Trouble Twisters, and The Earth Book of Stormgate, the extremely popular series relating the adventures of interstellar secret agent Dominic Flandry, probably the most successful attempt to cross SF with a spy thriller. Next to Jack Vance's Demon Princes novels, the Flandry series includes novels such as A Circus of Hells, The Rebel Worlds, The Day of Their Return, Flandry of Terra, A Night of Ghosts and Shadows, A Stone in Heaven, and The Game of Empire, and collections such as Agent of the Terran Empire. And my own personal favorite, a series that took us along on assignment with the agents of the Time Patrol, including the collections The Guardians of Time, Time Patrolmen, and later The Shield of Time and The Time Patrol. It's hard to convey a sense of how astonishing this was, especially in the somewhat more limited compress of the science fiction world of the day. It's as if you should find out that the most popular and high-selling series on the B. Dalton's bestseller list, Isaac Asimov's robot novels, say, and Orson Scott Card's Ender series, and Anne McCaffrey's Dragon Rider books, were actually all being written by the same person. The effect was staggering, and when you add to it the impact of the best of Anderson's non-series novels, works such as Brainwave, 3 Hearts and 3 Lions, The Night Face, The Enemy Stars, and The High Crusade, all of which was being published in addition to the series books, it becomes clear that Anderson dominated the late 50s and the pre-New Wave 60s in a way that only Robert A. Heinlein, Isaac Asimov, and Arthur C. Clarke could rival. And like them, he remained an active and dominant figure right through the 70s and 80s as well, and is still turning up on bestseller lists into the decade of the 90s. The Longest Voyage may be Anderson's single best piece of short fiction, although it would have some stiff competition to overcome for that title. It won him a Hugo Award in 1960, and for its lyricism, compassion, subtlety, thoughtfulness, and above all the relish it takes in the bristling strangeness and wonder of the world, it still goes nearly unmatched in the field. Anderson's other books, among many others, include The Broken Sword, Tau Zero, A Midsummer Tempest, Orion Shall Rise, and The Boat of a Million Years. His short work has been collected in The Queen of Air and Darkness and Other Stories, Fantasy, The Unicorn Trade, with Karen Anderson, Past Times, The Best of Poul Anderson, and Explorations. His most recent book is a new novel, Harvest of Stars. Anderson lives in Orinda, California, with his wife and fellow writer, Karen, and their daughter, Astrid, is married to another prolific science fiction writer, Greg Bear. When we first heard of the skyship, we were on an island whose name, as nearly as Montelarian tongues can wrap themselves about so barbarous a noise, was Yarzik. That was almost a year after the Golden Leaper sailed from Lavra Town, and we judged we had come halfway round the world. So befouled was our poor caravel with weeds and shells that all sail could scarce drag her across the sea. What drinking water remained in the butts was turned green and evil. The biscuit was full of worms, and the first signs of scurvy had appeared on certain crewmen. "Hazard or no," decreed Captain Rovich, "we must land somewhere." A gleam, I remembered, appeared in his eyes. He stroked his red beard and murmured, "Besides, it's long since we asked for the Oriat cities. Perhaps this time they'll have intelligence of the place." Steering by that ogre planet, which climbed daily higher as we bore westward, we crossed such an emptiness that mutinous talk broke out afresh. In my heart I could not blame the crew. Imagine, my lords, Day upon day upon day, when we saw naught but blue waters, white foam, high clouds, and a tropic sky, heard only the wind, whoosh of waves, creak of timbers, sometimes at night the huge sucking and rushing as a sea-monster breached. These were terrible enough to common sailors, unlettered men who still thought the world must be flat. But then to have timber hang forever above the bowsprit, and climb so we could see we must eventually pass directly beneath the brooding thing. And what up for it? The crew mumbled in the forecastle. Would an angered God not let it fall down on us? At last a deputation waited on Captain Rovic. Very timid and respectful they were, those rough burly men, as they asked him to turn about. But their comrades massed below, muscled, sun-blackened bodies taut in their ragged kilts, daggers and belaying pins ready to hand. We officers on the quarter-deck had swords and pistols, true, but we numbered a mere 6, including that frightened boy who was myself, and aged Frode the astrolabe, whose robe and white beard were reverend to see, but of small use in a fight. Rovic stood mute for a long while after the spokesman had voiced this demand. The stillness grew until the empty shriek of wind in our shrouds, the empty glitter of ocean out to the world's rim, became all there was. Most splendid our master looked, for he had donned scarlet hose and bell-tipped shoon when he knew the deputation was coming, as well as helmet and corselet polished to mirror brightness. The plumes blew around that blinding steel head, and the diamonds on his fingers flashed against the rubies in his sword hilt. Yet when he spoke, it was not as a knight of the Queen's court, but in the broad Ande of his fisher boyhood. "So 'tis back ye'd wind, lads, wi' a fair wind and a warm sun, liefer ye'd come about and beat half round the globe? How ye changed from your fathers! Ken ye nae the legend that once everything did as man commanded, and 'twas an Andaman's lazy fault that now we must work? For see ye, 'twas nae too much that he told his axe to cut down a tree for him, and told the faggots to walk home, but when he told them to carry him, then God was wroth and took the power away. Though to be sure as recompense God gave Andaman sea luck, dice luck, and love luck. What more do ye ask for, lads?" Bewildered at this response, the spokesman wrung his hands, flushed, looked at the deck, and stammered that we'd perish miserably, starve or thirst or drown or be crushed under that horrible moon, or sail off the world's edge. The Golden Leaper had come farther than ship had sailed since the fall of man, and if we returned at once, our fame would live forever. "But can ye eat fame, Etienne?" asked Rovic, still mild and smiling. "We've had fights and storms, aye, and merry carouses too. But devil and Oriot City we've seen, though well ye ken they lie out here someplace, stuffed with treasure for the first bold gang who'll come plunder 'em. What ails your gut works, lad? Is't nigh an easy cruise? What would the foreigners say? How will yon arrogant cavaliers o' Sathine, yon grubby chapmen o' Wandland, laugh, nae alone at us, but at all Montelier, did we turn back?" Thus he jollied them. Only once did he touch his sword, half drawing it, as if absent-mindedly, when he recalled how we had weathered the hurricane off Xingu. But they remembered the mutiny that followed then, and how that same sword had pierced 3 armed sailors who attacked him together. His dialect told them he would let bygones lie forgotten, if they would. His bawdy promises of sport among lascivious heathen tribes yet to be discovered, his recital of treasure legends, his appeal to their pride as seamen and Montelierians, soothed fear. And then in the end, when he saw them malleable, he dropped the provincial speech. He stood forth on the quarter-deck in burning casque and tossing plumes, and the flag of Montelier blew its sea-faded colours above him, and he said, as the knights of the Queen say, "Now you know I do not propose to turn back until the great globe has been rounded, and we bring to Her Majesty that gift which is most peculiarly ours to give. The which is not gold or slaves, nor even that lore of far places that she and her most excellent company of merchant adventurers desire. No, what we shall lift in our hands to give her, on that day when again we lie by the long docks of Lavre, shall be our achievement, that we did this thing which no men have dared in all the world ere now,
and did it to her glory.
A while longer he stood, through a silence full of the sea's noise. Then he said quietly, "Dismissed," turned on his heel, and went back into his cabin. So we continued for some days more, the men subdued but not uncheerful, the officers taking care to hide their doubts. I found myself busied less with the clerical duties for which I was paid, or the study of captaincy for which I was apprenticed, both these amounting to little by now, than with assisting Frode the astrolabe. In these balmy airs he could carry on his work even on shipboard. To him it scarce mattered whether we sank or swam. He had lived more than a common span of years already. But the knowledge of the heavens to be gained here, that was something else. At night, standing on the foredeck amidst quadrant, astrolabe, and telescope, drenched in the radiance from above, he resembled some frosty bearded saint in the windows of Provian Minster. "See there, Jean?" His thin hand pointed above waves that glowed and rippled with light, past the purple sky and the few stars still daring to show themselves, toward Tamber. Huge it was in full phase at midnight, sprawling over 7 degrees of sky, a shield or barret of soft vert and azure, splotched with angry sable that could be seen to move across its face. The firefly moon we had named Seat twinkled near the hazy edge of the giant. Balant, espied rarely and low on the horizon in our part of the world, here stood high, a crescent, but the dark part of its disk tinged by luminous Tamber. "Observe," declared Frode. "There's no doubt left. One can see how the globe rotates on an axis, and how storms boil up in its air. Tamber is no longer the dimmest of frightened legends, nor a dreadful apparition seemed to rise as we entered unknown waters. Tamber is real, a world like our own, immensely bigger, certes, but still a spheroid in space, around which our own world moves, always turning the same hemisphere to her monarch. The conjectures of the ancients are triumphantly confirmed. Not merely that our world is round, poof, that's obvious to anyone, but that we move about a greater centre, which in turn has an annual path about the sun. But then, how big is the sun?" "Seat and Balant are inner satellites of Tamber," I rehearsed, struggling for comprehension. "Vieng, Daru, and the other moons commonly seen at home have paths outside our own worlds." "Aye. But what holds it all up?" "That I don't know. Mayhap the crystal sphere containing the stars exerts an inward pressure. The same pressure, maybe, that hurled mankind down onto the earth at the time of the fall from heaven." The night was warm, but I shivered, as if those had been winter stars. "Then," I breathed, "there may also be men on Seat, Balant, Vieng, even on Tamber?" "Who knows? We'll need many lifetimes to find out. And what lifetimes they'll be! Thank the good God, Jean, that you were born in this dawn of the coming age." Frode returned to making measurements, a dull business, the other officers thought, but by now I had learned enough of the mathematic arts to understand that from these endless tabulations might come the true size of the earth, of Tamber, of sun and moons and stars, the paths they took through space and the direction of paradise. So the common sailors, who muttered and made signs against evil as they passed our instruments, were closer to fact than Rovitch's gentlemen, for indeed Frode practised a most potent gramarye. At length we saw weeds floating on the sea, birds, towering cloud masses, the signs of land. 3 days later we raised an island. It was an intense green under those calm skies. Surf, still more violent than in our hemisphere, flung against high cliffs, burst in a smother of foam, and roared back down again. We coasted carefully, the palamers aloft to seek an approach, the gunners standing by our cannon with lighted matches. For not only were there unknown currents and shoals, familiar hazards, but we had had brushes with canoe-sailing cannibals in the past. Especially did we fear the eclipses. My lords can visualize how in that hemisphere the sun each day must go behind Tamber. In our longitude the occurrence was about mid-afternoon, and lasted nearly 10 minutes. An awesome sight. The primary planet, for so Froude now called it, a planet akin to Diel or Coent, with our own world humbled to a mere satellite thereof, became a black disk, bordered red, up in a sky suddenly full of stars. A cold wind blew across the sea, and even the breakers seemed hushed. Yet so impudent is the soul of man that we continued about our duties, stopping only for the briefest prayer as the sun disappeared, thinking more about the chance of shipwreck in the gloom than of God's majesty. So bright is Tambour that we continued to work our way around the island at night. From sun-up to sun-up, 12 mortal hours, we kept the Golden Leaper slowly moving. Toward the second noon, Captain Rovich's persistence was rewarded. An opening in the cliffs revealed a long fjord. Swampy shores overgrown with salt-water trees told us that while the tides rose high in that bay, it was not one of those bores dreaded by mariners. The wind being against us, we furled sail and lowered the boats, towing in our caravel by the power of oars. This was a vulnerable moment, especially since we had perceived a village within the fjord. "Should we not stand out, master, and let them come first to us?" I ventured.
Rovich spat over the rail. "I found it best never to show doubt," said he. "If a canoe fleet should assail us, we'll give 'em a whiff of grape-shot and trust to break their nerve. But I think, thus showing ourselves fearless of them from the very first, we're less likely to meet treacherous ambuscade later."
He proved right. In the course of time we learned we had come upon the eastern end of a large archipelago. The inhabitants were mighty seafarers, considering that they had only outrigger dugouts to travel in. These, though, were often 100 feet long. With 40 paddles, all with 3 bast-sailed masts, such a vessel could almost match our best speed, and was more maneuverable. However, the small cargo space limited their range of travel. Albeit they lived in houses of wood and thatch, possessing only stone tools, the natives were cultivated folk. They farmed as well as fished. Their priests had an alphabet. Tall and vigorous, somewhat darker and less hairy than we, they were impressive to behold, whether nude, as was common, or in full panoply of cloth and feathers and shell ornaments. They had formed a loose empire throughout the archipelago, raided islands lying farther north, and carried on a brisk trade within their own borders. Their whole nation they called the Hizagazi, and the island on which we had chanced was Yarzik. This we learned slowly as we mastered somewhat their tongue, for we were several weeks at that town. The Duke of the island, Guzan, made us welcome, supplying us food, shelter, and helpers as we required. For our part, we pleased them with glassware, bolts of one-dish cloth, and such-like trade goods. Nonetheless, we encountered many difficulties. The shore above high-water mark being too swampy for beaching a vessel as heavy as ours, we must build a dry dock before we could careen. Numerous of us took a flux from some disease, though all recovered in time, and this slowed us further.
"Yet I think our troubles will prove a blessing," Rovich told me one night.
As had become his habit, once he learned I was a discreet amanuensis, he confided certain thoughts in me. The captain is ever a lonely man, and Rovich, fisher lad, freebooter, self-taught navigator, victor over the grand fleet of Sathane, and ennobled by the Queen herself, must have found the keeping of that necessary aloofness harder than would a gentleman born. I waited silent, there in the grass hut they had given him. A soapstone lamp threw wavering light and enormous shadows over us. Something rustled the thatch. Outside, the damp ground sloped past houses on stilts and murmurous fronded trees to the fjord, where it shimmered under timber. Faintly I heard drums throb, a chant and stamping of feet around a sacrificial fire. Indeed, the cool hills of Montelier seemed far. Rovich leaned back his muscular form, clad a mere seaman's kilt in this heat. He had had them fetch him a civilized chair from the ship.
"For you see, young fellow," he continued, "at other times we'd have established just enough communication to ask about gold. Well, we might also try to get a few sailing directions, but all in all we'd hear little except the old story. Aye, foreign lord, indeed, there's a kingdom where the very streets are paved with gold, 100 miles west. Anything to get rid of us, eh? But in this prolonged stay I've asked out the Duke and the idolater priests more subtly. I've been so coy about whence we came, and what we already know, that they've let slip a goblet of knowledge they'd not otherwise have disgorged on the wreck itself.
The Orient cities? I cried.
Hush! I'd not have the crew get excited and out of hand. Not yet. His leathery, hook-nosed face turned strange with thought. I've always believed those cities an old wives' tale, he said.
My shock must have been mirrored to his gaze, but he grinned and went on.
A useful one, like a lodestone on a stick. It's dragging us around the world.
His mirth faded. Again he got that look, which was not unlike the look of Frode, considering the heavens.
Of course I want gold, too. But if we find none on this voyage, I'll not care. I'll capture a few ships of Aurelia or Sathane when we're back in home waters, and pay for the voyage thus. I spoke God's truth that day on the quarter-deck. Son, that this journey was its own goal, until I can give it to Queen Odella, who once gave me the kiss of ennoblement.
He shook himself out of his reverie, and said in a brisk tone,
Having led him to believe I already knew the most of it, I teased from Duke Gazan the admission that on the main island of this Hisagazi Empire is something I scarce dare think about. A ship of the gods, he says, and an actual live god who came from the stars therein. Any of the natives will tell you that much. The secret reserved to the noble folk is that this is no legend or mummery, but sober fact. Or so Gazan claims. I know not what to think. But he took me to a holy cave, and showed me an object from that ship. It was some kind of clockwork mechanism, I believe. What, I know not. But of a shining silvery metal, such as I've never seen before. The priest challenged me to break it. The metal was not heavy, must have been thin. But it blunted my sword, splintered a rock I pounded with, and my diamond ring would not scratch it.
I made signs against evil. A chill went along me, spine and skin and scalp, until I prickled all over. For the drums were muttering in a jungle dark, and the waters lay like quicksilver beneath the gibbous timbre. And each afternoon that planet ate the sun. Oh, the bells of Provian, heard across windswept Ande downs. When the Golden Leaper was seaworthy again, Rovich had no trouble gaining permission to visit the Hisagazian Emperor on the main island. He would indeed have found difficulty in not doing so. By now the canoes had borne word of us from one end of the realm to another, and the great lords were agog to see these blue-eyed strangers. Sleek and content once more, we disentangled ourselves from the arms of tawny wenches and embarked. Up anchor, up sail, chanties whose echoes sent sea-birds whirling above the steeps, and we stood out to sea. This time we were escorted. Guzan himself was our pilot, a big, middle-aged man whose handsomeness was not much injured by the livid green tattoos his folk affected on face and body. Several of his sons spread their pallets on our decks, while a swarm of warriors paddled alongside. Rovich summoned Etienne, the boatswain, to him in his cabin. "You're a man of some wit," he said. "I give you charge of keeping our crew alert, weapons ready, however peaceful this may look." "Why, master," the scarred brown face sagged with near dismay. "Think you the natives plot a treachery?"
"Who can tell?" answered Rovich. "Now, say naught to the crew. They've no skill in dissembling. Did greed or fear rise among 'em, the natives would sense as much, and grow uneasy, which would worsen the attitude of our own men until none but God's daughter could tell what had happened. Only see to it, as casually as you're able, that our arms are ever close by, and that our folk stay together."
Etienne collected himself, bowed, and left the cabin. I made bold to ask what Rovich had in mind.
"Nothing yet," said he. "However, I did hold in these fists a piece of clockwork such as the Grand Ban of Gier had never imagined, and yarns were spun me of a ship which flew down from heaven, bearing a god or a prophet. Guzan thinks I know more than I do, and hopes we'll be a new disturbing element in the balance of things by which he may further his private ambitions. He did not take those many fighting men along by accident. As for me, I intend to learn more about this."
He sat a while at his table, staring at a sunbeam which sickled up and down the wainscot as the ship rocked. Finally,
"Scripture tells us man dwelt beyond the stars before the fall. The astrologues of the past generation or two have told us the planets are corporeal bodies like this earth. A traveler from paradise—"
I left with my head in a roar. We made an easy passage among scores of islands. After several days we raised the main one, Ulas Erkila. It is about 100 miles long, 40 miles across at the widest, rising steep and green towards central mountains dominated by a volcanic cone. The Hisagazi worship two sorts of gods, watery and fiery, and believe this Mount Ulas houses the latter. When I saw that snow peak afloat in the sky above emerald ridges, staining the blue with smoke, I could feel what the pagans did. The holiest act a man can perform among them is to cast himself into the burning crater of Ulas, and often an aged warrior is carried up the mountain that he may do so. Women are not allowed on the slopes. Nikum, the royal seat, is situated at the head of a fjord, like the village where we had been staying. But Nikum is rich and extensive, being about the size of Rowan. Many houses are made from timber rather than thatch. There is also a massive basalt temple atop a cliff, overlooking the city, with orchards, jungle, and mountains at its back. So great are the tree trunks available to them for pilings, the Hisagazi have built here a regular set of docks, like those at Lavra, instead of moorings and floats that can rise or fall with the tides, such as most harbours use throughout the world. We were offered a berth of honour at the central wharf, but Rovich made the excuse that our ship was awkward to handle, and got us tied at the far end. "In the middle we'd have the watchtower straight above us," he muttered to me, "and they may not have discovered the bow here, but their javelin throwers are good. Furthermore, they'd have an easy approach to our ship, plus a clutter of moored canoes between us and the bay-mouth. Here, though, a few of us could hold the pier, whilst the others ready for quick departure." "But have we anything to fear, master?" I asked. He gnawed his moustache. "I know not. Much depends on what they really believe about this godship of theirs, as well as what the truth is. But come all death and hell against us, we'll not return without that truth for Queen Odella." Drums rolled and feathered spearmen leaped as our officers disembarked. A royal catwalk stretched above high-water level. Common townsfolk in this realm swim from house to house when the tide laps their thresholds, or take a coracle if they have burdens to carry. Across the graceful span of vines and canes lay the palace, which was a long building made from logs, the roof pillars carved into fantastic god-shapes. Iskilip, priest-emperor of the Hisagazi, was an old and corpulent man. A soaring headdress of plumes, a feather robe, a wooden sceptre topped with a human skull, his facial tattoos, his motionlessness, all made him seem unhuman. He sat on a dais, under sweet-smelling torches. His sons sat cross-legged at his feet, his courtiers on either side. Down the long walls were ranged his guardsmen. They had not our custom of standing to attention, but they were big, supple young men, bearing shields and corselets of scaly sea-monster leather, flint axes and obsidian spears that could kill us easily as iron. Their heads were shaven, which made them look the fiercer. Iskilip greeted us well, called for refreshment, bade us be seated on a bench little lower than his dais. He asked many perceptive questions. Wide-ranging, the Hisagazi knew of islands far beyond their own chain. They could even point the direction and tell us roughly the distance of a many-castled country they named Yerakadak, though none of them had travelled that far himself. Judging by their third-hand description, what could this be but Gier, which the wondish adventurer Anastalassen had reached overland? It blazed in me that we were indeed rounding the world. Only after that glory had faded a little did I again heed the talk.
"As I told Gazan," Rovich was saying, "another thing which drew us hither was the tale that you were blessed with a ship from heaven, and he showed me this was true."
A hissing went down the hall. The princes grew stiff, the courtiers blanked their countenances, the guardsmen stirred and muttered. Remotely through the walls I heard the rumbling, nearing tide. When Iskallip spoke, through the mask of himself, his voice had gone wetted. "Have you forgotten that these things are not for the uninitiate to see, Guzan?" "No, Holy One," said the Duke. Sweat sprang forth among the devils on his face, though not the sweat of fear. "However, this captain knew. His people also, as nearly as I could learn. He still has trouble speaking, so I can understand. His people are initiate, too. The claim seems reasonable, Holy One. Look at the marvels they brought. The hard, shining stone which is not stone, as in this long knife I was given. Is that not like the stuff of which the ship is built? The tubes which make distant things look close at hand, such as he has given you, Holy One. Is this not akin to the far seer the messenger possesses?" Iskallip leaned forward toward Rovich. His sceptre hand trembled till the pegged jaws of the skull clattered together. "Did the Star People themselves teach you to make all this?" he cried. "I never imagined. The messenger never spoke of any others." Rovich held up both palms. "Not so fast, Holy One, I pray you," said he. "We are poorly versed in your tongue. I couldn't recognize a word just now." This was his deceit. His officers had been ordered to feign a knowledge of Hisagazi less than they really possessed. We had improved our command of it by secret practicing with each other. Thus he had an unimpeachable device for equivocation. "Best we talk in private, Holy One," suggested Guzan, with a glance at the courtiers. They returned him a jealous glare. Iskallip slouched in his gorgeous regalia. His words fell blunt, but in the weak tone of an old, uncertain man. "I know not. If these strangers are already initiate, certes we can show them what we have. But otherwise, if profane ears heard the messenger's own tale—" Guzan raised a dominator's hand. Bold and ambitious, long thwarted in his petty province, he had taken fire today. "Holy One," he said, "why has the full story been withheld these many years? In part to keep the commoners obedient, but also did you and your counsellors not fear the whole world might swarm hither, greedy for knowledge, if it knew, and we then be overwhelmed? Well, if we let the blue-eyed men go home with curiosity unsatisfied, I think they are sure to return in strength. Thus we have naught to lose by revealing the truth to them. If they have never had a messenger of their own, if they can be of no real use to us, time enough to kill them. But if they have indeed been visited like us, what might we and they not do together?" This was spoken fast and softly, lest we Montelerians understand, and indeed our gentleman failed to. I, having young ears, got the gist, and Rovich preserved such a fatuous smile of incomprehension that I knew he was seizing every word. In the end they decided to take our leader, and my insignificant self, for no Hisagazian magnate goes anywhere quite unattended, to the temple. Iskallip led the way in person, Guzan and 2 brawny princes behind. A dozen spearmen brought up the rear. I thought Rovich's blade would be scant use if trouble came, but set my lips firmly together and made myself walk beside him. He looked as eager as a child on Thanksday morning, teeth agleam in the pointed beard, a plumed bonnet slanted rakish over his brow. None would have thought him aware of any peril. We left about sundown. In Tambur's hemisphere, folk make less distinction between day and night than our people must. Having observed Siet and Balant in high-tide position, I was not surprised that Nikum lay nearly drowned, and yet as we climbed the cliff trail toward the temple, methought I had never seen a view more alien. Below us lay a sheet of water, on which the long grass roofs of the city appeared to float, the crowded docks where our own ship's masts and spars raked above heathen figureheads, the fjord, winding between precipices toward its mouth, where the surf broke white and terrible on the skerries. The heights above us seemed altogether black, against a fire-coloured sunset that filled nigh half the sky and bloodied the waters. Wan through those clouds I glimpsed the thick crescent of Tambur, banded in a heraldry no man could read. A basalt column, chipped into the shape of a head, loomed in outline athwart the planet. Right and left of the path grew saw-toothed turf, summer dry. The sky was pale at the zenith, dark purple in the east, where the first few stars had appeared. Tonight I found no comfort in the stars. We walked silent. The bare native feet made no noise. My shoes went pad, pad, and the bells on Rovich's toes raised a tiny jingle. The temple was a bold piece of work. Within a quadrangle of basalt walls, guarded by tall stone heads, lay several buildings of the same material. Only the fresh-cut fronds that roofed them were alive. Iskilip leading us, we brushed past acolytes and priests to a wooden cabin behind the sanctum. 2 guardsmen stood watch at its door. They knelt for him. The Emperor rapped with his curious sceptre. My mouth was dry and my heart thunderous. I expected almost any being, hideous or radiant, to stand in the doorway as it was opened. Astonishing, then, to see just a man, and of no great stature. By lamplight within I discerned his room, clean, austere, but not uncomfortable. This could have been an ordinary Hisagazian dwelling. He himself wore a simple bast skirt. The legs beneath were bent and thin, old man's shanks. His body was likewise thin, but still erect. The white head proudly carried. In complexion he was darker than a Montelerian, lighter than a Hisagazian, with brown eyes and sparse beard. His visage differed subtly in nose and lips and slope of jaw from any other race I had ever encountered, but he was human. Naught else. We entered the cabin, shutting out the spearmen. Iskilip doddered through a half-religious ceremony of introduction. I saw Guzan and the princes shift their stance, restless and unawed. Their class had long been party to this. Rovich's face was unreadable. He bowed in courtly wise to Valnira, messenger of heaven, and explained our presence in a few words. But as he spoke, their eyes met, and I saw him take the Starman's measure. "Aye, this is my home," said Valnira. Habit spoke for him. He had given the same account to so many young nobles that the edges were worn off it. As yet he had not observed our metallic instruments, or else had not grasped their significance to him. "For 43 years, is that right, Iskilip? I have been treated as well as might be. If at times I was near screaming from loneliness, that is what an oracle must expect." The Emperor stirred, uneasy in his robe. "His demon left him," he explained. "Now he is simple human flesh. That's the real secret we keep. It was not ever thus. I remember when he first came. He prophesied immense things, and the people wailed and went on their faces. But since his demon has gone back to the stars, and the once potent weapon he bore has equally been emptied of its force. The people would not believe this, however, so we still pretend otherwise, or there would be unrest among them." "Affecting your own privileges," said Valnira. His tone was tired and sardonic. "Iskilip was young then," he added to Rovich, "and the imperial succession was in doubt. I gave him my influence. He promised in return to do certain things for me." "I tried, messenger," said the monarch. "Ask all the sunken canoes and drowned men if I did not try. But the will of the gods was otherwise." "Evidently," Valnira shrugged. "These islands have few oars, Captain Rovich, and no person capable of recognizing those are required. It's too far to the mainland for Hisagazian canoes. But I don't deny you tried, Iskilip. Then—" he cocked an eyebrow back at us. "This is the first time foreigners have been taken deeply into the imperial confidence, my friends. Are you certain you can get back out again, alive?" Why, they're our guests," blustered Iskilip and Guzan, almost in each other's mouths. "Besides," smiled Rovich, "I had most of the secret already. My country has secrets of its own to set against this. Yes, I think we might well do business, Holy One." The Emperor trembled. His voice cracked across. "Have you, indeed, a messenger too?" "What?" For a numbed moment Valnira stared at us. Red and white pursued each other across his countenance. Then he sat down on the bench and began to weep. "Well, not precisely." Rovich laid a hand on the shaking shoulder. "I confess no heavenly vessel has docked at Montelier, but we've certain other secrets, belike equally valuable." Only I, who knew his moods somewhat, could sense the tautness in him. He locked eyes with Guzan and stared the Duke down as a wild animal tamer does. And meanwhile, motherly gentle, he spoke with the Valnira. "I take it, friend, your ship was wrecked on these shores, but could be repaired if you had certain materials." "Yes, listen." Stammering and gulping at the thought he might see his home again ere he died, Valnira tried to explain. The doctrinal implications of what he said are so astounding, even dangerous, that I feel sure my lords would not wish me to repeat much. However, I do not believe they are false. If the stars are indeed suns like our own, each attended by planets like our own, this demolishes the crystal sphere theory. But Frode, when he was told later, did not think that matters to the true religion. Scriptures have never said that paradise lies directly above the birthplace of God's daughter. This was merely assumed during those centuries when the earth was believed to be flat. Why should paradise not be those planets of distant suns, where men dwell in magnificence, who possess the ancient arts and flit from star to star as casually as we might go from Lavra to West Alain? Valnira believed our ancestors had been cast away on this world several thousand years ago. They must have been fleeing the consequences of some crime or heresy to come so far from any human domain. Somehow their ship was wrecked, the survivors went back to savagery, and only by degrees have their descendants regained a little knowledge. I cannot see where this explanation contradicts the dogma of the fall. Rather, it amplifies it. The fall was not the portion of all mankind, but only a few, our own tainted blood, while the others continued to dwell prosperous and content in the heavens. Our world still lies far off the trade lanes of the paradise folk. Very few of them nowadays have any interest in seeking new realms. Valnira, though, was such a one. He travelled at hazard for months until he chanced upon our earth. Then the curse seized him, too. Something went wrong. He descended upon Ulas Erkila, and the ship would fly no more. "I know what the damage is," he said ardently. "I've not forgotten. How could I? No day has passed throughout these years that I didn't recite to myself what must be done. A certain subtle engine in the ship requires quicksilver." He and Voyage must spend some time talking ere they deduced this must be what he meant by the word he used. "When the engine failed, I landed so hard that its tanks burst. All the quicksilver, what I had in reserve as well as what I was employing, poured forth. That much, in a hot enclosed space, would have poisoned me. I fled outside, forgetting to close the doorway. The deck being canted, the quicksilver ran after me. By the time I had recovered from blind panic, a tropical rainstorm had carried off the fluid metal. A series of unlikely accidents, yes, that's what condemned me to a life's exile. It really would have made more sense to perish outright." He clutched Rovich's hand, staring up from his seat at the captain who stood over him. "Can you actually get quicksilver?" he begged. "I need no more than the volume of a man's head. Only that, and a few repairs easily made with tools in the ship. When this cult grew up around me, I must needs release certain things I possessed, that each provincial temple might have a relic, but I took care never to give away anything important. Whatever I need is waiting there. A gallon of quicksilver, and, oh God, my wife may even be alive on Terra." Guzan, at least, had begun to understand the situation. He gestured to the princes, who hefted their axes and stepped a little closer. The door was shut on the cabin. Rovic looked from Valnira to Guzan, whose face was grown ugly with tension. My captain laid hand on hilt. In no other way did he seem to feel any nearness of trouble. "I take it, my lord," he said lightly. "You are willing that the heaven ship be made to fly again?" Guzan was jarred. He had never expected this. "Why, of course," he exclaimed. "Why not?" "Your tame god would depart you. What then becomes of your power in his Agazia?" "I had not thought of that," Iskilip stuttered. Valnira's eyes shuttled among us as if watching a game of paddle-ball. His thin body shook. "No," he whispered. You can't keep me." Guzan nodded. "In a few more years," he said, not unkindly, "you would depart in death's canoe anyhow. If, meanwhile, we held you against your will, you might not speak the right oracles for us. Nay, be at ease. We'll get your flowing stone." With a slitted glance at Rovic, "Who shall fetch it?" "My folk," said the knight. "Our ship can readily reach Gier.
where there are civilized nations who surely have the quicksilver. We could return within a year, I think."
"Accompanied by a fleet of adventurers to help you seize the sacred vessel?" asked Guzan bluntly. "Or, once out of our islands, you might not proceed to Yurikadak at all. You might continue the whole way home, and tell your queen, and return with the power she commands." Rovich lounged against the roof-post, like a big pounce-cat at its ease in ruffles and hose and scarlet cape. His right hand continued to rest on his sword-pommel.
"None save Valnira could make that ship go, I suppose," he drawled. "Does it matter who aids him in making repairs? Surely you don't think either of our nations could conquer paradise?"
"The ship is very easy to operate," chattered Valnira. "Anyone can fly it in air. I showed many nobles what levers to use. It's navigating among the stars which is more difficult. No nation on this world could even reach my people unaided, let alone fight them. But why should you think of fighting? I've told you 1,000 times, Iskilip, the dwellers in the Milky Way are dangerous to nobody. They have so much wealth, they're hard put to find a use for most of it. Gladly would they spend large amounts to help the peoples of this world become civilized again." With an anxious, half-hysterical look at Rovich, "Fully civilized, I mean. We'll teach you our arts. We'll give you engines, automata, homunculi, that do all the toilsome work, and boats that fly through the air, and regular passenger service on those ships that ply between the stars." "These things you have promised for 40 years, said Iskilip. "We've naught but your word." "And finally a chance to confirm his word," I blurted. Guzan said with calculated grimness, "Matters are not that simple, Holy One. I've watched these men from across the ocean for weeks, while they lived on Yarzik. Even on their best behavior, they're a fierce and greedy lot. I trust them no further than my eyes reach. This very night I see how they've befooled us. They know our language better than they ever admitted, and they misled us to believe they might have some inkling of a messenger. If the ship were indeed made to fly again, them in possession, who knows what they might choose to do?" Rovich's tone softened still further. "What do you propose, Guzan? We can discuss that another time." I saw knuckles tighten around stone axes. For a moment only Valnira's unsteady breathing was heard. Guzan stood heavy in the lamplight, rubbing his chin, the small black eyes turned downward in thoughtfulness. At last he shook himself. "Perhaps," he said crisply, "a crew, mainly Hizagazian, could sail your ship, Rovich, and fetch the flowing stone. A few of your men could go along to instruct ours. The rest could remain here as hostages." My captain made no reply. Valnira groaned. "You don't understand. You're squabbling over nothing. When my people come here, there'll be no more war, no more oppression. They'll cure you of every disease. They'll show friendship to all and favour to none. I beg you." "Enough," said Iskilip. His own words fell ragged. "We shall sleep on this, if anyone can sleep after so much strangeness." Rovich looked past the Emperor's plumes into the face of Guzan. "Before we decide anything—" His fingers tightened on the sword hilt till the nails turned white. Some thought had sprung up within him, but he kept his tone even. "First I want to see that ship. Can we go there tomorrow?" Iskilip was the Holy One, but he stood huddled in his feather robe. Guzan nodded agreement. We bade our good nights and went forth under timber. The planet was waxing toward full, flooding the courtyard with cold luminance, but the hut was shadowed by the temple. It remained a black outline, a narrow lamplight rectangle of doorway in the middle. There was etched the frail body of Valnira, who had come from the stars. He watched us till we had gone out of sight. On the way down the path, Guzan and Rovich bargained in curt words. The ship lay 2 days' march inland, on the slopes of Mount Ulas. We would go in a joint party to inspect it, but a mere dozen Montelerians were allowed. Afterward we would debate our course of action. Lanthorns glowed yellow at our caravel's poop. Refusing Iskilip's hospitality, Rovich and I returned thither for the night. A pikeman on guard at the gangway inquired what I had learned. "Ask me tomorrow," I said feebly. My head's in too much of a whirl."
"Come into my cabin, lad, for a stoop ere we retire," the captain invited me.
God knows I needed wine. We entered the low room, crowded with nautical instruments, books, and printed charts that looked quaint to me now I had seen a little of those spaces where the cartographer drew mermaids and wind sprites. Roberts sat down behind his table, gestured me to a chair opposite, and poured from a carafe into 2 goblets of queenish crystal. Then I knew he had momentous thoughts in his head, far more than the problem of saving our lives. We sipped a while, unspeaking. I heard the lap-lap of wavelets on our hull, the tramp of men on watch, the rustle of distant surf. Otherwise, nothing. At last Roberts leaned back, staring at the ruby wine on the table. I could not read his expression.
"Well, lad," said he, "what do you think?"
"I know not what to think, master."
"You and Frode are a trifle prepared for this idea that the stars are other suns. You're educated. As for me, I've seen sufficient eldritch in my day that this seems quite believable. The rest of our people, though—
An irony that barbarians like Guzan should long have been familiar with the concept, having had the old man from the sky to preach it privily to their class for more than 40 years. Is he indeed a prophet, master?"
"He denies it. He plays prophet because he must, but it's evident that the dukes and earls of this realm know it's a trick. Iskilip is senile, more than half converted to his own artificial creed. He was mumbling about prophecies of Valnira made long ago. True prophecies. Bah! Tricks of memory and wishfulness. Valnira is as human and fallible as I am. We Montelerians are the same flesh as these Hizagazi, even if we have learned the use of metal before they did. Valnira's people know more in turn than us. They're still mortals, by heaven. I must remember that they are."
"Guzan remembers."
"Bravo, lad."
Robert's mouth bent upward one-sidedly.
"He's a clever one, and bold. When he came, he saw his chance to stop stagnating as the petty lord on an outlying island. He'll not let that chance slip without a fight. Like many a double-dealer before him, he accuses us of plotting the very things he hopes to do."
"But what does he hope for?"
"My guess would be he wants the ship for himself. Valnira said it was easy to fly. Navigation between the stars would be too difficult for anyone save him, nor could any man in his right mind hope to play pirate along the Milky Way. However, if the ship stayed right here on this earth, rising no higher than a mile above ground, the warlord who used it might conquer more widely than lame Darvath himself."
I was aghast. "Do you mean Guzan would not even try to seek out paradise?" Rovich scowled so blackly at his wine that I saw he wanted solitude. I stole off to my bunk in the poop. The captain was awake before dawn, readying our folk. Plainly he had reached some decision, and it was not pleasant. But once he set a course, he seldom veered. He was long in conference with Etienne, who came out of the cabin looking frightened. As if to reassure himself, the boatswain ordered the men about harshly. Our allowed dozen were to be Rovich, Frode, myself, Etienne, and 8 crewmen. We were issued helmets and corselets, muskets, and edged weapons. Since Guzan had told us there was a beaten path to the ship, we assembled a supply cart on the dock. Etienne supervised its landing. I was astonished to see that nearly all it carried, till the axles groaned, was barrels of gunpowder. "But we're not taking cannon," I protested. "Skipper's orders," rapped Etienne. He turned his back on me. After a glance at Rovich's face, nobody ventured to ask him the reason. I remembered we would be going up a mountainside. A wagon full of powder, with lit fuse, set rolling down toward a hostile army, might win a battle. But did Rovich anticipate open conflict? Certes, his orders to the men and officers remaining behind suggested as much. They were to stay aboard the Golden Leaper, holding her ready for instant fight or flight. As the sun rose, we said our morning prayers to God's daughter and marched down the docks. The wood banged hollow under our boots. A few thin mists drifted on the bay. Tambur's crescent hung wan above. Nikum town lay hushed as we passed through. Guzan met us at the temple. A son of Iskilip was supposedly in charge, but the Duke ignored that youth as much as we did. They had 100 guardsmen along, scaly-coated, shaven-headed, tattooed with storms and dragons. The early sunlight gleamed off obsidian spearheads. Our approach was watched in silence. But when we halted before those disorderly ranks, Guzan trod forth. He was also clad leather, and carried the sword Rovich had given him on Yarzik. The dew shimmered on his feather cloak. "What have you in that wagon?" he demanded. "Supplies," Rovich answered. "For 4 days?" "Send home all but 10 of your men," said Rovich coolly, "and I'll send back this cart." Their eyes clashed until Guzan turned and gave his orders. We started off, a few Montelerians surrounded by pagan warriors. The jungle lay ahead of us, a deep and burning green rising halfway up the slope of Ulas. Then the mountain became naked black to the snow that edged its smoking crater. Valnira walked between Rovich and Guzan. Strange, I thought, that the instrument of God's will for us was so shriveled. He ought to have walked tall and haughty, a star on his brow. During the day, at night when we made camp, and again the next day, Rovich and Frode questioned him eagerly about his home. Of course their talk was in fragments. Nor did I hear everything, since I must take my turn at pulling our wagon along that narrow, steep, damnable trail. The Hisagazi have no draft animals, therefore they make slight use of the wheel and have no proper roads. But what I did hear kept me long awake. Ah, greater marvels than the poets have imagined for Elfland! Entire cities built in a single tower 1/2 a mile high. The sky made to glow so that there is no true darkness after sunset. Food not grown in the earth, but manufactured in alchemical laboratories. The lowest peasant owning a score of machines which serve him more subtly and humbly than might 1,000 slaves, owning an aerial carriage which can fly him around his world in less than a day, owning a crystal window on which theatrical images appear, to beguile his abundant leisure. Argosies between suns, stuffed with the wealth of 1,000 planets, yet every ship unarmed and unescorted, for there are no pirates, and this realm is on such good terms with the other star-faring nations that war has also ceased. These foreign countries, it seems, are more akin to the supernatural than Valnira's, in that the races composing them are not human, though able to speak and reason. In this happy land is little crime. When it does occur, the criminal is soon captured by the arts of the Provocateur. Yet he is not hanged, nor even transported overseas. Instead, his mind is cured of the wish to violate any law. He returns home to live as an especially honored citizen, since folk know he is now completely trustworthy. As for the government— But here I lost the thread of discourse. I believe it is in form a republic, but in practice a devoted fellowship of men, chosen by examination, who see to the welfare of everyone else. Surely, I thought, this was paradise. Our sailors listened to gape. Rovich's mien was reserved, but he gnawed his moustaches incessantly. Guzan, to whom this was an old tale, grew rough of manner. Plain to see, he disliked our intimacy with Valnira, and the ease wherewith we grasped ideas that were spoken. But then we came of a nation which has long encouraged natural philosophy and improvement of the mechanic arts. I myself, in my short lifetime, had witnessed the replacement of the water-wheel in regions where there are few streams by the modern form of windmill. The pendulum clock was invented the year before I was born. I had read many romances about the flying machines which no few men have tried to devise. Living at such a dizzy pace of progress, we Montelerians were all prepared to entertain still vaster concepts. At night, sitting with Frode and Etienne around a campfire, I spoke somewhat of this to the savant. "Ah," he crooned, "today truth stood unveiled before me. Did you hear what the Starman said? The 3 laws of planetary motion about a sun, and the one great law of attraction which explains them. Dear saints, that law can be put in a single short sentence, and yet the development will keep mathematicians busy for 300 years. He stared past the flames and the other fires around which the heathen slept, and jungle gloom and angry volcanic glow in heaven. I started to query him. "Leave be that," grunted Etienne. "Can ye not tell when a man's in love?" I shifted a little closer to the boatswain's stolid, comforting bulk. "What do you think of this?" I asked softly, for the jungle whispered and croaked on every side.
"Me, I stopped thinking a while back," he said, "after yon day on the quarter-deck, when the skipper jested us into sailing wi' him, though he went off the world's edge and tumbled down in foam amongst the nether stars. Hell, I'm but a poor sailor man, and my one chance of regaining home is to follow the skipper."
"Even beyond the sky?"
"Less hazard to that, maybe, than sailing on around the world. The little man swore his vessel was safe, and no storms blow between the suns."
"Can you trust his word?"
"Oh, aye. Even a knocked-about old Palmer like me has seen enough of men to ken when a one's too timid and eagersome to stand by a lie. I fear not the folk in paradise, nor does the skipper, except in some way."
Etienne rubbed his bearded jaw, scowling.
"In some way I can nae wholly grasp. They affright Rovich. He fears now they'll come hither with torch and sword. But there's somewhat else about 'em that frets him."
I felt the ground shudder the least bit. Ulas had cleared his throat.
"It does seem we'd be daring God's anger. That's nae what gnaws on the skipper's mind. He was never an over-pious man."
Etienne scratched himself, yawned, and climbed to his feet.
"Glad I am to be nigh the skipper. Let him think over what's best to do. Time he and me was asleep."
But I slept little that night. Rovich, I think, rested well, yet as the next day wore on, I could see haggardness on him. I wondered why. Did he think the Hisagazi would turn on us? If so, why had he come? As the slope steepened, the wagon grew so toilsome to push and drag that my fears died for lack of breath. Yet when we came upon the ship toward evening, I forgot my weariness, and after an amazed volley of oaths, our mariners rested silent on their pikes. The Hisagazi, never talkative, crouched low in token of awe. Only Guzan remained erect among them. I glimpsed his expression as he stared at the marvel. It was a look of lust. Wild was that place. We had gone above timberline. The land was a green sea below us, edged with silvery ocean. Here we stood among tumbled black boulders, cinders, and spongy tufa underfoot. The mountain rose in steeps and scarps and ravines on to snows and smoke, which rose another mile into a pale, chilly sky. And here stood the ship. And the ship was beauty. I remember. In length, height rather, since it stood on its tail, it was about equal to our caravel, in form not unlike a lance-head, in colour a shining white, untarnished after 40 years. That was all. But words are paltry, my lords. What can they show of clean, soaring curves, of iridescence on burnished metal, of a thing which was proud and lovely, and in its very shape a quiver to be off? How can I conjure back the glamour which hazed that ship whose keel had cloven starlight? We stood there a long time. My vision blurred. I wiped my eyes, angry to be seen thus affected, until I noticed a tear glisten in Rovich's red beard. But the captain's visage was quite blank. When he spoke, he said merely in a flat voice, "Come, let's make camp." The Hisagazian guardsmen dared approach no closer than these several hundred yards to as potent an idol as the ship had become. Our mariners were glad to maintain the same distance. But after dark, when everything else was in order, Valnira led Rovich, Frode, Guzan, and myself to the vessel. As we approached, a double door in the side swung noiselessly open, and a metal gangplank descended therefrom. Glowing in Tambur's light, and in the dull, clotted red reflected off the smoke clouds, the ship was already as strange as I could endure. When it thus beckoned me, as if a ghost stood guard, I whimpered and fled. The cinders crunched beneath my boots. I caught a whiff of sulphurous air. But at the edge of camp I rallied myself enough to look again. The dark ground blotted up light, so that the ship appeared alone with its grandeur. Presently I went back. The interior was lit by luminous panels, cool to the touch. Valnira explained that the great engine which drove it, as if the troll of folklore were put on a treadmill, was intact and would furnish power at the flick of a lever. As nearly as I could understand what he said, this was done by changing the metallic part of salt into light. Thus I do not understand, after all. The quicksilver was required for a part of the controls, which channeled power from the engine into another mechanism that hurtled the ship skyward. We inspected the broken container. Enormous indeed had been the impact of landing to twist and bend that thick alloy. And yet Valnira had been shielded by invisible forces, and the rest of the ship had not suffered important damage. He fetched some tools, which flamed and hummed and whirled, and demonstrated a few repair operations on the broken part. Obviously, he would have no trouble completing the work. And then he need only pour in a gallon of quicksilver to bring his vessel alive again. Much else did he show us that night. I shall say naught of it, for I cannot even remember such strangeness very clearly, let alone find words. Suffice that Rovich, Frode, and Jean spent a few hours in Elf Hill. So, too, did Guzan. Though he had been taken here before as part of his initiation, he had never been shown this much ere now. Watching him, however, I saw less marvelling in him than greed. No doubt Rovich observed the same. There was little which Rovich did not observe. When we departed the ship, his silence was not stunned like Frode's or mine. At the time, I thought in a vague fashion that he fretted over the trouble Guzan was certain to make. Now, looking back, I believe his mood was sadness. Sure it is that long after we others were in our bedrolls, he stood by himself, looking at the planet-lit ship. Early in a cold dawn, Etienne shook me awake.
Up, lad, we've work to do. Load your pistols and belt on your dirk.
What? What's to happen? I fumbled with a hoar-frosted blanket. Last night seemed a dream.
The skipper's nice said, but plainly he awaits a fight. Report to the wagon and help us move into yon flying tower.
Etienne's thick form heel-squatted a moment longer beside me. Then, slowly,
methinks Guzan has some idea of murdering us here on the mountain. One officer and a few crewmen can be made to sail the Golden Leaper for him, to Gier and back. The rest of us would be less trouble to him wi' our weasand slit.
I crawled forth, teeth clattering in my head. After arming myself, I snatched some food from the common store. The Hizagazi on the march carried dried fish and a sort of bread made from a powdered weed. The saints alone knew when I'd next get a chance to eat. I was the last to join Rovich at the cart. The natives were drifting sullenly toward us, unsure what we intended.
"Let's go, lads," said Rovich.
He gave his orders. 4 men started manhandling the wagon across the rocky trail toward the ship, where this gleamed among mists. We others stood by, weapons ready. Guzan hastened toward us. Valnira toiled in his wake. Anger darkened his countenance.
"What are you doing?"
he barked. Rovich gave him a calm stare.
"Why, my lord, as we may be here for some time, inspecting the wonders aboard the ship."
"What?"
exclaimed Guzan. "What do you mean? Have you not seen ample for a first visit? We must get home again, and prepare to sail after the Flowing Stone."
"Go, if you wish," said Rovich. "I choose to linger, and since you don't trust me, I reciprocate the feeling. My folk will stay in the ship, which can be defended if necessary." Guzan stormed and raged, but Rovich ignored him. Our men continued hauling the cart over the uneven ground. Guzan signaled his spearmen, who approached in a disordered but alert mass. Etienne spoke a command. We fell into line. Pikes slanted forward, muskets took aim. Guzan stepped back. We had demonstrated firearms for him at his home island. Doubtless he could overwhelm us with sheer numbers were he determined, but the cost would be heavy. "No reason to fight, is there?" purred Rovich. "I am only taking a sensible precaution."
"The ship is a most valuable prize. It could bring paradise for all, or dominion over this earth for a few. There are those who prefer the latter. I've not accused you of being among them. However, in prudence, I'd liefer keep the ship for my hostage in my fortress, as long as it pleases me to remain here." I think then that I was convinced of Guzan's real intentions, not as a surmise of ours, but as plain fact. Had he truly wished to attain the stars, his single concern would have been to keep the ship safe. He would not have reached out, snatched little Valnira in his powerful hands, and dragged the starman backward like a shield against our fire. Not that his intent matters, save to my own conscience. Wrath distorted his patterned visage. He screamed at us. "Then I'll keep a hostage too, and much good may your shelter do you."
The Hisagazi milled about, muttering, hefting their spears and axes, but not prepared to follow us. We grunted our way across the black mountainside. The sun strengthened. Frode twisted his beard. "Dear me, Master Captain," he said, "think you they'll lay siege to us?"
"I'd not advise anyone to venture forth alone," said Rovich dryly.
"But without Valnira to explain things, what use for us to stay at the ship? Best we go back. I've mathematic texts to consult. My head's a-spin with the law that binds the turning planets. I must ask the man from Paradise what he knows—" Rovich interrupted with a gruff order to 3 men that they help lift a wheel wedged between 2 stones. He was in a savage temper. I confess his action seemed mad to me. If Guzan intended treachery, we had gained little by immobilizing ourselves in the ship, where he could starve us. Better to let him attack in the open, where we would have a chance of fighting our way through. And if Guzan did not plan to fall on us in the jungle, or any other time, then this was senseless provocation on our part. But I dared not question. When we had brought our wagon to the ship, its gangplank again descended for us. The sailors stuttered and cursed. Rovich forced himself out of his bitterness to speak soothing words. "Easy, lads. I've been aboard already, ye ken. Not harmful within. Now we must tote our powder thither, and stow it as I've planned." Being slight of frame, I was not set to carrying the heavy casks, but put at the foot of the gangplank to watch the Hisagazi. Although we were too far away to distinguish words, I saw how Guzan stood on a boulder and harangued them. They shook their weapons at us and whooped. They did not venture to attack. I wondered wretchedly what this was all about. If Rovich had foreseen us besieged, that would explain why he brought the powder along. No, it would not, for there was more than a dozen men could shoot off in weeks of musketry, even if we had enough bullets, and we had almost no food. I looked past the poisonous volcano clouds to Tamber, where storms raged that could engulf our whole earth, and wondered what demons lurked here to possess men. I sprang to alertness at an indignant shout from within. "Frode!" Almost I ran up the gangway, then remembered my duty. I heard Rovich roar him down and order the crew folk to carry on. Frode and Rovich must have gone by themselves into the pilot's compartment and talked for an hour or more. When the old man emerged, he protested no longer, but as he walked down the gangway, he wept. Rovich followed, grimmer of countenance than I had ever seen ere now. The soldiers filed after, some looking appalled, some relieved, but chiefly watching the Hisagazian camp. They were simply mariners. The ship was little to them, save a weird and disquieting object. Last came Etienne, walking backward down the metal plank as he uncoiled a long string. "Form square!" barked Rovich. The men snapped into position. "Get at the middle, Jean and Frode," said the captain. "You can better carry extra ammunition than fight." He placed himself in the van. I tugged Frode's sleeve. "Please, I beg you, master, what's happening?" He sobbed too much to answer. Etienne crouched, flint and steel in his hands. He heard me, for otherwise we were deathly silent, and said in a hard voice, "We placed casks of powder throughout this hull, lad, with powder trains to join 'em. Here's the fuse to the whole." I could not speak, could not even think, so monstrous was this. As if from immensely far away, I heard the click of stone on metal in Etienne's fingers, heard him blow on the spark and add, "A good idea, methinks. I said to the eventide I'd follow the skipper without fear of God's curse, but let's not tempt him overmuch." "Forward march!" Rovich's sword blazed clear of the scabbard. Our feet scrunched loud and horrible on the mountain as we quick-stepped away. I did not look back. I could not. I was still fumbling in a nightmare. Since Guzan would have moved to intercept us anyhow, we proceeded straight toward his band. He stepped forth as we halted at the camp's edge. Valnira slunk shivering after him. I heard the words dimly. "Rovich, what now? Are you ready to go home?" "Yes," said the captain. His voice was dull. "All the way home." Guzan squinted in rising suspiciousness. "Why did you abandon your wagon? What did you leave behind?" "Supplies. Come, let's march." Valnira stared at the cruel shapes of our pikes. He must wet his lips a few times ere he could quaver. "What are you talking about? There's no reason to leave food there. It would spoil in the time until—" Until— He faltered as he looked into Rovitch's eyes. The blood drained from him. "What have you done?" he whispered. Suddenly Rovitch's free hand arose to cover his face.
"What I must," he said thickly. "Daughter of God, forgive me."
The starman regarded us an instant more. Then he turned and ran. Past the astonished warriors he burst, out onto the cindery slope, toward his ship.
"Come back!" bellowed Rovitch. "You fool, you'll never—"
He swallowed hard. As he looked after that small, stumbling, lonely shape hurrying across a fire mountain toward the beautiful one, the sword sank in his grasp.
"Perhaps it's best," he said, like a benediction.
Guzan raised his own sword. In scaly coat and blowing feathers, he was a figure as impressive as steel-clad Rovitch.
"Tell me what you've done," he snarled, "or I'll kill you this moment."
He paid our muskets no heed. He, too, had had dreams. He, too, saw them end when the ship exploded. Even that adamantine hull could not withstand a wagon-load of carefully placed gunpowder set off at the same time. A crash knocked me to my knees, and the hull cracked open. White-hot chunks of metal screamed across the slopes. I saw one of them strike a boulder and split it in twain. Valnira vanished, destroyed too quickly to have seen what happened. Thus, in the ultimate, God was merciful to him. Through the flames and smokes and doomsday noise which followed, I saw the ship fall. It rolled down the slope, strewing its mangled guts behind. Then the mountainside grumbled and slid in pursuit, and buried it, and dust hid the sky. More than this, I have no heart to remember. The Hizagazi shrieked and fled. They must have thought hell was come to earth. Guzan stood his ground, as the dust enveloped us, hiding the grave of the ship in the white volcano crater. Turning the sun red, he sprang at Rovitch. A musketeer raised his weapon. Etienne slapped it down. We stood and watched those two men fight, up and over the shaken cinderland, and knew in our private darkness that this was their right. Sparks flew where the blades clamoured together. At last Rovitch's skill prevailed. He took his foe in the throat. We gave Guzan decent burial and went down through the jungle. That night the guardsmen rallied their courage to attack us. We were aided by our muskets, but must chiefly use sword and pike. We hewed our way through them because we had no place else to go than the sea. They retreated, but carried word ahead of us. When we reached Nikum, all the forces Iskilip could raise were besieging the Golden Leaper and waiting to oppose Rovitch's entry. We formed a square again, and no matter how many thousands they had, only a score or so could reach us at any time. Nonetheless, we left 6 good men in the crimsoned mud of those streets. When our people on the caravel realized Rovitch was coming back, they bombarded the town. This ignited the thatch roofs and distracted the enemy enough that a sortie from the ship was able to effect a juncture with us. We chopped our way to the pier, got aboard, and manned the capstan. Outraged and very brave, the Hizagazi paddled their canoes up to our hull, where our cannon could not be brought to bear. They stood on each other's shoulders to reach our rail. One band forced itself aboard, and the fight was fierce, which cleared them from the decks. That was when I got the shattered collarbone which plagues me to this day. But in the end we came out of the fjord. A fresh east wind was blowing. Sail aloft, we outran the foe. We counted our dead, bound our wounds, and slept. Next dawning, awakened by the pain of my wound and the worse pain within, I mounted the quarter-deck. The sky was overcast. The wind had stiffened, the sea ran cold and green, whitecaps out to a cloudy grey horizon. Timbers groaned and rigging thrummed. I stood an hour facing aft into the chill wind that numbs pain. When I heard boots behind me, I did not turn around. I knew they were Rovitch's. He stood beside me a long while, bareheaded. I noticed that he was starting to turn grey. Finally, not yet regarding me, still squinting into the air that lashed tears from our eyes, he said, "I had a chance to talk Frode over that day. He was grieved, but owned I was right. Has he spoken to you about it?" "No," I said. "None of us are ever likely to speak of it much," said Rovitch. After another time, "I was not afraid Guzan or anyone else would seize the ship and try to turn conqueror. We men of Montelier should well be able to deal with any such rogues.
Nor was I afraid of the Paradise Dwellers. That poor little man could only have been telling truth. They would never have harmed us, willingly. They would have brought precious gifts and taught us their esoteric arts and let us visit their stars.
Then why?
I got out. Some day, Freud's successors will solve the riddles of the universe, he said. Some day, our descendants will build their own ship and go forth to whatever destiny they wish. Spume blew around us until our hair was wet. I tasted the salt on my lips. Meanwhile, said Roberts, we'll sail the seas of this earth and walk its mountains and chart and subdue and come to understand it. Do you see, Jean? That is what the ship would have taken from us. Then I was also made able to weep. He laid his hands on my uninjured shoulder and stood with me while the Golden Leaper, all sail set, proceeded westward. Cordwainer Smith, on the Storm Planet. The late Cordwainer Smith, in real life, Dr. Paul M.A. Linebarger, scholar, statesman, godson of Sun Yat-sen, and author of the definitive text, still taught from today, on the art of psychological warfare, was a writer of enormous talents who, from 1948 until his untimely death in 1966, produced a double handful of some of the best short fiction this genre has ever seen. Alpha Ralpha Boulevard, A Planet Named Sheol, The Ballad of Lost Semel, The Dead Lady of Clowntown, The Game of Rat and Dragon, Drunk Boat, The Lady Who Sailed the Soul, Under Old Earth, and Scanners Live in Vain, as well as a large number of lesser but still fascinating stories, all twisted and blended and woven into an interrelated tapestry of incredible lushness and intricacy. Smith created a Baroque cosmology, unrivaled even today for its scope and complexity, a millennia-spanning future history, logically outlandish and elegantly strange, set against a vivid, richly colored, mythically intense universe where animals assume the shape of man, vast, planoform ships whisper through multi-dimensional space, immense sick sheep are the most valuable objects in the universe, immortality can be bought, and the mysterious lords of the instrumentality rule a hunted earth too old for history. It is a cosmology that looks as evocative and bizarre today, in the 1990s, as it did in the 1960s, certainly for sheer sweep and daring of conceptualization, in its vision of how different and strange the future will be. It rivals any contemporary vision conjured up by young Turks such as Bruce Sterling and Greg Bear, and I suspect that it is timeless. The landmark novella that follows, On the Storm Planet, gives us an almost complete cross-section of Smith's fabulous private universe. All the threads are here: the instrumentality, the underpeople, the childlike robots, forgetties, the old North Australians, strewn, personality imprinting, planoforming, go-captains and stop-captains, pin-lighting, battle hypnotism, Space 3, the rediscovery of man, the old strong religion of the God-nailed high. And at the heart of it, as at the heart of all fiction, are his people, with all their frailties and strengths, their quirks, their holiness, and carnality. The driven exile Casher, and the serene turtle girl Truth, a millennium old, with only another 89,000 years left to watch and wait. Cordwainer Smith's books include the novel Nostralia and the collections Space Lords, The Best of Cordwainer Smith, Quest of the Three Worlds, Star Dreamer, You Will Never Be the Same, and The Instrumentality of Mankind. As Felix C. Forrest, he wrote two mainstream novels, Rhea and Carola, and as Carmichael Smith, he wrote the thriller Atomsk. His most recent book is the posthumous collection The Rediscovery of Man, the complete short science fiction of Cordwainer Smith, an immense book, 672 pages, that will certainly stand as one of the very best collections of the decade, and a book that belongs in every complete science fiction collection. "At 2:75 in the morning," said the administrator to Cashier O'Neill, "you will kill this girl with a knife. At 2:77, a fast ground car will pick you up and bring you back here. Then
The power cruiser will be yours. Is that a deal?"
He held out his hand, as if he wanted Cashier O'Neill to shake it then and there, making some kind of an oath or bargain. Cashier did not slight the man, so he picked up his glass and said, "Let's drink to the deal first." The administrator's quick, restless, darting eyes looked Cashier up and down very suspiciously. The warm, sea-wet air blew through the room. The administrator seemed wary, suspicious, alert, but underneath his slight hostility there was another emotion, of which Cashier could perceive just the edge. Fatigue, with its roots in bottomless despair. Despair, set deep in irrecoverable fatigue? That other emotion, which Cashier could barely discern, was very strange indeed. On all his voyages back and forth through the inhabited worlds, Cashier had met many odd types of men and women. He had never seen anything like this administrator before. Brilliant, erratic, boastful. His title was Mr. Commissioner, and he was an ex-lord of the instrumentality on this planet of Henrietta, where the population had dropped from 600 million persons down to some 40,000. Indeed, local government had disappeared into limbo, and this odd man, with the title of administrator, was the only law and civil authority which the planet knew. Nevertheless, he had a surplus power cruiser, and Cashier O'Neill was determined to get that cruiser as a part of his long plot to return to his home planet of Miser, and to unseat the usurper, Colonel Witter. The administrator stared sharply, wearily at Cashier, and then he too lifted his glass. The green twilight colored his liquor and made it seem like some strange poison. It was only earth by gar, though a little on the strong side. With a sip, only a sip, the older man relaxed a little.
"You may be out to trick me, young man. You may think that I am an old fool running an abandoned planet. You may even be thinking that killing this girl is some kind of a crime. It is not a crime at all. I am the administrator of Henrietta, and I have ordered that girl killed every year for the last 80 years. She isn't even a girl, to start with, just an underperson, some kind of an animal turned into a domestic servant. I can even appoint you a deputy sheriff, or chief of detectives. That might be better. I haven't had a chief of detectives for 100 years and more. You are my chief of detectives. Go in tomorrow. The house is not hard to find. It's the biggest and best house left on this planet. Go in tomorrow morning. Ask for her master, and be sure that you use the correct title, the Mr. and Owner Murray Madigan. The robots will tell you to keep out. If you persist, she will come to the door. That's when you will stab her through the heart, right there in the doorway. My ground car will race up 1 metric minute later. You jump in and come back here. We've been through this before. Why don't you agree? Don't you know who I am?"
"I know perfectly well." Cashier O'Neill smiled. "Who you are, Mr. Commissioner and Administrator. You are the Honorable Rankin Michaeljohn, once of Earth, too. After all, the instrumentality itself gave me a permit to land on this planet on private business. They knew who I was, too, and what I wanted. There's something funny about all this. Why should you give me a power cruiser, the best ship you yourself say in your whole fleet, just for killing one modified animal which looks and talks like a girl? Why me? Why the visitor? Why the man from off-world? Why should you care whether this particular underperson is killed or not? If you've given the order for her death 80 times in 80 years, why hasn't it been carried out long ago? Mind you, Mr. Administrator, I'm not saying no. I want that cruiser. I want it very much indeed. But what's the deal? What's the trick? Is it the house you want? Beauregard?
No, I don't want Beauregard. Old Madigan can rot in it for all that I care. It's between Amberloxy and Motul on the Gulf of Esperanza. You can't miss it. The road is good. You could drive yourself there.
What is it, then? Cashier's voice had an edge of persistence to it. The administrator's response was singular indeed. He filled his huge inhaler glass with a potent Bygar. He stared over the full glass at Cashier O'Neill as if he were an enemy. He drained the glass. Cashier knew that that much liquor, taken suddenly, could kill the normal human being. The administrator did not fall over dead. He did not even become noticeably more drunk. His face turned red, and his eyes almost popped out as the harsh 160-proof liquor took effect, but he still did not say anything. He just stared at Casher. Casher, who had learned in his long exile to play many games, just stared back. The administrator broke first. He leaned forward and burst into a bird-like shriek of laughter. The laughter went on until it seemed that the man had hogged all the merriment in the galaxy. Casher snorted a little laugh along with the man, more out of nervous reflex than anything else, but he waited for the administrator to stop laughing. The administrator finally got control of himself. With a broad grin and a wink at Casher, he poured himself 4 fingers more of the Bygar into his glass, drank it down as if he had had a sip of cream, and then, only very slightly unsteady, stood up, came over, and patted Casher on the shoulder.
"You're a smart boy, my lad. I'm cheating you. I don't care whether the power cruiser is there or not. I'm giving you something which has no value at all to me. Who's ever going to take a power cruiser off this planet? It's ruined, it's abandoned, and so am I. Go ahead, you can have the cruiser. For nothing, just take it, free, unconditionally." This time it was Casher who leaped to his feet and stared down into the face of the feverish, wanton little man. "Thank you, Mr. Administrator," he cried, trying to catch the hand of the administrator so as to seal the deal. Rankin Michael John looked awfully sober for a man with that much liquor in him. He held his right hand behind his back and would not shake. "You can have the cruiser, all right. No terms, no conditions, no deal. It's yours. But kill that girl first, just as a favor to me. I've been a good host. I like you. I want to do you a favor. Do me one. Kill that girl. At 2:75 in the morning tomorrow."
"Why?" asked Casher, his voice loud and cold, trying to wring some sense out of the chattering man.
Just because I say so," stammered the administrator.
"Why?" asked Casher, cold and loud again. The liquor suddenly took over inside the administrator. He groped back for the arm of his chair, sat down suddenly, and then looked up at Casher. He was very drunk indeed. The strange emotion, the elusive fatigued despair, had vanished from his face. He spoke straightforwardly. Only the excessive care of his articulation would have shown a passer-by that he was drunk.
"Because, you fool," said Michael John, "those people, more than 80 years, that I have sent to Beauregard with orders to kill the girl, those people," he repeated, and stopped speaking, clamping his lips together.
"What happened to them?" asked Casher, calmly and persuasively. The administrator grinned again and seemed to be on the edge of one of his wild laughs. "What happened?" shouted Casher at him.
"I don't know," said the administrator. "For the life of me, I don't know. Not one of them ever came back."
"What happened to them? Did she kill them?" cried Casher.
"How would I know?" said the drunken man, getting visibly more sleepy.
"Why didn't you report it?"
This seemed to rouse the administrator.
Report that one little girl had stopped me, the planetary administrator? Just one little girl, and not even a human being? They would have sent help, and laughed at me. By the bell, young man, I've been laughed at enough. I need no help from outside. You're going in there tomorrow morning at 2:75 with a knife, and a ground car waiting." He stared fixedly at Casher, and then suddenly fell asleep in his chair. Casher called to the robots to show him to his room. They tended to the master as well. 2. The next morning at 2:75 sharp, nothing happened. Casher walked down the Baroque corridor, looking into beautiful barren rooms. All the doors were open. Through one door he heard a sick, deep, bubbling snore. It was the administrator, sure enough. He lay twisted in his bed. A small nursing machine was beside him, her white enameled body only slightly rusty. She held up a mechanical hand for silence, and somehow managed to make the gesture seem light, delicate, and pretty.
even from a machine. Casher walked lightly back to his own room, where he ordered hot cakes, bacon, and coffee. He studied a tornado through the armored glass of his window, while the robots prepared his food. The elastic trees clung to the earth with a fury which matched the fury of the wind. The trunk of the tornado reached like the nose of a mad elephant down into the gardens, but the flora fought back. A few animals whipped upward and out of sight. The tornado then came straight for the house, but did not damage it outside of making a lot of noise. "We have 200 or 300 of those a day," said a butler robot. "That is why we store all spacecraft underground and have no weather machines. It would cost more, the people said, to make this planet livable than the planet could possibly yield. The radio and news are in the library, sir. I do not think that the Honorable Rankin Michael John will wake until evening, say 7:50 or 8 o'clock. "Can I go out?" "Why not, sir? You are a true man. You do what you wish." "I mean, is it safe for me to go out?" "Oh, no, sir. The wind would tear you apart or carry you away." "Don't people ever go out?" "Yes, sir, with ground cars or with automatic body armor. I have been told that if it weighs 50 tons or better, the person inside is safe." "I would not know, sir. As you see, I am a robot. I was made here, though my brain was formed on Earth too, and I have never been outside this house." Casher looked at the robot. This one seemed unusually talkative. He chanced the opportunity of getting some more information. "Have you ever heard of Beauregard?" "Yes, sir. It is the best house on this planet. I have heard people say that it is the most solid building on Henrietta. It belongs to the Mr. and owner Murray Madigan. He is an old North Australian, a renunciant, who left his home planet and came here when Henrietta was a busy world. He brought all his wealth with him. The underpeople and robots say that it is a wonderful place on the inside." "Have you seen it?" "Oh, no, sir. I have never left this building." "Does the man Madigan ever come here?" The robot seemed to be trying to laugh, but did not succeed. He answered very unevenly, "Oh, no, sir. He never goes anywhere." "Can you tell me anything about the female who lives with him?" "No, sir," said the robot. "Do you know anything about her?" "Sir, it is not that. I know a great deal about her." "Why can't you talk about her, then?" "I have been commanded not to, sir." "I am," said Casher O'Neill, "a true human being. I herewith countermand those orders. Tell me about her." The robot's voice became formal and cold. "The orders cannot be countermanded, sir." "Why not?" snapped Casher. "Are they the administrators?" "No, sir." "Whose, then?" "Hers," said the robot softly, and left the room. 3. Casher O'Neill spent the rest of the day trying to get information. He obtained very little. The deputy administrator was a young man who hated his chief. When Casher, who dined with him, the two of them having a poorly cooked state luncheon in a dining room which would have seated 500 people, tried to come to the point by asking bluntly, "What do you know about Murray Madigan?" he got an answer which was blunt to the point of incivility. "Nothing." "You never heard of him?" cried Casher. "Keep your troubles to yourself, Mr. Visitor," said the deputy administrator. "I've got to stay on this planet long enough to get promoted off. You can leave. You shouldn't have come." "I have," said Casher, "an all-world pass from the instrumentality." "All right," said the young man. "That shows you are more important than I am. Let's not discuss the matter. Do you like your lunch?" Casher had learned diplomacy in his childhood, when he was the heir apparent to the dictatorship of Miser. When his horrible uncle Carafe lost the rulership, Casher had approved of the coup by the Colonels Wedder and Gibna, but now Wedder was supreme and enforcing a period of terror and virtue. Casher thus knew courts and ceremony, big talk and small talk, and on this occasion he let the small talk do. The young deputy administrator had only one ambition, to get off the planet Henrietta, and never to see or hear of Rankin Michael John again. Casher could understand the point. Only one curious thing happened during dinner. Toward the end, Casher slipped in the question very informally, "Can underpeople give orders to robots?" "Of course," said the young man. "That's one of the reasons we use underpeople. They have more initiative. They amplify our orders to robots on many occasions." Casher smiled. "I didn't mean it quite that way. Could an underperson give an order to a robot which a real human being could not then countermand?" The young man started to answer, even though his mouth was full of food. He was not a very polished young man. Suddenly he stopped chewing, and his eyes grew wide. Then, with his mouth half full, he said, "You are trying to talk about this planet, I guess. You can't help it. You're on the track. Stay on the track, then. Maybe you will get out of it alive. I refuse to get mixed up with it. With you, with him, and his hateful schemes. All I want to do is to leave when my time comes." The young man resumed chewing, his eyes fixed steadfastly on his plate. Before Casher could pass off the matter by making some casual remark, the butler robot stopped behind him and leaned over. "Honorable sir, I heard your question. May I answer it?" "Of course," said Casher softly. "The answer, sir," said the butler robot, softly but clearly, "to your question is no, no, never. That is the general rule of the civilized worlds. But on this planet of Henrietta, sir, the answer is yes." "Why?" asked Casher. "It is my duty, sir," said the robot butler, "to recommend to you this dish of fresh artichokes. I am not authorized to deal with other matters." "Thank you," said Casher, straining a little to keep himself looking imperturbable. Nothing much happened that night, except that Michael John got up long enough to get drunk all over again. Though he invited Casher to come and drink with him, he never seriously discussed the girl, except for one outburst. "Leave it till tomorrow. Fair and square, open and above board, frank and honest. That's me. I'll take you around Beauregard myself. You'll see it's easy. A knife, eh? A travelled young man like you would know what to do with a knife. And a little girl, too. Not very big. Easy job. Don't give it another thought. Would you like some apple juice in your bagar?" Casher had taken 3 contra-intoxicant pills before going to drink with the ex-lord, but even at that he could not keep up with Michael John. He accepted the dilution of apple juice gravely, gracefully, and gratefully. The little tornadoes stamped around the house. Michael John, now launched into some drunken story of ancient injustices which had been done to him on other worlds, paid no attention to them. In the middle of the night, past 9:50 in the evening, Casher woke alone in his chair, very stiff and uncomfortable. The robots must have had standing instructions concerning the administrator, and had apparently taken him off to bed. Casher walked wearily to his own room, cursed the thundering ceiling, and went to sleep again. 4. The next day was very different indeed. The administrator was as sober, brisk, and charming as if he had never taken a drink in his life. He had the robots call Casher to join him at breakfast, and said, by way of greeting, "I'll wager you thought I was drunk last night." "Well," said Casher, "planet fever. That's what it was, planet fever. A bit of alcohol keeps it from developing too far. Let's see, it's 3:60 now. Could you be ready to leave by 4? Casher frowned at his watch, which had the conventional 24 hours. The administrator saw the glance and apologized. "Sorry. My fault 1,000 times. I'll get you a metric watch right away. 10 hours a day, 100 minutes an hour. We're very progressive here in Henrietta." He clapped his hands and ordered that a watch be taken to Casher's room, along with a watch-repairing robot to adjust it to Casher's body rhythms. 4, then, he said, rising briskly from the table. "Dress for a trip by ground car. The servants will show you how." There was a man already waiting in Casher's room. He looked like a plump, wise, ancient Hindu, as shown in the archaeology books. He bowed pleasantly and said, "My name is Gosago. I am a Forgetti, settled on this planet, but for this day I am your guide and driver from this place to the mansion of Beauregard." Forgettis were barely above underpeople in status. They were persons convicted of various major crimes, to whom the courts of the worlds, or the instrumentality, had allowed total amnesia, instead of death, or some punishment worse than death, such as the planet Sheol. Casher looked at him curiously. The man did not carry with him the permanent air of bewilderment which Casher had noticed in many Forgettis. Gosagar saw the glance and interpreted it. "I'm well enough now, sir, and I am strong enough to break your back if I had the orders to do it." "You mean damage my spine?" What a hostile, unpleasant thing to do, said Casher. Anyhow, I rather think I could kill you first if you tried it. Whatever gave you such an idea? The administrator is always threatening people that he will have me do it to them. Have you ever really broken anybody's back? Asked Casher, looking Gossagor over very carefully and rejudging him. The man, though shorter than Casher, was luxuriously muscled. Like many plump men, he looked pleasant on the outside, but could be very formidable to an enemy. Gossagor smiled briefly, almost happily. Well, no, not exactly. Why haven't you? Does the administrator always countermand his own orders? I should think that he would sometimes be too drunk to remember to do it. It's not that, said Gossagor. Why don't you, then? I have other orders, said Gossagor, rather hesitantly, like the orders I have today. One set from the administrator, one set from the deputy administrator, and a third set from an outside source. Who's the outside source? She has told me not to explain just yet. Casher stood stock still. Do you mean who I think you mean? Gossagor nodded very slowly, pointing at the ventilator as though it might have a microphone in it. Can you tell me what your orders are? Oh, certainly. The administrator has told me to drive both himself and you to Beauregard, to take you to the door, to watch you stab the undergirl, and to call the second ground car to your rescue. The deputy administrator has told me to take you to Beauregard and to let you do as you please, bringing you back here by way of Amberlochsey, if you happen to come out of Mr. Murray's house alive. And the other orders? To close the door upon you when you enter, and to think of you no more in this life, because you will be very happy. Are you crazy? Cried Casher. I am a forgetty, said Gossagor with some dignity, but I am not insane. Whose orders are you going to obey, then? Gossagor smiled a warmly human smile at him. Doesn't that depend on you, sir, and not on me? Do I look like a man who is going to kill you soon? No, you don't, said Casher. Do you know what you look like to me? Went on Gossagor with a purr. Do you really think that I would help you if I thought that you would kill a small girl? You know it, cried Casher, feeling his face go white. Who doesn't? Said Gossagor. What else have we got to talk about here on Henrietta? Let me help you on with these clothes, so that you will at least survive the ride. With this he handed shoulder padding and padded helmet to Casher, who began to put on the garments very clumsily. Gossagor helped him. When Casher was fully dressed, he thought that he had never dressed this elaborately for space itself. The world of Henrietta must be a tumultuous place if people needed this kind of clothing to make a short trip. Gossagor had put on the same kind of clothes. He looked at Casher in a friendly manner, with an arch smile which came close to humour. Look at me, honourable visitor. Do I remind you of anybody? Casher looked honestly and carefully, and then said, No, you don't. The man's face fell. It's a game, he said. I can't help trying to find out who I really am. Am I a lord of the instrumentality who has betrayed his trust? Am I a scientist who twisted knowledge into unimaginable wrong? Am I a dictator so foul that even the instrumentality, which usually leaves things alone, had to step in and wipe me out? Here I am, healthy, wise, alert. I have the name Gossagor on this planet. Perhaps I am a mere native of this planet who has committed a local crime. I am triggered. If anyone ever did tell me my true name or my actual past, I have been conditioned to shriek loud, fall unconscious, and forget anything which might be said on such an occasion. People told me that I must have chosen this instead of death. Maybe. Death sometimes looks tidy to a forgetty. Have you ever screamed and fainted? I don't even know that, said Gossagor. No more than you know where you are going this very day. Casher was tied to the man's mystifications, so he did not let himself be provoked into a useless show of curiosity. Inquisitive about the forgetty himself, he asked, Does it hurt? Does it hurt to be a forgetty? No, said Gossagor. It doesn't hurt, no more than you will. Gossagor stared suddenly at Casher. His voice changed tone and became at least 1 octave higher.
He clapped his hands to his face and panted through his hands as if he would never speak again. "But, oh, the fear, the eerie, dreary fear of being me!" He still stared at Casher. Quieting down at last, he pulled his hands away from his face as if by sheer force, and said in an almost normal voice, "Shall we get on with our trip?" Gossagor led the way out into the bare, bleak corridor. A perceptible wind was blowing through it, though there was no sign of an open window or door. They followed a majestic staircase, with steps so broad that Casher had to keep changing pace on them all the way down to the bottom of the building. This must at some time have been a formal reception hall. Now it was full of cars. Curious cars. Land vehicles of a kind which Casher had never seen before. They looked a little bit like the ancient fighting tanks which he had seen in pictures. They also looked a little like submarines of a singularly short and ugly shape. They had high, spiked wheels, but their most complicated feature was a set of giant corkscrews, 4 on each side, attached to the car by intricate yet operational apparatus. Since Casher had been landed right into the place by planoform, he had never had occasion to go outside among the tornadoes of Henrietta. The administrator was waiting, wearing a coverall on which was stenciled his insignia of rank. Casher gave him a polite bow. He glanced down at the handsome metric wristwatch which Gossagor had strapped on his wrist outside the coverall. It read $3.95. Casher bowed to Rank and Michael John and said, "I'm ready, sir, if you are." "Watch him," whispered Gossagor, half a step behind Casher. The administrator said, "Might as well be going." The man's voice trembled. Casher stood polite, alert, immobile. Was this danger? Was this foolishness? Could the administrator already be drunk again? Casher watched the administrator carefully but quietly, waiting for the older man to precede him into the nearest ground car, which had its door standing open. Nothing happened, except that the administrator began to turn pale. There must have been 6 or 8 people present. The others must have seen the same sort of thing before, because they showed no sign of curiosity or bewilderment. The administrator began to tremble. Casher could see it, even through the bulk of the travel wear. The man's hands shook. The administrator said, in a high, nervous voice, "Your knife. You have it with you?" Casher nodded. "Let me see it," said the administrator. Casher reached down to his boot and brought out the beautiful, superbly balanced knife. Before he could stand erect, he felt the clamp of Gossagor's heavy fingers on his shoulder. "Master," said Gossagor to Michael John, "tell your visitor to put his weapon away. It is not allowed for any of us to show weapons in your presence." Casher tried to squirm out of the heavy grip without losing his balance or his dignity. He found that Gossagor was knowledgeable about karate, too. Don't forget he held ground, even when the 2 men waged an immobile, invisible sort of wrestling match, the leverage of Casher's shoulder working its way hither and yon against the strong grip of Gossagor's powerful hand. The administrator ended it. He said, "Put away your knife," in that high, funny voice of his. The watch had almost reached 4 o'clock, but no one had yet got into the car. Gossagor spoke again, and when he did there was a contemptuous laugh from the deputy administrator, who had stood by in ordinary indoor clothes. "Master, isn't it time for one for the road?" Of course, chattered the administrator. He began breathing almost normally again. "Join me," he said to Casher. "It's a local custom." Casher had let his knife slip back into his boot sheath. When the knife dropped out of sight, Gossagor released his shoulder. He now stood facing the administrator and rubbed his bruised shoulder. He said nothing, but shook his head gently, showing that he did not want a drink. One of the robots brought the administrator a glass, which appeared to contain at least 1.5 liters of water. The administrator said very politely, "Sure you won't share it?" This close, Casher could smell the reek of it. It was pure by gar, and at least 160 proof. He shook his head again, firmly but also politely. The administrator lifted the glass. Casher could see the muscles of the man's throat work as the liquid went down. He could hear the man breathing heavily between swallows. The white liquid went lower and lower in the gigantic glass. At last it was all gone. The administrator cocked his head sidewise and said to Casher in a parrot-like voice, "I'll toodle-oo!" "What do you mean, sir?" asked Casher.
The administrator had a pleasant glow on his face. Casher was surprised that the man was not dead after that big and sudden a drink.
"I just ain't goodbye. I'm not feeling well."
With that, he fell straight forward, as stiff as a rock tower. One of the servants, perhaps another Forgetty, caught him before he hit the ground.
"Does he always do this?"
asked Casher of the miserable and contemptuous deputy administrator. "Oh, no," said the deputy. "Only at times like these."
"What do you mean, like these?"
"When he sends one more armed man against the girl at Beauregard. They never come back. You won't come back either. You could have left earlier, but you can't now. Go along and try to kill the girl. I'll see you here about 5:25 if you succeed. As a matter of fact, if you come back at all, I'll try to wake him up. But you won't come back. Good luck. I suppose that's what you need." "Good luck." Casher shook hands with the man without removing his gloves. Gossagor had already climbed into the driver's seat of the machine and was testing the electric engines. The big corkscrews began to plunge down, but before they touched the floor, Gossagor had reversed them and thrown them back into the up position. The people in the room ran for cover as Casher entered the machine, though there was no immediate danger in sight. Two of the human servants dragged the administrator up the stairs, the deputy administrator following them rapidly. "Seat belt," said Gossagor. Casher found it and snapped it closed. "Head belt," said Gossagor. Casher stared at him. He had never heard of a head belt. "Pull it down from the roof, sir. Put the net under your chin." Casher glanced up. There was a net fitted snugly against the roof of the vehicle, just above his head. He started to pull it down, but it did not yield. Angrily he pulled harder, and it moved slowly downward.
"By the bell and bank, do they want to hang me in this?"
he thought to himself as he dragged the net down. There was a strong fiber belt attached to each end of the net, while the net itself was only 15 to 20 centimeters wide. He ended up in a foolish position, holding the head belt with both hands, lest it snap back into the ceiling, and not knowing what to do with it. Gossagor leaned over, and, half impatiently, helped him adjust the web under his chin. It pinched for a moment, and Casher felt as though his head were being dragged by a heavy weight. "Don't fight it," said Gossagor. "Relax." Casher did. His head was lifted several centimeters into a foam pocket, which he had not previously noticed, in the back of the seat. After a second or two, he realized that the position was odd, but comfortable. Gossagor had adjusted his own head belt and had turned on the lights of the vehicle. They blazed so bright that Casher almost thought they might be a laser, capable of charring the inner doors of the big room. The lights must have keyed the door. 5. Two panels slid open, and a wild uproar of wind and vegetation rushed in. It was rough and stormy, but far below hurricane velocity. The machine rolled forward clumsily, and was out of the house and on the road very quickly. The sky was brown, bright luminous brown, shot through with streaks of yellow. Casher had never seen a sky of that color on any other world he had visited, and in his long exile he had seen many planets. Gossagor, staring straight ahead, was preoccupied with keeping the vehicle right in the middle of the black, soft, tarry road. "Watch it," said a voice speaking right into his head. It was Gossagor, using an intercom which must have been built into the helmets. Casher watched, though there was nothing to see except for the rush of mad wind. Suddenly the ground car turned dark, spun upside down, and was violently shaken. An oily, pungent stench of pure fetor immediately drenched the whole car. Gossagor pulled out a panel with a console of buttons. Light and fire, intolerably bright, burned in on them through the windshield and the portholes on the side. The battle was over before it began. The ground car lay in a sort of swamp. The road was visible 30 or 35 meters away. There was a grinding sound inside the machine, and the ground car righted itself. A singular sucking noise followed, then the grinding sound stopped. Casher could glimpse the big corkscrews on the side of the car eating their way into the ground. At last the machine was steady, pelted only by branches, leaves, and what seemed like kelp. A small tornado was passing over them. Gossagor took time to twist his head sidewise and talk to Casher. "An air whale swallowed us, and I had to burn our way out." "A what?" cried Casher. "An air whale," repeated Gossagor calmly on the intercom. There are no indigenous forms of life on this planet, but the imported Earth forms have changed wildly since we brought them in. The tornadoes lifted the whales around enough so that some of them got adapted to flying. They were the meat-eating kind, so they like to crack our ground cars open and eat the goodies inside. We're safe enough from them for the time being, provided we can make it back to the road. There are a few wild men who live in the wind, but they would not become dangerous to us unless we found ourselves really helpless. Pretty soon I can unscrew us from the ground and try to get back on the road. It's not really too far from here to Amberloxy. The trip to the road was a long one, even though they could see the road itself all the time that they tried various approaches. The first time the ground car tipped ominously forward. Red lights showed on the panel and the buzzers buzzed. The great spiked wheels spun in vain as they chewed their way into a bottomless quagmire. Gossigaw, calling back to his passenger, cried, "Hold steady! We're going to have to shoot ourselves out of this one backward." Casher did not know how he could be any steadier, belted, hooded, and strapped as he was, but he clutched the arms of his seat. The world went red with fire as the front of the car spat flame in rocket-like quantities. The swamp ahead of them boiled into steam so that they could see nothing. Gossigaw changed the windshield over from visual to radar, and even with radar there was not much to be seen, nothing but a grey swirl of formless wraiths, and the weird lurching sensation as the machine fought its way back to solid ground. The console suddenly showed green, and Gossigaw cut the controls. They were back where they had been, with the repulsive burnt entrails of the air-whale scattered among the coral trees. "Try again," said Gossigaw, as though Casher had something to do with the matter. He fiddled with the controls, and the ground car rose several feet. The spikes on the wheels had been hydraulically extended until they were each at least 150 centimeters long. The car felt like a large enclosed bicycle as it teetered on its big wheels. The wind was strong and capricious, but there was no tornado in sight. "Here we go," said Gossigaw redundantly. The ground car pressed forward in a mad rush, hastening obliquely through the vegetation and making for the highway on Casher's right. A bone-jarring crash told them that they had not made it. For a moment Casher was too dizzy to see where they were. He was glad of his helmet and happy about the web brace which held his neck. That crash would have killed him if he had not had full protection. Gossigaw seemed to think the trip normal. His classic Hindu features relaxed in a wise smile as he said, "Hit a boulder. Fell on our side. Try again." Casher managed to gasp, "Is the machine unbreakable?" There was a laugh in Gossigaw's voice when he answered, "Almost. We're the most vulnerable items in it." Again fire spat at the ground, this time from the side of the ground car. It balanced itself precariously on the 4 high wheels. Gossigaw turned on the radar screen to look through the steam which their own jets had called up. There the road was, plain and near. "Try again!" he shouted as the machine lunged forward and then performed a veritable ballet on the surface of the marsh. It rushed, slowed, turned around in a hummock, gave itself an assist with the jets, and then scrambled through the water. Casher saw the inverted cone of a tornado, half a kilometer or less away, veering toward them. Gossigaw sensed his unspoken thought because he answered, "Problem, who gets to the road first, that or we?" The machine bucked, lurched, twisted, spun. Casher could see nothing any more from the windshield in front, but it was obvious that Gossigaw knew what he was doing. There was the sickening, stomach-wrenching twist of a big drop, and then a new sound was heard, a grinding as of knives. Gossigaw, unworried, took his head out of the head net and looked over at Casher with a smile. "The twister will probably hit us in a minute or two, but it doesn't matter now. We're on the road, and I've bolted us to the surface." "Bolted?" gasped Casher. "You know, those big screws on the outside of the car? They were made to go right into the road. All the roads here are neo-asphaltum and self-repairing. There will be traces of them here when the last known person on the last known planet is dead. These are good roads." He stopped for the sudden hush. "Storm's going over us." It began again before he could finish his sentence. Wild, raving winds tore at the machine, which sat so solid that it seemed bedded in permastone. Gossigaw pushed 2 buttons and calibrated a dial. He squinted at his instruments, then pressed a button mounted on the edge of his navigator seat. There was a sharp explosion, like a blasting of rock by chemical methods. Casher started to speak, but Gossagor held out a warning hand for silence. He turned his dials quickly. The windshield faded out, radar came on, and then went off, and at last a bright map, bright red in background with sharp gold lines, appeared across the whole width of the screen. There were a dozen or more bright points on the map. Gossagor watched these intently. The map blurred, faded, dissolved into red chaos. Gossagor pushed another button, and then could see out of the front glass screen again. "What was that?" asked Casher. "Miniaturized radar rocket. I sent it up 12 kilometers for a look around. It transmitted a map of what it saw, and I put it on our radar screen. The tornadoes are heavier than usual, but I think we can make it. Did you notice the top right of the map?" "The top right?" asked Casher. "Yes, the top right. Did you see what was there?" "Why, nothing," said Casher. "Nothing was there." "You're utterly right," said Gossagor. "What does that mean to you?" "I don't understand you," said Casher. "I suppose it means that there is nothing there." "Right again. But let me tell you something. There never is." "Never is what?" "Anything," said Gossagor. "There never is anything on the maps at that point. That's east of Ambiloxi. That's Beauregard. It never shows on the maps. Nothing happens there." "No bad weather? Ever?" asked Casher. "Never," said Gossagor. "Why not?" asked Casher. "She will not permit it," said Gossagor firmly, as though his words made sense. "You mean her weather machines work?" said Casher, grasping for the only rational explanation possible. "Yes," said Gossagor. "Why?" "She pays for them." "How can she?" exclaimed Casher. "Your whole world of Henrietta is bankrupt." "Her part isn't." "Stop mystifying me," said Casher. "Tell me who she is and what this is all about." "Put your head in the net," said Gossagor. "I'm not making puzzles because I want to do so. I have been commanded not to talk." "Because you are a forgetty?" "What's that got to do with it? Don't talk to me that way. Remember, I am not an animal or an underperson. I may be your servant for a few hours, but I am a man. You'll find out soon enough." "Hold tight!" The ground car came to a panic stop, the spiked teeth eating into the resilient, firm neo-asphaltum of the road. At the instant they stopped, the outside corkscrews began chewing their way into the ground. First Casher felt as though his eyes were popping out because of the suddenness of the deceleration. Now he felt like holding the arms of his seat as the tornado reached directly for their car, plucking at it again and again. The enormous outside screws held, and he could feel the car straining to meet the gigantic suction of the storm. "Don't worry!" shouted Gossagor over the noise of the storm. "I always pin us down a little bit more by firing the quick rockets straight up. These cars don't often go off the road." Casher tried to relax. The funnel of the tornado, which seemed almost like a living being, plucked after them once or twice more, and then was gone. This time Casher had seen no sign of the air whales which rode the storms. He had seen nothing but rain and wind and desolation. The tornado was gone in a moment. Ghost-like shapes trailed after it in enormous, prancing leaps. "When the men," said Gossagor, glancing at them incuriously, "wild people who have learned to live on Henrietta. They aren't much more than animals. We are close to the territory of the lady. They would not dare attack us here." Casher O'Neill was too stunned to query the man or to challenge him. Once more the car picked itself up and coursed along the smooth, narrow, winding neo-asphaltum road, almost as though the machine itself were glad to function and to function well. 6. Casher could never quite remember when they went from the howling wildness of Henrietta into the stillness and beauty of the domains of Mr. Murray Madigan. He could recall the feeling, but not the facts. The town of Ambiloxi eluded him completely. It was so normal a town, so old-fashioned a little town, that he could not think of it very much. Old people sat on the wooden boardwalk, taking their afternoon look at the strangers who passed through. Horses were tethered in a row along the main street between the parked machines. It looked like a peaceful picture from the ancient ages. Of tornadoes there was no sign, nor of the hurt and ruin which showed around the house of Rankin Michaeljohn. There were few underpeople or robots about, unless they were so cleverly contrived as to look almost exactly like real people. How can you remember something which is pleasant and non-memorable? Even the buildings did not show signs of being fortified against the frightful storms which had brought the prosperous planet of Henrietta to a condition of abandonment and ruin. Gossigar, who had a remarkable talent for stating the obvious, said tonelessly, "The weather machines are working here. There is no need for special precaution." But he did not stop in the town for rest, refreshments, conversation, or fuel. He went through, deftly and quietly, the gigantic armored ground car looking out of place among the peaceful and defenseless vehicles. He went as though he had been on the same route many times before, and knew the routine well. Once beyond Ambiloxi, he speeded up, though at a moderate pace compared to the frantic elusive action he had taken against storms in the earlier part of the trip. The landscape was earth-like, wet, and most of the ground was covered with vegetation. Old radar counter-missile towers stood along the road. Casher could not imagine their possible use, even though he was sure, from the looks of them, that they were long obsolete. "What's the counter-missile radar for?" he asked, speaking comfortably now that his head was out of the head-net. Gossigar turned around and gave him a tortured glance in which pain and bewilderment were mixed. "Counter-missile radar? Counter-missile radar? I don't know that word, though it seems as though I should." "Radar is what you were using to see with back in the storm, when the ceiling and visibility were zero." Gossigar turned back to his driving, narrowly missing a tree. That's just artificial vision. Why did you use the term counter-missile radar? There isn't any of that stuff here except what we have on our machine, though the mistress may be watching us if her set is on." "Those towers," said Casher. "They look like counter-missile towers from the ancient times." "Towers? There aren't any towers here," snapped Gossigar. "Look!" cried Casher. "Here are 2 more of them." "No man made those. They aren't buildings. It's just air coral. Some of the coral which people brought from Earth mutated and got so it could live in the air. People used to plant it for windbreaks before they decided to give up Henrietta and move out. They didn't do much good, but they are pretty to look at." They rode along a few minutes without asking questions. Tall trees had Spanish moss trailing over them. They were close to a sea. Small marshes appeared to the right and left of the road. Here, where the endless tornadoes were kept out, everything had a park-like effect. The domains of the estate of Beauregard were unlike anything else on Henrietta, an area of peaceful wildness in a world which was rushing otherwise toward uninhabitability and ruin. Even Gossigar seemed more relaxed, more cheerful, as he steered the ground car along the pleasant, elevated road. Gossigar sighed, leaned forward, managed the controls, and brought the car to a stop. He turned around calmly and looked full-faced at Casher O'Neill. "You have your knife?" Casher automatically felt for it. It was there, safe enough in his boot sheath. He simply nodded. "You have your orders?" "You mean killing the girl?" "Yes," said Gossigar, "killing the girl." "I remember that. You didn't have to stop the car to tell me that." "I'm telling you now," said Gossigar, his wise Hindu face showing neither humor nor outrage. "Do it." "You mean kill her? Right at first sight?" "Do it," said Gossigar. "You have your orders." "I'm the judge of that," said Casher. "It will be on my conscience. Are you watching me for the administrator?" "That drunken fool," said Gossigar. "I don't care about him, except that I am a Forgetty and I belong to him. We're in her territory now. You are going to do whatever she wants. You have orders to kill her? All right, kill her." "You mean she wants to be murdered?" "Of course not," said Gossigar, with the irritation of an adult who has to explain too many things to an inquisitive child. "Then how can I kill her without finding out what this is all about?" "She knows. She knows herself. She knows her master. She knows this planet. She knows me, and she knows something about you. Go ahead and kill her, since those are your orders. If she wants to die, that's not for you or me to decide. It's her business. If she does not want to die, you will not succeed." "I'd like to see the person," said Casher, "who could stop me in a sudden knife attack. Have you told her that I am coming?" "I've told her nothing. But she knows we are coming, and she is pretty sure what you have been sent for. Don't think about it. Just do what you are told. Jump for her with a knife. She will take care of the matter."
"But,"
cried Casher. "Stop asking questions," said Gossiger. "Just follow orders, and remember that she will take care of you. Even you." He started up the ground car. Within less than a kilometre they had crossed a low ridge of land, and there before them lay Beauregard, the mansion at the edge of the waters, its white pillars shining, its pergolas glistening in the bright air, its yards and palmettos tidy. Casher was a brave man, but he felt the palms of his hands go wet when he realized that in a minute or two he would have to commit a murder. 7. The ground car swung up the drive. It stopped. Without a word, Gossiger activated the door. The air smelled calm, sea-wet, salt, and yet coolly fresh. Casher jumped out and ran to the door. He was surprised to feel that his legs trembled as he ran. He had killed before, real men in real quarrels. Why should a mere animal matter to him? The door stopped him. Without thinking, he tried to wrench it open. The knob did not yield, and there was no automatic control in sight. This was indeed a very antique sort of house. He struck the door with his hands. The thuds sounded around him. He could not tell whether they resounded in the house. No sound or echo came from beyond the door. He began rehearsing the phrase, "I want to see the Mr. and Owner Madigan." The door did open. A little girl stood there. He knew her. He had always known her. She was his sweetheart, come back out of his childhood. She was the sister he had never had. She was his own mother when young. She was at the marvelous age, somewhere between 10 and 13, where the child, as the phrase goes, becomes an old child and not a raw grown-up. She was kind, calm, intelligent, expectant, quiet, inviting, unafraid. She felt like someone he had never left behind, yet, at the same moment, he knew he had never seen her before. He heard his voice asking for the Mr. and Owner Madigan, while he wondered at the back of his mind who the girl might be. Madigan's daughter? Neither Rankin Michael John nor the deputy had said anything about a human family. The child looked at him levelly. He must have finished braying his question at her. "Mr. and Owner Madigan," said the child, "sees no one this day. But you are seeing me." She looked at him levelly and calmly. There was an odd hint of humor, of fearlessness in her stance. "Who are you?" he blurted out. "I am the housekeeper of this house."
"You?"
he cried, wild alarm beginning in his throat.
"My name," she said, "is Teruth."
His knife was in his hand before he knew how it had got there. He remembered the advice of the administrator. Plunge, plunge, stab, stab, run! She saw the knife, but her eyes did not waver from his face. He looked at her uncertainly. If this was an underperson, it was the most remarkable one he had ever seen. But even Gossiger had told him to do his duty, to stab, to kill the woman named Teruth. Here she was. He could not do it. He spun the knife in the air, caught it by its tip, and held it out to her, handle first. "I was sent to kill you," he said, "but I find I cannot do it. I have lost a cruiser."
"Kill me if you wish," she said, "because I have no fear of you."
Her calm words were so far outside his experience that he took the knife in his left hand and lifted his arm, as if to stab toward her. He dropped his arm.
"I cannot do it," he whined. "What have you done to me?"
"I have done nothing to you. You do not wish to kill a child, and I look to you like a child. Besides, I think you love me. If this is so, it must be very uncomfortable for you."
Casher heard his knife clatter to the floor as he dropped it. He had never dropped it before.
"Who are you," he gasped, "that you should do this to me?"
"I am me,"
she said, her voice as tranquil and happy as that of any girl, provided that the girl was caught at a moment of great happiness and poise.
I am the housekeeper of this house." She smiled almost impishly and added, "It seems that I must almost be the ruler of this planet as well."
Her voice turned serious.
"Man," she said. "Can't you see it, man? I am an animal, a turtle. I am incapable of disobeying the word of man. When I was little I was trained and I was given orders. I shall carry out those orders as long as I live. When I look at you, I feel strange. You look as though you loved me already, but you do not know what to do. Wait a moment. I must let Gossagor go."
The shining knife on the floor of the doorway she saw. She stepped over it. Gossagor had got out of the ground car and was giving her a formal low bow.
"Tell me," she cried, "what have you just seen?"
There was friendliness in her call, as though the routine were an old game. "I saw Casser O'Neill bound up the steps. You yourself opened the door. He thrust his dagger into your throat, and the blood spat out in a big stream, rich and dark and red. You died in the doorway. For some reason, Casser O'Neill went on into the house without saying anything to me. I became frightened, and I fled." He did not look frightened at all.
"If I am dead," she said, "how can I be talking to you?"
"Don't ask me," cried Gossagor. "I am just a forgetty. I always go back to the Honourable Rankin Michael John each time that you are murdered, and I tell him the truth of what I saw. Then he gives me the medicine, and I tell him something else. At that point he will get drunk and gloomy again, the way that he always does."
"It's a pity," said the child. "I wish I could help him, but I can't. He won't come to Beauregard."
"Him?" Gossagor laughed. "Oh, no, not him. Never. He just sends other people to kill you."
"And he's never satisfied," said the child sadly, "no matter how many times he kills me."
"Never," said Gossagor cheerfully, climbing back into the ground car. "Bye now."
"Wait a moment," she called. "Wouldn't you like something to eat or drink before you drive back? There's a bad clutch of storms on the road."
"Not me," said Gossagor. "He might punish me and make me a forgetty all over again."
"Say, maybe that's already happened. Maybe I'm a forgetty who's been put through it several times, not just once."
Hope surged into his voice.
"Tereuth! Tereuth! Can you tell me?" "Suppose I did tell you," said she. "What would happen?"
His face became sad. "I'd have a convulsion and forget what I told you. Well, good-bye, anyhow. I'll take a chance on the storms. If you ever see that Casher O'Neill again," called Gossagor, looking right through Casher O'Neill, "tell him I liked him, but that we'll never meet again."
"I'll tell him,"
said the girl gently. She watched as the heavy brown man climbed nimbly into the car. The top crammed shut with no sound. The wheels turned, and in a moment the car had disappeared behind the palmettos in the drive. While she had talked to Gossagor in her clear, warm, high, girlish voice, Casher had watched her. He could see the thin shape of her shoulders under the light blue shift that she wore. There was the suggestion of a pair of panties under the dress, so light was the material. Her hips had not begun to fill. When he glanced at her in one-quarter profile, he could see that her cheek was smooth, her hair well-combed, her little breasts just beginning to bud on her chest. Who was this child who acted like an empress? She turned back to him and gave him a warm, apologetic smile.
"Gossagor and I always talk over the story together. Then he goes back, and Michael John does not believe it, and spends unhappy months planning my murder all over again. I suppose, since I am just an animal, that I should not call it a murder when somebody tries to kill me, but I resist, of course. I do not care about me, but I have orders, strong orders, to keep my master and his house safe from harm."
"How old are you?" asked Casher. He added, "if you can tell the truth."
"I can tell nothing but the truth. I am conditioned. I am 906 Earth years old."
900! he cried. "But you look like a child."
"I am a child," said the girl, "and not a child. I am an earth turtle, changed into human form by the convenience of man. My life expectancy was increased 300 times when I was modified. They tell me that my normal lifespan should have been 300 years. Now it is 90,000 years, and sometimes I am afraid. You will be dead of happy old age, Cashier O'Neill, while I am still opening the drapes in this house to let the sunlight in. But let's not stand in the door and talk. Come on in and get some refreshments. You're not going anywhere, you know.
Cashier followed her into the house, but he put his worry into words. You mean I am your prisoner?
Not my prisoner, Cashier. Yours. How could you cross that ground which you travelled in the ground car? You could get to the ends of my estate, all right, but then the storms would pick you up and whirl you away to a death which nobody would even see.
She turned into a big old room, bright with light-coloured wooden furniture. Cashier stood there awkwardly. He had returned his knife to its boot sheath when they left the vestibule. Now he felt very odd, sitting with his victim on a sun-porch. Teruthe was untroubled. She rang a brass bell which stood on an old-fashioned round table. Feminine footsteps clattered in the hall. A female servant entered the room, dressed in a black dress with a white apron. Cashier had seen such servants in the old drama cubes, but he had never expected to meet one in the flesh.
"We'll have high tea," said Teruthe. "Which do you prefer, tea or coffee, Cashier? Or I'll have beer and wines, even 2 bottles of whiskey brought all the way from Earth."
"Coffee would be fine for me," said Cashier.
"And you know what I want, Eunice," said Teruthe to the servant. "Yes, ma'am," said the maid, disappearing.
Cashier leaned forward. "That servant, is she human?"
"Certainly," said Teruthe.
"Then why is she working for an underperson like you? I mean, I don't mean to be unpleasant or anything, but I mean, that's against all laws."
"Not here on Henrietta, it isn't."
"And why not?" persisted Cashier.
"Because, on Henrietta, I am myself the law."
"But the government?"
"It's gone."
"The instrumentality?" Teruthe frowned. She looked like a wise, puzzled child.
"Maybe you know that part better than I do. They leave an administrator here, probably because they do not have any other place to put him, and because he needs some kind of work to keep him alive. Yet they do not give him enough real power to arrest my master or to kill me. They ignore me. It seems to me that if I do not challenge them, they leave me alone."
"But their rules," insisted Cashier.
"They don't enforce them, neither here in Beauregard nor over in the town of Ambiloxi. They leave it up to me to keep these places going. I do the best I can."
"The servant, then? Did they lease her to you?"
"Oh, no," laughed the girl-woman. "She came to kill me 20 years ago, but she was a forgetty, and she had no place else to go, so I trained her as a maid. She has a contract with my master, and her wages are paid every month into the satellite above the planet. She can leave if she ever wants to. I don't think she will."
Cashier sighed. "This is all too hard to believe. You are a child, but you are almost 1,000 years old. You're an underperson, but you command a whole planet."
"Only when I need to,"
she interrupted him. "You are wiser than most of the people I have ever known, and yet you look young. How old do you feel?"
"I feel like a child," she said, "a child 1,000 years old. And I have had the education and the memory and the experience of a wise lady stamped right into my brain."
"Who was the lady?" asked Cashier.
"The owner and citizen Agatha Madigan, the wife of my master. As she was dying, they transcribed her brain on mine. That's why I speak so well and know so much."
"But that's illegal!" cried Cashier.
"I suppose it was," said Teruthe, "but my master had it done anyhow."
Cashier leaned forward in his chair. He looked earnestly at the person. One part of him still loved her for the wonderful little girl whom he had thought she was. But another part was in awe of a being more powerful than anyone he had ever seen before. She returned his gaze with that composed half-smile which was wholly feminine and completely self-possessed. She looked tenderly upon him as their faces were reflected by the yellow morning light of Henrietta. "I begin to understand," he said, "that you are what you have to be. It is very strange here in this forgotten world."
"Henrietta is strange," she said, "and I suppose that I must seem strange to you. You are right, though, about each of us being what she has to be. Isn't that liberty itself? If we each one must be something, isn't liberty the business of finding it out and then doing it? That one job, that uttermost mission compatible with our natures? How terrible it would be to be something and never know what."
"Like who?" said Casher.
"Like Gossagor, perhaps. He was a great king, and he was a good king on some faraway world where they still need kings. But he committed an intolerable mistake, and the instrumentality made him into a forgetty, and sent him here."
"So that's the mystery," said Casher. "And what am I?" She looked at him calmly and steadfastly before she answered.
"You are a killer, too. It must make your life very hard in many ways. You keep having to justify yourself."
This was so close to the truth, so close to Casher's long worries as to whether justice might not just be a cover name for revenge, that it was his turn to gasp and be silent.
"And I have work for you,"
added the amazing child. "Work? Here?"
"Yes, something much worse than killing. And you must do it, Casher, if you want to go away from here before I die, 89,000 years from now."
She looked around.
"Hush," she added. "Eunice is coming, and I do not want to frighten her by letting her know the terrible things that you are going to have to do."
"Here?" he whispered urgently. "Right here, in this house?"
"Right here in this house,"
she said in a normal voice as Eunice entered the room bearing a huge tray covered with plates of food and 2 pots of beverage. Casher stared at the human woman who worked so cheerfully for an animal. But neither Eunice, who was busy setting things out on the table, nor Terruth, who, turtle and woman that she was, could not help rearranging the dishes with gentle peremptories, paid the least attention to him. The words rang in his head. In this house, something worse than killing. They made no sense. Neither did it make sense to have high tea before 5 hours decimal time. He sighed, and they both glanced at him, Eunice with amused curiosity, Terruth with affectionate concern. "He's taking it better than most of them do, ma'am," said Eunice. "Most of them who come here to kill you are very upset when they find out that they cannot do it."
"He's a killer, Eunice, a real killer, so I think he wasn't too bothered."
Eunice turned to him very pleasantly and said, "A killer, sir. It's a pleasure to have you here. Most of them are terrible amateurs, and then the lady has to heal them before we can find something for them to do." Casher couldn't resist a spot inquiry. "Are all the other would-be killers still here?" "Most of them, sir. The ones that nothing happened to, like me. Where else would we go? Back to the administrator, Rankin Michael John?" She said the last with heavy scorn indeed, curtsied to him, bowed deeply to the woman-girl Terruth, and left the room. Terruth looked friendlily at Casher O'Neill.
"I can tell that you will not digest your food if you sit here waiting for bad news. When I said you had to do something worse than killing, I suppose I was speaking from a woman's point of view. We have a homicidal maniac in the house. He is a house guest, and he is covered by old North Australian law. That means we cannot kill him or expel him. Though he is almost as immortal as I am, I hope that you and I can frighten him away from molesting my master. I cannot cure him, or love him. He is too crazy to be reached through his emotions. Pure, utter, awful fright might do it, and it takes a man for that job. If you do this, I will reward you richly."
"And if I don't?" said Casher. Again she stared at him as though she were trying to see through his eyes all the way down to the bottom of his soul. Again he felt for her that tremor of compassion, ever so slightly tinged with male desire, which he had experienced when he first met her in the doorway of Beauregard. Their locked glances broke apart. Terruth looked at the floor.
"I cannot lie," she said, as though it were a handicap. "If you do not help me, I shall have to do the things which it is in my power to do. The chief thing is nothing. To let you live here, to let you sleep and eat in this house until you get bored and ask me for some kind of routine work around the estate." "I could make you work," she went on, looking up at him and blushing all the way to the top of her bodice. by having you fall in love with me, but that would not be kind. I will not do it that way. Either you make a deal with me or you do not. It's up to you. Anyhow, let's eat first. I've been up since dawn expecting one more killer. I even wondered if you might be the one who would succeed. That would be terrible, to leave my master all alone.
But wouldn't you yourself mind being killed?
Me? When I've already lived 1,000 years and have 89,000 more to go? It couldn't matter less to me. Have some coffee.
And she poured his coffee. 8. 2 or 3 times Casher tried to get the conversation back to the work at hand, but Teruth diverted him with trivialities. She even made him walk to the enormous window, where they could see far across the marshes and the bay. The sky in the remote distance was dark and full of worms. Those were tornadoes, beyond the reach of her weather machines, which coursed around the rest of Henrietta, but stopped short at the boundaries of Ambiloxi and Beauregard. She made him admire the weird coral castles which had built themselves up from the bay bottom, hundreds of feet into the air. She tried to make him see a family of wild wind people who were slyly and gently stealing apples from her orchard, but either his eyes were not used to the landscape, or Teruth could see much farther than he could. This was a world rich in water. If it had not been located within a series of bad pockets of space, the water itself could have become an export. Mankind had done the best it could, raising kelp to provide the iron and phosphorus so often lacking in off-world diets, controlling the weather at great expense. Finally, the instrumentality recommended that they give up. The exports of Henrietta never quite balanced the imports. The subsidies had gone far beyond the usual times. The earth life had adapted with a vigor which was much too great. Ordinary forms rapidly found new shapes, challenged by the winds, the rains, the novel chemistry, and the odd radiation patterns of Henrietta. Killer whales became airborne. Coral took to the air. Human babies lost in the wind sometimes survived to become subhuman and wild. Jellyfish became sky sweepers. The former inhabitants of Henrietta had chosen the planet at a reasonable price, not cheap, but reasonable, from the owner who had in turn bought it from a post-Soviet settling cooperative. They had leased the new planet, had worked out an ecology, had emigrated, and were now doing well. Henrietta kept the wild weather, the lost hopes, and the ruins. And of these ruins, the greatest was Murray Madigan. Once a prime landholder and host, a gentleman among gentlemen, the richest man on the whole world, Madigan had become old, senile, weak. He faced death or catalepsis. The death of his wife made him fear his own death, and with his turtle girl, Teruth, he had chosen catalepsis. Most of the time he was frozen in a trance, his heartbeat imperceptible, his metabolism very slow. Then, for a few hours or days, he was normal. Sometimes the sleeps were for weeks, sometimes for years. The instrumentality doctors had looked him over, more out of scientific curiosity than from any judicial right, and had decided that though this was an odd way to live, it was a legal one. They went away and left him alone. He had had the whole personality of his dying wife, Agatha Madigan, impressed on the turtle child, though this was illegal. The doctor had, quite simply, been bribed. All this was told by Teruth to Casher as they ate and drank their way slowly through an immense repast. An archaic wood fire roared in a real fireplace. While she talked, Casher watched the gentle movement of her shoulder blades when she moved forward, the loose movement of her light dress as she moved, the childish face which was so tender, so appealing, and yet so wise. Knowing as little as he did about the planet of Henrietta, Casher tried desperately to fit his own thinking together and to make sense out of the predicament in which he found himself. Even if the girl was attractive, this told him nothing of the real challenges which he still faced inside this very house. No longer was his preoccupation with getting the power cruiser his main job on Henrietta. No evidence was at hand to show that the drunken, deranged administrator, Rankin Michaeljohn, would give him anything at all unless he, Casher, killed the girl. Even that had become a forgotten mission. Despite the fact that he had come to the estate of Beauregard for the purpose of killing her, he was now on a journey without a destination. Years of sad experience had taught him that when a project went completely to pieces, he still had the mission of personal survival, if his life was to mean anything to his home planet, Mizar, and if his return, in any way or any fashion, could bring real liberty back to the 12 Niles. So he looked at the girl with a new kind of unconcern. How could she help his plans, or hinder them? The promises she made were too vague to be of any real use in the sad, complicated world of politics. He just tried to enjoy her company in the strange place in which he found himself. The Gulf of Esperanza lay just within his vision. At the far horizon he could see the helpless tornadoes trying to writhe their way past the weather machines, which still functioned, at the expense of Beauregard, all along the coast, from Ambiloxi to Motul. He could see the shoreline choked with kelp, which had once been a cash crop and was now a nuisance. Ruined buildings in the distance were probably the leftovers of processing plants. The artificial-looking coral castles obscured his view of them. And this house? How much sense did this house make? An undergirl, eerily wise, who herself admitted that she had obtained an unlawful amount of conditioning, a master who was a living corpse, a threat which could not even be mentioned freely within the house, a household which seemed to have displaced the planetary government, a planetary government which the instrumentality, for unfathomable reasons of its own, had let fall into ruin. Why? Why? And why again? The turtle girl was looking at him. If he had been an art student, he would have said that she was giving him the tender, feminine, and irrecoverably remote smile of a Madonna. But he did not know the motifs of the ancient pictures. He just knew that it was a smile characteristic of Teruthe herself. "You are wondering?" she said. He nodded, suddenly feeling miserable that mere words had come between them. "You are wondering why the instrumentality let you come here?" He nodded again. "I don't know either," she said, reaching out and taking his right hand. His hand felt and looked like the hairy paw of a giant as she held it with her two pretty, well-kept little girl hands. But the strength of her eyes and the steadfastness of her voice showed that it was she who was giving the reassurance, not he. The child was helping him. The idea was outrageous, impossible. True. It was enough to alarm him, to make him begin to pull back his hand. She clutched him with tender softness, with weak strength, and he could not resist her. Again he had the feeling which had gripped him so strongly when he first met her at the door of Beauregard and failed to kill her, that he had always known her and had always loved her. Was there not some planet on which eccentric people believed a weird cult, thinking that human beings were endlessly reborn with fragmentary recollections of their own previous human lives? It was almost like that, here, now. He did not know the girl, but he had always known her. He did not love the girl, and yet had loved her from the beginning of time. She said, so softly that it was almost a whisper, "Wait, wait. Your death may come through that door pretty soon, and I will tell you how to meet it. But before that even, I have to show you the most beautiful thing in the world." Despite her little hand lying tenderly and firmly on his, Casher spoke irritably. "I'm tired of talking riddles here on Henrietta. The administrator gives me the mission of killing you, and I fail in it. Then you promise me a battle and give me a good meal instead. Now you talk about the battle and start off with some other irrelevance. You're going to make me angry if you keep on, and he stammered out at last. "I get pretty useless if I'm angry. If you want me to do a fight for you, let me know the fight, and let me go do it now. I'm willing enough." Her remote, kind half-smile did not waver. "Casher," she said, "what I am going to show you is your most important weapon in the fight." With her free left hand she tugged at the fine chain of a thin gold necklace. A piece of jewelry came out of the top of her shift dress, under which she had kept it hidden. It was the image of two pieces of wood, with a man nailed to them. Casher stared, and then he burst into hysterical laughter. "Now you've done it, ma'am," he cried. "I'm no use to you or to anybody else. I know what that is. and up to now I've just suspected it. It's what the robot, Rat and Copt agree on when they went exploring back in Space 3. It's the old, strong religion. You've put it in my mind, and now the next person who meets me will peep it, and we'll wipe it out. Me too, probably, along with it. That's no weapon, that's a defeat. You've done me in. I knew the sign of the fish a long time ago, but I had a chance of getting away with just that little bit.
Casher, she cried. Casher, get hold of yourself. You will know nothing about this before you leave Beauregard. You will forget. You will be safe.
He stood on his feet, not knowing whether to run away, to laugh out loud, or to sit down and weep at the silly, sad misfortune which had befallen him. To think that he himself had become brain-branded as a fanatic, forever denied travel between the stars, just because an undergirl had shown him an odd piece of jewelry.
"It's not as bad as you think,"
said the little girl, and stood up too. Her face peered lovingly at Casher's.
"Do you think, Casher, that I am afraid?"
"No," he admitted.
"You will not remember this, Casher, not when you leave. I am not just the turtle girl to Ruth. I am also the imprint of the citizen Agatha. Have you ever heard of her?"
"Agatha Madigan?" He shook his head slowly. "No, I don't see how. No, I'm sure that I never heard of her."
"Didn't you ever hear the story of the Hechizera of Gonfalon?"
Casher looked surprised. "Sure, I saw it. It's a play, a drama. It is said to be based on some legend out of immemorial time. The Space Witch, they called her, and she conjured fleets out of nothing by sheer hypnosis. It's an old story."
1100 years isn't so long," said the girl. 1100 years, 14 local months, come next tonight.
"You weren't alive 1100 years ago," said Casher accusingly. He stood up from the remains of their meal and wandered over toward the window. That terrible piece of religious jewelry made him uncomfortable. He knew that it was against all laws to ship religion from world to world. What would he do, what could he do, now that he had actually beheld an image of the god nailed high? That was exactly the kind of contraband which the police and customs robots of hundreds of worlds were looking for. The instrumentality was easy about most things, but the transplanting of religion was one of its hostile obsessions. Religions leaked from world to world anyhow. It was said that sometimes even the underpeople and robots carried bits of religion through space, though this seemed improbable. The instrumentality left religion alone, when it had a settled place on a single planet, but the lords of the instrumentality themselves shunned other people's devotional lives and simply took good care that fanaticisms did not once more flare up between the stars, bringing wild hope and great death to all the mankinds again. And now, thought Casher, the instrumentality has been good to me in its big, impersonal, collective way. But what will it do when my brain is on fire with forbidden knowledge? The girl's voice called him back to himself.
"I have the answer to your problem, Casher," said she, "if you would only listen to me. I am the Hechizera of Gonfalon. At least I am as much as any one person can be printed on another."
His jaw dropped as he turned back to her. "You mean that you, child, really are imprinted with this woman, Agatha Madigan? Really imprinted?"
"I have all her skills, Casher," said the girl quietly, "and a few more which I have learned on my own."
"But I thought it was just a story," said Casher. "If you're that terrible woman from Gonfalon, you don't need me. I'm quitting now." Casher walked toward the door, disgusted, finished, through. She might be a child, she might be charming, she might need help, but if she came from that terrible old story, she did not need him.
"Oh, no, you don't,"
she said. 9. Unexpectedly, she took her place in the doorway, barring it. In her hand was the image of the man on the 2 pieces of wood. Ordinarily, Casher would not have pushed a lady. Such was his haste that he did so this time. When he touched her, it was like welded steel. Neither her gown nor her body yielded 1,000th of a millimeter to his strong hand and heavy push.
"And now what?"
she asked gently. Looking back, he saw that the real Teruthe, the smiling girl-woman, still stood soft and real in the window. Deep within, he began to give up. He had heard of hypnotists who could project, but he had never met one as strong as this. She was doing it. How was she doing it? Or was she doing it? The operation could be sub-volitional. There might be some art carried over from her animal past which even her reformed mind could not explain. Operations too subtle, too primordial for analysis. Or skills which she used without understanding.
"I project," she said.
"I see you do," he replied glumly and flatly.
"I do kinesthetics," she said.
His knife whipped out of his boot sheath and floated in the air in front of him. He snatched it out of the air instinctively. It wormed a little in his grasp, but the force on the knife was nothing more than he had felt when passing big magnetic engines.
"I blind," she said.
The room went totally dark for him. "I hear," he said, and prowled at her like a beast, going by his memory of the room and by the very soft sound of her breathing. He had noticed by now that the simulacrum of herself which she had put in the doorway did not make any sound at all, not even that of breathing. He knew that he was near her. His fingertips reached out for her shoulder or her throat. He did not mean to hurt her, merely to show her that two could play at tricks.
"I stun,"
she said, and her voice came at him from all directions. It echoed from the ceiling, came from all 5 walls of the old, odd room, from the open windows, from both the doors. He felt as though he were being lifted into space and turned slowly in a condition of weightlessness. He tried to retain self-control, to listen for the one true sound among the many false sounds, to trap the girl by some outside chance.
"I make you remember,"
said her multiple echoing voice. For an instant he did not see how this could be a weapon, even if the turtle girl had learned all the ugly tricks of the Hechizera of Gonfalon. But then he knew. He saw his uncle Caraf again. He saw his old apartments vividly around himself. Caraf was there. The old man was pitiable, hateful, drunk, horrible. The girl on Caraf's lap laughed at him, Casher O'Neill, and she laughed at Caraf too. Casher had once had a teenager's passionate concern with sex, and at the same time had had a teenager's dreadful fear of all the unstated, invisible implications of what the man-woman relationship, gone sour, gone wrong, gone bad, might be. The present moment Casher remembered the long-ago Casher, and as he spun in the web of Taruth's hypnotic powers, he found himself back with the ugliest memory he had. The killings in the palace at Mizur. The colonels had taken Cahir itself, and they ultimately let Caraf run away to the pleasure planet of Tdoil. But Caraf's companions, who had debauched the old republic of the 12 Niles, those people, they did not go. The soldiers, stung to fury, had cut them down with knives. Casher thought of the blood sticky on the floors, blood gushing purple into the carpets, blood bright red and leaping like a fountain when a white throat ended its last gurgle, blood turning brown where handprints, themselves bloody, had left it on marble tables. The warm palace, long ago, had got the sweet, sick stench of blood all the way through it. The young Casher had never known that people had so much blood inside them, or that so much could pour out on the perfumed sheets, the tables still set with food and drink, or that blood could creep across the floor in growing pools as the bodies of the dead yielded up their last few nasty sounds and their terminal muscular spasms. Before that day of butchery had ended, 1,311 human bodies, ranging in age from 2 months to 89 years, had been carried out of the palaces once occupied by Caraf. Caraf, under sedation, was waiting for a starship to take him to perpetual exile, and Casher himself, O'Neill, was shaking the hand of Colonel Wedder, whose orders had caused all the blood. The hand was washed and the nails pared and cleaned, but the cuff of the sleeve was still rimmed with the dry blood of some other human being. Colonel Wedder either did not notice his own cuff, or he did not care.
"Touch and yield,"
said the girl voice out of nowhere. Casher found himself on all fours in the room, his sight suddenly back again, the room unchanged, and Taruth smiling.
"I fought you,"
she said. He nodded. He did not trust himself to speak. He reached for his water-glass, looking at it closely to see if there was any blood on it. Of course not. Not here, not this time, not this place. He pulled himself to his feet. The girl had sense enough not to help him. She stood there in her thin, modest shift, looking very much like a wise female child, while he stood up and drank thirstily. He refilled the glass and drank again. Then, only then, did he turn to her and speak. "Do you do all that?" She nodded. "Alone? Without drugs or machinery?" She nodded again. "Child!" he cried out. "You're not a person. You're a whole weapons system all by yourself. What are you really? Who are you?"
"I am the turtle child to Ruth," she said, "and I am the loyal property and loving servant of my good master, the Mr. and owner, Murray Madigan."
"Madam," said Casher, "you are almost 1,000 years old. I am at your service. I do hope you will let me go free later on, and especially that you will take that religious picture out of my mind." As Casher spoke, she picked a locket from the table. He had not noticed it. It was an ancient watch, or a little round box, swinging on a thin gold chain.
"Watch this," said the child, "if you trust me, and repeat what I then say."
Nothing at all happened. Nothing anywhere. Casher said to her, "You're making me dizzy swinging that ornament. Put it back on. Isn't that the one you were wearing?"
"No, Casher, it isn't."
"What were we talking about?" demanded Casher.
"Something," said she. "Don't you remember?"
"No," said Casher brusquely. "Sorry, but I'm hungry again." He wolfed down a sweet roll encrusted with sugar and decorated with fruits. His mouth full, he washed the food down with water. At last he spoke to her. "Now what?" She had watched with timeless grace.
"There's no hurry, Casher. Minutes or hours, they don't matter."
"Didn't you want me to fight somebody after Gossagar left me here?"
"That's right," she said with terrible quiet.
"I seem to have had a fight right here in this room." He stared around stupidly. She looked around the room, very cool.
"It doesn't look as though anybody's been fighting here, does it?"
"There's no blood here, no blood at all. Everything is clean," he said.
"Pretty much so."
"Then why," said Casher, "should I think I had a fight?"
"This wild weather on Henrietta sometimes upsets off-worlders until they get used to it," said Taruth mildly.
"If I didn't have a fight in the past, am I going to get into one in the future?" The old room with the golden oak furniture swam around him. The world outside was strange, with the sunlit marshes and wide bayous trailing off to the forever thundering storm just over the horizon, which lay beyond the weather machines. Casher shrugged and shivered. He looked straight at the girl. She stood erect and looked at him with the even regard of a reigning empress. Her young budding breasts barely showed through the thinness of her shift. She wore golden flat-heeled shoes. Around her neck there was a thin gold chain, but the object on the chain hung down inside her dress. It excited him a little to think of her flat chest barely budding into womanhood. He had never been a man who had an improper taste for children, but there was something about this person which was not childlike at all. "You are a girl and not a girl," he said in bewilderment. She nodded gravely. "You are that woman in the story, the Hechizera of Gonfalon. You are reborn." She shook her head equally seriously.
"No, I am not reborn. I am a turtle child, an underperson with very long life, and I have been imprinted with the personality of the citizen Agatha. That is all."
"You stun," he said, "but I do not know how you do it."
"I stun," she said flatly, and around the edge of his mind there flickered up hot little torments of memory.
"Now I remember," he cried. "You have me here to kill somebody. You are sending me into a fight."
"You are going to a fight, Casher. I wish I could send somebody else, not you, but you are the only person here strong enough to do the job."
Impulsively he took her hand. The moment he touched her, she ceased to be a child or an underperson. She felt tender and exciting, like the most desirable and important person he had ever known. His sister? But he had no sister. He felt that he was himself terribly, unendurably important to her. He did not want to let her hand go, but she withdrew from his touch with an authority which no decent man could resist.
"You must fight to the death now, Casher,"
she said, looking at him as evenly as might a troop commander examining a special soldier selected for a risky mission. He nodded. He was tired of having his mind confused. He knew something had happened to him after the Forgetty Gossagaw had left him at the front door, but he was not at all sure of what it was. They seemed to have had a sort of meal together in this room. He felt himself in love with the child. He knew that she was not even a human being. He remembered something about her living 90,000 years, and he remembered something else about her having gotten the name and the skills of the greatest battle hypnotist of all history, the Hejazira of Gonfalon. There was something strange, something frightening about that chain around her neck. There were things he hoped he would never have to know. He strained at the thought, and it broke like a bubble. "I'm a fighter," he said. "Give me my fight and let me know."
He can kill you. I hope not. You must not kill him. He is immortal and insane, but in the law of old North Australia, from which my master, the Mr. and owner Murray Madigan, is in exile, we must not hurt a house guest, nor may we turn him away in a time of great need.
"What do I do?" snapped Casher impatiently.
You fight him. You frighten him. You make his poor crazy mind fearful that he will meet you again.
"I'm supposed to do this."
You can, she said very seriously. I've already tested you. That's where you have the little spot of amnesia about this room.
"But why? Why bother? Why not get some of your human servants and have them tie him up or put him in a padded room?"
They can't deal with him. He is too strong, too big, too clever, even though insane. Besides, they don't dare follow him.
"Where does he go?" said Casher sharply.
"Into the control room," replied Tereuth, as if it were the saddest phrase ever uttered.
"What's wrong with that? Even a place as fine as Beauregard can't have too much of a control room. Put locks on the control."
"It's not that kind of a control room."
Almost angry, he shouted, "What is it, then?"
"The control room," she answered, "is for a planiform ship. This house. These counties, all the way to Motul on the one side and to Amberluxy on the other. The sea itself, way out into the Gulf of Esperanza. All this is one ship."
Casher's professional interest took over. "If it's turned off, he can't do any harm."
"It's not turned off," she said. "My master leaves it on a very little bit. That way he can keep the weather machines going and make this edge of Henrietta a very pleasant place."
"You mean," said Casher, "that you'd risk letting a lunatic fly all these estates off into space?"
"He doesn't even fly,"
said Tereuth gloomily. "What does he do, then?" yelled Casher.
"When he gets at the controls, he just hovers."
"He hovers? By the bell, girl, don't try to fool me. If you hover a place as big as this, you could wipe out the whole planet any moment. There have been only 2 or 3 pilots in the history of space who would be able to hover a machine like this one."
"He can, though,"
insisted the little girl. "Who is he, anyhow?"
"I thought you knew, or had heard somewhere about it. His name is John Joy Tree."
"Tree? But go, Captain?" Casher shivered in the warm room. "He died a long time ago after he made that record flight."
"He did not die. He bought immortality and went mad. He came here, and he lives under my master's protection."
"Oh," said Casher. There was nothing else he could say. John Joy Tree, the great Australian who took the first of the long plunges outside the galaxy. He was like Magno Taliano of ages ago, who could fly space on his living brain alone. But fight him? How could anybody fight him? Pilots are for piloting, killers are for killing, women are for loving or forgetting. When you mix up the purposes, everything goes wrong. Casher sat down abruptly. "Do you have any more of that coffee?"
"You don't need coffee," she said.
He looked up inquiringly.
"You're a fighter. You need a war." "That's it," she said, pointing with her girlish hand to a small doorway which looked like the entrance to a closet. "Just go in there. He's in there now, tinkering with the machines again, making me wait for my master to get blown to bits at any minute, and I've put up with it for over 100 years.
"Go yourself," he said.
"You've been in a ship's control room," she declared.
Yes, he nodded.
You know how people go all naked and frightened inside? You know how much training it takes to make a go-captain? What do you think happens to me?
At last, long last, her voice was shrill, angry, excited, childish. What happens? Said Casher, dully, not caring very much. He felt weary in every bone. Useless battles, murder he had to try, dead people arguing after their ballads had already grown out of fashion. Why didn't the Hechizera of Gonfalon do her own work? Catching his thought, she screeched at him,
Because I can't.
All right, said Casher. Why not?
Because I turn into me.
What? Said Casher, a little startled.
I'm a turtle child. My shape is human, my brain is big, but I'm a turtle. No matter how much my master needs me, I'm just a turtle.
What's that got to do with it?
What do turtles do when they're faced with danger? Not under-people turtles, but real turtles, little animals. You must have heard of them somewhere.
I've even seen them, said Casher, on some world or other. They pull into their shells.
That's what I do, she wept, when I should be defending my master. I can meet most things. I am not a coward. But in that control room I forget.
Send a robot, then. She almost screamed at him.
A robot against John Joy Tree? Are you mad, too?
Casher admitted in a mumble that on second thought it wouldn't do much good to send a robot against the greatest go-captain of them all. He concluded lamely, I'll go, if you want me to.
Go now, she shouted. Go right in.
She pulled at his arm, half dragging and half leading him to the little brightened door which looked so innocent. But, he said,
Keep going, she pleaded. This is all we ask of you. Don't kill him, but frighten him, fight him, wound him if you must. You can do it. I can't, she sobbed as she tugged at him. I'd just be me.
Before he knew quite what had happened, she had opened the door. The light beyond was clear and bright and tinged with blue, the way the skies of Manholm, Mother Earth, were shown in all the viewers. He let her push him in. He heard the door click behind him. Before he even took in the details of the room or noticed the man in the go-captain's chair, the flavor and meaning of the room struck him like a blow against his throat. This room, he thought, is hell. He wasn't even sure that he remembered where he had learned the word hell. It denoted all good turned to evil, all hope to anxiety, all wishes to greed. Somehow, this room was it. And then... 10. And then the chief occupant of hell turned and looked squarely at him. If this was John Joy Tree, he did not look insane. He was a handsome, chubby man with a red complexion, bright eyes, dancing blue in color, and a mouth which was as mobile as the mouth of a temptress. "Good day," said John Joy Tree. "How do you do?" said Casher inanely. "I do not know your name," said the ruddy, brisk man, speaking in a tone of voice which was not the least bit insane. "I am Casher O'Neill, from the city of Cahir on the planet Mizzer." "Mizzer!" John Joy Tree laughed. "I spent a night there long, long ago. The entertainment was most unusual, but we have other things to talk about. You have come here to kill the undergirl Taruth. You received your orders from the Honorable Rankin Michael John. May he soak in drink. The child has caught you, and now she wants you to kill me, but she does not dare utter those words." John Joy Tree, as he spoke, shifted the spaceship's controls to standby, and got ready to get out of his captain's seat. Casher protested. "She said nothing about killing you. She said you might kill me." "I might at that." The immortal pilot stood on the floor. He was a full head shorter than Casher, but he was a strong and formidable man. The blue light of the room made him look clear, sharp, distinct. The whole flavor of the situation tickled the fear nerves inside Casher's body. He suddenly felt that he wanted very much to go to a bathroom, but he felt, quite surely, that if he turned his back on this man in this place, he would die like a felled ox in a stockyard. He had to face John Joy Tree. "Go ahead," said the pilot. "Fight me." "I didn't say that I would fight you," said Casher. "I am supposed to frighten you, and I do not know how to do it." "This isn't getting us anywhere," said John Joytree. "Shall we go into the outer room and let poor little Tereuth give us a drink? You can just tell her that you failed." "I think," said Casher, "that I am more afraid of her than I am of you." John Joytree flung himself into a comfortable passenger's chair. "All right, then, do something. Do you want a box, gloves, bare fists, or would you like swords, or wire points? There are some over there in the closet. Or we can each take a pilot ship and have a ship duel out in space." "That wouldn't make much sense," said Casher. "Me fighting a ship against the greatest go-captain of them all." John Joytree greeted this with an ugly underlaugh, a barely audible sound which made Casher feel that the whole situation was ridiculous. "But I do have one advantage," said Casher. "I know who you are, and you do not know who I am." "How could I tell?" said John Joytree, "when people keep on getting born all over the place?" He gave Casher a scornful, comfortable grin. There was charm in the man's poise. Keeping his eyes focused directly on Casher, he felt for a carafe and poured himself a drink. He gave Casher an ironic toast, and Casher took it, standing frightened and alone, more alone than he had ever been before in his life. Suddenly John Joytree sprang lightly to his feet and stared with a complete change of expression past Casher. Casher did not dare look around. This was some old fight trick. Tree spat out the words. "You've done it, then. This time you will violate all the laws and kill me. This fashionable oaf is not just one more trick." A voice behind Casher called very softly, "I don't know." It was a man's voice, old, slow, and tired. Casher had heard no one come in. Casher's years of training stood him in good stead. He skipped sidewise in 4 or 5 steps, never taking his eyes off John Joytree until the other man had come into his field of vision. The man who stood there was tall, thin, yellow-skinned, and yellow-haired. His eyes were an old, sick blue. He glanced at Casher and said, "I'm Madigan." Was this the master? Thought Casher. Was this the being whom that lovely child had been imprinted to adore? He had no more time for thought. Madigan whispered, as if to no one in particular, "You find me waking. You find him sane. Watch out." Madigan lunged for the pilot's controls, but his tall, thin old body could not move very fast. John Joytree jumped out of his chair and ran for the controls, too. Casher tripped him. Tree fell, rolled over, and got halfway up, one knee and one foot on the floor. In his hand there shimmered a knife very much like Casher's own. Casher felt the flame of his body as some unknown force flung him against the wall. He stared, wild with fear. Madigan had climbed into the pilot's seat and was fiddling with the controls as though he might blow Henrietta out of space at any second. John Joytree glanced at his old host and then turned his attention to the man in front of him. There was another man there. Casher knew him. He looked familiar. It was himself, rising and leaping like a snake, left arm weaving the knife for the neck of John Joytree. The image Casher hit Tree with a thud that resounded through the room. Tree's bright blue eyes had turned crazy mad. His knife caught the image Casher in the abdomen, thrust hard and deep, and left the young man gasping on the floor, trying to push the bleeding entrails back into his belly. The blood poured from the image Casher all over the rug. Blood. Casher suddenly knew what he had to do and how he could do it, all without anybody telling him. He created a third Casher on the far side of the room and gave him iron gloves. There was himself, unheeded against the wall. There was the dying Casher on the floor. There was the third, stalking toward John Joytree. "Death is here!" screamed the third Casher, with a voice which Casher recognized as a fierce, crazy simulacrum of his own. Tree whirled around. "You're not real," he said. The image Casher stepped around the console and hit Tree with an iron glove. The pilot jumped away, a hand reaching up to his bleeding face. John Joytree screamed at Madigan, who was playing with the dials without even putting on the pinlighter helmet. "You got her in here!" he screamed. "You got her in here with this young man! Get her out!" "Oh," said Madigan softly and absent-mindedly. "Tereuth, that witch of yours! I claim guest right by all the ancient laws. Get her out!" The real cashier, standing at the wall, did not know how he controlled the image cashier with the iron gloves, but control him he did. He made him speak in a voice as frantic as Tree's own voice. "John Joy Tree, I do not bring you death, I bring you blood. My iron hands will pulp your eyes, blind sockets will stare in your face. My iron hands will split your teeth and break your jaw 1,000 times, so that no doctor, no machine will ever fix you. My iron hands will crush your arms, turn your hands into living rags. My iron hands will break your legs. Look at the blood, John Joy Tree. There will be a lot more blood. You have killed me once. See that young man on the floor?" They both glanced at the first image cashier, who had finally shuddered into death in the great rug. A pool of blood lay in front of the body of the youth. John Joy Tree turned to the image cashier and said to him, "You're the Hechizera of Gonfalon. You can't scare me. You're a turtle girl, and you can't really hurt me." "Look at me," said the real cashier. John Joy Tree glanced back and forth between the duplicates. Fright began to show. Both the cashiers now shouted in crazy voices which came from the depths of Cashier's own mind, "Blood you shall have, blood and ruin, but we will not kill you. You will live in ruin, blind, emasculated, armless, legless. You will be fed through tubes. You cannot die, and you will weep for death, but no one will hear you." "Why?" screamed Tree. "Why? What have I done to you?" "You remind me," howled Cashier, "of my home. You remind me of the blood poured by Colonel Wedder when the poor useless victims of my uncle's lust paid with their blood for his revenge. You remind me of myself, John Joy Tree, and I am going to punish you as I myself might be punished." Lost in the mists of lunacy, John Joy Tree was still a brave man. He flung his knife unexpectedly at the real cashier. The image cashier, in a tremendous bound, leaped across the room and caught the knife on an iron glove. It clattered against the glove and then fell silent onto the rug. Cashier saw what he had to say. He saw the palace of Cahir covered with death, with the intimate, sticky silliness of sudden death, the dead men holding little packages they had tried to save, the girls with their throats cut, lying in their own blood, but with the lipstick still even and the eyebrow pencil still pretty on their dead faces. He saw a dead child, ripped open from groin upward to chest, holding a broken doll, while the child itself, now dead, looked like a broken doll itself. He saw these things, and he made John Joy Tree see them too. "You're a bad man," said John Joy Tree. "I am very bad," said Cashier. "Will you let me go if I never enter this room again?" The image cashier snapped off, both the body on the floor and the fighter with the iron gloves. Cashier did not know how Teruthe had taught him the lost art of fighter replication, but he had certainly done it well. "The lady told me you could go." "But who are you going to use?" said John Joy Tree, calm, sad, and logical. "For your dreams of blood. If you don't, use me." "I don't know," said Cashier. "I follow my fate. Go now, if you do not want my iron gloves to crush you." John Joy Tree trotted out of the room, beaten. Only then did Cashier, exhausted, grab a curtain to hold himself upright and look around the room freely. The evil atmosphere had gone. Madigan, old though he was, had locked all the controls on standby. He walked over to Cashier and spoke. "Thank you. She did not invent you. She found you and put you to my service." Cashier coughed out, "The girl, yes." "My girl," corrected Madigan. "Your girl," said Cashier, remembering the sight of that slight feminine body, those budding breasts, the sensitive lips, the tender eyes. "She could not have thought you up. She is my dead wife over again. The citizeness Agatha might have done it, but not Teruthe." Cashier looked at the man as he talked. The host wore the bottoms of some very cheap yellow pajamas and a washable bathrobe which had once been stripes of purple, lavender, and white. Now it was faded like its wearer. Cashier also saw the white, clean, plastic surgical implants on the man's arms, where the machines and tubes hooked in to keep him alive. "I sleep a lot," said Mary Madigan, "but I am still the master of Beauregard. I am grateful to you." The hand was frail, withered, dry, without strength. The old voice whispered, "Tell her to reward you."
You can have anything on my estate, or you can have anything on Henrietta. She manages it all for me."
Then the old blue eyes opened wide and sharp, and Murray Madigan was once again the man, just momentarily, that he had been hundreds of years ago. An Australian trader, sharp, shrewd, wise, and not unkind. He added sharply,
"Enjoy her company. She is a good child. But do not take her. Do not try to take her."
"Why not?" said Casher, surprised at his own bluntness.
"Because if you do, she will die. She is mine, imprinted to me. I had her made, and she is mine. Without me she would die in a few days. Do not take her."
Casher saw the old man leave the room by a secret door. He left himself the way he had come in. He did not see Madigan again for 2 days, and by that time the old man had gone far back into his cataleptic sleep. 11. 2 days later, Terruth took Casher to visit the sleeping Madigan.
"You can't go in there," said Eunice in a shocked voice. "Nobody goes in there. That's the master's room." "I'm taking him in," said Terruth calmly.
She had pulled a cloth of gold curtain aside, and she was spinning the combination locks on a massive steel door. It was set in diamond material. The maid went on protesting.
"But even you, little ma'am, can't take him in there." "Who says I can't?" said Terruth, calmly and challengingly.
The awfulness of the situation sank in on Eunice. In a small voice she muttered,
"If you're taking him in, you're taking him in, but it's never been done before." "Of course it hasn't, Eunice, not in your time. But Casher O'Neill has already met the Mr. and Owner. He has fought for the Mr. and Owner. Do you think I would take a stray or random guest in to look at the master just like that?"
"Oh, not at all, no," said Eunice.
"Then go away, woman," said the lady-child. "You don't want to see this door open, do you?"
"Oh, no!" shrieked Eunice, and fled, putting her hands over her ears as though that would shut out the sight of the door. When the maid had disappeared, Terruth pulled with her whole weight against the handle of the heavy door. Casher expected the mustiness of the tomb, or the medicinality of a hospital. He was astonished when fresh air and warm sunlight poured out from that heavy, mysterious door. The actual opening was so narrow, so low, that Casher had to step sidewise as he followed Terruth into the room. The master's room was enormous. The windows were flooded with perpetual sunlight. The landscape outside must have been the way Henrietta looked in its prime, when Motul was a resort for the carefree millions of vacationers, and Ambiloxi a port feeding worlds halfway across the galaxy. There was no sign of the ugly, snaky storms which worried and pestered Henrietta in these later years. Everything was landscape, order, neatness, the triumph of man, as though Poussin had painted it. The room itself, like the other great living rooms of the estate of Beauregard, was exuberant neo-Baroque, in which the architect, himself half mad, had been given wild license to work out his fantasies in steel, plastic, plaster, wood, and stone. The ceiling was not flat but vaulted. Each of the 4 corners of the room was an alcove, cutting deep into each of the 4 sides, so that the room was in effect an octagon. The propriety and prettiness of the room had been a little diminished by the shoving of the furniture to one side, sofas, upholstered armchairs, marble tables, and knick-knack stands, all in an indescribable mélange to the left, while the right-hand part of the room, facing the master window with the illusory landscape, was equipped like a surgery with an operating table. Hydraulic lifts, bottles of clear and colored fluid hanging from chrome stands, and 2 large devices which, Casher later surmised, must have been heart, lung, and kidney machines. The alcoves, in their turn, were wilder. One was an archaic funeral parlor, with an immense coffin draped in black velvet, resting on a heavy teak stand. The next was a spaceship control cabin of the old kind, with the levers, switches, and controls all in plain sight. The meters actually read the galactically stable location of this very place, and to do so they had to whirl mightily, as well as a pilot's chair, with the usual choice of helmets and the straps and shock absorbers. The third alcove was a simple bedroom, done in very old-fashioned taste, the walls a wedgwood blue with deep wine-colored drapes, coverlets and pillowcases marking a sharp but tolerable contrast. The 4th alcove was the copy of a fortress. It might even have been a fortress. The door was heavy, and the walls looked as though they might be diamond material, indestructible by any imaginable means. Cases of emergency food and water were stacked against the walls. Weapons which looked oiled and primed stood in their racks, together with 3 different calibers of wire point, each with its own fresh-looking battery. The alcoves had no people in them. The parlor was deserted. The Mr. and owner, Murray Madigan, lay naked on the operating table. 2 or 3 wires led to gauges attached to his body. Casher thought that he could see a faint motion of the chest, as the cataleptic man breathed at a rate 1/10 normal or less. The girl lady, Terruth, was not the least embarrassed.
I check him 4 or 5 times a day. I never let people in here. But you're special, Casher. He's talked with you and fought beside you, and he knows that he owes you his life. You're the first human person ever to get into this room.
"I'll wager," said Casher, "that the administrator of Henrietta, the Honorable Rankin Michael John, would give up some of his honorable just to get in here and have one look around. He wonders what Madigan is doing when Madigan is doing nothing."
"He's not just doing nothing," said Terruth sharply. "He's sleeping. It's not everybody who can sleep for 40 or 50 or 60,000 years and can wake up a few times a month just to see how things are going."
Casher started to whistle and then stopped himself, as though he feared to waken the unconscious, naked old man on the table. "So that's why he chose you." Terruth corrected him as she washed her hands vigorously in a wash-basin.
"That's why he had me made. Turtle stock, 300 years. Multiply that with intensive strewn treatments, 300 times, 90,000 years. Then he had me printed to love him and adore him. He's not my master, you know. He's my God."
"Your what?"
"You heard me. Don't get upset. I'm not going to give you any illegal memories. I worship him. That's what I was printed for, when my little turtle eyes opened and they put me back in the tank to enlarge my brain and to make a woman out of me. That's why they printed every memory of the citizeness Agatha Madigan right into my brain. I'm what he wanted, just what he wanted. I'm the most wanted being on any planet. No wife, no sweetheart, no mother has ever been wanted as much as he wants me now, when he wakes up and knows that I am still here. You're a smart man. Would you trust any machine at all, for 90,000 years?
"It would be hard," said Casher, "to get batteries of monitors long enough for them to repair each other over that long a time. But that means you have 90,000 years of it. 4 times, 5 times a day. I can't even multiply the numbers. Don't you ever get tired of it?"
"He's my love. He's my joy. He's my darling little boy,"
she caroled, as she lifted his eyelids and put colorless drops in each eye. Absent-mindedly, she explained,
"With his slow metabolism, there's always some danger that his eyelids will stick to his eyeballs. This is part of the checkup."
She tilted the sleeping man's head, looked earnestly into each eye. She then stepped a few paces aside and put her face close to the dial of a gently humming machine. There was the sound of a shot. Casher almost reached for his gun, which he did not have. The child turned back to him with a free, mischievous smile.
"Sorry, I should have warned you. That's my noisemaker. I watched the encephalograph to make sure his brain keeps a little auditory intake. It showed up with a noise. He's asleep, very deeply asleep, but he's not drifting downward into death."
Back at the table, she pushed Madigan's chin upward so that the head leaned far back on its neck. Deftly holding the forehead, she took a retractor, opened his mouth with her fingers, depressed the tongue, and looked down into the throat.
"No accumulation there,"
she muttered, as if to herself. She pushed the head back into a comfortable position. She seemed on the edge of another set of operations when it was obvious that an idea occurred to her.
"Go, wash your hands thoroughly, over there at the basin. Then push the timer down and be sure you hold your hands under the sterilizer until the timer goes off. You can help me turn him over. I don't have help here. You're the first visitor."
Casher obeyed, and while he washed his hands, he saw the girl drench her hands with some flower-scented unguent. She began to massage the unconscious body with professional expertness, even with a degree of roughness. As he stood with his hands under the sterilizer dryer, Casher marveled at the strength of those girlish arms and those little hands. Indefatigably they stroked, rubbed, pummeled, pulled, stretched, and poked the old body. The sleeping man seemed to be utterly unaware of it. but Casher thought that he could see a better skin color and muscle tone appearing. He walked back to the table and stood facing Tereuth. A huge peacock walked across the imaginary lawn outside the window, his tail shimmering in a paroxysm of colors. Tereuth saw the direction of Casher's glance.
"Oh, I programmed that, too. He likes it when he wakes up. Don't you think he was clever before he went into catalepsis to have me made, to have me created to love him and to care for him? It helps that I'm a girl. I can't ever love anybody but him, and it's easy for me to remember that this is the man I love, and it's safer for him. Any man might get bored with these responsibilities. I don't."
"Yet," said Casher.
"Shh," she said. "Wait a bit. This takes care."
Her strong little fingers were now ploughing deep into the abdomen of the naked old man. She closed her eyes so that she could concentrate all her senses on the one act of tactile impression. She took her hands away and stood erect.
"All clear," she said. "I've got to find out what's going on inside him, but I don't dare use X-rays on him. Think of the radiation he'd build up in 100 years or so. He defecates about twice a month while he's sleeping. I've got to be ready for that. I also have to prime his bladder every week or so. Otherwise he would poison himself just with his own body wastes. Here, now, you can help me turn him over, but watch the wires. Those are the monitor controls. They report his physiological processes, radio a message to me if anything goes wrong, and meanwhile supply the missing neurophysical impulses if any part of the automatic nervous system began to fade out, or just simply went off."
"Has that ever happened?"
"Never," she said. "Not yet, but I'm ready. Watch that wire. You're turning him too fast. There now, that's right. You can stand back while I massage him on the back."
She went back to her job of being a masseuse. Starting at the muscles joining the skull to the neck, she worked her way down the body, pouring ointment on her hands from time to time. When she got to his legs, she seemed to work particularly hard. She lifted the feet, bent the knees, slapped the calves. Then she put on a rubber glove, dipped her hand into another jar, one which opened automatically as her hand approached, and came out with her hand greasy. She thrust her fingers into his rectum, probing, thrusting, groping, her brow furrowed. Her face cleared as she dropped the rubber glove in a disposal can and wiped the sleeping man with a soft linen towel, which also went into a disposal can.
"He's all right. He'll get along well for the next 2 hours. I'll have to give him a little sugar then. All he's getting now is normal saline."
She stood facing him. There was a faint glow in her cheeks from the violent exercise in which she had been indulging, but she still looked both the child and the lady. The child irrecoverably remote, hidden in her own wisdom from the muddled world of adults, and the lady mistress in her own home, her own estates, her own planet, serving her master with almost immortal love and zeal. "I was going to ask you, back there," said Casher, and then stopped.
"You were going to ask me?"
He spoke heavily. "I was going to ask you, what happens to you when he dies? Either at the right time, or possibly before his time. What happens to you?"
"I couldn't care less,"
her voice sang out. He could see by the open, honest smile on her face that she meant it.
"I'm his. I belong to him. That's what I'm for. They may have programmed something into me in case he dies, or they may have forgotten. What matters is his life, not mine. He's going to get every possible hour of life that I can help him get. Don't you think I'm doing a good job?"
"A good job, yes," said Casher. "A strange one, too."
"We can go now," she said.
"What are those alcoves for?"
"Oh, those. They're his make-believes. He picks one of them to go to sleep in. His coffin, his fort, his ship, or his bedroom. It doesn't matter which. I always get him up with a hoist and put him back on his table, where the machines and I can take proper care of him. He doesn't really mind waking up on the table. He has usually forgotten which room he went to sleep in. We can go now."
They walked toward the door. Suddenly she stopped.
"I forgot something. I never forget things. But this is the first time I ever let anybody come in here with me. You were such a good friend to him. He'll talk about you for thousands of years. Long, long after you're dead," she added somewhat unnecessarily. Casher looked at her sharply to see if she might be mocking or deprecating him. There was nothing but the little girl's solemnity, the womanly devotion to an established domestic routine. "Turn your back,"
she commanded peremptorily. "Why?" he asked. "Why? when you have trusted me with all other secrets?
He wouldn't want you to see this.
See what?
What I'm going to do. When I was the citizeness Agatha, or when I seemed to be her, I found that men are awfully fussy about some things. This is one of them.
Casher obeyed and stood facing the door. A different odor filled the room, a strong, wild scent, like a geranium pomade. He could hear Tereuth breathing heavily as she worked beside the sleeping man. She called to him,
"You can turn around now."
She was putting away a tube of ointment, standing high to get it into its exact position on a tile shelf. Casher looked quickly at the body of Madigan. It was still asleep, still breathing very lightly and very slowly. "What on earth did you do?" Tereuth stopped in mid-step.
"You're going to get nosy."
Casher stammered mere sounds.
"You can't help it," she said. "People are inquisitive."
"I suppose they are," he said, flushing at the accusation.
"I gave him his bit of fun. He never remembers it when he wakes up, but the cardiograph sometimes shows increased activity. Nothing happened this time. That was my own idea. I read books and decided that it would be good for his body tone. Sometimes he sleeps through a whole Earth year, but usually he wakes up several times a month."
She passed Casher, almost pulled herself clear of the floor, tugging on the inside levers of the main door. She gestured him past. He stooped and stepped through.
"Turn away again," she said. "All I'm going to do is spin the dials, but they're cued to give any viewer a bad headache, so he will forget the combination. Even robots. I'm the only person tuned to these doors."
He heard the dial spinning, but did not look around. She murmured, almost under her breath,
"I'm the only one. The only one."
"The only one for what?" asked Casher.
"To love my master, to care for him, to support his planet, to guard his weather. But isn't he beautiful? Isn't he wise? Doesn't his smile win your heart?"
Casher thought of the faded old wreck of a man with the yellow pajama bottoms. Tactfully, he said nothing. Tereuth babbled on, quite cheerfully.
"He is my father, my husband, my baby son, my master, my owner. Think of that, Casher. He owns me. Isn't he lucky to have me? And aren't I lucky to belong to him?"
"But what for?" asked Casher a little crossly, thinking that he was falling in and out of love with this remarkable girl himself.
"For life," she cried. "In any form, in any way. I am made for 90,000 years, and he will sleep and wake and dream and sleep again, a large part of that."
"What's the use of it?" insisted Casher.
"The use?" she said. "The use? What's the use of the little turtle egg they took and modified in its memory chains right down to the molecular level? What's the use of turning me into an undergirl, so that even you have to love me off and on? What's the use of little me meeting my master for the first time when I had been manufactured to love him? I can tell you, man, what the use is. Love."
"What did you say?" said Casher.
"I said the use was love. Love is the only end of things. Love on the one side and death on the other. If you are strong enough to use a real weapon, I can give you a weapon which will put all misery at your mercy. Your cruiser and your laser would just be toys against the weapon of love. You can't fight love. You can't fight me."
They had proceeded down a corridor, forgotten pictures hanging on the walls, unremembered luxuries left untouched by centuries of neglect. The bright yellow light of Henrietta poured in through an open doorway on their right. From the room came snatches of a man singing while playing a stringed instrument. Later, Casher found that this was a verse of the Henrietta song, the one which went, "Don't put your ship in the boom lagoon, look up north for the raving wave. Henrietta's boiled away, but Ambiloxi's a saving grave." They entered the room. A gentleman stood up to greet them. It was the great go-pilot, John Joy Tree. His ruddy face smiled, his bright blue eyes lit up, a little condescendingly, as he greeted his small hostess, but then his glance took in Casher O'Neill. The effect was sudden and evil. John Joy Tree looked away from both of them, the phrase which he had started to use stuck in his throat. He said in a different voice, very away and deeply troubled, "There is blood all over this place. There is a man of blood right here. Excuse me, I am going to be sick." He trotted past them and out the door which they had entered.
"You have passed a test," said Tereuth. Your help to my master has solved the problem of the captain and Honourable John Joy Tree. He will not go near that control room if he thinks that you are there.
Do you have more tests for me? Still more? By now you ought to know me well enough not to need tests.
I am not a person, she said, but just a built-up copy of one. I am getting ready to give you your weapon. This is a communications room as well as a music room. Would you like something to eat or drink?
Just water, he said.
At your hand, said Tarruth.
A rock crystal carafe had been standing on the table beside him, unnoticed. Or had she transported it into the room with one of the tricks of the Hechizera, the dreaded Agatha herself? It didn't matter. He drank. Trouble was coming. 12. Tarruth had swung open a polished cabinet panel. The communicator was the kind they mount in planoforming ships right beside the pilot. The rental on one of them was enough to make any planetary government reconsider its annual budget. "That's yours?" cried Casher.
Why not? Said the little girl lady. I have 4 or 5 of them.
But you're rich.
I'm not. My master is. I belong to my master, too.
But things like this, he can't handle them. How does he manage?
You mean money and things?
The girlish part of her came out.
She looked pleased, happy, and mischievous. I managed them for him. He was the richest man on Henrietta when I came here. He had credits of Stroon. Now he is about 40 times richer.
He's a Rod McBan,
exclaimed Gasher.
Not even near. Mr. McBan had a lot more money than we, but he's rich. Where do you think all the people from Henrietta went?
I don't know, said Casher.
To 4 new planets. They belong to my master, and he charges the new settlers a very small land rent.
You bought them?
Casher asked.
For him.
Tarruth smiled.
Haven't you heard of planet brokers?
But that's a gambler's business, said Casher.
I gambled, she said, and I won. Now keep quiet and watch me.
She pressed a button.
Instant message.
Instant message, repeated the machine. What priority?
War news, AA1, subspace penalty.
Confirmed, said the machine.
The planet Miser. Now, war and peace information. Will fighting end soon?
The machine clucked to itself. Casher, knowing the prices of this kind of communication, almost felt that he could see the arterial spurt of money go out of Henrietta's budget as the machines reached across the galaxy, found Miser, and came back with the answer. Skirmishing, 7th Nile. Ends 3 local days.
Close message,
said Tarruth. The machine went off. Tarruth turned to him.
You're going home soon, Casher, if you can pass a few little tests.
He stared at her. He blurted, I need my weapons, my cruiser and my laser.
You'll have weapons. Better ones than those. Right now I want you to go to the front door. When you have opened the door, you will not let anybody in. Close the door. Then please come back to me, here, dear Casher, and if you are still alive, I will have some other things for you to do.
Casher turned in bewilderment. It did not occur to him to contradict her. He could end up a forgetty like the maidservant Eunice, or the administrator's brown man, Gossagaw. Down the halls he walked. He met no one except for a few shy cleaning robots who bowed their heads politely as he passed. He found the front door. It stopped him. It looked like wood on the outside, but it was actually a diamond door, made of near-indestructible material. There was no sign of a key or dials or controls. Acting like a man in a dream, he took a chance that the door might be keyed to himself. He put his right palm firmly against it, at the left or opening edge. The door swung in. Michael John was there. Gossagaw held the administrator upright. It must have been a rough trip. The administrator's face was bruised and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His eyes focused on Casher.
You're alive. She caught you, too?
Quite formally, Casher asked, What do you want in this house?
I have come, said the administrator, to see her.
To see whom? Insisted Casher. The administrator hung almost slack in Gossagaw's arms. By his own standard and in his own way, he was a very brave man indeed. His eyes looked clear, even though his body was collapsing.
To see Tarruth, if she will see me, said Rankin Michael John. She cannot, said Casher. See you now. Gossagaw?
The forgetty turned to Casher and gave him a bow. You will forget me. You have not seen me.
I have not seen you, Lord.
Give my greetings to your lady. Anything else?
Yes, take your master home as safely and swiftly as you can.
My lord,
cried Gossagar, though this was an improper title for Casher. Casher turned around.
My lord, tell her to extend the weather machines for just a few more kilometers, and I will have him home safe in 10 minutes, at top speed.
I can tell her, said Casher, but I cannot promise she will do it.
Of course,
said Gossagar. He picked up the administrator and began putting him into the ground car. Rankin Michael John bawled once like a man crying in pain. It sounded like a blurred version of the name Murray Madigan. No one heard it but Gossagar and Casher. Gossagar busy closing the ground car, Casher pushing on the big house door. The door clicked. There was silence. The opening of the door was remembered only by the warm, sweet, salty stink of seaweed, which had disturbed the odor pattern of the changeless, musty old house. Casher hurried back with a message about the weather machines. Terruth received the message gravely. Without looking at the console, she reached out and controlled it with her extended right hand, not taking her eyes off Casher for a moment. The machine clicked its agreement. Terruth exhaled.
Thank you, Casher. Now the instrumentality and the forgetty are gone.
She stared at him, almost sadly and inquiringly. He wanted to pick her up, to crush her to his chest, to rain his kisses on her face. But he stood stock still. He did not move. This was not just the forever-loving turtle-child. This was the real mistress of Henrietta. This was the Hechizera of Gonfalon, whom he had formerly thought about only in terms of a wild, melodic grand opera.
I think you are seeing me, Casher. It is hard to see people, even when you look at them every day. I think I can see you too, Casher. It is almost time for us both to do the things which we have to do.
Which we have to do? He whispered, hoping she might say something else.
For me, my work here on Henrietta. For you, your fate on your homeland of misery. That's what life is, isn't it? Doing what you have to do in the first place. We're lucky people if we find it out. You are ready, Casher. I am about to give you weapons which will make bombs and cruisers and lasers seem like nothing at all.
Pray the bell, girl. Can't you tell me what those weapons are? Terruth stood in her innocently revealing sheath, the yellow light of the old music-room pouring like a halo around her.
Yes, she said. I can tell you now. Me.
You? Casher felt a wild surge of erotic attraction for the innocently voluptuous child. He remembered his first insane impulse to crush her with kisses, to sweep her up with hugs, to exhaust her with all the excitement which his masculinity could bring to both of them. He stared at her. She stood there, calm. That sort of idea did not ring right. He was going to get her, but he was going to get something far from fun or folly, something, indeed, which he might not even like. When at last he spoke, it was out of the deep bewilderment of his own thoughts. "What do you mean? You're going to give me yourself? It doesn't sound very romantic to me, nor the tone in which you said it." The child stepped close to him, reaching up and patting his forehead. "You're not going to get me for a night's romance, and if you did you would be sorry. I am the property of my master, and of no other man. But I can do something with you which I have never done to anyone else. I can get myself imprinted on you. The technicians are already coming. You will be the turtle child. You will be the citizeness Agatha Madigan, the Hechizera of Gonfalon herself. You will be many other people, and yourself. You will then win. Accidents may kill you, Casher, but no one will be able to kill you on purpose. Not when you're me. Poor man, do you know what you will be giving up?" "What?" he croaked, at the edge of a great fright. He had seen danger before, but never before had danger loomed up from within himself.
"You will not fear death ever again, Casher. You will have to lead your life minute by minute, second by second, and you will not have the alibi that you are going to die anyhow. You will know that's not special."
He nodded, understanding her words and scrabbling around his mind for a meaning.
I'm a girl, Casher.
He looked at her, and his eyes widened. She was a girl, a beautiful, wonderful girl, but she was something more. She was the mistress of Henrietta. She was the first of the underpeople really and truly to surpass humanity. To think that he had wanted to grab her poor little body? The body, that was sweet, but the power within it was the kind of thing that empires and religions are made of.
And if you take the print of me, Casher, you will never lie with a woman without realizing that you know more about her than she does. You will be a seeing man among blind multitudes, a hearing person in the world of the deaf. I don't know how much fun romantic love is going to be to you after this.
Gloomily, he said, If I can free my home planet of misery, it will be worth it, whatever it is.
You're not going to turn into a woman, she laughed. Nothing that easy. But you are going to get wisdom. And I will tell you the whole story of the sign of the fish before you leave here.
Not that, please, he begged. That's a religion, and the instrumentality would never let me travel again.
I'm going to have you scrambled, Casher, so that nobody can read you for a year or two. And the instrumentality is not going to send you back. I am through Space 3.
It'll cost you a fine, big ship to do it.
My master will approve when I tell him, Casher. Now give me that kiss you have been wanting to give me. Perhaps you will remember something of it when you come out of scramble.
She stood there. He did nothing.
Kiss me,
she commanded. He put his arm around her. She felt like a big little girl. She lifted her face. She thrust her lips up toward his. She stood on tiptoe. He kissed her the way a man might kiss a picture or a religious object. The heat and fierceness had gone out of his hopes. He had not kissed a girl, but power, tremendous power, and wisdom put into a single slight form. Is that the way your master kisses you? She gave him a quick smile.
How clever of you. Yes, sometimes. Come along now. We have to shoot some children before the technicians are ready. It will give you a good last chance of seeing what you can do when you have become what I am. Come along. The guns are in the hall.
13. They went down an enormous light oak staircase to a floor which Casher had never seen before. It must have been the entertainment and hospitality center of Beauregard long ago, when the Mr. and owner, Murray Madigan, was himself young. The robots did a good job of keeping away the dust and the mildew. Casher saw inconspicuous little air dryers placed at strategic places, so that the rich tooled leather on the walls would not spoil, so that the velvet bar stools would not become slimy with mold, so that the pool tables would not warp, nor the golf clubs go out of shape with age and damp. By the bell, he thought, that man Madigan could have entertained 1,000 people at one time in a place this size. The gun cabinet, now that was functional. The glass shone. The velvet of oil showed on the steel and walnut of the guns. They were old Earth models, very rare and very special. For actual fighting, people used the cheap artillery of the present time, or wire points for close work. Only the richest and rarest of connoisseurs had the old Earth weapons, or could use them. Taruth touched the guard robot and waked him. The robot saluted, looked at her face, and without further inquiry opened the cabinet.
"Do you know guns?"
said Taruth to Casher. "Wire points," he said. "Never touched a gun in my life."
"Do you mind using a learning helmet, then? I could teach you hypnotically with the special rules of the Hechizira, but they might give you a headache or upset you emotionally. The helmet is neuroelectric, and it has filters."
Casher nodded, and saw his reflection nodding in the polished glass doors of the gun cabinet. He was surprised to see how helpless and lugubrious he looked. But it was true. Never before in his life had he felt that a situation swept over him, washed him along like a great wave, left him with no choice and no responsibility. Things were her choice now, not his, and yet he felt that her power was benign, self-limited, restricted by factors at which he could no more than guess. He had come for one weapon, the cruiser which he had hoped to get from the administrator, Rankin Michaeljohn. She was offering him something else, psychological weapons in which he had neither experience nor confidence. She watched him attentively for a long moment, and then turned to the gun-watching robot.
"You're little Harry Hadrian, aren't you? The gun-watcher."
"Yes, ma'am," said the silver robot, rightly. "And I'm owl-brained, too. That makes me very bright."
"Watch this," she said,
extending her arms the width of the gun cabinet, and then dropping them after a queer flutter of her hands.
"Do you know what that means?"
"Yes, ma'am," said the little robot quickly, the emotion showing in his toneless voice by the speed with which he spoke, not by the intonation. "It means you have taken over, and I am off duty. Can I go sit in the garden and look at the live things?"
"Not quite yet, little Harry Hadrian. There are some wind people out there now, and they might hurt you. I have another errand for you first. Do you remember where the teaching helmets are?"
"Silver hats on the 3rd floor in an open closet with a wire running to each hat. Yes."
"Bring one of those as fast as you can. Pull it loose very carefully from its electrical connection."
The little robot disappeared in a sudden, fast, gentle clatter up the stairs. Ruth turned back to Casher.
"I have decided what to do with you. I am helping you. You don't have to look so gloomy about it."
"I'm not gloomy. The administrator sent me here on a crazy errand, killing an unknown underperson. I find out that the person is really a little girl. Then I find out that she is not an underperson, but a frightening old dead woman, still walking around alive. My life gets turned upside down. All my plans are set aside. You propose to send me hope to fulfill my life's work on Mizar. I've struggled for this so many years. Now you're making it all come through, even though you are going to cook me through Space 3 to do it, and throw in a lot of illegal religion and hypnotic tricks that I'm not sure I can handle. You tell me now to come along, to shoot children with guns. I've never done anything like that in my life, and yet I find myself obeying you. I'm tired out, girl. Tired out. If you have put me in your power, I don't even know it. I don't even want to know it."
"Here you are, Casher, on the ruined, wet world of Henrietta. In less than a week you will be recovering among the military casualties of Colonel Wedder's army. You will be under the clear sky of Mizar, and the 7th Nile will be near you, and you will be ready at long last to do what you have to do. You will have bits and pieces of memories of me, not enough to make you find your way back here, or to tell people all the secrets of Beauregard, but enough for you to remember that you have been loved. You may even," and she smiled very gently, with a tender, wry humor on her face, "marry some Mizar girl because her body or her face or her manner reminds you of me."
"In a week?"
he gasped. "Less than that."
"Who are you?" he cried out. "That you, an underperson, should run real people and should manipulate their lives."
"I didn't look for power, Casher. Power doesn't usually work if you look for it. I have 89,000 years to live, Casher, and as long as my master lives I shall love him and take care of him. Isn't he handsome? Isn't he wise? Isn't he the most perfect master you ever saw?"
Casher thought of the old, ruined-looking body with the plastic knobs set into it. He thought of the faded pajama bottoms. He said nothing.
"You don't have to agree," said Ruth. "I know I have a special way of looking at him, but they took my turtle brain and raised the IQ to above normal human level. They took me when I was a happy little girl, enchanted by the voice and the glance and the touch of my master. They took me to where this real woman lay dying, and they put me into a machine, and they put her into one too. When they were through, they picked me up. I had on a pink dress with pastel blue socks and pink shoes. They carried me out into the corridor on a rug. They had finished with me. They knew that I wouldn't die. I was healthy. Can't you see it, Casher? I cried myself to sleep 900 years ago."
Casher could not really answer. He nodded sympathetically.
"I was a girl, Casher. Maybe I was a turtle once, but I don't remember that, any more than you remember your mother's womb or your laboratory bottle. In that 1 hour I was never to be a girl again. I did not need to go to school. I had her education, and it was a good one. She spoke 20 or more languages. She was a psychologist and a hypnotist and a strategist. She was also the tyrannical mistress of this house. I cried because my childhood was finished, because I knew what I would have to do. I cried because I knew that I could do it. I loved my master so, but I was no longer to be the pretty little servant who brought him his tablets or his sweetmeats or his beer. Now I saw the truth. As she died, I had myself become Henrietta. The planet was mine to care for, to manage, to protect my master. If I come along and I protect and help you, is that so much for a woman who will just be growing up when your grandchildren will all be dead of old age?
No, no, stammered Casher O'Neill. But your own life. Family, perhaps? Anger lashed across her pretty face. Her features were the features of the delicious girl-child Terruth, but her expression was that of the citizeness Agatha Madigan, perhaps, a worldly woman reborn to the endless worldliness of her own wisdom.
Should I order a husband from the Turtle Bank, perhaps? Should I hire out a piece of my master's estate, to be sold to somebody because I'm an underperson, or perhaps put to work somewhere in an industrial ship? I'm me. I may be an animal, but I have more civilization in me than all the wind people on this planet. Poor things, what kind of people are they, if they are only happy when they catch a big mutated duck and tear it to pieces, eating it raw? I'm not going to lose, Casher. I'm going to win. My master will live longer than any person has ever lived before. He gave me that mission when he was strong and wise and well in the prime of his life. I'm going to do what I was made for, Casher, and you're going to go back to Miser and make it free, whether you like it or not.
They both heard a happy scurrying on the staircase. The small silver robot, little Harry Hadrian, burst upon them. He carried a teaching helmet. Terruth said,
Resume your post. You are a good boy, little Harry, and you can have time to sit in the garden later on, when it is safe.
Can I sit in a tree? The little robot asked.
Yes, if it is safe.
Little Harry Hadrian resumed his post by the gun cabinet. He kept the key in his hand. It was a very strange key, sharp at the end and as long as an awl. Casher supposed that it must be one of the straight magnetic keys, cued to its lock by a series of magnetized patterns.
Sit on the floor for a minute,
said Terruth to Casher.
You're too tall for me.
She slipped the helmet on his head, adjusted the levers on each side, so that the helmet sat tight and true upon his skull. With a touching gesture of intimacy, for which she gave him a sympathetic, apologetic little smile, she moistened the two small electrodes with her own spit, touching her finger to her tongue and then to the electrode. These went to his temples. She adjusted the verniered dials on the helmet itself, lifted the rear wire, and applied it to her forehead. Casher heard the click of a switch.
That did it,
he heard Terruth's voice saying, very far away. He was too busy looking into the gun cabinet. He knew them all and loved some of them. He knew the feel of their stocks on his shoulder, the glimpse of their barrels in front of his eyes, the dance of the target on their various sights, the welcome heavy weight of the gun on his supporting arm, the rewarding thrust of the stock against his shoulder when he fired. He knew all this, and did not know how he knew it.
The Hechizira, Agatha herself, was a very accomplished sportswoman,
murmured Terruth to him.
I thought her knowledge would take a second printing when I passed it along to you. Let's take these.
She gestured to little Harry Hadrian, who unlocked the cabinet and took out two enormous guns, which looked like the long muskets mankind had had on Earth even before the age of space began.
If you're going to shoot children,
said Casher with his new-found expertness, these won't do. They'll tear the bodies completely to pieces. Terruth reached into the little bag which hung from her belt. She took out 3 shotgun shells.
I have 3 more, she said. 6 children is all we need.
Casher looked at the slug projecting slightly from the shotgun casing. It did not look like any shell he had ever seen before. The workmanship was unbelievably fine and precise. What are they? I never saw these before.
Proximity stunners, she said. Shoot 10 centimeters above the head of any living thing, and the stunner knocks it out.
You want the children alive?
Alive, of course, and unconscious. They are a part of your final test.
2 hours later, after an exciting hike to the edge of the weather controls, they had the 6 children stretched out on the floor of the great hall. 4 were little boys, 2 girls. They were fine-boned, soft-haired people, very thin, but they did not look too far from Earth normal. Ruth called up a doctor underman from among her servants. There must have been a crowd of 50 or 60 undermen and robots standing around. Far up the staircase, John Joy Tree stood hidden half in shadow. Casher suspected that he was as inquisitive as the others, but afraid of himself, Casher, the man of blood. Ruth spoke quietly but firmly to the doctor.
"Can you give them a strong euphoric before you waken them? We don't want to have to pluck them out of all the curtains in the house if they go wild when they wake up."
"Nothing simpler," said the doctor underman. He seemed to be of dog origin, but Casher could not tell. He took a glass tube and touched it to the nape of each little neck. The necks were all streaked with dirt. These children had never been washed in their lives, except by the rain.
"Wake them,"
said Ruth. The doctor stepped back to a rolling table. It gleamed with equipment. He must have preset his devices, because all he did was to press a button, and the children stirred into life. The first reaction was wildness. They got ready to bolt. The biggest of the boys, who by Earth standards would have been about 10, got 3 steps before he stopped and began laughing. Ruth spoke the old common tongue to them, very slowly and with long spaces between the words.
"Wind children, do you know where you are?"
The biggest girl twittered back to her so fast that Casher could not understand it. Ruth turned to Casher and said,
"The girl said that she is in the dead place, where the air never moves, and where the old dead ones move around on their own business. She means us."
To the wind children she spoke again.
"What would you like most?"
The biggest girl went from child to child. They nodded agreement vigorously. They formed a circle and began a little chant. By the second repetition around, Casher could make it out.
"Shig, shag, sugary, shuck, shuck, shuck. What all of us need is an all-around duck. Shig, shag, sugary, shuck, shuck, shuck."
At the 4th or 5th repetition they all stopped and looked at Ruth, who was so plainly the mistress of the house. She in turn spoke to Casher O'Neill.
"They think that they want a tribal feast of raw duck. What they are going to get is inoculations against the worst diseases of this planet, several duck meals, and their freedom again. But they need something else beyond all measure. You know what that is, Casher, if you can only find it."
The whole crowd turned its eyes on Casher, the human eyes of the people and under-people, the milky lenses of the robots. Casher stood aghast. "Is this a test?" he asked softly.
"You could call it that,"
said Ruth, looking away from him. Casher thought furiously and rapidly. It wouldn't do any good to make them into forgetties. The household had enough of them. Ruth had announced a plan to let them loose again. The Mr. and owner Murray Madigan must have told her some time or other to do something about the Wind People. She was trying to do it. The whole crowd watched him. What might Ruth expect? The answer came to him in a flash. If she were asking him, it must be something to do with himself, something which he, uniquely among these people, under-people and robots, had brought to the storm-sieged mansion of Beauregard. Suddenly he saw it. "Use me, my Lady Ruth," said he, deliberately giving her the wrong title, "to print on them nothing from my intellectual knowledge, but everything from my emotional make-up. It wouldn't do them any good to know about Mizar, where the 12 Niles work their way down across the intervening sands, nor about Pontoppidan, the gem planet, nor about Olympia, where the blind brokers promenade under numbered clouds. Knowing things would not help these children, but wanting things was different. He was unique. He had wanted to return to Mizar. He had wanted return beyond all dreams of blood and revenge. He had wanted things fiercely, wildly, so that even if he could not get them, he zigzagged the galaxy in search of them. Tarrouth was speaking to him again, urgently and softly, but not in so low a voice that the others in the room could not hear.
"And what, Casher O'Neill, should I give them from you?"
"My emotional structure, my determination, my desire. Nothing else. Give them that, and throw them back into the winds. Perhaps if they want something fiercely enough, they will grow up to find out what it is." There was a soft murmur of approval around the room. Tarrouth hesitated a moment, and then nodded.
"You answered, Casher. You answered quickly and perceptively. Bring 7 helmets, Eunice. Stay here, Doctor."
Eunice, the Forgetty, left, taking 2 robots with her.
"A chair,"
said Tarrouth, to no one in particular.
"for him."
A large, powerful underman pushed his way through the crowd and dragged a chair to the end of the room. Tarrouth gestured that Casher should sit in it. She stood in front of him. Strange, thought Casher, that she should be a great lady and still a little girl. How would he ever find a girl like her? He was not even afraid of the mystery of the fish or the image of the man on 2 pieces of wood. He no longer dreaded Space 3, where so many travelers had gone in and so few had come out. He felt safe, comforted by her wisdom and authority. He felt that he would never see the likes of this again, a child running a planet and doing it well, a half-dead man surviving through the endless devotion of his maidservant, a fierce woman hypnotist, living on with all the anxieties and angers of humanity gone, but with the skill and obstinacy of turtle genes to sustain her in her re-imprinted form.
"I can guess what you are thinking," said Tarrouth, "but we have already said the things that we had to say. I've peeped your mind 12 times, and I know that you want to go back to Miser so bad that Space 3 will spit you out right at the ruined fort where the big turn of the 7th Nile begins. In my own way, I love you, Casher, but I could not keep you here without turning you into a Forgetty and making you a servant to my master. You know what always comes first with me, and always will."
"Madigan."
"Madigan,"
she answered, and with her voice the name itself was a prayer. Eunice came back with the helmets.
"When we are through with these, Casher, I'll have them take you to the conditioning room. Goodbye, my might-have-been."
In front of everyone, she kissed him full on the lips. He sat in the chair, full of patience and contentment. Even as his vision blacked out, he could see the thin light sheath of a smock on the girlish figure. He could remember the tender laughter lurking in her smile. In the last instant of his consciousness, he saw that another figure had joined the crowd, a tall old man with a worn bathrobe, the faded blue eyes, the thin yellow hair. Murray Madigan had risen from his private life and death, and had come to see the last of Casher O'Neill. He did not look weak nor foolish. He looked like a great man, wise and strange in ways beyond Casher's understanding. There was the touch of Tarrouth's little hand on his arm, and everything became a velvety, cluttered, dark quiet inside his own mind. 14. When he awoke, he lay naked and sunburned under the hot sky of Miser. 2 soldiers with medical patches were rolling him onto a canvas litter. "Miser," he cried to himself. His throat was too dry to make a sound. "I'm home." Suddenly the memories came to him, and he scrabbled and snatched at them, seeing them dissolve within his mind before he could get paper to write them down. Memory. There was the front hall, himself getting ready to sleep in the chair with the old giant of Murray Madigan at the edge of the crowd, and the tender light touch of Tarrouth. His girl, now uncountable light years away, putting her hand on his arm. Memory. There was another room, with stained glass pictures and incense, and the weep-worthy scenes of a great life shown in frescoes around the wall. There were the 2 pieces of wood and the man in pain nailed to them. But Casher knew that scattered and coded through his mind there was the ultimate and undefeatable wisdom of the sign of the fish. He knew he could never fear fear again. Memory. There was a gaming table in a bright room, with a wealth of 1,000 worlds being raked toward him. He was a woman, strong, big-busted, bejeweled, and proud. He was Agatha Madigan, winning at the games. That must have come, he thought, when they printed me with Taruth. And in that mind of the Hechizira, which was now his own mind too, there was clear, sure knowledge of how he could win men and women, officers and soldiers, even underpeople and robots, to his cause without a drop of blood or a word of anger. The men, lifting him on the litter, made red waves of heat and pain roll over him. He heard one of them say, "Bad case of burn. Wonder how he lost his clothes." The words were matter-of-fact. The comment was nothing special, but the cadence, that special cadence, was the true speech of Miser. As they carried him away, he remembered the face of Rankin Michaeljohn, enormous eyes staring with inward despair over the brim of a big glass. That was the administrator, on Henrietta. That was the man who sent me past Ambiloxi to Beauregard at 2:75 in the morning. The litter jolted a little. He thought of the wet marshes of Henrietta, and knew that soon he would never remember them again. The worms of the tornadoes creeping up to the edge of the estate, the mad, wise face of John Joy Tree. Space 3? Space 3? Already, even now, he could not remember how they had put him into Space 3. And Space 3 itself. All the nightmares which mankind has ever had pushed into Casher's mind. He twisted once in agony, just as the litter reached a medical military cart. He saw a girl's face. What was her name? And then he slept. 15. 14 miser days later, the first test came. A doctor colonel and an intelligence colonel, both in the workaday uniform of Colonel Wedder's Special Forces, stood by his bed. "Your name is Casher O'Neill, and we do not know how your body fell among the skirmishers," the doctor was saying, roughly and emphatically. Casher O'Neill turned his head on the pillow and looked at the man. "Say something more," he whispered to the doctor. The doctor said, "You are a political intruder, and we do not know how you got mixed up among our troops. We do not even know how you got back among the people of this planet. We found you on the 7th Nile." The intelligence colonel, standing beside him, nodded agreement. "Do you think the same thing, Colonel?" whispered Casher O'Neill to the intelligence colonel. "I ask questions. I don't answer them," said the man gruffly. Casher felt himself reaching for their minds with a kind of fingertip which he did not know he had. It was hard to put into ordinary words, but it felt as though someone had said to him, "Casher, that one is vulnerable at the left forefront area of his consciousness, but the other one is well-armored and must be reached through the midbrain." Casher was not afraid of revealing anything by his expression. He was too badly burned and in too much pain to show nuances of meaning on his face. Somewhere he had heard of the wild story of the Hechizira of Gonfalon. Somewhere endless storms boiled across ruined marshes under a cloudy yellow sky. But where? When? What was that? He could not take time off from memory. He had to fight for his life. "Peace be with you," he whispered to both of them. "Peace be with you," they responded in unison, with some surprise. "Lean over me, please," said Casher, "so that I do not have to shout." They stood stock straight. Somewhere in the resources of his own memory and intelligence, Casher found the right note of pleading which could ride his voice like a carrier wave and make them do as he wished. "This is Miser," he whispered. "Of course this is Miser," snapped the intelligence colonel. "And you are Casher O'Neill. What are you doing here?" "Lean over, gentlemen," he said softly, lowering his voice so that they could barely hear him. This time they did lean over. His burned hands reached for their hands. The officers noticed it, but since he was sick and unarmed, they let him touch them. Suddenly he felt their minds glowing in his, as brightly as if he had swallowed their gleaming, thinking brains at a single gulp. He spoke no longer. He thought at them. torrential, irresistible thought. I am not Casher O'Neill. You will find his body in a room 4 doors down. I am the civilian Bindowd. The 2 colonels stared, breathing heavily. Neither said a word. Casher went on, Our fingerprints and records have gotten mixed. Give me the fingerprints and papers of the dead Casher O'Neill. Bury him, then, quickly, but with honor. Once he loved your leader, and there is no point in stirring up wild rumors about returns from out of space. I am Bindowd. You will find my records in your front office. I am not a soldier. I am a civilian technician doing studies on the salt in blood chemistry under field conditions. You have heard me, gentlemen. You hear me now. You will hear me always. But you will not remember this, gentlemen, when you awaken. I am sick. You can give me water and a sedative. They still stood, enraptured by the touch of his tight, burned hands. Casher O'Neill said, Awaken. Casher O'Neill let go of their hands. The medical colonel blinked and said amiably, You'll be better, Mr. and Dr. Bindowd. I'll have the orderly bring you water and a sedative. To the other officer he said, I have an interesting corpse 4 doors down. I think you had better see it. Casher O'Neill tried to think of the recent past, but the blue light of misery was all around him, the sand smell, the sound of horses galloping. For a moment he thought of a big child's blue dress, and he did not know why he almost wept. Samuel R. Delany, The Star Pit. Samuel R. Delany's first novel, The Jewels of Aptor, was published in 1962, went almost totally unnoticed, and was followed throughout the early years of the 60s by a string of other novels, such as The Ballad of Beta II, Empire Star, Captives of the Flame, The Towers of Toran, and City of 1,000 Suns. These last 3 reissued some years later in one volume as the much more sedately titled The Fall of the Towers, all of which were completely ignored as well. On the surface they looked just like any of 100 other A-stubbles, some garish and ugly pulp covers, some florid and melodramatic pulp titles, same overheated pulp blurbs. Between the distant stars lay terror. He warped time and space to deliver a message to eternity. And yet, with each Delany book I read, the more impressed I became with their power and originality, and the greater my conviction grew that here, all unnoticed, a true master of the form was being born. It was a conviction shared by just about no one else in those days, perhaps because Delany's books were published with maximum obscurity as garish and pulpy-looking A-stubbles, the bottom of the novel market, and perhaps because a hurried and unsympathetic look at the plot synopsis teasers on the inside page, or even a dip inside if your glance happened to fall on, for instance, a character named Comet Joe, would lead you to assume that this was standard, lowest common denominator space opera of the most fundamental kind. Well, it was space opera. And it wasn't. That was one of the things I loved about Delany, his ability to mix the most outrageous of space opera shticks, including some as wild and cosmic as anything seen since the super-science era of the 30s, with the most subtle of philosophies and metaphysics. As his talent grew throughout the first half of the decade, so did my admiration for the intensity and clotted eloquence of his prose, for his psychologically complex characterizations, for his radical insight into the workings of social systems, and also for the feeling I got from him, growing more powerful with every book, that here was the authentic view from the other side, a perspective from beyond the confining provincial world against whose boundaries and sharply limited vistas I chafed. By the mid-60s, Delany's talent had deepened so that I imagined him to be some white, bearded sage, perhaps even 40, steeped in years and wisdom. When I found out instead that he was only a few years older than I was, for he started selling novels when he was 19, the shock was considerable. So I went around for a few years, pushing copies of Delany novels on friends who pushed them away with indifference, until he hit big with 1966's Babel 17, and everyone else went galloping retrospectively back through his earlier work, while I stood by, smiling smugly. I had the identical experience, at just about the same time, with Le Guin's work. It frequently pays to keep your eye on what's happening on the bottom of the heap. Delany went on to become one of the two most critically acclaimed new American SF writers of the 60s, the other being Roger Zelazny. He won the Nebula Award in 1966 for Babel 17, won 2 more Nebulas in 1967 for the Einstein Intersection and for his first short story, I and Gomorrah, and won both the Nebula and the Hugo Award for his 1968 novella Time Considered as a Helix of Semi-Precious Stones. His monumental novel, Nova, was, in my opinion, one of the best SF novels of the 60s, and its appearance prompted critic Algis Budrys to hail him as the best science fiction writer in the world, an opinion it would have been possible to find a great deal of support for by the end of the decade, at least on the American side of the Atlantic. Delany only wrote a handful of short stories. Unlike Zelazny, he made his biggest impact on the field with his novels, but they deserve to be numbered among the best short work of the 60s. Aside from the stories already named and the one that follows, they include Driftglass, the ornately titled We, in Some Strange Powers Employ, Move On a Rigorous Line, Corona, and Dog in a Fisherman's Net. Almost all of his short fiction was assembled in the landmark collection Driftglass. Even in this august company, though, the marvelous novella that follows, The Star Pit, is a standout, an engrossing tale of poetry, pain, and wonder, set against an ornate and intricately detailed future, and a story that also suggests that no matter how wide you set your limits, they still remain, after all, limits. After Nova, Delany fell silent for 7 years, and when he did return it was with work that no longer had as broad an appeal within the genre, like the immense surreal Dahlgren, which did, however, become a bestseller outside of the usual genre boundaries, and helped gain him wide new audiences. Although he continued to publish a series of ornate and somewhat abstract intellectual fantasy novels throughout the rest of the 70s and the 80s, his most direct subsequent impact on SF has probably been as a critic, although it is evident that his 60s work was one of the most powerful direct influences on the cyberpunk movement of the mid-80s. Delany once told me that as a young writer he was trying to do Bester for the 60s, to write a book that would be as exciting to a 25-year-old as Bester's The Star's My Destination had been to me when I was 14. And William Gibson once admitted to me that at least part of what he was trying to accomplish with his work was to do Delany for the 80s. Delany's other works include the novels Triton, Stars in My Pocket Like Grains of Sand, Flight from Neveryon, The Bridge of Lost Desire, Tales of Neveryon, and the critical works The Jewel-Hinged Jaw, Starboard Wine, The Straits of Messina, and The American Shore. His most recent work is the short novel They Fly at Ciron. Upcoming is a new expanded edition of Driftglass, which will include some later stories, and he is at work on a new novel. Two glass panes with dirt between and little tunnels from cell to cell. When I was a kid, I had an ant colony. But once some of our 4 to 6-year-olds built an equilibrium with 6-foot plastic panels and grooved aluminum bars to hold corners and top down. They put it out on the sand. There was a mud puddle against one wall, so you could see what was going on underwater. Sometimes segment worms crawling through the reddish earth hit the sides so their tunnels were visible for a few inches. In hot weather, the inside of the plastic got coated with mist and droplets. The small round leaves on the litmus vines changed from blue to pink. Blue to pink as clouds coursed the sky and the pH of the photosensitive soil shifted slightly. The kids would run out before dawn and belly down naked in the cool sand with their chins on the backs of their hands and stare in the half-dark till the red mill wheel of Sigma lifted over the bloody sea. The sand was maroon then, and the flowers of the crystal plants looked like rubies in the dim light of the giant sun. Up the beach the jungle would begin to whisper, while somewhere an anywort would start warbling. The kids would giggle and poke each other and crowd closer. Then Sigma Prime, the second member of the binary, would flare like thermite on the water, and crimson clouds would bleach from coral, through peach to foam. The kids, half on top of each other now, lay like a pile of copper ingots, with sun-streaks in their hair. Even on little Antony, my oldest, whose hair was black and curly like bubbling oil, like his mother's. The down on the small of his 2-year-old back was a white haze across the copper, if you looked that close to see. More children came to squat and lean on their knees, or kneel with their noses an inch from the walls, to watch like young magicians as things were born, grew, matured, and other things were born. Enchanted at their own construction, they stared at the miracles in their live museum. A small red seed lay camouflaged in the silt by the lake puddle. One evening, as white Sigma Prime left the sky violet, it broke open into a brown larva as long and of the same color as the first joint of Antony's thumb. It flipped and swirled in the mud a couple of days, then crawled to the first branch of the nearest crystal plant to hang exhausted, headed down from the tip. The brown flesh hardened, thickened, grew black, shiny. Then one morning the children saw the onyx chrysalis crack, and by second dawn there was an emerald-eyed flying lizard buzzing at the plastic panels. "Oh, look, Da!" they called to me. "It's trying to get out." The speed-hazed creature butted at the corner for a few days, then settled at last to crawling around the broad leaves of the miniature shade palms. When the season grew cool, and there was the annual debate over whether the kids should put tunics on — they never stayed in them more than 20 minutes anyway — the jewels of the crystal plant misted. Their facets coarsened, and they fell like gravel. There were little 4-cupped sloths, too, big as a 6-year-old's fist. Most of the time they pressed their velvety bodies against the walls and stared longingly across the sand with their retractable eye clusters. Then 2 of them swelled for about 3 weeks. We thought at first it was some bloating infection, but one evening there were a couple of litters of white velvet balls half hidden by the low leaves of the shade palms. The parents were occupied now, and didn't pine to get out. There was a rock half in and half out of the puddle, I remember, covered with what I'd always called mustard moss when I saw it in the wild. Once it put out a brush of white hairs, and one afternoon the children ran to collect all the adults they could drag over. "Look, oh, Da, Ma, look!" The hairs had detached themselves and were walking around the water's edge, turning end over end along the soft soil. I had to leave for work in a few minutes and haul some spare drive parts out to Tau-Sitai. But when I got back 5 days later, the hairs had taken root, thickened, and were already putting out the small round leaves of litmus vines. Among the new shoots, lying on her back, claws curled over her wrinkled belly, eyes cataracted like the foggy jewels of the crystal plant — she'd dropped her wings like cellophane days ago — was the flying lizard. Her pearl throat still pulsed, but as I watched, it stopped. Before she died, however, she had managed to deposit, nearly camouflaged in the silt by the puddle, a scattering of red seeds. I remember getting home from another job where I'd been doing the maintenance on the shuttle boats for a crew putting up a ring station to circle a planet itself circling Aldebaran. I was gone a long time on that one. When I left the landing complex and wandered out toward the tall weeds at the edge of the beach, I still didn't see anybody. Which was just as well, because the night before I'd put on a real winner with the crew to celebrate the completion of the station. That morning I'd taken a couple more drinks at the landing bar to undo last night's damage. Never works. The swish of frond on frond was like clashed rasps. Sun on the sand reached out fingers of pure glare and tried to gouge my eyes. I was glad the home compound was deserted, because the kids would have asked questions I didn't want to answer. The adults wouldn't ask anything, which was even harder to answer. Then down by the ecologarium a child screeched, and screeched again. Then Antony came hurtling toward me, half running, half on all fours, and flung himself on my leg. "Oh, Da! Why? Oh, why, Da?" I had kicked my boots off and shrugged my shirt back at the compound porch, but I still had my overalls on. Antony had 2 fists full of my pants leg and wouldn't let go. "Hey, kid boy, what's the matter?" When I finally got him on my shoulder, he butted his blubber-wet face against my collarbone. "Oh, Da, it's crazy. It's all crazy." His voice rose to lose itself in sobs. "What's crazy, kid boy? Tell Da." Antony held my ear and cried while I walked down to the plastic enclosure. They'd put a small door in one wall with a 2-number combination lock that was supposed to keep this sort of thing from happening. I guess Antony learned the combination from watching the older kids, or maybe he just figured it out. One of the young sloths had climbed out and wandered across the sand about 3 feet.
"See, da! It crazy! It bit me! Bit me, da!"
Sobs became sniffles as he showed me a puffy, bluish place on his wrist, centered on which was a tiny crescent of pinpricks. Then he pointed jerkily to the creature. It was shivering, and bloody froth spluttered from its lip flaps. All the while it was digging futilely at the sand with its clumsy cups, eyes retracted. Now it fell over, kicked, tried to right itself, breath going like a flutter valve. "It can't take the heat," I explained, reaching down to pick it up. It snapped at me, and I jerked back. "Sunstroke, kid boy. Yeah, it is crazy." Suddenly it opened its mouth wide, let out all its air, and didn't take in any more. "It's all right now," I said. 2 more of the baby sloths were at the door, front cups over the sill, staring with bright black eyes. I pushed them back with a piece of seashell and closed the door. Antony kept looking at the white fur ball on the sand.
"Not crazy now?"
"It's dead," I told him.
"Dead because it went outside, da?"
I nodded.
"And crazy?"
He made a fist and ground something already soft and wet around his upper lip. I decided to change the subject, which was already too close to something I didn't like to think about. "Who's been taking care of you, anyway?" I asked. "You're a mess, kid boy. Let's go and fix up that arm. They shouldn't leave a fellow your age all by himself." We started back to the compound. Those bites infect easily, and this one was swelling.
"Why it go crazy? Why it die when it go outside, da?"
"Can't take the light," I said as we reached the jungle. "They're animals that live in shadow most of the time. The plastic cuts out the ultraviolet rays, just like the leaves that shade them when they run loose in the jungle. Sigma Prime's high on ultraviolet. That's why you're so good-looking, kid boy. I think your ma told me their nervous systems are on the surface, all that fuzz. Under the ultraviolet, the enzymes break down so quickly that—" "Does this mean anything to you at all?" Antony shook his head. Then he came out with,
"Wouldn't it be nice, da?"
He admired his bite while we walked.
"If some of them could go outside, just a few?"
That stumped me. There were sunspots on his blue-black hair. Fronds reflected faint green on his brown cheek. He was grinning, little and wonderful. Something that had been anger in me a lot of times momentarily melted to raging tenderness, whirling about him like the dust in the light striking down at my shoulders, raging to protect my son. "I don't know about that, kid boy."
"Why not?"
"It might be pretty bad for the ones who had to stay inside," I told him. "I mean, after a while."
"Why?"
I started walking again. "Come on, let's fix your arm and get you cleaned up." I washed the wet stuff off his face and scraped the dry stuff from beneath it, which had been there at least 2 days. Then I got some antibiotic into him.
"You smell funny, da."
"Never mind how I smell. Let's go outside again." I put down a cup of black coffee too fast, and it and my hangover had a fight in my stomach. I tried to ignore it and do a little looking around, but I still couldn't find anybody. That got me mad. I mean, he's independent, sure, he's mine, but he's only 2. Back on the beach, we buried the dead sloth in sand. Then I pointed out the new, glittering stalks of the tiny crystal plants. At the bottom of the pond, in a jellied mass of annywort eggs, you could see the tadpole forms quivering already. An orange-fringed shelf fungus had sprouted nearly 8 inches since it had been just a few black spores on a pile of dead leaves 2 weeks back.
"Grow up,"
Antony chirped with nose and fists against the plastic.
"Everything grow up and up."
"That's right." He grinned at me.
"I grow."
"You sure as hell do."
"You grow?"
Then he shook his head twice, once to say no, and the second time because he got a kick from shaking his hair around. There was a lot of it.
"You don't grow. You don't get any bigger. Why don't you grow?"
"I do too," I said indignantly, "just very slowly." Antony turned around, leaned on the plastic, and moved 1 toe at a time in the sand. "I can't do that. Watching me." "You have to grow all the time," I said. "Not necessarily get bigger, but inside your head you have to grow, kid boy. For us human-type people, that's what's important. And that kind of growing never stops. At least it shouldn't. You can grow, kid boy, or you can die. That's the choice you've got, and it goes on all of your life. He looked back over his shoulder.
Grow up all the time, even if they can't get out.
Yeah, I said, and was uncomfortable all over again. I started pulling off my overalls for something to do. Even the zipper got stuck. God damn it! If you can't get out. It came loose. The rest got back that evening. They'd been on a group trip around the foot of the mountain. I did a little shouting to make sure my point got across about leaving Antony alone. Didn't do much good. You know how family arguments go.
You didn't want to come.
We weren't going to force. So what? He's got to learn to do things he doesn't want.
Like some other people I could mention?
Now look,
it's a healthy group. Don't you want him to grow up a healthy...
I'll be happy if he just grows up, period. No food, no medical.
But the server was chock full of food. He knows how to use it.
Look, when I got home, the kid's arm was swollen all the way up to his elbow. And so on and so forth, with Antony sitting in the middle, looking confused. When he got confused enough, he ended it all by announcing matter-of-factly,
"Da, smell funny," when he came home.
Everyone got quiet. Then someone said,
"Oh, Vime, you didn't come home that way again? I mean in front of the children?"
I said a couple of things I was sorry for later and stalked off down the beach, on a 4-mile hike. Times I got home from work? The ecologarium? I guess I'm just leading up to this one. The particular job had taken me a hectic week to get. It was putting back together a battleship that was gutted somewhere off Voyage. Only when I got there, I'd found I'd already been laid off. That particular war was over. They're real quick now. So I scraped and lied and browned my way into a repair gang that was servicing a traveling replacement station. Generally, I had to humiliate myself to get the job because every other drive mechanic from the battleship fiasco was after it, too. Then I got canned the first day because I came to work smelling funny. It took me another week to hitch a ride back to Sigma. Didn't even have enough to pay passage. But I made a deal with the pilot. I'd do half the driving for him. We were an hour out, and I was at the controls when something I'd never heard of happened. We came this close to ramming another ship. Consider how much empty space there is. The chances are infinitesimal. And on top of that, every ship should be broadcasting an identification beam at all times. But this big, bulbous Keeler Intergalactic slid by so close I could see her through the front viewport. Our inertia system went nuts. We jerked around in the stasis world from the Keeler. I slammed on the video intercom and shouted, "You great big stupid! So mad and scared I couldn't say anything else. The Golden, piloting the ship, stared at me from the view screen with mildly surprised annoyance. I remember his face was just slightly more negroid than mine. Our little Serpentina couldn't hurt him, but had we been even 100 meters closer, we might have ionized. The other pilot came bellowing from behind the sleeper curtain and started cursing me out. "Damn it!" I shouted. "It was one of those—" and lost all the profanity I know to my rage. "Golden— this far into Galactic Center? Come off it. They should be hanging out around the star pit." "It was a Keeler drive," I insisted. "It came right in front of us." I stopped because the control stick was shaking in my hand. You know the Serpentina colophon? They have it in the corner of the view screen and raised in plastic on the head of the control knobs. Well, it got pressed into the ham of my thumb so you could make it out for an hour. I was squeezing the control rod that tight. When he set me down, I went straight to the bar to cool off, and got in a fight. When I reached the beach, I was broke. I had a bloody nose. I was sick and furious. It was just after sunset, and the kids were squealing around the ecologarium. Then one little girl I didn't even recognize ran up to me and jerked my arm. "Da, come look. The Aniwarts are just about to—" I pushed her, and she sat down surprised on the sand. I just wanted to get to the water and splash something cold on my face, because every minute or so it would start to burn. Another bunch of kids grabbed me, shouting, Da, the Aniwarts, da," and tried to pull me over. First, I took 2 steps with them. Then I just swung my arms out. I didn't make a sound, but I put my head down and barreled against the plastic wall. Kids screamed. Aluminum snapped. The plastic cracked and went down. My boots were still on, and I kicked and kicked at red earth and sand. Shade palms went down, and the leaves tore under my feet. Crystal plants broke like glass rods beneath a piece of plastic. A swarm of lizards flitted up around my head. Some of the red was Sigma. Some was what burned behind my face. I remember I was still shaking and watching water run out of the broken lake over the sand, then soak in so that the wet tongue of sand expanded a little, raised just a trifle around the edge. Then I looked up to see the kids coming back down the beach, crying, shouting, afraid, and clustered around Antoni's ma. She walked steadily toward me, steady because she was a woman and they were children. But I saw the same fear in her face. Antoni was on her shoulder. Other grown-ups were coming behind her. Antoni's ma was a biologist, and I think she had suggested the ecologarium to the kids in the first place. When she looked up from the ruin I'd made, I knew I'd broken something of hers, too. An odd expression got caught in the features of her. I remember it, oh, so beautiful. Face with compassion alongside the anger, contempt alongside the fear. "Oh, for pity's sake, Vime," she cried, not loudly at all. "Won't you ever grow up?" I opened my mouth, but everything I wanted to say was too big, and stayed wedged in my throat. "Grow up?" Antoni repeated, and reached for a lizard that buzzed his head. "Everything stopped growing up now." He looked down again at the wreck I'd made. "All broken. Everything get out." "He didn't mean to break it," she said to the others for me, then knifed my gratitude with a look. "We'll put it back together." She put Antoni on the sand and picked up one of the walls. After they got started, they let me help. A lot of the plants were broken, and only the antiworts who'd completed metamorphosis could be saved. The flying lizards were too curious to get far away, so they netted them and got them back inside. I guess I didn't help that much, and I wouldn't say I was sorry. They got just about everything back except the sloths. We couldn't find them. We searched for a long time, too. The sun was down, so they should have been all right. They can't negotiate the sand with any speed, so couldn't have reached the jungle. But there were no tracks, no nothing. We even dug in the sand to see if they'd buried themselves. It wasn't till more than a dozen years later I discovered where they went. For the present, I accepted Antoni's mildly adequate, "They just must have got out again." Not too long after that, I left the procreation group. Went off to work one day, didn't come back. But like I said to Antoni, you either grow or die. I didn't die. Once I considered returning, but there was another war, and suddenly there wasn't anything to return to. Some of the group got out alive. Antoni and his ma didn't. I mean, there wasn't even any water left on the planet. When I finally came to the Star Pit myself, I hadn't had a drink in years. But working there out on the galaxy's edge did something to me, something to the part that grows I'd once talked about on the beach with Antoni. If it did it to me, it's not surprising it did it to Ratlet and the rest. And I remember a black-eyed creature pressed against the plastic wall, staring across impassable sands. Perhaps it was knowing this was as far as you could go. Perhaps it was the Golden. Golden? I hadn't even joined the group yet when I first heard the word. I was 16 and a sophomore at Luna Vocational. I was born in a city called New York on a planet called Earth. Luna is its one satellite. You've heard of the system, I'm sure. That's where we all came from. A few other things about it are well known. Unless you're an anthropologist, though, I doubt you've ever been there. It's way the hell off the main trading routes and pretty primitive. I was a drive mechanics major on scholarship, living in and studying hard. All morning in practical theory, a ridiculous name for a ridiculous class, I thought then, we'd been putting together a model Keeler intergalactic drive. Throughout those dozens of helical inserts and superinertia organis sensitives, I'd been silently cursing my teacher, thinking about like everyone else in the class, so what if they can fly these jalopies from one galaxy to another? Nobody will ever be able to ride in them. Not with the psychic and physiologic shells hanging around this cluster of the universe. Back in the dormitory, I was lying on my bed, scraping a graphite lubricant from my nails with the end of my slide rule and half-reading at a folded-back copy of The Young Mechanic, when I saw the article and the pictures. Through some freakish accident, two people had been discovered who didn't crack up at 20,000 light-years off the galactic rim, who didn't die at 25,000. They were both psychological freaks with some incredible hormone imbalance in their systems. One was a little Oriental girl. The other was an older man, blond and big-boned, from a cold planet circling Cygnus Beta. Golden. They looked sullen as hell, both of them. Then there were more articles, more pictures in the economic journals, the sociology student letters, the legal bulletins, as various fields began acknowledging the impact that the Golden and the sudden birth of intergalactic trade were having on them. The head of some commission summed it up with a statement, "Though interstellar travel has been with us for 3 centuries, intergalactic trade has been an impossibility, not because of mechanical limitations, but rather because of barriers that till now we have not even been able to define. Some psychic shock causes insanity in any human, or for that matter, any intelligent species or perceptual machine or computer, that goes more than 20,000 light-years from the galactic rim. Then complete physiological death, as well as recording breakdown in computers that might replace human crews. Complex explanations have been offered, none completely satisfactory. But the base of the problem seems to be this. As the nature of space and time are relative to the concentration of matter in a given area of the continuum, the nature of reality itself operates by the same or similar laws. The averaged mass of all the stars in our galaxy controls the reality of our microsector of the universe. But as a ship leaves the galactic rim, reality breaks down and causes insanity and eventual death for any crew, even though certain mechanical laws, though not all, appear to remain, for reasons we don't understand, relatively constant. Save for a few barbaric experiments done with psychedelics at the dawn of spatial travel, we have not even developed a vocabulary that can deal with reality apart from its measurable physical expression. Yet, just when we had to face the black limit of intergalactic space, bright resources glittered within. Some few of us, whose sense of reality has been shattered by infantile, childhood, or prenatal trauma, whose physiological orientation makes life in our interstellar society painful or impossible, not all, but a few of these golden— at which point there was static, or the gentleman coughed— can make the crossing and return. The name Golden, sans noun, stuck. Few was the understatement of the millennium. Slightly less than 1 human being in 34,000 is a Golden. A couple of people had pictures of emptying all mental institutions by just shaking them out over the galactic rim. Didn't work like that. The particular psychosis and endocrine setup was remarkably specialized. Still, back then there was excitement, wonder, anticipation, hope, admiration in the word. Admiration for the ones who could get out. "Golden?" Ratlet said when I asked him. He was working as a grease monkey out here in the star pit over Pulaski's. "Born with the word. Grew up with it. Warn't no first time with me. Though I remember when I was about 6, right after the last of my parents was killed, and I was hiding out with a bunch of other lice in a broke-open packing crate in an abandoned freight yard near the ruins of Helios on Creton 7. That's where I was born, I think. Most of the city had been starved out by then. But somebody was getting food to us. There was this old crookback character who was hiding too. He used to sit on the top of the packing crate and bang his heels on the aluminum slats and tell us stories about the stars. Had a couple of rags held with twists of wire for clothes, missing 2 fingers off one hand. He kept plucking the loose skin under his chin with those grimy talons, and he talked about them. So I asked, "Golden what, sir?" He leaned forward so that his face was like a mahogany bruise on the sky and croaked, "They've been out, I tell you, seen more than even you or I. Human and inhuman, kid boy, mothered by women and fathered by men, still they live by their own laws and walk their own ways." Ratlet and I were sitting under a street lamp with our feet over the edge where the fence had broken. His hair was like breathing flame in the wind. His single earring glittered. Star-flecked infinity dropped away below our boot soles, and the wind created by the stasis field that held our atmosphere down— we call it the whirlwind out here because it's never cold and never hot, and like nothing on any world— whipped his black shirt back from his bony chest as we gazed on galactic night between our knees. "I guess that was back during the Second Kyber War," he concluded. "Kyber War?" I asked. "Which one was that?" He shrugged. "I just know it was fought over possession of a couple of tons of dialium. That's the polarized element the Golden brought back from Loop Galaxy. They used Iadna ships to fight it. That's why it was such a bad war. I mean, worse than usual.
Iadna?
That's a drive I don't know anything about. Some Golden saw the plans for them in a civilization in Magellanic 9.
Oh, I said. And what was Kyber?
It was a weapon, a sort of fungus the Golden brought back from some overrun planet on the rim of Andromeda. It's deadly. Only they were too stupid to bring back the antitoxin.
That's Golden for you.
Yeah. You ever notice about Golden, Vime? I mean, just the word. I found out all about it from my publisher once. It's semantically unsettling.
Really? I said. So are they. Unsettling, I mean.
I'd just finished a rough day installing a rebuilt keeler in a quantum transport hull that just wasn't big enough. The Golden, having the job done, stood over my shoulder the whole time, and every hour he'd come out with a sort of added instruction that would make the next 61 minutes miserable. But I did it. The Golden paid me in cash, and without a word climbed into the lift, and 2 minutes later, while I was still washing the grease off, the damn 500-ton hulk began to whistle for takeoff. Sandy, a young fellow who'd come back looking for a temporary mechanic's job 3 months back, but hadn't given me cause to fire him yet, barely had time to pull the big Waldos out of the way and go scooting into the shock chamber when the 300-meter doofus tore loose from the grapplers. And Sandy, who, like a lot of these youngsters drifting around from job to job, is usually sort of quiet and vague, got loud and specific. 2,000 pounds of non-shock-proof equipment out there. Ruin it all if he could. I'm not expendable. I don't care what these Golden out here. While the ship hove off where only the Golden go, I just flipped on the no open sign, left the rest of the grease where it was, left the hangar, and hunted up Ratlet. So there we were, under that street lamp, sitting on the edge in the whirlwind. Golden, Ratlet said under the roar. It would be much easier to take if it were grammatically connected to something. Golden ones, golden people, or even one gold, 2 golden.
Male Golden, female Goldine?
Something like that. It's not an adjective, it's not a noun. My publisher told me that for a while it was written with a dash after it that stood for whatever it might modify. I remembered the dash. It was an uneasy joke, a fill-in for that cough. Golden what? People had already started to feel uncomfortable. Then it went past joking and back to just Golden. Think about that, Vime. Just Golden. 1, 2, or 3 of them.
That's something to think about, kid boy, I said.
Ratlet had been 6 during the Kyber War. Square that and add it once again for my age now. Ratlets, double 6 and add 1. I like kids, and they like me, but that may be because my childhood left me a lot younger at 42 than I should be. Ratlets had left him a lot older than any 13-year-old has a right to be. No Golden took part in the war, Ratlet said.
They never do.
I watched his thin fingers get all tangled together. After 2 divorces, my mother ran off with a salesman and left me and 4 siblings with an alcoholic aunt for a year. Yeah, they still have divorces, monogamous marriages and stuff like that where I was born. Like I say, it's pretty primitive. I left home at 15, made it through vocational school on my own, and learned enough about what makes things fly to end up, after that disastrous marriage I told you about earlier, with my own repair hangar on the Starpit. Compared with Ratlet, I had a stable childhood. That's right, he lost the last parent he remembered when he was 6. At 7 he was convicted of his first felony, after escaping from Creton 7. But part of his treatment at hospital cum reform school, cum prison, was to have the details lifted from his memory. Did something to my head back there. That's why I never could learn to read, I think. For the next couple of years he ran away from one foster group after the other. When he was 11, some guy took him home from Play Planet, where he'd been existing under the boardwalk on discarded hot dogs, souvlakia, and falafel. Fat, smoked perfumed cigarettes. Name was Vivian. Turned out to be the publisher. Ratlet stayed for 3 months, during which time he dictated a novel to Vivian. Protecting my honor, Ratlet explained. I had to do something to keep him busy. The book sold a few 100,000 copies as a precocious curiosity among many, but Ratlet had split. The next years he was involved as a shill in some illegality I never understood. He didn't either. But I bet I made $1 million, Vime. I earned at least $1 million. It's possible. At 13 he still couldn't read or write, but his travels had gained him fair fluency in 3 languages. A couple of weeks ago he'd wandered off a stellar tramp, dirty and broke, here at the Starpit. and I'd gotten him a job as grease monkey over at Pulaski's. He leaned his elbows on his knees, his chin in his hands.
Vime, it's a shame.
What's a shame, kid boy?
To be washed up at my age, a has-been, to have to grapple with the fact that this—
he spat at a star.
Is it?
He was talking about Golden again. You still have a chance, I shrugged. Most of the time it doesn't come out till puberty. He cocked his head up at me.
I've been pubescent since I was 9, Buster.
Excuse me.
I feel cramped in, Vime. There's all that night out there to grow up in, to explore.
There was a time, I mused, when the whole species was confined to the surface, give or take a few feet up or down, of a single planet. You've got the whole galaxy to run around in. You've seen a lot of it, yeah, but not all.
But there are billions of galaxies out there. I want to see them. In all the stars around here, there hasn't been one life form discovered that's based on anything but silicon or carbon. I overheard 2 Golden in a bar once talking. There's something in some galaxy out there that's big as a star, neither dead nor alive, and sings. I want to hear it, Vime.
Ratlet, you can't fight reality.
Oh, go to sleep, Grandpa.
He closed his eyes and bent his head back until the cords of his neck quivered.
What is it that makes a Golden? A combination of physiological and psychological— what?
It's primarily some sort of hormonal imbalance as well as an environmentally conditioned thalamic personality response.
Yeah.
His head came down.
And that X-chromosome heredity nonsense, they just connected up with it a few years back. But all I know is they can take the stasis shift from galaxy to galaxy. Where you and I, Vime, if we get more than 20,000 light-years off the rim, we're dead.
Insane at 20,000, I corrected. Dead at 25.
Same difference.
He opened his eyes. They were large, green, and mostly pupil.
You know, I stole a Golden belt once. Rolled it off a staggering slob about a week ago who came out of a bar and collapsed on the corner. I went across the pit to Cali J, where nobody knows me, and ward around for a few hours just to see if I felt different.
You did? Ratlet had lengths of gut that astounded me about once a day.
I didn't, but people walking around me did. Wearing that 2-inch band of yellow metal around my waist, nobody in the world could tell I wasn't a Golden, just walking by on the street without talking to me a while or making hormone tests. And wearing that belt, I learned just how much I hated Golden, because I could suddenly see in almost everybody who came by how much they hated me while I had that metal belt on. I threw it over the edge.
Suddenly he grinned.
Maybe I'll steal another one.
You really hate them, Ratlet? He narrowed his eyes at me and looked superior.
Sure, I
talk about them, I told him. Sometimes they're a pain to work for, but it's not their fault we can't take the reality shift.
I'm just a child, he said evenly, incapable of such fine reasoning. I hate them.
He looked back at the night.
How can you stand to be trapped by anything, Vime?
3 memories crowded into my head when he said that. First, I was standing at the railing of the East River, runs past this New York I was telling you about, at midnight, looking at the illuminated dragon of the Manhattan Bridge that spanned the water, then at the industrial fires flickering in bright smoky Brooklyn, and then at the template of Mercury street lamps behind me, bleaching out the playground and most of Houston Street. Then at the reflections in the water, here like crinkled foil, there like glistening rubber. At last, looked up at the midnight sky itself. It wasn't black, but dead pink, without a star. This glittering world made the sky a roof that pressed down on me, so I almost screamed. That time, the next night, I was 27 light-years away from Sol on my first star run. Second, I was visiting my mother after my first few years out. I was looking in the closet for something when this contraption of plastic straps and buckles fell on my head. "What's this, Ma?" And she smiled with a look of idiot nostalgia and crooned, "Why, that's your little harness, Vimey. Your first father and I would take you on picnics up at Bear Mountain and put you in that and tie you to a tree with about 10 feet of cord so you wouldn't get—" I didn't hear the rest because of the horror that suddenly flooded me, thinking of myself tied up in that thing. Okay, I was 20 and had just joined that beautiful procreation group a year back on Sigma, and was the proud father of 3 and expecting 2 more. The 163 of us had the whole beach and 9 miles of jungle and half a mountain to ourselves. Maybe I was seeing Aunt Tony caught up in that thing, trying to catch a bird or a beetle or a wave, with only 10 feet of cord. I hadn't worn clothes for anything but work in a 12-month, and I was chomping to get away from that incredible place I had grown up in called an apartment, and back to wives, husbands, kids, and civilizations. Anyway, it was pretty terrible. The third? After I had left the Proc group, fled them, I suppose, guilty and embarrassed over something I couldn't name, still having nightmares once a month that woke me screaming about what was going to happen to the kids, even though I knew one point of group marriage was to prevent the loss of 1, 2, or 3 parents of being traumatic. Still wondering if I wasn't making the same mistakes my parents made, hoping my brood wouldn't turn out like me, or worse, like the kids you sometimes read about in the paper. Like Ratlet, though I hadn't met him yet. Horribly suspicious that no matter how different I tried to be from my sires, it was just the same thing all over again. Anyway, I was on the ship bringing me to the Star Pit for the first time. I'd gotten talking to a Golden, who, as Golden go, was a pretty regular gal. We'd been discussing inter- and intra-galactic drives. She was impressed I knew so much. I was impressed that she could use them and know so little. She was digging in a very girl way the 6'4", 210-pound drive mechanic with mildly grimy fingernails that was me. I was digging in a very boy way the slim, amber-eyed young lady who had seen it all. From the view deck we watched the immense artificial disk of the Star Pit approach, when she turned to me and said, in a voice that didn't sound cruel at all, "This is as far as you go, isn't it?" And I was frightened all over again, because I knew that on about 9 different levels she was right. Ratlet said, "I know what you're thinking." A couple of times when he'd felt like being quiet and I'd felt like talking, I may have told him more than I should. "Well, Cube, that for me, Dad. That's how trapped I feel." I laughed, and Ratlet looked very young again. "Come on," I said. "Let's take a walk." "Yeah." He stood. The wind fingered at our hair. "I want to go see Allegra." "I'll walk you as far as Kali G," I told him. "Then I'm going to go to bed." "I wonder what Allegra thinks about this business. I always find Allegra a very good person to talk to," he said sagely. "Not to put you down, but her experiences are a little more up-to-date than yours. You have to admit she has a modern point of view, plus the fact that she's older." Than Ratlet, anyway. She was 15. "I don't think being trapped ever really bothered her," I said. "Which may be a place to take a lesson from." By Ratlet's standards, Allegra had a few things over me. In my youth, kids took to dope in their teens, 20s. Allegra was born with a 300-milligram-a-day habit on a bizarre narcotic that combined the psychedelic qualities of the most powerful hallucinogens with the addictiveness of the strongest depressants. I can sympathize. Allegra's mother was addicted, and the tolerance was passed with the blood plasma through the placental wall. Ordinarily, a couple of complete transfusions at birth would have gotten the newborn child straight, but Allegra was also a highly projective telepath. She projected the horrors of birth, the glories of her infantile hallucinated world on befuddled doctors. She was given her drug. Without too much difficulty, she managed to be given her drug every day since. Once I asked Allegra when she'd first heard of Golden, and she came back with this horror story. "A lot were coming back from Tiber 44 cluster with psychic shock. The mental condition of Golden is pretty delicate, and sometimes very minor conflicts nearly ruin them. Anyway, the government that was sponsoring the importation of micro-surgical equipment from some tiny planet in that galaxy to protect its interests hired Allegra, age 8, as a psychiatric therapist. I'd concretize their fantasies and make them work 'em through. In just a couple of hours, I'd have 'em back to their old, mean, stupid selves again. Some of them were pretty nice when they came to me. But there was a lot of work for her. Projective telepaths are rare. So they started withholding her drug to force her to work harder, then rewarding her with increased dosage. Up till then, she told me, I might have kicked it. But when I came away, they had me on double what I used to take. They pushed me past the point where withdrawal would be fatal. But I could have kicked it. Up till then, Vime.
That's right. Age 8. Oh, yeah, the drug was imported by Golden from Cancer 9, and most of it goes through the Star Pit. Allegra came here because illegal imports are easier to come by, and you can get it for just about nothing, if you want it. Golden don't use it. The wind lessened as Ratlet and I started back. Ratlet began to whistle. In Cali Cay, the first night lamp had broken so that the level street was a tunnel of black. "Ratlet," I asked, "where do you think you'll be, in, say, 5 years?"
"Quiet," he said. "I'm trying to get to the end of the street without bumping into the walls, tripping on something, or some other catastrophe. If we get through the next 5 minutes, all right, I'll worry about the next 5 years.
He began whistling again. "Trip? Bump the walls?"
"I'm listening for echoes."
Again he commenced the little jets of music. I put my hands in my overall pouch and went on quietly, while Ratlet did the back bit. Then there was a catastrophe, though I didn't realize it at the time. Into the circle of light from the remaining lamp at the other end of the street walked a Golden. His hands went up to his face, and he was laughing. The sound skidded in the street. His belt was low on his belly, the way the really down and broke. I just thought of a better way to describe him. The resemblance struck me immediately. He looked like Sandy, my mechanic, who is short, 24 years old, muscled like an ape, and wears his worn-out work clothes even when he's off duty. "I just want this job for a while, boss. I'm not staying out here at the Star Pit. As soon as I save up a little, I'm going to make it back in toward Galactic Center. It's funny out here, like dead." He gazes up through the opening in the hangar roof, where there are no clouds and no stars either. "Yeah, I'm just going to be here for a little while." "Fine with me, kid boy." That was 3 months back, like I say. He's still with me. He works hard, too, which puts him a cut above a lot of characters out here. Still, there was something about Sandy. On the other hand, Sandy's face is also hacked up with acne. His hair is always napped short over his wide head, but in these aspects the Golden was exactly Sandy's opposite. Come to think of it. Still, there was something about the Golden. He staggered, went down on his knees, still laughing, then collapsed. By the time we reached him, he was silent. With the toe of his boot, Ratlet nudged the hand from the belt buckle. It flopped, palm up, on the pavement. The little fingernail was 3/4 of an inch long, the way a lot of the Golden wear it. Like his face, the tips of Sandy's fingers are all masticated wrecks. Still something.
"Now isn't that something?"
Ratlet shook his head.
"What do you want to do with him, Vime?"
"Nothing," I said. "Let him sleep it off."
"Leave him so somebody can come along and steal his belt?"
Ratlet grinned.
"I'm not that nasty."
"Weren't you just telling me how much you hated Golden?"
"I'd be nasty to whoever stole the belt and wore it. Nobody but a Golden should be hated that much."
"Ratlet, let's go."
But he had already kneeled down and was shaking the Golden's shoulder.
"Let's get him to Allegra's and find out what's the matter with him."
"He's just drunk."
"Nope," Ratlet said, "'cause he don't smell funny."
"Look, get back." I hoisted the Golden up and laid him across my neck, fireman's carry. "Start moving," I told Ratlet. "I think you're crazy." Ratlet grinned.
"Thanks. Maybe he'll be grateful and lay some lepta on me for taking him in off the street."
"You don't know Golden," I said. "But if he does, split it with me."
"Sure."
2 blocks later, we reached Allegra's place. But, like I say, Sandy, though well-built, is little, so I didn't have much trouble carrying him. Halfway up the tilting stairs, Ratlet said,
"She's in a good mood."
"I guess she is." The weight across my shoulders was becoming pleasant. I can't describe Allegra's place. I can describe a lot of places like it, and I can describe it before she moved in because I knew a derelict named Drunk Roach who slept on that floor before she did. You know what never-wear plastics look like when they wear out? What non-rust metals look like when they rust through? It was a shabby, crack-walled cubicle with dirt in the corners and scars on the window-pane when Drunk Roach had his pile of blankets in the corner. But since the hallucinating projective telepath took it over, who knows what it had become. Ratlet opened the door on an explosion of classical beauty. "Come in," she said, accompanied by a symphonic arrangement scored on 24 staves with full chorus. "What's that you're carrying, Vime?" "Oh, it's a golden." And before me, dizzying tides of yellow. Put him down quick, and let's see what's wrong." Hundreds of eyes, spotlights, glittering lenses. I lowered him to the mattress in the corner. "Oh," breathed Allegra. And the golden lay on orange silk pillows in a teak barge drawn by swans, accompanied by flutes and drums. "Where did you find him?" she hissed, circling against the ivory moon on her broom. We watched the glowing barge, hundreds of feet below, sliding down the silvered waters between the crags. "We just picked him up off the street," Ratlet said. "Vime thought he was drunk, but he don't smell." "Was he laughing?" Allegra asked. Laughter rolled and broke on the rocks. "Yeah," Ratlet said, "just before he collapsed." "Then he must be from the undock expedition that just got back." Mosquitoes darted at us through wet fronds. The insects reeled among the leaves, upsetting droplets that fell like glass as, barely visible beyond the palms, the barge drifted on the bright, sweltering river. "That's right," I said, back-paddling frantically to avoid a hippopotamus that threatened to upset my kayak. "I'd forgotten they'd just come in." "Okay." Ratlet's breath clouded his lips. "I'm out of it. Let me in. Where did they come back from?" The snow hissed beneath the runners as we looked after the barge, nearly at the white horizon. "Undock, of course," Allegra said. Barking grew fainter. "Where did you think?" White eclipsed to black, and the barge was a spot gleaming in galactic night, flown on by laboring comets. "Undock is the furthest galaxy reached yet," I told Ratlet. "They just got back last week." "Sick," Allegra added. I dug my fingers against my abdomen to grab the pain. "They all come back sick." Fever heated blood bubbles in my eyes. I slipped to the ground, my mouth wide, my tongue like paper on my lips. Ratlet coughed. "All right, Allegra, cut it out. You don't have to be so dramatic." "Oh, I'm dreadfully sorry, Ratty, Vime." Coolth, water. Nausea swept away as solicitous nurses hastily put the pieces back together until everything was beautiful, or so austerely horrible it could be appreciated as beauty. "Anyway," she went on, "they came back with some sort of disease they picked up out there. Apparently it's not contagious, but they're stuck with it for the rest of their lives. Every few days they suddenly have a blackout. It's preceded by a fit of hysterics. It's just one of those stupid things they can't do anything about yet. It doesn't hurt their being golden." Ratlet began to laugh. Suddenly he asked, "How long are they passed out for?" "Only a few hours," Allegra said. "It must be terribly annoying." And I began to feel mildly itchy in all sorts of unscratchable places, my shoulder blades, somewhere down my ear, the roof of my mouth. Have you ever tried to scratch the roof of your mouth? "Well," Ratlet said, "let's sit down and wait it out." "We can talk," Allegra said, patly. "That way it won't seem like such a long—" And hundreds of years later, she finished, "Time." "Good," Ratlet said. "I wanted to talk to you. That's why I came up here in the first place." "Oh, fine," Allegra said. "I love to talk. I want to talk about love. Loving someone." An incredible yearning twisted my stomach, rose to block my throat. "I mean really loving someone." The yearning brushed the edge of agony. "Means you are willing to admit the person you love is not what you first fell in love with, not the image you first had. And you must be able to like them still for being as close to that image as they are, and avoid disliking them for being so far away." And through the tenderness that suddenly obliterated all hurt, Ratlet's voice came from the jeweled mosaics shielding him. "Allegra, I want to talk about loneliness." "I'm on my way home, kids," I said. "Tell me what happens with Prince Charming when he wakes up." They kept on talking while I went through the difficulties of finding my way out without Allegra's help. When my head cleared halfway down the stairs, I couldn't tell you if I'd been there 5 minutes or 5 years. When I got to the hangar next morning, Sandy was filing the 8-foot prongs on the conveyor. "You got a job coming in about 20 minutes, he called down from the scaffold. "I hope it's not another of those rebuilt jobs." "Yep." "Hell," I said. "I don't want to see another one for 6 weeks. All he wants is a general tune-up, maybe 2 hours. "Depends on where it's been," I said. "Where has it been?" "Just back from—" "Never mind." I started toward the office cubicle. "I think I'll put the books in order for the last 6 months. Can't let it go forever." "Boss," Sandy protested, "that'll take all day." "Then I'd better get started." I leaned back out the door. "Don't disturb me." Of course, as soon as the shadow of the hull fell over the office window, I came out in my coveralls, after giving Sandy 5 minutes to get it grappled and himself worried. I took the lift up to the 150 catwalk. When I stepped out, Sandy threw me a grateful smile from his scar-ugly face. The Golden had already started his instructions. When I reached them and coughed, the Golden turned to me and continued talking, not bothering to fill me in on what he had said before, figuring Sandy and I would put it together. You could tell this Golden had made his pile. He wore an immaculate blue tunic, with bronze codpiece, bracelets, and earrings. His hair was the same bronze, his skin was burned red-black, and his blue-gray eyes and tight-muscled mouth were proud, proud, proud. While I finished getting instructions, Sandy quietly got started unwelding the 8-foot seal of the organum so we could get to the checkout circuits. Finally, the Golden stopped talking. That's the only way you could tell he was finished, and leaned his angular 6.5 feet against the railing, clicking his glossy manicured nails against the pipe a few times. He had that same sword-length pinky nail, all white against his skin. I climbed out on the rigging to help Sandy. We had been at work 10 minutes when a kid, maybe 18 or 19, barefoot and brown, black hair hacked off shoulder length, a rag that didn't fit tucked around under his belt, and dirty, came wandering down the catwalk. His thumbs were hooked under the metal links. Golden. First I thought he'd come from the ship. Then I realized he'd just stalked into the hangar from outside and come up on the lift. "Hey, brother." The kid who was Golden hooked his thumbs in his belt as Sandy and I watched the dialogue from the rigging on the side of the hull. "I'm getting tired of hanging around this star pit. Just about broke as well. Where are you running to?" The man who was Golden clicked his nails again. "Go away, distant cousin." "Come on, brother, give me a berth on your lifeboat out of this dung heap to someplace worthwhile." "Go away, or I'll kill you." "Now, brother, I'm just a youngster adrift in this forsaken quarter of the sky. Come on now." Suddenly the blond man whirled from the railing, grabbed up a 4-foot length of pipe leaning beside him, and swung it so hard it hissed. The black-haired ragamuffin leapt back, and from under his rag snatched something black that, with a flick of that long nail, grew 7 inches of blade. The bar swung again, caught the shoulder of the boy, then clattered against the hull. He shrieked and came forward. The 2 bodies locked, turned, fell. A gurgle, and the man's hand slipped from the neck of the ragamuffin. The boy scrambled back to his feet. Blood bubbled and popped on the hot blade. A last spasm caught the man. He flipped over, smearing the catwalk, rolled once more, this time under the rail, and dropped 250 feet to the cement flooring. Flick. Off went the power in the knife. The Golden wiped powdered blood on his thigh, spat over the rail, and said softly, "No relative of mine." Flick. The blade itself disappeared. He started down the catwalk. "Hey!" Sandy called when he got his voice back up into his throat. "What about— your ship?" There are no familial inheritance laws among Golden, only rights of plunder. The Golden glanced back. "I give it to you," he sneered. His shoulder must have been killing him, but he stepped into the lift like he was walking into a phone booth. That's a Golden for you. Sandy was horrified and bewildered. Behind his pitted ugliness there was that particularly wretched amazement only the totally vulnerable get when hurt. "That's the first time you've ever seen an incident like that?" I felt sorry for him. "Well, I wandered into Gerg's bar a couple of hours after they had that massacre, but the ones who started it were drunk." "Drunk or sober," I said. "Believe me, it doesn't mean that much difference to the way a man acts." I shook my head. "I keep forgetting you've only been here 3 months. Sandy, upset, looked down at the body on the flooring. "What about him? And the ship, boss?" I'll call the wagon to come scrape him up. The ship is yours. Huh? He gave it to you. It'll stand up in court. It just takes one witness. Me. What am I going to do with it? I would have to haul it to a junk station to get the salvage. Look, boss, I'm going to give it to you. Sell it or something. I'd feel sort of funny with it anyway. I don't want it. Besides, then I'd be involved in the transaction and couldn't be a witness.
I'll be a witness. Ratlet stepped from the lift. I caught the whole bit when I came in the door. Great acoustics in this place.
He whistled again. The echo came back. Ratlet closed his eyes for a moment.
Ceiling is 120 feet overhead, more or less. How's that, huh?
127, I said. Ratlet shrugged.
I need more practice. Come on, Sandy, you give it to him, and I'll be a witness.
You're a miner, Sandy said. Sandy didn't like Ratlet. I used to think it was because Ratlet was violent and flamboyant, where Sandy was stolid and ugly. Even though Sandy kept protesting the temporariness of his job to me, I remember when I first got to the Star Pit those long, dying thoughts I'd had about leaving. It was a little too easy to see Sandy a mechanic here 30 years from now. I wasn't the only one it had happened to. Ratlet had been a grease monkey here 3 weeks. You tell me where he was going to be in 3 more? Aren't you supposed to be working at Pulaski's? Sandy said, turning back to the organum.
Coffee break,
Ratlet said.
If you're going to give it away, Sandy, can I have it?
So you can claim salvage? Hell no.
I don't want it for salvage. I want it for a present.
Sandy looked up again.
Yeah, to give to someone else. Finish the tune-up and give it to me, okay?
You're nuts, kid boy, Sandy said. Even if I gave you the ship, what you going to pay for the work with?
Oh, it'll only take a couple of hours. You're half done anyway. I figured you'd throw in the tune-up along with it. If you really want the money, I'll get it to you a little at a time. Fine, what sort of professional discount will you give me? I'm just a grease monkey, but I'm still in the business.
I whacked the back of his red head between a little too playfully and not too hard. Come on, kid boy, I said. Help me take care of Puddles downstairs. Sandy, finish it up, huh? Sandy grunted and plunged both hands back into the organum. As soon as the lift door closed, Ratlet demanded,
You going to give it to me, Vime?
It's Sandy's ship, I said.
You tell him and he will.
I laughed. You tell me how your Golden turned out when he came to. I assume that's who you want the ship for. What sort of fellow was he? Ratlet hooked his fingers in the mesh wall of the lift cage and leaned back.
There are only 2 types of Golden.
He began to swing from side to side.
Mean ones and stupid ones.
He was repeating a standard line around the Star Pit. I hope yours is stupid, I said, thinking of the 2 who'd just ruined Sandy's day and upset mine.
Which is worse?
Ratlet shrugged. That is the rest of the line. When a Golden isn't being outright mean, he exhibits the sort of non-thinkingness that gets other people hurt. You remember the one that nearly rammed my ship, or the ones who didn't bother to bring back the Kyber antitoxin?
But this one,
Ratlet stood up,
is unbelievably stupid.
Yesterday you hated them. Today you want to give one a ship?
He doesn't have one,
Ratlet explained calmly, as though that warranted all change of attitude.
And because he's sick, it'll be hard for him to find work unless he has one of his own.
I see. We bounced on the silicon cushion. I pushed open the door and started for the office. What all went on after I left? I must have missed the best part of the evening.
You did. Will I really need that much more sleep when I pass 35?
Cut the cracks and tell me what happened.
Well,
Ratlet leaned against the office door jamb while I dialed necrotics.
Allegra and I talked a little after you left, till finally we realized the Golden was awake and listening. Then he told us we were beautiful.
I raised an eyebrow.
That's what he said. And he said it again, that watching us talk and think and build was one of the most beautiful things he'd ever seen. What have you seen? We asked him. And he began to tell us.
Ratlet stopped breathing. Something built up. Then at once it came out.
Oh, Vime, the places he's been. The things he's done. The landscapes he starved in. The hells where he's had to lie down and go to sleep but he was that tired. Oh, the heavens he soared through screaming. Oh, the things he told us about. And Allegra made them almost real so we could all be there again, just like she used to do when she was a psychiatrist. The stories, the places, the things.
Sounds like it was really something.
It was nothing, he came back vehemently. It was all in the tears that wash your eyes and the humming in your ears and the taste of your own saliva. It was just a hallucination, Vime. It wasn't real.
Here his voice started cracking between the 2 octaves that were after it.
But that thing I told you about, huge, alive and dead at the same time, like a star, way in another galaxy, well, he's seen it. And last night, but it wasn't real, of course, but I almost heard it sing.
His eyes were huge and green and bright. I felt envious of anyone who could pull this reaction from kids like Allegra and Ratlet.
So we decided,
his voice fixed itself on the proper side of middle C,
after he went to sleep and we lay awake talking a while longer, that we'd try and help him get back out there. Because it's wonderful.
That's fascinating. When I finished my call, I stood up from the desk. I'd been sitting on the corner. After work, I'll buy you dinner, and you can tell me about all the things he showed you.
He's still there at Allegra's,
Ratlet said. Helplessly, I realized after a moment.
I'm going back there right after work.
Oh, I said. I didn't seem to be invited.
It's just a shame,
Ratlet said when we came out of the office,
that he's so stupid.
He glanced at the mess staining the concrete that had been a golden, and shook his head. I'd gone back to the books when Sandy stepped in.
All finished. What say we knock off for a beer or something, huh, boss?
All right, I said, surprised. Sandy was usually as social as he was handsome.
Want to talk about something?
Yeah. He looked relieved.
That business this morning got to your head, huh?
Yeah, he repeated.
There's a reason, I said as I made ready to go. It's got something to do with the psychological part of being a Golden. Meanness and stupidity, like everyone says. But however it makes them act here, it protects them from complete insanity at the 20,000 light-year limit.
Yeah, I know. Sandy had started stepping uncomfortably from one boot to the other.
But that's not what I wanted to talk about.
It isn't?
Uh-uh.
Well, I asked after a moment.
Is that kid the one you're going to give the ship to?
Ratlet?
Yeah.
I haven't made up my mind about giving him the ship, I lied.
Besides, legally, it's yours.
You'll give it to him, Sandy said.
And I don't care. I mean, not about the ship. But, boss, I gotta talk to you about that kid boy.
Something about Sandy... I'd had never realized he'd thought of Ratlet as more than a general nuisance. Also, he seemed sincerely worried about me. I was curious. It took him all the way to the bar and through 2 beers, while I drank hot milk with honey, before he tongued and chewed what he wanted to say into shape.
Boss, understand, I'm nearer Ratlet than you. Not only by age. My life's been more like his than yours has. You look at him like a son. To me, he's a younger brother. I taught him all the tricks. I don't understand him completely, but I see him clearer than you do. He's had a hard time, but not as hard as you think. He's going to take you, and I don't mean money, for everything he can.
Where the hell that came from I didn't know and didn't like.
He won't take anything I don't want to give.
Boss, Sandy suddenly asked,
you got kids of your own?
9, I said.
Did have. I don't see the ones who are left now, for which their parents have always been just as happy, except one, and she was sensible enough to go along with the rest while she was alive.
Oh, Sandy got quiet again. Suddenly he went scrambling in his overall pouch and pulled out a 3-inch Portapix. Those great greasy hands that I was teaching to pick up an eggshell through a 500-to-1 ratio Waldo were clumsily fumbling at the push-pull levers.
I got kids, he said. See? 7 of them.
And on the Portapix screen was a milling, giggling group of little apes who couldn't have been anybody else's. All the younger ones lacked was acne. They even shuffled back and forth from one foot to the other. They began to wave, and the speaker in the back chirped,
Hi, Da. Hello, Da. Da, Mommy says to say we love you. Da, come home soon.
I'm not with them now, he said throatily,
but I'm going back soon as I get enough money so I can take them all out of that hellhole they're in now and get the whole family with a decent-sized Proke group. There are only 23 adults there now, and things were beginning to rub. That's why I left in the first place. It was getting so nobody could talk to anyone else. That's pretty rough on all our kids, 32 when I left. But soon I'll be able to fix that. On the salary I'm paying you? This was the first I had heard of any of this. That was my first reaction. My second, which I didn't voice, was, then why the hell don't you take that ship and sell it somehow? Over 40 and self-employed, the most romantic become monetarily practical. Sandy's fist came down hard on the bar. That's what I'm trying to say to you, boss. About you, about Ratlet. You've all got it in your heads that this out here is it, the end. Sure, you gotta accept limitations, but the right ones. Sure, you have to admit there are certain directions in which you cannot go, but once you do that, you find there are others where you can go as far as you want. Look, I'm not gonna hang around the Star Pit all my life, and if I make my way back toward Galactic Center, make enough money so I can go home, raise my family the way I want, that's going forward even from here, not back. All right, I said. Quiet Sandy surprised me. I still wondered why he wasn't breaking his tail to get salvage on that ship that had just fallen into his hands, if getting back home with money in his pocket was that important. I'm glad you told me about yourself. Now, how does it all tie up with Ratlet? Here, Ratlet. He put the Portapix back in his overall pouch. Boss, Ratlet is the kid your own could be. You want to give him the advice, friendship, and concern he's never had that you couldn't give yours. But Ratlet is also the kid I was about 10 years ago. Started no place, with no destination, and no values to help figure out the way. Mixed up in all the wrong things, mainly because he's not sure where the right ones are. I don't think you're that much like Ratlet, I told him. I think you may wish you were. You've done a lot of the things Ratlet's done. Never write a novel? I tried to write a trilogy, Sandy said. It was lousy, but it pushed some things off my chest. So I got something out of it, even if nobody else did, which is what's important. Because now I'm a better mechanic for it, boss. Until I admit to myself what I can't do, it's pretty hard to work on what I can. Same goes for Ratlet. You too. That's growing up. And one thing you can't do is help Ratlet by giving him a ship he can't fly. Growing up brought back the picture. Sandy, did you ever build an ecologarium when you were a kid? No. The word had the puzzled inflection that means, don't even know what one is. I didn't either, I told him. Then I grinned and punched him on the shoulder. Maybe you're a little like me, too. Let's get back to work. Another thing, Sandy said, not looking very happy as he got off the stool. Boss, that kid's going to hurt you. I don't know how, but it's going to seem like he hunted for how to make it hurt most, too. That's what I wanted to tell you, boss. I was going to urge him to take the ship, but he handed me the keys back in the hangar before I could say anything, and walked away. When people who should be clearing up their own problems start giving you advice. Well, there was something about Sandy I didn't like. If I can't take long walks at night with company, I take them by myself. I was strolling by the edge. The whirlwind was low, and the stellarplex, the huge heat-gathering mirror that's hung 9,000 miles off the pit, was out. It looks vaguely like the moon used to look from Earth, only twice as big, perfectly silver, and during the 3.5 days it faces us, it's always full. Then up ahead, where the fence was broken, I saw Ratlet kicking gravel over the edge. He was leaning against a lamppost, his shirt ballooning and collapsing at his back. "Hey, kid boy, isn't the Golden still at Allegra's?" Ratlet saw me and shrugged. "What's the matter?" I asked when I reached him. "Ate dinner yet?" He shrugged again. His body had the sort of ravenous metabolism that shows 24 hours without food. "Come on, I promised you a meal. Why so glum?" "Make it something to drink." "I know about your phony ID," I told him, "but we're going to eat. You can have milk just like me." No protests, no dissertation on the injustice of liquor laws. He started walking with me. Come on, kid boy, talk to Gramps. Don't you want your ship any more? Suddenly he clutched my forearm with white, bony fingers. My forearm is pretty thick, and he couldn't get his hands around it.
Vime, you've got to make Sandy give it to me now. You've got to.
Kid boy, talk to me.
Allegra.
He let go.
And the Golden. Hate Golden, Vime. Always hate them. Because if you start to like one and then start hating again, it's worse.
What's going on? What are they doing?
He's talking. She's hallucinating. And neither one pays any attention to me.
I see.
You don't see. You don't understand about Allegra and me.
Then I was the only one who'd met the both of them who didn't. I know you're very fond of each other. More could be said. Ratlet said more.
We don't even like each other that much, Vime. But we need each other. Since she's been here, I get her medicine for her. She's too sick to go out much now. And when I have bad changes or sometimes bright recognitions, it doesn't matter. I bring them to her, and she builds pictures of them for me. And we explore them together and learn about things. When she was a psychiatrist for the government, she learned an awful lot about how people tick. And she's got an awful lot to teach me, things I've got to know.
15-year-old ex-psychiatrist drug addicts? Same sort of precocity that produces 13-year-old novelists. Get used to it.
I need her now almost as much as she needs her medicine.
Have you told the Golden you've got him a ship?
You didn't say I could have it yet.
Well, I say so right now. Why don't we go back there and tell him he can be on his way? If we put it a little more politely, don't you think that'll do the trick? He didn't say anything. His face just got back a lot of its life. We'll go right after we eat. What the hell? I'll buy you a drink. I may even have one with you. Allegra's was blinding when we arrived.
Ratlet, oh, you're back. Hello, Vime. I'm so glad you're both here. Everything is beautiful tonight. The Golden, Ratlet said. Where's the Golden? He's not here.
A momentary throb of sadness dispelled with tortuous joy.
But he's coming back.
Oh, Ratlet said. His voice echoed through the long corridors of golden absence winding the room.
'Cause I got a ship for him. All his. Just had a tune-up. He can leave any time he wants to.
Here are the keys, I said, taking them from my pouch for dramatic effect. Happen to have them right here. As I handed them to Ratlet, there were fireworks, applause, a fanfare of brasses.
Oh, that's wonderful, wonderful. Because guess what, Ratlet? Guess what, Vime?
I don't know, Ratlet said. What?
I'm a Golden, too,
Allegra cried from the shoulders of the cheering crowd that pushed its way through more admiring thousands.
Huh? Me, myself, and actually an honest-to-goodness Golden. I just found out today.
You can't be, Ratlet said.
You're too old for it just to show up now. Something about my medicine,
Allegra explained.
It's dreadfully complicated.
The walls were papered with anatomical charts, music by Stockhausen.
Something in my medicine kept it from coming out until now, until a Golden could come to me, drawing it up and out of the depths of me, till it burst out beautiful and wonderful and golden. Right now he's gone off to Carlson Labs with a urine sample for a final hormone check. They'll let him know in an hour, and he'll bring back my golden belt. But he's sure already, and when he comes back with it, I'm going to go with him to the galaxies as his apprentice. We're going to find a cure for his sickness and something that will make it so I won't need my medicine any more. He says if you have all the universe to roam around in, you can find anything you look for. But you need it all, not just a cramped little cluster of a few billion stars off in a corner by itself. Oh, I'm free, Ratlet, like you always wanted to be. While you were gone, he, did something to me that was golden. It triggered my hormonal imbalance.
The image came in through all 5 senses. Breaking the melodious ecstasy came the clatter of keys as Ratlet hurled them at the wall. I left feeling pretty odd. Ratlet had started to go too, but Allegra called him back.
Oh, now don't go on like that, Ratty. At your age. Won't you stay and do me one little last favor?
So he stayed. When I untangled myself from the place and was walking home, I kept on remembering what Allegra had said about love. Work next day went surprisingly smoothly.
Pulaski called me up about 10 and asked if I knew where Ratlet was because he hadn't been at work that day.
"You're sure the kid isn't sick?"
I said I'd seen him last night and that he was probably all right. Pulaski made a disgusted sound and hung up. Sandy left a few minutes early, as he'd been doing all week, to run over to the post office before it closed. He was expecting a letter from his group, he said. I felt strange about having given the ship away out from under him. It was sort of an immature thing to do, but he hadn't said anything about wanting it, and Ratlet was still doing Allegra favors, so maybe it would all work out for the best. I thought about visiting Allegra that evening, but there was the last 6 months' paperwork still not finished. I went into the office, plugged in the computer, and got ready to work late. I was still at it some time after 11 when the entrance light blinked, which meant somebody had opened the hangar door. I'd locked it. Sandy had the key, so he could come in early. So it was Sandy. I was ready for a break, and all set to jaw with him a while. He was always coming back to do a little work at odd hours. I waited for him to come into the office, but he didn't. Then the needle on the power gauge, which had been hovering near 0 with only the drain of the little office computer, swung up to 7. One of the big pieces of equipment had been cut in. There was some clean-up work to do, but nothing for a piece that size. Frowning, I switched off the computer and stepped out of the office. The first great opening in the hangar roof was mostly blocked with a bulk of Ratlet's, Sandy's, my ship. Stellar plex light curved smoothly over one side, then snarled in the fine webbing of lifts, catwalks, haul lines, and grappler rigging. The other 2 openings were empty, and 30-meter circles of silver dropped through assembly riggings to the concrete floor. Then I saw Sandy. He stood just inside the light from the last opening, staring up at the stellar plex, its glare lost in his ruined face. As he raised his left hand, when it started to move, I thought it looked too big. Light caught in the silver joints of the master gauntlet he was wearing. I knew where the power was going. As his hand went above his head, a shadow fell over him as a 15-foot slave talon swung from the darkness, its movement aping the master glove. He dropped his hand in front of his face, fingers curved. Metal claws lowered about him, beginning to quiver. Something about... He was trying to kill himself. I started running toward those hesitant, gaping claws, leaped into the grip, and reached over his shoulder to slap my forearm into the control glove just as he squeezed. Like I said, my forearm is big, but when those claws came together, it was a tight fit. Sandy was crying. "You stupid!" I shouted. "Inconsiderate, bird-brained, infantile—" At last I got the glove off. "Puerile!" Then I said, "What the hell is the matter with you?" Sandy was sitting on the floor now. His head hung between his shoulders. He stank. "Look," I said, maneuvering the talon back into place with the gross motion controls on the gauntlet's wrist. "If you want to go jump off the edge, that's fine with me. Half the gate's down anyway. But don't come here and mess up my tools. You can squeeze your own head up a little, but you're not going to bust up my glove here. You're fired." "Now tell me what's wrong." "I knew it wasn't going to work. Wasn't even worth trying. I knew—" His voice was getting all mixed up with the sobs. "But I thought maybe—" Beside his left hand was the portafix, its screen cracked, and a crumpled piece of paper. I turned off the glove, and the talon stopped humming 20 feet overhead. I picked up the paper and smoothed it out. I didn't mean to read it all the way through. "Dear Sanford, things have been difficult since you left, but not too hard, and I guess a lot of pressure is off everybody since you went away, and the kids are getting used to your not being here, though Bobby D. cried a lot at first. She doesn't now. We got your letter, and we're glad to hear things had begun to settle down for you, though Hank said you should have written before this, and was very mad, though Mary tried to calm him down, but he just said, 'When he married you, all he married me too, damn it, and I've got just as much right to be angry at him as you have.' Which is true, Sanford, but I tell you what he said because it's a quote, and I think you should know exactly what's being said, especially since it expresses something we all feel on one level or another. You said you might be able to send us a little money if we wanted you home, which I think would be very good, the money I mean, though Laura said if I put that in the letter she would divorce us, but she won't, and like Hank I've got a right to say what I feel, which is, yes, I think you should send money, especially after that unpleasant business just before you left. But we are all agreed we do not want you to come back, and would rather not have the money if that's what it meant. That is hard, but true. As you can gather, your letter caused quite an upset here. I would like, which makes me different from the others, but is why they wanted me to write this letter, to hear from you again and keep track of what you are doing, because I used to love you very much, and I never could hate you. But like Bobby D., I have stopped crying. Sincerely. The letter was signed Joseph. In the lower corner were the names of the rest of the men and women of the group.
Sandy, I know they wouldn't take me back. I didn't even really try, did I? But,
Sandy, get up.
But the children,
he whispered.
What's going to happen to the children?
And there was a sound from the other end of the hangar. 3 stories up the side of the ship in the open hatchway, silvered by Stellarplex light, stood the Golden, the one Ratlet and I had found on the street. You remember what he looked like? He and Allegra must have sneaked in while Sandy and I were struggling with the Waldo. Probably they wanted to get away as soon as possible before Ratlet made real trouble, or before I changed my mind and got the keys back. All this ship-giving had been done without witnesses. The sound was the lift rising toward the hatchway.
The children,
Sandy whispered again. The door opened, and a figure stepped out in the white light. Only it was Ratlet. It was Ratlet's red hair, his gold earring, his bouncy run as he started for the hatch, and there were links of yellow metal around his waist. Baffled, I heard the Golden call,
"Everything checks out inside, brother. She'll fly us anywhere."
And Ratlet cried, "I got the grapples all released, brother. Let's go." Their voices echoed down through the hangar. Sandy raised his head, squinting. As Ratlet leapt into the hatch, the Golden caught his arm around the boy's shoulder. They stood a moment, gazing at one another. Then Ratlet turned to look down into the hangar, back on the world he was about to leave. I couldn't tell if he knew we were there or not. Even as the hatch swung closed, the ship began to whistle. I hauled Sandy back into the shock chamber. I hadn't even locked the door when the thunder came, and my ears nearly split. I think the noise surprised Sandy out of himself. It broke something up in my head, but the pieces were falling wrong. "Sandy," I said, "we've got to get going."
"Huh?"
He was fighting the drunkenness, and probably his stomach, too.
"I don't want to go nowhere."
"You're going anyway. I'm sure as hell not going to leave you alone." When we were halfway up the stairs, I figured she wasn't there. I felt just the same. Was she with them in the ship?
"My medicine. Please, can't you get my medicine? I've got to have my medicine. Please, please, please."
I could just hear the small, high voice when I reached the door. I pushed it open. Allegra lay on the mattress, pink eyes wide, white hair frizzled around her balding skull. She was incredibly scrawny, her uncut nails black as Sandy's nubs without the excuse of hours in a graphite-lubricated gauntlet. The translucency of her pigmentless skin, under how many days of dirt, made my flesh crawl. Her face drew in around her lips like the flesh about a scar.
"My medicine. Vime, is that you? You'll get my medicine for me, Vime. Won't you get my medicine?"
Her mouth wasn't moving, but the voice came on. She was too weak to project on any but the oral level. It was the first time I'd seen Allegra without her cloak of hallucination, and it brought me up short. "Allegra," I said when I got hold of myself, "Ratlet and the Golden went off on the ship."
"Ratlet? Oh, nasty, ratty, awful little boy. He wouldn't get my medicine. But you'll get it for me, won't you, Vime? I'm going to die in about 10 minutes, Vime. I don't want to die, not like this. The world is so ugly and painful now. I don't want to die here."
"Don't you have any?" I stared around the room I hadn't seen since Drunk Roach lived there. It was a lot worse. Dried garbage, piled first in one corner, now covered half the floor. The rest was littered with papers, broken glass, and a spilled can of something unrecognizable for the mold.
"No, none here. Ratlet gets it from a man who hangs out in Jergs over on Cali X. Oh, Ratlet used to get it for me every day. Such a nice little boy. Every day he would bring me my lovely medicine, and I never had to leave my room at all. You go get it for me, Vime."
"It's the middle of the night, Allegra. Jergs is closed, and Cali X is all the way across the pit anyway. Couldn't even get there in 10 minutes, much less find this character and come back."
"If I were well, Vime, I'd fly you there in a cloud of light pulled by peacocks and porpoises." and you'd come back to oboes and tambourines bringing my beautiful medicine to me in less than an eye's blink. But I'm sick now, and I'm going to die."
There was a twitch in the crinkled lid of one pink eye. "Allegra, what happened?"
"Ratlet's insane,"
she projected with shocking viciousness. I heard Sandy behind me catch his breath.
"Insane at 20,000 light-years, dead at 25.
"But his golden belt—"
"It was mine. It was my belt, and he stole it, and he wouldn't get my medicine. Ratlet's not a golden. I'm a golden, Vine. I can go anywhere at all. I'm a golden. But I'm sick now. I'm so sick."
"But didn't the golden know the belt was yours?"
"Him? Oh, he's so incredibly stupid. He would believe anything. The golden went to check some papers and get provisions and was gone all day to get my belt. But you were here that night. I asked Ratlet to go get my medicine and take another sample to Carlson's for me, but neither of them came back till I was very sick, very weak. Ratlet found the golden, you see, told him that I'd changed my mind about going, and that he, Ratlet, was a golden as well, that he'd just been to Carlson's. So the golden gave him my belt, and off they went."
"But how in the world would he believe a kid with a story like that?"
"You know how stupid a golden can be, Vime, as stupid as they can be mean. Besides, it doesn't matter to him if Ratlet dies. He doesn't care if Ratlet was telling the truth or not. The golden will live. When Ratlet starts drooling, throwing up blood, goes deaf first and blind last, and dies, the golden won't even be sad. He's too stupid to feel sad. That's the way golden are. But I'm sad, Vime, because no one will bring me my medicine."
My frustration had to lash at something. She was there. "You mean you didn't know what you were doing to Ratlet by leaving, Allegra? You mean you didn't know how much he wanted to get out and how much he needed you at the same time? You couldn't see what it would do to him if you deprived him of the thing he needed and rubbed his nose in the thing he hated both at once? You couldn't guess that he'd pull something crazy? Oh, kid girl, you talk about golden. You're the stupid one."
"Not stupid,"
she projected quietly.
"Mean, Vime. I knew he'd try to do something. I just didn't think he'd succeed. Ratlet is really such a child."
The frustration, spent, became rolling sadness. "Couldn't you have waited just a little longer, Allegra? Couldn't you have worked out the leaving some other way, not hurt him so much?"
"I wanted to get out, Vime, to keep going and not be trapped, to be free. Like Ratlet wanted, like you want, like Sandy wants, like Golden. Only I was cruel. I had the chance to do it, and I took it. Why is that bad, Vime? Unless, of course, that's what being free means."
A twitch in the eyelid again. It closed. The other stayed open. "Allegra."
"I'm a golden, Vime. A golden. And that's how golden are. But don't be mad at me, Vime. Don't. Ratlet was mean, too, not to give me my
The other eye closed. I closed mine, too, and tried to cry, but my tongue was pushing too hard on the roof of my mouth. Sandy came to work the next day, and I didn't mention his being fired. The teletapes got hold of it, and the lead lines tried to make the thing as sordid as possible. Ex-con teenager, they didn't mention his mom, slays junkie sweetheart, dies horribly. They didn't mention the golden either. They never do. Reporters pried around the hangar a while, trying to get us to say the ship was stolen. Sandy came through pretty well. "It was his ship," he grunted, putting lubricant in the gauntlets. "I gave it to him." "What are you going to give a kid like that a ship for? Maybe you loaned it to him. Dies horrible death in borrowed ship. That sounds okay." "Gave it to him. Ask the boss." He turned back toward the scaffolding. "He witnessed." "Look, even if you liked the kid, you're not saving him anything by covering up." "I didn't like him," Sandy said, "but I gave him the ship." "Thanks," I told Sandy when they left, not sure what I was thanking him for, but still feeling very grateful. "I'll do you a favor back." A week later, Sandy came in and said, "Boss, I want my favor." I narrowed my eyes against his belligerent tone. "So, you're going to quit at last. Can you finish out the week?" He looked embarrassed, and his hand started moving around in his overall pouch.
Well, yeah, I am going to leave, but not right away, boss. It is getting a little hard for me to take out here.
You'll get used to it, I said. You know there's something about you that's, well, a lot like me. I learned. You will, too. Sandy shook his head.
I don't think I want to.
His hand came out of his pocket.
See, I got a ticket.
In his dirty fingers was a metal-banded card.
In 4 weeks I'm going back in from the star pit. Only I didn't want to tell you just now because, well, I did want this favor, boss.
I was really surprised. You're not going back to your group, I said. What are you going to do?
He shrugged. Get a job? I don't know. There are other groups. Maybe I've grown up a little bit.
His fist went way down into his pouch, and he started to shift his weight back and forth on his feet.
About that favor, boss?
What is it?
I got to talking to this kid outside. He's really had it rough, Vime.
That was the first and last time Sandy ever called me by name, though I'd asked him to enough times before.
And he could use a job.
A laugh got all set to come out of me. But it didn't, because the look on his ugly face, behind the belligerence, was so vulnerable and intense. Vulnerable? But Sandy had his ticket. Sandy was going on.
Send him to Pulaski's, I said. Probably needs an extra grease monkey. Now let me get back to work, huh?
Could you take him over there? Sandy said very quickly.
That's the favor, boss.
Sandy, I'm awfully busy. I looked at him again.
Oh, all right. Hey, boss,
Sandy said as I slid from behind the desk.
Remember that thing you asked me if I ever had when I was a kid?
It took a moment to come back to me.
You mean an ecologarium?
Yeah, that's the word. He grinned.
The kid boy's got one. He's right outside waiting for you.
He's got it with him? Sandy nodded. I walked toward the hangar door, picturing some kid lugging around a 6x6 plastic cage. Outside, the boy was sitting on a fuel hydrant. I'd put a few trees there, and the day light from the illumination tubes arcing the street dappled the gravel around him. He was about 14, with copper skin and curly black hair. I saw why Sandy wanted me to go with him about the job. Around his waist, as he sat hunched over on the hydrant with his toes spread on the metal base flange, was a wide-linked yellow belt. Golden. He was looking through an odd jewel and brass thing that hung from a chain around his neck.
Hey,
he looked up. There were spots of light on his blue-black hair. You need a job? He blinked.
My name's Vime. What's yours?
You call me Anne? The voice was even, detached, with an inflection that is golden. I frowned.
Nickname?
He nodded.
And really?
Undercleaves?
Oh.
My oldest kid is dead. I know it because I have all sorts of official papers saying so. But sometimes it's hard to remember. And it doesn't matter whether the hair is black, white, or red.
Well, let's see if we can put you to work somewhere. Come on.
Anne stood up, eyes fixed on me, suspicion hiding behind high glitter.
What's the thing around your neck?
His eyes struck it and bounced back to my face. Cousin? He asked.
Huh?
Then I remembered the golden slang.
Oh, sure. First cousins. Brothers, if you want.
Brother, Anne said. Then a smile came tumbling out of his face, silent and volcanic. He began loping beside me as we started off toward Pulaski's. This, he held up the thing on the chain, is an ecologarium. Want to see? His diction was clipped, precise, and detached. But when an expression caught on his face, it was unsettlingly intense.
Oh, a little one. With microorganisms?
Anne nodded.
Sure, let's have a look.
The hair on the back of his neck pawed the chain as he bent to remove it. I held it up to see. Some blue liquid, a fairly large air bubble, and a glob of black speckled gel in a transparent globe, the size of an eyeball. It was set in 2 rings, one within the other, pivoted so the globe turned in all directions. Mounted on the outside ring was a curved tongue of metal, at the top of which was a small tube with a pin-sized lens. The tube was threaded into a bushing, and I guess you used it to look at what was going on in the sphere.
"Self-contained," explained Anne. "The only thing needed to keep the whole thing going is light. Just about any frequency will do, except way up on the blue end. And the shell cuts that out."
I looked through the brass eyepiece. I'd swear there were over 100 life forms with 5 to 50 stages each. Spores, zygotes, seeds, eggs, growing and developing through larvae, pupae, buds, reproducing through sex, syzygy, fission. And the whole ecological cycle took about 2 minutes. Spongy masses like red lotuses clung to the air bubble. Every few seconds one would expel a cloud of black things that wrinkled bits of carbon paper into the gas where they were attacked by tiny motes I could hardly see even with a lens. Black became silver. It fell back to the liquid like globules of mercury and coursed toward the jelly that was emitting a froth of bubbles. Something in the froth made the silver beads reverse direction. They reddened, sent out threads and alveoli, until they reached the main bubble again as lotuses. The reason the lotuses didn't crowd each other out was because every 8 or 9 seconds a swarm of green paramecia devoured most of them. I couldn't tell where they came from. I never saw one of them split or get eaten, but they must have had something to do with the thorn balls, if only because they were either thorn balls or paramecia floating in the liquid, but never both at once. A black spore in the jelly wiggled, then burst to the surface as a white worm. Exhausted, it laid a couple of eggs, rested until it developed fins and a tail, then swam to the bubble where it laid more eggs among the lotuses. Its fins grew larger, its tail shriveled, splotches of orange and blue appeared, till it took off like a weird butterfly to sail around the inside of the bubble. The motes that silvered the black offspring of the lotus must have eaten the party-colored fan because it just grew thinner and frailer till it disappeared. The eggs by the lotus would hatch into bloated fish forms that swam back through the froth to vomit a glob of jelly on the mass at the bottom, then collapse. The first eggs didn't do much except turn into black spores when they were covered with enough jelly. All this was going on amidst a kaleidoscope of frail, wilting flowers and blooming jeweled webs, vines and worms, warts and jellyfish, symbiotes and saprophytes, while rainbow herds of algae careened back and forth like glittering confetti. One rough-rinded galoot, so big you could see him without the eyepiece, squatted on the wall, feeding on jelly, batting his eye spots, while the tide surged through quivering tears of gills. I blinked as I took it from my eye. "That looks complicated." I handed it back to him.
"Not really." He slipped it around his neck. "Took me 2 weeks with a notebook to get the whole thing figured out. You saw the big fellow?"
"The one who winked?"
"Yes. Its reproductive cycle is about 2 hours, which trips you up at first. Everything else goes so fast. But once you see him mate with a thing that looks like a spider web with sequins, same creature, different sex, and watch the offspring aggregate into paramecia, then dissolve again, the whole thing falls into—"
"One creature," I said. "The whole thing is a single creature." Anne nodded vigorously.
"Has to be to stay self-contained."
The grin on his face whipped away like a snapped window shade. A very serious look was underneath.
"Even after I saw the big fellow mate, it took me a week to understand it was all one."
"But if Goofus and the fishnet have paramecia—" I began. It seemed logical when I made the guess.
"You've seen one before."
I shook my head. "Not like that one, anyway. I once saw something similar, but it was much bigger, about 6 feet across." Anne's seriousness was replaced by horror. I mean, he really started to shake.
"How could you ever even see all the stuff inside, much less catalog it? You say this is complicated?"
"Hey, relax, relax," I said. He did, like that. "It was much simpler." I explained and went on to describe the one our kids had made so many years ago as best I remembered.
"Oh," Anne said at last, his face set in its original impassivity. "It wasn't microorganisms. Simple." "Yes."
He looked at the pavement.
"Very simple."
When he looked up, another expression had scrambled his features. It took a moment to identify.
I don't see the point at all.
There was surprising physical surety in the boy's movement. His nervousness was a cat's, not a human's, but it was one of the psychological qualities of Golden. Well, I said, it showed the kids a picture of the way the cycles of life progress. Anne rattled his chain.
That is why they gave us these things. But everything in the one you had was so primitive. It wasn't a very good picture.
Don't knock it, I told him. When I was a kid, all I had was an ant colony. I got my infantile Weltanschauung watching a bunch of bugs running around between 2 plates of glass. I think I would have been better prepared by a couple of hungry rats on a treadmill, or maybe a torus-shaped fish tank alternating sharks with schools of piranhas. Get them all chasing around after each other real fast.
Ecology wouldn't balance, Anne said. You'd need snails to get rid of the waste, then a lot of plants to reoxygenate the water, and some sort of herbivore to keep down the plants because they'd tend to choke out everything since neither the sharks nor the piranhas would eat them.
Kids and their damn literal minds.
If the herbivores had some way to keep the sharks off, then you might do it.
What's wrong with the first one I described? The explanation worked around the muscles of his face.
The lizards, the segment worms, the plants, warts, all their cycles were completely circular. They were born, grew up, reproduced, maybe took care of the kids a while, then died. Their only function was reproduction. That's a pretty awful picture.
He made an unintelligible face. There was something about this wise-alecky kid who was Golden, younger than Allegra, older than Ratlet, I liked.
There are stages in here,
Anne tapped his globe with his pinky nail,
that don't get started on their most important functions till after they've reproduced and grown up through a couple more metamorphoses as well. Those little green worms are a sterile end stage of the blue feathery things, but they put out free phosphates that the algae live on. Everything else just about lives on the algae, except the thorn balls. They eat the worms when they die. They're phagocytes in there that ingest the dust things when they get out of the bubble and start infecting the liquid.
All at once he got very excited.
Each of us in the class got one of these. They made us figure them out. Then we had to prepare these recordings on whether the reproductive process was the primary function in life or an adjunctive one.
Something white frothed the corners of his mouth.
I think grown-ups should just leave their kids the hell alone, go on and do something else, stop bothering us. That's what I said. That's what I told them.
He stopped. His tongue flicked the foam at the cusp of his lips. He seemed all right again. Sometimes, I said evenly, if you leave them alone and forget about them, you end up with monsters who aren't kids anymore. If you'd been left alone, you wouldn't have had a chance to put your 2 cents in the first place, and you wouldn't have that thing around your neck.
And he was really trying to follow what I was saying.
A moment past his rage, his face was as open and receptive as a 2-year-old's. God, I want to stop thinking about Aunt Tony.
That's not what I mean.
He wrapped his arms around his shoulders and bit on his forearm pensively. Anne, you're not stupid, kid boy. You're cocky, but I don't think you're mean. You're Golden. There was all my resentment out now, Ratlet. There it is, Allegra. I didn't grow up with a word, so it meant something different to me. Anne looked up to ingest my meaning. The tooth marks were white on his skin, then red around that. How long have you been one? He watched me, arms still folded.
They found out when I was 7.
That long ago?
Yes.
He turned and started walking again.
I was very precocious.
Oh, I nodded. Just about half your life, then. How's it been, little brother, being a Golden? Anne dropped his arms.
They take you away from your group a lot of times, he shrugged. Special classes, training programs. I'm psychotic.
I never would have guessed. What would you call Ratlet? What would you call Allegra?
I know it shows, but it gets us through the psychic pressures at the reality breakdown at 20,000 light-years. It really does. For the past few years, though, they've been planting the psychosis artificially, pretty far down in the preconscious, so it doesn't affect our ordinary behavior as much as it does the older ones. They can use this process on anybody whose hormone system is even close to Golden. They can get a lot more and a lot better quality gold in that way than just waiting for us to pop up by accident."
As I laughed, something else struck me. "Just what do you need a job out here for, though? Why not hitch out with some cousin or get a job on one of the intergalactics as an apprentice?"
"I have a job in another galaxy. There'll be a ship stopping for me in 2 months to take me out. A whole lot of star pits have been established in galaxies halfway to Undok. I'll be going back and forth managing Roboy equipment, doing managerial work. I thought it would be a good idea to get some practical experience out here before I left."
"Precocious." I nodded. "Look, even with Roboy equipment, you have to know one hell of a lot about the inside of how many different kinds of Keeler drives. You're not going to get that kind of experience in 2 months as a grease monkey. And Roboy equipment? I don't even have any in my place. Pulaski's got some, but I don't think you'll get your hands on it."
"I know a good deal already,"
Anne said with strained modesty. "Yeah?" I asked him a not-too-difficult question and got an adequate answer. Made me feel better that he didn't come back with something really brilliant. I did know more than he did. "Where'd you learn?"
"They gave me the information the same way they implanted my psychosis."
"You're pretty good for your age. Dear old Luna Vocational. Well, maybe educational methods have improved. Come to think of it, I was just as old as you when I started playing around with those Keeler models. Dozens and dozens of helical inserts."
"And those oily organum sensitives and all that graphite? Yes, brother, but I've never even had my hands in a Waldo."
I frowned. "Hell, when I was younger than you, I could—" I stopped. "Of course, with Roboy equipment, you don't need them. But it's not a bad thing to know how they work, just in case."
"That's why I want a job."
He hooked one finger on his chain.
"Brother-in-law Sandy and I got to talking, so I asked him about working here. He said you might help me get in someplace."
"I'm glad he did. My place only handles big ships, and it's all Waldo. Me and an assistant can do the whole thing. Pulaski's place is smaller, but handles both inter- and intra-galactic jobs, so you get more variety and a bigger crew. You find Pulaski, say I sent you, tell what you can do and why you're out here. Belt or no, you'll probably get something better than a monkey."
"Thanks, brother."
We turned off Cali D. Pulaski's hangar was ahead. Dull thunder sounded over the roof as the ship departed. "As soon as I despair of the younger generation," I told him, "one of you kids comes by and I start to think there's hope. Granted, you're a psychopath. You're a lot better than some of your older, distant relations." Anne looked up at me, apprehensive. "You've never had a run-in with some of your cousins out here. But don't be surprised if you're dead tomorrow and your job's been inherited by some character who decided to split your head open to check on what's inside. I try to get used to you, behaving like something that isn't even savage, but, boy, kid, can your kind really mess up a guy's picture of the universe?"
"And what the hell do you expect us to act like?"
Anne shot back. Spittle glittered on his lips again.
"What would you do if you were trapped like us?"
"Huh?" I said questioningly. "You? Trapped?"
"Look," a spasm passed over his shoulders. "The psychotechnician who made sure I was properly psychotic wasn't a Golden. Brother, you pay us to bring back the weapons, Dad. We don't fight your damn wars, Grandpa. You're the ones who take us away from our groups. Say we're too valuable to submit to your laws, then deny us our heredity because we don't breed true, no relative of mine."
"Now, wait a minute."
Anne snatched the chain from around his neck and held it taut in front of him. His voice ground to a whisper. His eyes glittered. "I strangled one of my classmates with this chain, the one I've got in my hands now."
One by one, his features blanked all expression.
"They took it away from me for a week, as punishment for killing that little girl."
The whisper stopped decibels above silence, then went on evenly.
"Out here nobody will punish me, and my reflexes are faster than yours."
Fear lashed my anger as I followed the insanity flickering in his eyes.
"Now!"
He made a quick motion with his hands. I ducked.
"I give it to you!"
He flung the chain toward me. Reflexively, I caught it. Anne turned away instantly and stalked into Pulaski's. When I burst through the rattling hangar door at my place, the lift was coming down. Sandy yelled through the mesh walls, "Did he get the job?" "Probably," I yelled back, going toward the office. I heard the cage settle on the silicon cushion. Sandy was at my side a moment later, grinning. "So how do you like my brother-in-law, Androcles?" Brother-in-law? I remembered Anne using the phrase, but I'd thought it was part of the slang Golden. Something about the way Sandy said it, though. He's your real brother-in-law? He's Joey's kid brother. I didn't want to say anything until after you met him. Sandy came along with me toward the office door. Joey wrote me again and said since Anne was coming out here, he'd tell him to stop by and see me, and maybe I could help him out. How the hell am I supposed to know who Joey is? I pushed open the door. It banged the wall. He's one of my husbands, the one who wrote me that letter you told me you'd read. Oh, yeah, him. I started stacking papers. I thought it was pretty nice of him, after all, that to tell Anne to look me up when he got out here. It means that there's still somebody left who doesn't think I'm a complete waste. So what do you think of Androcles? He's quite a boy. I scooped up the mail that had come in after lunch, started to go through it, but put it down to hunt for my coveralls. Anne used to come visit us when he got his 1 weekend a month off from his training program as Golden. Sandy was going on. Joey's and Anne's parents lived in the reeds near the estuary, but we lived back up the canyon by Chroma Falls. Anne and Joey were pretty close, even though Joey's my age and Anne was only 8 or 9 back then. I guess Joey was the only one who really knew what Anne was going through, since they were both Golden. Surprised and shocked, I turned back to the desk. You were married with a Golden? One of the letters on the top of the pile was addressed to Allegra from Carlson's Labs. I had a carton of the kid's junk in the locker and had gotten the mail. There wasn't much, sent to the hangar, as though I were waiting for somebody to come for it. Yeah, Sandy said, surprised at my surprise. Joey. So I wouldn't stand there gaping. I picked up Allegra's letter. Since the traits that are Golden are polychromozoic, it dies out if they only breed with each other. There's a big campaign back in Galactic Center to encourage them to join heterogeneous proc groups. Like Blue Point Siamese cats, huh? I ran my blackened thumbnail through the seal. That's right. But they're not animals, boss. I remember what they put that kid boy through for psychotic reinforcement of the factors that were Golden to make sure they stuck. It tore me up to hear him talk about it when he'd visit us. I pulled a portafix out of Allegra's envelope. Carlson's tries to personalize its messages. I'm sure glad they can erase the conscious memory from the kids' minds when they have to do that sort of stuff. Small blessings and all that. I flipped the portafix on. Personalized, but mass-produced. Blessed adit. The little speaker echoed me. Pulaski and I had used Carlson's a couple of times, I know. I guess every other mechanic up here had, too. The portafix had started in the middle. Now it hummed back to the beginning. You know, Sandy went on, Joey was different, yeah, sort of dense about some things. Allegra, beamed the chic, grandmotherly type Carlson's always uses for messages of this sort. We were so glad to receive the urine sample you sent us by Mr. Ratlet last Thursday. Even so, Joey was one of the sweetest men or women I've ever known. He was the easiest person in the group to live with. Maybe it was because he was away a lot. And now, just a week later, remember, Carlson's gives results immediately and confirms them by personalized portafix in 7 days, we are happy to tell you that there will be a blessed addition to your group. However, all right, he was different, reacted funny to a lot of things, but nothing like this rank, destructive stupidity you find out here at the Star Pit. The paternity is not Mr. Ratlet's. If you are interested, for your eugenic records, in further information, please send us other possible urine samples from the men in your group, and we will be glad to confirm paternity. I can't understand the way people act out here, boss, and that's why I'm pushing on. Thank you so much for letting us give you this wonderful news. Remember, when in doubt, call Carlson's. I said to Sandy, You were married with, you loved a Golden? Unbidden, the portafix began again. I flipped it off without looking. Sandy, I said, you were hired because you were a fair mechanic and you kept off my back. Do what you're paid for. Get out of here. Oh, sure, boss. He backed quickly from the office. I sat down. Maybe I'm old-fashioned, but when someone runs off and abandons a sick girl like that, it gets me. That was the trip to Carlson's, the one last little favor Ratlet never came back from. On-the-spot results and formal confirmation in 7 days. In her physical condition, pregnancy would have been as fatal as the withdrawal. And she was too ill for any abortive method I know of not to kill her. On-the-spot results. Ratlet must have known all that, too, when he got the results back, the results that Allegra was probably afraid of, the results she sent him to find. Ratlet knew Allegra was going to die anyway. And so he stole a golden belt. Loving someone, I mean really loving someone, Allegra had said. When someone runs off and leaves a sick girl like that, there's got to be a reason. It came together for me, like two fissionables. The explosion cut some moorings in my head I thought were pretty solidly fixed. I pulled out the books, plugged in the computer, unplugged it, put the books away, and stared into the ecologarium in my fist. Among the swimming, flying, crawling things, mating, giving birth, growing, changing, busy at whatever their business was, I picked out those dead-end green worms. I hadn't noticed them before because they were at the very edge of things, bumping against the wall. After they released their free phosphates and got tired of butting at the shell, they turned on each other and tore themselves to pieces. Fear and anger is a bad combination in me. I came close to being killed by a golden once, through that meanness and stupidity. The same meanness and stupidity that killed Allegra and Ratlet. And now when this damn kid threatens to— at first I had thought he was threatening to. I reached Jerg's a few minutes after the daylights went out and the street lamps came on, but I'd stopped in nearly a dozen places on the way. I remember trying to explain to a sailor from a star shuttle who was just stopping over at the Star Pit for the first time and was all upset because one woman golden had just attacked another with a broken glass. I remember saying to the three-headed bulge of his shoulder, "An ant colony. You know what it is? 2 pieces of glass with dirt between them, and you can see all the little ants make tunnels and hatch eggs and stuff. When I was a kid, I had an ant colony." I started to shake my hand in his face. The chain from the ecologarium was tangled up in my fingers. "Look." He caught my wrist and put it down on the counter. "It's all right now, pal. Just relax." "You look," I said as he turned away. "When I was a kid, all I had was an ant colony." He turned back and leaned his rusty elbow on the bar. "Okay," he said affably. Then he made the most stupid and frustrating mistake he possibly could have just then. "What about your aunt?" "My mother— I thought you were telling me about your aunt." "No," I said. "My aunt, she drank too much. This is about my mother." "All right, your mother, then." "My mother, she always worried about me, getting sick and things. I got sick a lot when I was a little kid. She made me mad. Used to go down and watch the ships take off from the place they called the Brooklyn Navy Yards. They were ships that went to the stars." The sailor's oriental face grinned. "Yeah, me too. Used to watch them when I was a kid. But it was raining, and she wouldn't let me go." "Oh, that's too bad. Little rain never hurt a kid. Why didn't she call up and have it turned off so you could go out? Too busy to pay attention to you, huh?" "One of my old men was like that." "Both of mine were," I said. "But not my ma. She was all over me all the time when she was there. But she made me mad." He nodded with real concern. "Wouldn't turn off the rain." "No, couldn't. You didn't grow up where I did, narrow-minded, dark-side world. No modern conveniences." "Off the main trading routes, huh?" "Way off. She wouldn't let me go out, and that made me mad." He was still nodding. "So I broke it." My fist came down hard on the counter, and the plastic globe in its brass cage clacked on the wood. "Broke it! Sand, glass, all over the rug, on the windowsill." "What did you break?" "Smashed it, stamped on it, threw sand whenever she tried to make me stop." "Sand? You lived on a beach?" "We had a beach when I was a kid. A beach is nice for kids." "What did you break?" "Let all the damn bugs out. Bugs and everything for days. Let 'em all out." "Didn't have no bugs on our beach." "But you said you were off the main trading routes." "Let 'em out!" I banged my fist again. "Let everybody out, whether they like it or not. It's their problem whether they make it, not mine. Don't care. I don't—" I was laughing now.
She let you go out, and you didn't care?
My hand came down on top of the metal cage hard. I caught my breath at the pain.
On our beach,
I said, turning my palm up to look. There were red marks across it.
There weren't any bugs on our beach.
Then I started shaking.
You mean you were just putting me on before about the bugs?
Hey, are you all right?
Broke it, I whispered.
Then I smashed fist and globe and chain into the side of the counter.
Let him out!
I whirled away, clutching my bruised hand against my stomach.
Watch it, kid boy. I'm not a kid boy, I shouted. You think I'm some stupid half-crazy kid. So you're older than me, okay? I'm not a kid anymore. So you're 10 years older than Sirius, all right? Quiet down or they'll kick us out.
I bulled out of Jerg's. A couple of people came after me because I didn't watch where I was going. I don't know who won, but I remember somebody yelling, "Get out! Get out!" It may have been me. I remember later staggering under the mercury street lamp, the whirlwind slapping my face, stars swarming back and forth below me, gravel sliding under my boots, the toes inches over the edge. The gravel clicked down the metal siding, the sound terribly clear as I reeled in the loud wind, shaking my arm against the night. As I brought my hand back, the wind lashed the cold chain across my cheek and the bridge of my nose. I lurched back, trying to claw it away, but it stayed all tangled on my fingers while the globe swung, gleaming in the streetlight. The wind roared. Gravel chattered down the siding. Later, I remember the hangar door ajar, and stumbling into the darkness, so that in a moment I was held from plummeting into nothing only by my own footsteps as black swerved around me. I stopped when my hip hit a workbench. I pawed around under the lip of the table till I found a switch. In the dim orange light, racked along the back of the bench in their plastic shock cases, were a row of master gauntlets. I slipped one out and slid my hand into it. "Who's over there?"
"Go away, Sandy."
I turned from the bench, switched up the power on the wrist controls. Somewhere in the dark above, a 15-foot slave hand hummed to life. "Sorry, Buster, this isn't Sandy. Put that down and get away from there." I squinted as the figure approached in the orange light, hand extended. I saw the vibra-gun and didn't bother to look at the face. Then the gun went down. "Vime, baby, that you? What the hell are you doing here this hour of the night?"
"Pulaski?
Who'd you think it was?"
"Is this your—"
I looked around, shook my head.
"But I thought it was mine."
I shook my head again. Pulaski sniffed. "Hey, have you been a naughty kid boy tonight?" I swung my hand, and the slave hand overhead careened 20 feet. The gun jumped. "Look, you mess up my Waldo, and I will kill you. Don't care who you are. Take that thing off." "Very funny." I brought the talon down where I could see it clawing shadow. "Come on, Vime, I'm serious. Turn it off and put it down. You're a mess now, and you don't know what you're doing."
"That kid, the Golden. Did you give him a job?"
"Sure. He said you sent him. Smart little so-and-so. He reholed a little yacht with a Roboy Animecania cassetizer just to show me what he could do. If I knew a few more people who could handle them that well, I'd go all Roboy. He's not worth a damn with a Waldo, but as long as he's got that little green light in front of him, he's fine." I brought the talons down another 10 feet so that the spider hung between us.
"Well, I happen to be very handy with a Waldo, Pulaski."
"Vime, you're going to get hurt."
"Pulaski," I said, "will you stop coming on like an overprotective aunt? I don't need another one."
"You're very drunk, Vime."
"Yeah, but I'm no clumsy kid boy who's going to mess up your equipment."
"If you do, you'll be—"
"Shut up and watch."
I pulled the chain out of my pouch and tossed it onto the concrete floor. In the orange light, you couldn't tell whether the cage was brass or silver. "What's that?" The claws came down, and the fine point tips, millimeters above the floor, closed on the ecologarium. "Oh, hey, I haven't seen one of those since I was 10. What are you going to do with it? Those are 500 to 1 strength, you know. You're going to break it."
"That's right. Break this one, too."
"Oh, come on, let me see it first." I lifted the globe.
"Could be an eggshell," I said. "Drunk or sober, I can handle this damn equipment, Pulaski."
"I haven't seen one for years. Used to have one."
"You mean it wasn't spirited back from some distant galaxy by Golden? From some technology beyond our limited ken?"
"Product of the home spiral. Been around since the 50s. I raised it over Pulaski's extended hand.
They're supposed to be very educational. What do you want to break it for?
I never saw one.
You came from some place off the routes, didn't you? They weren't that common. Don't break it.
I want to.
Why, Vime? Something got wedged in my throat.
Because I want to get out, and if it's not that globe, it's going to be somebody's head.
Inside the gauntlet, my hand began to quiver. The talons jerked. Pulaski caught the globe and jumped back. Vime!
I'm hanging here at the edge.
My voice kept getting caught on the things in my throat.
I'm useless with a bunch of monsters and fools.
The talons swung, contracted, clashed on each other.
And then when the children get so bad you can't even reach them.
The claw opened, reached for Pulaski, who jumped back in the half-dark.
Damn it, Vime! Can't even reach the children anymore.
The talon stopped shaking, came slowly back, knotting.
I want to break something and get out.
Very childishly, yes.
Because nobody is paying any attention to me.
The claw jumped.
Even when I'm trying to help. I don't want to hurt anybody anymore. I swear it. So help me, I swear.
Fine, take off the glove and listen. I raised the slave hand because it was about to scrape the cement. Vime, I want to pay some attention to you. Slowly, Pulaski walked back into the orange light. You've been sending me kids for 5 years now, coming around and checking up on them, helping them out of the stupid scrapes they get in. They haven't all been ratlets. I like kids, too. That's why I take them on. I think what you do is pretty great. Part of me loves kids. Another part of me loves you.
Oh, Pulaski.
I shook my head. Somewhere disgust began. It doesn't embarrass me. I love you a little and wouldn't mind loving you a lot. More than once I've thought about asking you to start a group.
Please, Pulaski. I've had too many weird things happen to me this week. Not tonight, huh?
I then turned the power off in the glove. Love shouldn't frighten you, no matter when or how it comes, Vime. Don't run from it. A marriage between us? Yeah, it would be a little hard for somebody like you at first, but you'd get used to it before long.
Then when kids came around, there'd be 2. I'll send Sandy over, I said. He's the big-hearted marrying kind. Maybe he's about ready to try again.
I pulled off the glove. Vime, don't go out like that. Stay for just a minute.
Pulaski, I said, I'm just not that
goddamn drunk. I threw the glove on the table. Please, Vime.
You're going to use your gun to keep me here? Don't be like... I hope the kids I send over here appreciate you more than I do right now. I'm sorry I busted in here. Good night.
I turned from the table. 9,000 miles away, the Steroplex turned too. Circles of silver dropped through the roof. Behind the metal cage of the relaxed slave claw, I saw Pulaski's large, injured eyes, circles of crushed turquoise, glistening now. And 9 feet away, someone said, "Ma'am?" Pulaski glanced over her shoulder. "Anne, you awake?" Anne stepped into the silver light, rubbing his neck. "That office chair is pretty hard, sister."
"He's here?"
I asked. "Sure," Pulaski said. "He didn't have any place to stay, so I let him sleep in the office while I finished up some work in the back. Vime, I meant what I said. Leave if you want, but not like this. Untwist."
"Pulaski," I said, "you're very sweet. You're fun in bed, and a good mechanic, too. But I've been there before. Asking me to join a group is like asking me to do something obscene. I know what I'm worth."
"I'm also a good businesswoman. Don't think that didn't enter my head when I thought about marrying you." Anne came and stood beside her. He was breathing hard, the way an animal does when you wake it all of a sudden.
"Pulaski, you said it. I didn't. I'm a mess. That's why I'm not with my own group now."
"You're not always like this. I've never seen you touch a drop before."
"For a while," I said. "It happened with disgusting frequency. Why do you think my group dropped me?"
"Must have been a while ago. I've known you a long time. So you've grown up since then. Now it only happens every half-dozen years or so. Congratulations. Come have some coffee. Anne, run into the office and plug in the pot. I showed you where it was." Anne turned like something blown by the whirlwind and was gone in shadow. "Come on," Pulaski said. She took my arm, and I came with her. Before we left the light, I saw my reflection in the polished steel tool cabinet.
Ah, no. I pulled away from her. No, I'd better go home now.
Why? Anne's making coffee.
The kid. I don't want the kid to see me like this.
He already has. Won't hurt him. Come on.
When I walked into Pulaski's office, I felt I didn't have a damn thing left. No, I had one. I decided to give it away. When Anne turned to me with the cup, I put my hands on his shoulders. He jumped, but not enough to spill the coffee. First and last bit of alcoholic advice for the evening, kid boy. Even if you are crazy, don't go around telling people who are not golden how they've trapped you. That's like going to Earth and complimenting a nigger on how well he sings and dances and his great sense of rhythm. He may be able to tap 7 with one hand against 13 with the other while whistling a tone row. It still shows a remarkable naivete about the way things are. That's one of the other things known throughout the galaxy about the world I come from. When I say primitive, I mean primitive. Anne ducked from under my hands, put the coffee on the desk, and turned back.
I didn't say you trapped us.
You said we treated you lousy and exploited you, which we may, and that this trapped you.
I said you exploited us, which you do, and that we were trapped. I didn't say by what.
Pulaski sat down on the desk, picked up my coffee, and sipped it. I raised my head. All right. Tell me how you're trapped.
Oh, I'm sorry, Pulaski said. I started drinking your coffee.
Shut up. How are you trapped, Anne? He moved his shoulders around as though he was trying to get them comfortable.
It started in Tiber 44 cluster. Golden were coming back with really bad psychic shock.
Yes, I heard about it. That was a few years back.
Anne's face started to twitch. The muscles around his eyes twisted below the skin.
Something out there. I put my hand on the back of his neck, my thumb in the soft spot behind his ear, and began to stroke the way you get a cat to calm down. Take it easy. Just tell me.
Thanks,
Anne said, and bent his head forward.
We found them first in Tiber 44, but then they turned up all over, on half the planets in every galaxy that could support any life, and a lot more that shouldn't have been able to at all.
His breathing grew coarser. I kept rubbing, and it slowed again.
I guess we have such a funny psychology that working with them, studying them, even thinking about them too much, there was something about them that changes our sense of reality. The shock was bad.
Anne, I said, to be trapped, there has to be somewhere you can't go. For it to bug you, there has to be something else around that can. He nodded under my hand, then straightened up.
I'm all right now. Just tired. You want to know where and what?
Pulaski had put down the coffee now and was dangling the chain. Anne whirled to stare.
Where? He said. Other universes.
Galaxies farther out? Asked Pulaski.
No, completely different matrices of time and space.
Staring at the swinging ball seemed to calm them even more.
No physical or temporal connection to this one at all.
A sort of parallel?
Parallel? Well,
it was almost a drawl.
There's nothing parallel about them. Out of the billions to the billionth of them, most are hundreds of times the size of ours, and empty. There are a few, though, whose entire spatial extent is even smaller than this galaxy. Some of them are completely dense to us, because even though there seems to be matter in them, distributed more or less as in this universe, there's no electromagnetic activity at all. No radio waves, no heat, no light.
The globe swung. The voice was a whisper. I closed my fist around the globe and took it from Pulaski. How do you know about them? Who brings back the information? Who is it who can get out? Blinking, Anne looked back at me.
When he told me, I began to laugh. To accommodate the shifting reality tensions, the psychotic personality that is golden is totally labile. Anne laughed with me, not knowing why. He explained, through his torrential hysteria, how with the micro-surgical techniques from Tiber 44 they had read much of the information from a direct examination of the creature's nervous system, which covered its surface like velvet. It could take intense cold or heat, a range of pressure from vacuum to hundreds of pounds per square millimeter, but a fairly small amount of ultraviolet destroyed the neural synapses, and it died.
They were small and deceptively organic because, in an organic environment, they appeared to breathe and eat. They had 4 sexes, 2 of which carried the young. They had clusters of retractable sense organs that first appeared to be eyes, but was sensitive to 12 distinct senses, stimulation for 3 of which didn't even exist in our continuum. They traveled around on 4 suction cups when using kinetic motion for ordinary traversal of space, were small, and looked furry. The only way to make them jump universes was to scare the life out of them, at which point they just disappeared. Anne kneaded his stomach under his belt to ease the pain from so much laughter. "Working with them at Tiber 44 just cracked up a whole bunch of Golden." He leaned against the desk, panting and grinning. "They had to be sent home for therapy. We still can't think about them directly, but it's easier for us to control what we think about than for you. That's part of being Golden. I even had one of them for a pet, up until yesterday. The damn creatures are either totally apathetic or vicious. Mine was a baby, all white and soft." He held out his arms. "Yesterday it bit me and disappeared." On his wrist there was a bluish place, centered on which was a crescent of pinpricks. "Lucky it was a baby. The bites infect easily." Pulaski started drinking from my cup again as Anne and I started laughing all over. As I walked back that night, black coffee slopped in my belly. There are certain directions in which you cannot go. Choose one in which you can move as far as you want. Sandy said that. He did. And there was something about Sandy very much like someone Golden. It doesn't matter how, he's going on. Under a street lamp, I stopped and lifted up the ecologarium. The reproductive function, was it primary or adjunctive? If, I thought with a whisky lucidity always suspect at dawn, you consider the whole ecological balance a single organism, it's adjunctive, a vital reparative process along with sleeping and eating, to the primary process, which is living, working, growing. I put the chain around my neck. I was still half-soused, and it felt bad. But I howled. Androcles, is drunken laughter appropriate to mourn all my dead children? Perhaps not. But tell me, Ratlet, tell me, Allegra, what better way to launch my live ones who are Golden into night? I don't know. I know I laughed. Then I put my fists into my overall pouch and crunched homeward along the edge, while on my left the whirlwind roared.